Roy approached, positioning his filthy hand beneath the gleaming steel nozzle. But unlike Lloyd instructing Jasmine, Roy didn't tell the attendant to pump. He reached out with his clean right hand, his fingers exploring the unfamiliar mechanism, feeling the smooth travel of the pump head, the subtle resistance of the internal spring. Impressive resilience, he noted. Simple enough for anyone to operate, yet feels robust. He pressed down himself. Click hiss. The rosemary-scented cream dispensed onto his soiled hand. He pumped again, ensuring a generous amount. Then, signaling the attendant for the water bucket, also retrieved silently. He began the cleansing process, just as Lloyd had done. He worked the creamy soap into the dung, feeling the same surprising richness of the lather, smelling the clean rosemary scent battling the earthy odor. The lather itself feels different, he analyzed. Not thin and quick to dissipate like cheap soap. Dense, stable, clings effectively. He rinsed under the stream of water the attendant poured. He watched, fascinated despite himself, as the muck dissolved, washed away completely, leaving his skin feeling astonishingly clean. Cleaner, somehow, than scrubbing with the harsh lye blocks ever achieved. And residue. Rinses completely. Remarkable. He dried his hand carefully on a fresh linen towel the attendant provided. He examined his skin closely. Redness. And tightness. It felt smooth, comfortable, carrying only the faint, pleasant scent of rosemary. He compared it to his right hand, untouched by the experiment. The difference was subtle but undeniable. The washed hand felt better, revitalized, less punished by the act of cleaning. Melody was right, velvety, revolutionary. Roy murmured aloud, the word escaping him unintentionally. He wasn't just talking about the soap anymore. Though its effectiveness was undeniable, he picked up the dispenser bottle again, turning it over and over, his engineer's mind, long dormant beneath the layers of ducal responsibility, clicking into high gear. This mechanism, the pump, the valves, the spring return. He peered closely at the nozzle, the precision fit of the steel cylinder into the oak body. Where did he learn this? Master Elmsworth teaches resource allocation and trade theory, not fluid dynamics or precision mechanics. The weapons masters teach blade work and tactics, not valve seating and spring tension. Even the cord artisans, skilled as they are, work primarily with precious metals and ornamentation, not functional micromechanics like this. He knew, with absolute certainty, that this wasn't something Lloyd had been taught. Not by Elmsworth, not by any other tutor Roy had employed. Lloyd's formal education had been broad but conventional, focused on estate management, history, diplomacy, the skills deemed necessary for a potential administrator, compensating for his perceived lack of martial or magical prowess. Nothing in that curriculum covered the design and fabrication of miniature hydraulic pumps from scratch using shaped void steel, unless a thought flickered. The true Ferrum power, the steel and fire. I know its potential for shaping for destruction. Could it also possess such intricate creative capability? Could Lloyd have unlocked an aspect of the bloodline even I haven't fully explored? It seemed unlikely, yet the evidence was in his hands. Alchemy, Roy mused, thinking of the soap itself. The transformation of fat and ash water, according to his informant. The perfect saponification, the balanced essence temper, implicitly demonstrated by the lack of irritation. That required knowledge, precision, control over chemical reactions. And craftsmanship. His gaze returned to the bottle, of an incredibly high order. He felt the smooth finish of the oak, the flawless gleam of the steel. This wasn't the clumsy work of a novice. It demonstrated an innate understanding of materials, of form, of function. Where did this come from? Roy asked himself again, the question echoing in the quiet study. This sudden flowering of unexpected talent. He had always kept a subtle but pervasive watch over his son. Tutors reported diligently. Retainers like Ken provided observations. There had been no hint of this hidden aptitude. This sharp, inventive mind, this genius lurking beneath the surface of the quiet, unremarkable boy. Could he have been hiding it all along? Practicing in secret. Why? Fear of judgment? Lack of opportunity? Or was it truly new? Unless the catalyst theory returned, stronger now. The marriage. Rosa Siddick. Chapter 102. He pictured Rosa again, her cool beauty, her formidable talent, her icy reserve. He remembered the reports from informant about the initial tension, Lloyd's exile to the sofa. Could that friction, that challenge, that constant proximity to someone so obviously powerful and perhaps dismissive have somehow ignited something in Lloyd? Forced him to confront his own perceived inadequacies, awakened a dormant potential. Through sheer force of ego, of needing to prove himself? She wouldn't have intended it, of course, Roy mused. Her motivation seemed entirely focused on her own power, her own path, detached. Logical, he recalled Jason Siddick, Rosa's father, a pragmatist, shrewd, protective of his family, especially since his wife Nilufa's long illness. Rosa likely inherited that focused pragmatism. Her presence wasn't meant to be motivational, merely present. Yet the effect, the timing was undeniable. Before Rosa, Lloyd drifted. After Rosa, Lloyd ignited. "Thank you, Lady Rosa," Roy thought, a rare, genuine smile finally touching his lips as he stood alone in his study, the revolutionary soap dispenser resting in his hand. "Your presence, your coldness, your likely unintentional pressure. It seems you have inadvertently done this family, done my son, a greater service than any political alliance could have achieved. You provided the flint. His own hidden steel provided the spark." That he looked at the bottle again, the smile lingering. Lloyd wasn't a fool, he wasn't mediocre. He possessed a hidden brilliance, a unique blend of talents Roy hadn't foreseen. This invention, born from whatever strange confluence of events had transpired, was proof. His heir was not a liability. His heir was intriguing, full of surprises, a complex equation Roy was only beginning to understand. The 1,000 gold coin investment no longer felt like a gamble on a foolish whim. It felt like seeding the first venture of a mind capable of seeing the world differently, a mind potentially capable of leading the Ferrum family into a new era. The soap was secondary. The mind that conceived it, the power that crafted the dispenser, that was the real asset. This investment wasn't just about potential profits. It was about fostering this unexpected brilliance, understanding its source, harnessing its potential for the good of the duchy. That he needed to know more, see more. The assessments by Elmsworth, Grimaldi, the artisans, they weren't just due diligence anymore. They were intelligence gathering on his own baffling, suddenly remarkable son. The future felt suddenly, unexpectedly, brighter, and it smelled faintly of rosemary. The heavy oak doors of another place, the central guild hall, swung inward, admitting Lloyd Ferrum into the familiar cacophony of the main chamber. The air, thick with the usual blend of sweat, ale, oiled leather, and simmering ambition, seemed to part slightly around him. It was his second visit in as many days, a frequency unheard of for the usually reclusive air. Heads turned. Conversations didn't just pause this time. Some ceased entirely, replaced by watchful silence. The whispers were still there, frantic currents beneath the surface noise, but the tone had subtly shifted. Yesterday's open mockery, the blatant disdain fueled by jealousy over his status and his wife, had curdled into something more complex. Wary curiosity, grudging acknowledgement, resentment, perhaps, now sharpened by the undeniable fact that the drab duckling had taken a notoriously dangerous contract, the cursed wool, and walked back out apparently unscathed, leaving terrified scavengers in his wake. News, Lloyd suspected, traveled fast on the guild grapevine, likely embellished with every telling. Perception management, stage 1, complete, Lloyd thought, a flicker of grim satisfaction warming him despite the ever-present need for more system coins. They don't have to like me. They just need to stop. Assuming I'm helpless prey, he scanned the hall, noting the hardened adventurers who now met his gaze with neutral assessment rather than dismissal. The younger hopefuls whose sneers were replaced by uncertain frowns. Even the air of jealousy felt different, less dismissive, more grudgingly intense. Good. Let them wonder. He walked directly towards the main counter, his stride measured, confident. The same young clerk with the ink-stained fingers was on duty, looking perpetually harassed by the demands of a dozen adventurers clamoring for attention. As Lloyd approached, the clerk looked up, recognized him instantly, and his reaction was telling, and wide-eyed alarm this time. No panicked warnings or desperate attempts to dissuade him. Just a flicker of surprise at his quick return, immediately masked by professional efficiency. The clerk straightened slightly, offering a brief, almost imperceptible nod. Not of deference, exactly, but of acknowledgement. An acknowledgement that Lloyd Ferrum, against all odds, was apparently capable of handling himself, at least sufficiently to survive a trip into cursed territory. Lord Ferrum. The clerk greeted, his voice level professional, subtly different from yesterday's fearful stammer. Welcome again. You wish to take the wild sheep contract again? He kept his voice low, avoiding broadcasting the dangerous nature of the task to the entire hall, a professional courtesy Lloyd appreciated. The wild sheep contract is... No, not today, Lloyd stated crisply. He gestured towards the crowded notice board. I require a new contract, something local. Quick turnaround. He walked over to the board, the whispers resuming behind him. speculation buzzing about the progressing wild sheep contract and his need for estate channels. He scanned the parchment notices again, bypassing anything requiring long travel, complex investigation, or significant brute force. His void power was better suited for precision, his spirit partner for swift, focused strikes. That he needed something that played to those strengths, minimized energy expenditure, and offered a decent return relative to the time investment. His eyes caught on a request pinned slightly higher than the others, written in the neat, precise script favored by scholars or healers. Urgent request, Grove Guardian Leaves, and Heartwood Stone. Source, Verdant Sentinels, Trant Variants. Location, Sunken Funmire, approximate 0.3 hours west. Objective, procure 20 unblemished verdant leaves. Known medicinal properties. N1, 1. Intact Heartwood Stone, naturally occurring spirit stone with immature. Sentinels. Reward, Apothecary Laravania offers 7 silver coins per leaf and 15 silver coins for the Heartwood Stone. Potential total, 1 gold, 55 silver. Hazard level, moderate, difficult terrain, ambush tactics, spirit energy drain vines. Verdant Sentinels, Lloyd mused, accessing fragmented memories, trance. Not the lumbering, stupid kind often depicted in tales. These were ambush predators. Rooted, appearing as ordinary moss-covered trees, indistinguishable from the surrounding flora, until prey came within range that he remembered their primary weapon. Whip-like vines, strong as steel cables, erupting from the ground or camouflage branches, ensnaring victims, and a secondary threat. A subtle, constant draining aura that leached spirit power from anyone entangled or held close, using the stolen energy to fuel their own unnatural growth and regeneration. Dangerous, yes, especially for unprepared travelers or those relying solely on close combat skills. Getting entangled meant slow, certain death by energy drain. But the reward, 155 silver coins total, over 1.5 gold coins, enough to cover today's system conversion and leave him with a surplus, far better than chasing moths, and a hazard. Ambush tactics, spirit energy drain. A slow smile touched Lloyd's lips again. That MY void sense can pierce camouflage. MY wires can handle vines. That Fong's lightning ignores the draining aura and hits hard. This wasn't just a task. It was practically tailor-made for his unique, hidden skill set. He decisively detached the parchment notice. Returning to the counter, he placed it before the clerk, whose eyebrows merely twitched this time. This one, Lloyd stated. Verdant Sentinels, Sunken Funmire. The clerk scanned the request, his expression remaining professionally neutral, though perhaps a touch more alert. Acknowledged, Lloyd Ferrum, Trant Variants. Moderate hazard due to terrain and energy drain. He didn't offer warnings this time, merely processed the information. Standard 1-week duration. He quickly logged the new contract, stamped Lloyd's copy, and slid it back. May your hunt be efficient, my lord. It will be, Lloyd replied confidently. Tucking the new contract away, he turned and exited the guild hall, ignoring the renewed wave of murmurs and speculative glances. Let them talk. He had work to do. Chapter 100. For the journey to the Sunken Funmire took just under the estimated 3 hours, a trek through increasingly damp, overgrown woodlands bordering the vast wetlands. The air grew heavy, humid, thick with the smell of decaying vegetation, stagnant water, and buzzing insects. The ground underfoot became soft, treacherous, sucking at his boots. Lloyd moved carefully, his senses on high alert. Fong padded silently beside him, his coat subtly darkened again for camouflage, brown eyes scanning the dense undergrowth, ears constantly swiveling. Lloyd didn't rely solely on sight. He extended his void sense, a subtle probing of the environment around him, feeling for life signatures, for energy patterns that felt wrong. Normal trees had a slow, deep, earthy resonance. The verdant sentinels, he suspected, would feel different. A core of concentrated, waiting energy masked by deceptive surface calm. He also kept a wisp of his steel power active, ready to manifest wires instantly if needed. They pushed deeper into the mire, the silence broken only by the drone of insects and the occasional squawk of unseen swamp birds. The trees here were ancient, draped in thick moss and creeping vines, their roots forming tangled islands in the murky water. It was easy to see how travelers could become lost, disoriented, easy prey. There, Lloyd's void sense detected it. Ahead, partially submerged in a pool of black water, stood a cluster of 3 large, moss-draped trees that looked identical to their surroundings. But beneath the surface camouflage, Lloyd felt it. A tight, not a focused energy, a predatory stillness that felt fundamentally different from the passive life force of the normal flora sentinels. Waiting, he signaled Fong silently. Pointing with his eyes, the wolf flattened himself slightly, muscles bunching, ready to spring. Lloyd melted behind the trunk of a genuinely inanimate ancient cypress, using it as cover. Okay, tactical assessment. His internal monologue clicked into gear point. 3 targets confirmed. Likely more hidden nearby. Vines are the primary threat. Range, speed, entanglement, energy drain. Need to neutralize vines first, then eliminate the core. Thicker wires needed. For binding strength against potentially powerful vine strikes, he focused his will, drawing deeply on his void reserves. The air around his concealed position shimmered faintly. Not hundreds of fine filaments this time, but fewer, thicker strands of gleaming steel extruded themselves from the void. Perhaps 50 in total, but each noticeably more substantial than the wires used against the scavengers, closer to the thickness of tough fishing line. Humming with contained kinetic potential, he directed them silently, weaving them through the intervening trees and roots, positioning them just below the surface of the murky water around the base of the targeted sentinels. An invisible net of binding force, waiting to spring. Now, the bait he deliberately took a step out from behind the cypress, making himself visible, projecting the energy signature of a lone, unwary traveler stumbling into their ambush zone. The reaction was instantaneous. The placid surface of the black water around the 3 suspect trees exploded upwards, not with water, but with thick, ropey vines, dozens of them, dark green and disturbingly muscular, lashing out with blinding speed from hidden points beneath the waterline and from camouflage branches overhead. They converged on Lloyd's position like striking snakes, aiming to ensnare, crush, and drain. The air crackled with the subtle, energy-leaching aura they projected. Spring the trap, Lloyd commanded mentally. The 50 thick steel wires snapped taut simultaneously. They didn't slice. They bound. They wrapped around the lashing vines with crushing force, constricting, immobilizing, anchoring them to submerged roots or nearby tree trunks. The sound was a chorus of loud creaks and groans as tough vine met unyielding steel. Several vines were caught mid-strike, frozen inches from Lloyd, straining powerlessly against their metallic bonds. The ambush was instantly, effectively, neutralized. The targeted sentinels seemed to shudder, emitting a low, groaning sound that might have been surprise or rage, as their primary weapons were rendered useless. Fong, strike package Alpha, Lloyd ordered aloud, pointing towards the nearest immobilized treant. With the piercing shriek of 1,000 birds tearing through the humid air, Fong exploded from cover. His foreleg blazed with azure lightning. He didn't hesitate, didn't need to dodge non-existent vines. He slammed the 1,000 chirp strike directly into the base of the nearest trent's trunk. That crack boom. The impact was far more devastating against the wood than it had been against Reborn's hide. Splinters flew. The trunk shuddered violently, a deep fissure appearing where the lightning struck, blackened and smoking. The treant let out a drawn-out, groaning roar as its core energy destabilized before it could recover or attempt any secondary defense. Lloyd acted again. A single, even thicker strand of steel, almost cable-like, shot from his hand. Imbued with focused kinetic force, IT struck the weakened trunk like a battering ram, punching clean through the damaged wood. The treant groaned once more, then slowly, majestically, began to topple, crashing into the murky water with a tremendous splash. Point 1 down. Fong was already moving, lightning gathering again, targeting the second treant whose vines still struggled uselessly against Lloyd's wires to chirp slice. Another devastating impact. Lloyd followed up with a kinetic steel punch. The second sentinel crashed down. The third treant, sensing its imminent demise, seemed to panic. That IT thrashed its bound vines violently, and Lloyd felt a different energy signature spike. Not vines, but a desperate release of its core power, attempting a localized energy drain pulse. Not happening, Lloyd thought grimly. Before the pulse could fully manifest, Fong was on it. A final, furious 1,000 chirp strike tore into its heartwood. Lloyd added one more kinetic steel impact for good measure. The third treant collapsed into the fun. Silence returned, broken only by the drip of water and the buzzing of insects. Point 3 sentinels down. The immediate threat neutralized, but Lloyd knew better than to relax. This was an ambush cluster. Where there were 3, there were likely more. He extended his void sense further, sweeping the surrounding mire. There, 2 more, deeper in, pretending to be cypress knees, and 5, no 6, cluster near that patch of glowing fungi, and another couple hidden in the canopy overhead. 17 in total, a significant infestation. All right, Lloyd strategized quickly. Systematic extermination, bind, strike, punch, conserve Fong's energy where possible, use my kinetics more, maintain wire control. The next hour was a grim, efficient process. Lloyd flushed out the hidden sentinels, using himself as bait or directing Fong to provoke them as soon as the vines lashed out. His prepositioned or rapidly deployed steel wires bound them fast. Then came the 1-2 punch. Fong's lightning strike to weaken the core, followed by Lloyd's kinetically propelled steel slugs or rods to shatter the trunk. They worked in perfect sync, predator and master, lightning and steel, clearing the infestation tree by methodical tree. Fong took down 9. Lloyd finished 8 using primarily his void power after Fong delivered the initial weakening blow, carefully managing their combined energy expenditure. Finally, the last verdant sentinel crashed into the mire. The oppressive psychic static lessened noticeably. The air felt cleaner, less charged with predatory intent. 17 hostiles neutralized. Lloyd leaned against a cypress trunk, breathing heavily, feeling the familiar drain of prolonged void power use. Fong slumped onto the damp ground beside him, panting, the lightning aura completely gone now, leaving him looking like a tired, oversized gray wolf. "Good work, boy," Lloyd praised, scratching the wolf behind the ears. Precision strikes. Energy management needs work, but effective. He looked around at the wreckage, splintered trunks, severed vines held fast by gleaming steel wires that now slowly dissolved back into nothingness at his command. Mission accomplished. The system notification chimed almost as an afterthought. Task progression, verdant sentinel neutralization, kill count, 17. Reward calculation, 1 SC per 5 kills, rounded down. Reward issued, 3 system coins SC, current balance, 50, previous, plus 3, reward, equals 53 SC, 3 coins, Lloyd thought, the familiar. Frustration bubbling up. 17 dangerous magical trees, hours of effort, significant energy drain, for 3 lousy coins. He shook his head. Need 2 more kills somewhere just to get that next coin. Pathetic efficiency. He reminded himself the real reward was the silver from the apothecary for the quest items. He spent the next hour carefully harvesting the required materials. 20 large, perfectly unblemished leaves. Their surfaces cool and slightly rubbery, carrying a faint medicinal scent. He stored them carefully in an oilskin pouch. Finding the heartwood stone was trickier. He had to use his knife and void sense to probe the shattered core of the largest sentinel he and Fong had taken down, eventually extracting a fist-sized, irregularly shaped stone that pulsed with a faint, gentle green light. It felt warm. Humming with residual spirit energy, he secured both pouches to his belt. Right, time to get paid. The walk back to the city felt longer, fatigue settling deep into his bones. He arrived at the guild hall just as dusk was painting the sky purple and orange. The evening crowd was building, louder, rowdier than the afternoon shift. He ignored the renewed stares, the nudges, the pointing fingers, and went straight to the counter. Chapter 106. A different clerk was on duty now, an older, balding man with sharp eyes. Lloyd placed the pouches of leaves and the heartwood stone on the counter, along with his contract copy. Contract fulfilled. Verdant sentinels. 17 neutralized. The clerk raised a skeptical eyebrow, but efficiently checked the contents. He counted the leaves, examined their quality, hefted the pulsing heartwood stone. His eyes widened slightly at the quantity and condition. Impressive yield, Lloyd Ferrum, and remarkably fast completion. He made notations in the ledger. Apothecary Vanya will be pleased. The reward, 1 gold coin and 55 silver, correct? He counted out the gleaming coins from the guild coffers, the sound loud in the momentary lull nearby. Lloyd gratefully accepted the payment, the weight of the gold coin feeling disproportionately significant. 10 more system coins tomorrow, he thought, relief washing over him. He now had 33 SC and 1 gold, 55 silver. Progress, slow, grinding progress, but progress nonetheless. He pocketed the coins, nodded curtly to the clerk, and turned to leave the noise and smell of the guild hall behind him. Weariness pulling at him, he needed food, rest, and to start planning the next phase of the soap venture. Sourcing those damned oils, he was halfway across the main hall, pushing through a knot of boisterous mercenaries arguing over dice, when a voice cut through the din from behind him, clear, resonant, distinctly female, and carrying an undertone of authority that made several nearby conversations instantly cease. "Lloyd Ferrum, wait just a moment, if you please." Lloyd froze mid-stride, every muscle tensing instinctively. He didn't recognize the voice immediately, but the tone, It wasn't the pleading of a petitioner, the challenge of a rival, or the casual greeting of an acquaintance. IT held command. He turned slowly, scanning the crowd, searching for the source. Who? The raucous energy of the central guild hall seemed to momentarily pause. A pocket of quiet forming around Lloyd Ferrum as he turned slowly. The noise didn't vanish completely. Tankards still clanked. Dice still rattled somewhere. A distant argument still simmered. But the immediate vicinity held its breath, drawn by the clear, commanding female voice that had cut through the usual din. His eyes scanned the crowd. Past the rough-faced mercenaries whose initial surprise was morphing back into indifferent curiosity, past the hopeful young adventurers momentarily distracted from the notice board. Then he saw her, and promptly did a mental double-take. Standing near the edge of the cleared space, having apparently just entered or perhaps waiting deliberately, was a young woman who seemed utterly, spectacularly out of place in the rough-and-tumble atmosphere of the guild hall. She was tall, easily nearing his own height, with a posture that spoke of innate confidence and aristocratic bearing. Her figure was, well, the 80-year-old engineer in Lloyd's head immediately registered it, as possessing statistically improbable curves combined with elegant lines. The kind of physique fashion designers on Earth would have fought over. High-spec model indeed, his internal monologue noted with detached appreciation. Walking genetic lottery winner. But it was her hair that truly commanded attention. Not blonde, not brunette, not even the striking silver or deep black common among nobility. It was a cascade of vibrant crimson violet, a color so rich and unusual it looked like captured sunset and twilight woven together. It shimmered under the flickering torchlight of the guild hall, framing a face that was equally striking. High cheekbones, a strong jawline softened by a full mouth currently set in a determined line, and large eyes the color of amethyst surveying him intently. She was dressed impeccably, not in practical adventuring gear, but in riding leathers of the finest quality, tailored perfectly, suggesting wealth, status, and perhaps a certain disregard for blending in. Okay, Lloyd's brain processed rapidly. Tall, gorgeous, ridiculously colored hair, expensive clothes, radiates I'm important, pay attention. Definitely nobility. High nobility. He scanned his memory banks, both the hazy 19-year-old ones and the vast, cluttered archive of his 80-year Earth life, plus the fragmented recollections of his first Riverio life. Blank, complete, and utter blank. He had absolutely no recollection of this stunning, crimson-violet-haired apparition. Had he met her before, at some state banquet he'd slept through mentally? Was she newly arrived in the capital? Some cousin thrice removed he'd managed to ignore? Error 404. Name not found, his internal system reported dryly. Either new character DLC just dropped, or my memory is even patchier than I thought. She strode towards him now, closing the distance with a confidence that parted the remaining onlookers like Moses parting the Red Sea. They stared, whispering frantically now, recognizing her even if Lloyd didn't. Her presence amplified the curiosity surrounding him tenfold. Chapter 107. She stopped directly in front of him, close enough that he could smell the faint, expensive scent of her perfume. Something floral but complex, utterly unlike the crude scents common here. Her amethyst eyes scanned him from head to toe, taking in his practical, slightly mud-stained tunic, the fatigue likely still evident around his eyes, the pouches at his belt. Her expression was assessing, curious, perhaps slightly challenging. Lloyd Ferrum, she stated again, her voice clear, firm, leaving no room for doubt. She knew exactly who he was. Right, definitely knows me. Time to deploy standard protocol for encountering unidentified, potentially important nobles. Polite confusion and hope they introduce themselves. Lloyd offered a slight, formal inclination of his head, dredging up the manners ingrained in him across lifetimes. My lady, he began, keeping his tone respectful but neutral, injecting just a hint of polite uncertainty. You have me at a disadvantage. Whom do I have the honor of speaking? Silence. Absolute, stunned silence descended upon their immediate vicinity. Even the distant dice game seemed to pause. The crimson-violet-haired woman stared at him, her perfectly sculpted eyebrows slowly rising towards her hairline. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed again. A faint flush, visible even in the dim guild hall light, began to creep up her neck. It wasn't embarrassment, Lloyd assessed quickly. It was sheer, unadulterated disbelief mixed with burgeoning indignation. Oh dear. His internal monologue winced. Judging by the reaction, I definitely should know her. This is awkward, possibly politically damaging awkward. The whispers around them erupted anew, louder now, buzzing with shock and amusement. He doesn't know who she is. Lady Faria. He asked Lady Faria Krutz who she is. Gods, is he blind or just stupid? After their talk at the wedding, hilarious. The woman finally found her voice, though it was several degrees cooler now, laced with an unmistakable edge of offense. You truly do not remember me, Lord Ferrum? She asked, incredulity dripping from every syllable. Truly, Faria Krutz? The name finally snagged on a rusty hook deep in his memory banks. Krutz, Southern Marquisate. Father is Marquis Tiberius Krutz. Daughter, Faria, known for. The fragmented data surfaced slowly. Right? The wedding, our wedding, a couple week and a half ago. She was there. Talked to me during the reception. The memory was foggy, overlaid by the stress of the arranged marriage, the awkwardness with Rosa, the general haze of being 26 and clueless in his first life. And now, buried under 86 years of intervening existence, he remembered a tall girl with unusual hair, perhaps making polite conversation about something. Faria, Lloyd exclaimed, forcing warmth and recognition into his voice, hoping to salvage the situation that he executed a deeper, more formal bow this time, appropriate for the daughter of a marquis. Lady Faria Krutz, my sincerest apologies. Of course, I remember. Forgive my momentary lapse. The lighting in here isn't ideal, and after a rather strenuous day, he trailed off lamely, realizing how pathetic the excuse sounded even to his own ears. Faria Krutz did not look remotely appeased. Her arms were crossed now, her amethyst eyes narrowed, studying him with sharp suspicion. Momentary lapse? Strenuous day? She repeated skeptically. Lord Ferrum, we spoke for nearly half an hour during your wedding reception. Less than 2 weeks ago, that we discussed, she emphasized the word, the nuances of landscape painting versus portraiture. You displayed quite passionate opinions on the use of light and shadow. Her gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting such a stimulating conversation slipped your mind entirely? Oh gods, art? Lloyd groaned internally. First life, Lloyd actually liked art? Had opinions? Passionate opinions? He vaguely remembered dabbling with sketching as a bored teenager, finding some solace in it. But the 80-year-old engineer and soldier who currently occupied this brain had long since overwritten those files with schematics, battle plans, and cynical observations about the futility of existence, that he couldn't recall a single specific point from that alleged conversation. He was completely, utterly blanking, stimulating conversation, more like 86 years of memory decay. He was 1986 years ago in first life. Earth, 80, Riverio, 6, art. Lloyd latched onto the word desperately, plastering on what he hoped looked like a fond smile of recollection. Yes, art. Of course, how could I forget? Such a memorable discussion. He tried to look knowledgeable. The interplay of light crucial and shadow equally vital. He waved a hand vaguely, hoping his enthusiasm masked his utter lack of substance. Wonderful points were made. By both of us. Naturally. Chapter 108. Faria's frown deepened. She wasn't buying it. Not even slightly. Indeed, she said coolly, her voice dripping with sarcasm now. You spoke with such conviction about the superiority of the Northern Impressionist school, particularly regarding their rendering of atmospheric haze. You even critiqued my own preference for the bolder lines of the Southern realists. She tilted her head, her amethyst eyes drilling into him. Refresh my memory, Lord Ferrum. What was your primary critique of realism again? Something about its failure to capture the soul. Northern Impressionists, Southern realists, soul capturing. Lloyd's mind was a vast, echoing void where art theory used to be. He felt sweat prickle his brow. He was caught. Utterly, humiliatingly caught. He couldn't bluff his way through this. Abort. Abort. Deploy Gen Z defense mechanism. He dropped a fake smile, letting his shoulders slump slightly, adopting an expression of mild, bewildered exhaustion. Lady Faria, he sighed, running a hand through his hair distractedly. Forgive me. Honestly, my brain is just not braining today. Too much slime mold. He improvised wildly, remembering some obscure swamp flora from his recent hunt. From the fun mire, perhaps, affect the cognitive functions, you know? Faria stared at him as if he'd just started speaking in tongues. Slime mold? She repeated slowly, bewildered. Your brain is not braining? The phrase was nonsensical, alien. She looked genuinely confused now, the suspicion momentarily overshadowed by sheer bafflement. Is he unwell? Or deliberately speaking gibberish? It's been a long couple of weeks, Lloyd pressed on, embracing the confusion strategy. Lots of new inputs, system overloads. He shrugged helplessly. The art conversation, wonderful, I'm sure. Top tier, 5 stars. but the specific data points seem to have been archived, corrupted files perhaps that my apologies. Faria continued to stare, processing this bizarre explanation, that he wasn't denying the conversation happened, merely claiming some sort of temporary, slime mold-induced amnesia regarding its contents. It was ludicrous. Yet his earlier confidence clashed dramatically with his sudden, almost childlike inability to recall a simple conversation or articulate a coherent thought about art. Unless. Her eyes narrowed again, suspicion hardening her features once more. A different possibility occurred to her, one far more insulting. Or perhaps, she said, her voice regaining its icy edge, devoid now of mere offense, replaced by cold contempt. You were simply lying then, Lord Ferrum? She took a step closer, invading his personal space slightly, forcing him to meet her gaze. Perhaps your supposed passion for art was merely a facade, a performance to impress or appease during a stressful social occasion. Perhaps you aren't an artist at all, merely someone who pretended to be. The accusation hung between them, sharp and venomous, to feign artistic sensitivity, to lie about something so personal as creative passion. In her circles, that was a profound insult. Lloyd stiffened. Being caught forgetting was embarrassing. Being accused of being a fraud about something his past self apparently cared about. That stung, igniting a flicker of the old Ferrum pride. No, he stated firmly, his voice losing its earlier flippant tone, becoming serious, meeting her accusing gaze head-on. I do not lie about such things, Lady Faria. My appreciation for art, my understanding of its principles, is genuine. My memory might be temporarily fragmented. He conceded, sticking partially to his bizarre excuse. But the foundation is real. Is it? Faria challenged, unconvinced, her amethyst eyes flashing. The insult, combined with his persistent, baffling behavior, seemed to solidify a decision within her. She drew herself up to her full, impressive height, a spark of competitive fire entering her expression. Very well, Lord Ferrum, that if your artistic foundation is so real, despite your convenient amnesia and slime mold afflictions, then there's a simple way to prove it. Her voice rang out clearly, drawing the attention of everyone nearby who hadn't already been eavesdropping intently. Words are cheap. Performances are easily forgotten, it seems. A challenging smirk touched her lips. Let our actions speak. She issued the declaration like a gauntlet thrown down. I propose a contest, Lord Ferrum. Here, now. Or as soon as materials can be arranged. Her eyes gleamed with competitive fervor. An art competition. You versus me. Subject to be determined mutually. Judged by impartial members of the guild, perhaps. She gestured vaguely towards the watching crowd. Let us see whose foundation is truly solid. Let us see who possesses genuine talent, and who merely offered empty words at a wedding. Lloyd stared at her, caught completely off guard, in our competition. Here, now, against this fiery, talented, he assumed, based on her confidence, and currently very annoyed daughter of a marquis. He, whose artistic skills had presumably peaked at teenage sketching 86 years ago and were now buried under layers of engineering, warfare, and existential dread. He felt a cold sweat break out on his back that he was trapped. Refuse, and he confirms her suspicion, looking like a liar and a coward in front of the entire guild hall. Accept, and he faces public humiliation when his skills inevitably fall short of whatever passionate opinions his past self apparently spouted. He was caught between a rock and a very talented, very competitive hard place. Well, DMN, his internal monologue sighed, surveying the impossible situation. This is problematic. Trapped. The word echoed in the sudden, ringing silence that followed Faria Krutz's audacious challenge. Lloyd Ferrum stood rooted to the spot in the middle of the bustling guild hall, feeling the weight of dozens, perhaps hundreds of expectant eyes boring into him in art competition here, now, against the fiery, crimson-violet-haired daughter of a marquis who clearly remembered his alleged artistic opinions with painful clarity. His mind raced, frantically. Trying to access long-dormant memory files labeled artistic skill, he vaguely recalled hours spent sketching as a teenager in his first life. Landscapes, mythical creatures, maybe even attempts at portraits, finding solace in lines and shading, a quiet rebellion against the rigid expectations of his martial family. But that felt like centuries ago. Literally, that 86 years of starkly different experiences lay between that young, artistically inclined Lloyd and the pragmatic 80-year-old engineer soldier currently piloting this body. What did I even draw back then? His internal monologue was a frantic scramble through corrupted data, flowers, dragons, angsty self-portraits, probably terrible, The only drawing he'd done consistently for decades on Earth wasn't art in the conventional sense that IT was technical illustration, schematics, blueprints, detailed renderings of mechanical components, stress points, energy flows that he'd drawn his greatest creation, the flying mechanical battlesuit. Countless times, from every conceivable angle, cross-sections, exploded views, collaborating with his scientist colleague, refining the design, translating complex engineering concepts into visual form that IT was precise, functional, utterly devoid of soul or atmospheric haze. It was engineering rendered in graphite. This is bad, he thought, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his temple despite the relative coolness of the hall. Except, and I produce a technical drawing that everyone here will dismiss as soulless mechanics, confirming Faria's suspicion that I'm a fraud, refuse, and I look like a coward who lied about his passions. He glanced at Faria. Her amethyst eyes gleamed with competitive fire, her challenging smirk daring him to back down. She wanted this. She wanted to expose him, to humiliate him for his perceived slight and earlier deception. He saw the expressions in the crowd. Eager anticipation. Malicious glee. They smelled blood in the water. The drab duckling air caught in a lie, about to be publicly shamed by the talented, beautiful Lady Faria. IT was high drama, and they had front row seats. In a winning move, he assessed grimly. Unless an idea sparked, unconventional, risky, born of desperation and a refusal to simply roll over. Unless I redefine the terms, if I don't try to replicate what First Life Lloyd did, if I don't try to meet her challenge on her terms. D, what I know. Lean into the perceived weakness, the soulless mechanics. Own it. Present something so utterly different, so technically proficient yet artistically alien to this world, that it short-circuits their expectations entirely. Maybe they wouldn't call it art, but perhaps. They couldn't deny the skill involved. That IT was a gamble, a wild deviation from the expected script, but it felt more authentic, more him, than trying to dredge up forgotten impressionist theories. He took a deep breath, meeting Faria's challenging gaze with a newfound resolve. The faint, amused smile returned to his lips, this time genuine, tinged with the thrill of the unexpected gamble. An art competition, Lady Faria, he repeated, his voice calm now, carrying easily. An intriguing proposal, bold, that I accept. A ripple of surprise went through the crowd. That he accepted? Just like that. Faria's smirk widened fractionally. Confident she had him trapped. Excellent, she replied crisply. Subject? Lloyd tapped his chin thoughtfully. Something universal, perhaps. Something embodying strength, protection, maybe even grace. He deliberately kept it vague, allowing interpretation. Strength and grace. Faria considered, then nodded sharply. Agreed, a fitting theme. She snapped her fingers, addressing one of the guild attendants hovering nearby. Materials: 2 sturdy easels, drawing boards, ample sheets of the finest quality art paper the guild possesses, and sets of drawing charcoal and graphite sticks. Immediately. Her command held the easy authority of someone accustomed to instant obedience. The guild hall buzzed with renewed excitement as attendants scrambled to fulfill her request. Within minutes, 2 easels stood side by side in the cleared space, draped with large sheets of thick, creamy white paper. Sets of charcoal and graphite sticks of varying hardness lay ready on small adjacent stools. The stage was set. Chapter 110. Faria strode to her easel, shedding her riding gloves with a flourish. She selected a piece of soft charcoal, her expression focused, intense, the competitive fire burning brightly in her amethyst eyes. Without hesitation, she began to sketch, her hand moving with fluid confidence, broad strokes rapidly defining a shape on the pristine paper. Lloyd walked to his own easel, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes dissecting his every move. He ignored them. He picked up a stick of hard graphite, feeling its familiar, precise weight in his hand. Not the soft, expressive charcoal Faria favored, but the tool of engineers, of draftsmen. He took another deep breath, clearing his mind, shutting out the noise, the expectations, the potential humiliation. He focused solely on the image held sharp and clear in his memory, an image he knew intimately, technically, from every angle. He began to draw. His style was utterly different from Faria's fluid, expressive strokes. His lines were clean, sharp, precise. He started not with an overall shape, but with structural elements. The curve of a reinforced shoulder pauldron, the articulated joint of a mechanical elbow, the sleek, aerodynamic lines of a thruster pack. He worked methodically, building the form piece by piece, his graphite stick moving with the unwavering accuracy of a plotter pen. There was no hesitation, no wasted motion. He wasn't capturing emotion. He was rendering function, engineering made visible. the crowd murmured, confused. What was he drawing? Strange angles, metallic shapes? It looked like pieces of armor, perhaps, but disjointed, futuristic, unlike any armor worn in Riverio. Faria, absorbed in her own work, occasionally glanced over, her brow furrowing slightly at the bizarre, mechanical shapes emerging on Lloyd's paper before returning her focus to her own more traditional subject. Time seemed to stretch, measured only by the soft rasp of charcoal and the harder whisper of graphite on paper. Faria worked with passion, pouring emotion into her lines, capturing the soft curve of a cheek, the tender fold of fabric, the protective curve of an arm. Lloyd worked with focused intensity, rendering the complex interplay of plates, servos, power conduits, the subtle weathering on hardened alloys, the reflected light on a polished visor. Finally, both seemed to finish simultaneously. Faria stepped back from her easel, adding a final softening smudge with her thumb, her expression confident, pleased with her creation. Lloyd placed his graphite stick down carefully, his own face revealing nothing but the quiet satisfaction of a complex task completed accurately. Finished? Faria asked, a challenging lilt in her voice. Finished, Lloyd confirmed calmly. Then let the judgment commence, Faria declared, gesturing towards her work. The crowd surged forward eagerly, forming a semicircle, craning their necks to see the results. First, they looked at Faria's drawing that a collective gasp of admiration went through the hall. Rendered in soft, expressive charcoal, Faria had created a stunningly beautiful portrait of a young woman, face filled with serene tenderness. Cradled a swaddled infant protectively in her arms. The detail was exquisite, the soft folds of the blanket, the delicate curve of the baby's cheek, the loving gaze in the mother's eyes that it radiated warmth, emotion, classical beauty. It was undeniably high art by Riverian standards, showcasing skill, sensitivity, and a mastery of traditional technique. Magnificent, someone breathed. The emotion truly captures the theme. Applause began to ripple through the crowd. Faria inclined her head gracefully, accepting the praise, her confident smirk returning, directed pointedly at Lloyd. Beat that, her expression clearly stated. Then, the crowd shifted its gaze to Lloyd's easel, and the applause died instantly, replaced by stunned, bewildered silence. What was it? On Lloyd's paper, rendered with stark, razor-sharp precision in clean graphite lines, was something utterly alien, yet strangely compelling. A figure, undeniably female from the powerful yet elegant lines of the form beneath the armor, stood poised against a blank background. But she was encased, not in traditional plate mail, but in a sleek, complex, form-fitting suit of articulated metal plates, streamlined and aerodynamic. Integrated thrusters flared subtly from the back and calves. Intricate wiring and power conduits snaked across the surfaces. One armored hand rested on her hip. The other held aloft a complex rifle-like weapon that looked like it belonged in another century. Her face was obscured by a full helmet, its visor reflecting an unseen light source with photographic realism. There was no softness, no overt emotion, but there was undeniable strength, power, contained grace. The sheer detail was staggering. Every bolt head, every seam line, every subtle reflection on the polished metal rendered with absolute fidelity. The perspective was perfect, the lines clean, unwavering. That it wasn't a painting in the traditional sense. Felt like a window into another reality, a meticulously documented artifact from a future they couldn't comprehend. The silence stretched, thick with confusion. People stared, trying to reconcile what they were seeing with their understanding of art that lacked the familiar emotional cues, the traditional subject matter. Yet, the skill was undeniable. The realism within its own alien context was breathtaking. The woman looked like she could step off the paper, her suit humming with contained power. She looked real, trapped in a black and white world, perhaps, but undeniably, vividly real in a way Faria's softer portrait, for all its beauty, wasn't. Faria Krutz herself stared at Lloyd's drawing, her mouth slightly open again, the confident smirk completely gone, replaced by wide-eyed, utter shock. Her competitive fire seemed extinguished, doused by a wave of sheer, unadulterated artistic bewilderment. She recognized the theme, strength, protection, grace, but rendered in a visual language she had never encountered. The technique, the precision, the design, it was unlike anything taught in any academy, unlike any style known in the Southern Marquise or beyond. It was stark, perhaps colder sensibilities, yet undeniably powerful, possessing a strange, futuristic beauty all its own. What is this? Her mind struggled to categorize it, that it's not realism, not impressionism. It's something else entirely. She looked from the drawing to Lloyd, who stood calmly beside his easel, watching the crowd's reaction with that faint, unreadable smile. He hadn't lied about having a foundation. But the foundation wasn't in any school. She recognized that IT was something alien, advanced, utterly unexpected. The crowd remained silent, grappling with the image, and applause this time. Just a heavy, thoughtful quiet, punctuated by murmured questions. What is that armor? Is she flying? Look at the detail on the weapon. It feels so real but strange. Lloyd hadn't won in the conventional sense. He hadn't proven mastery of Riverian art theory. But he hadn't lost either, that he had sidestepped the trap, refused to play Faria's game by her rules, and instead presented something so unexpected, so technically brilliant in its own right, that it defied easy judgment, leaving his challenger and the entire guild hall utterly speechless, wrestling with the concept of art they hadn't known existed 5 minutes earlier. He hadn't proven, he remembered their conversation, but he had proven, unequivocally, that he possessed skill of a profoundly different, perhaps even unsettling kind. The silence in the guild hall stretched, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the shuffling of feet and low, bewildered murmurs. The initial surge of admiration for Faria's classical portrait had been completely overshadowed by the stark, baffling brilliance of Lloyd's technical drawing. The crowd wasn't cheering. They were processing, trying to reconcile the familiar beauty of Faria's work with the alien precision and futuristic power emanating from Lloyd's graphite rendering. Faria Krut stood frozen before Lloyd's easel, her earlier competitive fire seemingly extinguished, replaced by a profound, almost unsettling artistic shock. Her amethyst eyes traced the clean lines of the battle suit, lingered on the subtle shading that gave the metal plates depth and realism. Tried to comprehend the intricate mechanics of the thrusters and the weapon. It was a visual language. She didn't speak, yet she couldn't deny its power, its strange, compelling aesthetic. Finally, she tore her gaze away from the drawing and looked directly at Lloyd. Her expression was no longer challenging or contemptuous, but filled with a complex mixture of bewilderment, grudging respect, and intense, almost overwhelming curiosity. She began, her voice softer now, lacking its earlier sharpness, sounding almost hesitant. I have never seen anything like this, Lord Ferrum. She gestured towards his drawing, shaking her head slightly, as if still trying to categorize it. The technique, the precision is astounding, like the lines were etched by a machine, not drawn by hand. She paused, searching for words. The subject, the woman within that contraption, there's a strength there, a fierce grace. It fulfills the theme, undeniably. She looked back at the drawing, fascination warring with her ingrained artistic sensibilities. But the thing wrapping her, that armor, that weapon, it's mysterious, alien, unlike anything forged or imagined in our lands. She finally met his eyes again, the earlier animosity completely gone, replaced by genuine, almost breathless inquiry. What is it? What inspired such a radical depiction? Chapter 112. Lloyd felt a wave of relief wash over him, so potent it almost made his knees weak. His gamble had paid off. He hadn't won on her terms, but he hadn't lost either. He'd stunned her into silence. Then into genuine artistic curiosity, he'd bypassed the trap. He offered a small, self-deprecating smile, deliberately downplaying the skill involved. Well, he began, choosing his words carefully, needing to maintain the mystery without outright lying again. Inspiration strikes in odd ways, Lady Faria. I simply want to try something different, explore form and function in a less conventional manner, perhaps. Yeah, different, his internal monologue snorted. Like from a different planet and 80 years in the future different. Good thing they don't have copyright lawyers here. He mentally patted himself on the back. Turns out, basic technical illustration from Earth is high-concept, avant-garde art in Riverio. Who knew? The vague memory of rendering engine parts just created a masterpiece. Apparently, he suppressed a chuckle at the absurdity. But Faria wasn't laughing. She was leaning closer to his drawing. Again, her eyes tracing the lines with the intensity of a scholar deciphering an ancient text. Different? She murmured, almost to herself. This isn't just different, Lord Ferrum. This is revolutionary. The way you've used only graphite, yet achieved such depth, such realism in the metallic textures. The understanding of light, not as soft atmosphere like the impressionists you supposedly admire. She shot him a quick, knowing glance, but as sharp, reflected highlights defining form. And the design itself, The articulation, the implied power source. It suggests a level of technology, of engineering. It's beyond anything I've ever conceived. She turned back to him abruptly, her eyes blazing now, not with anger, but with a barrage of questions fired like bolts from a crossbow. Where did you learn this technique? Is it a lost Ferrum style? Is that suit based on some ancient relic? What are those devices on her back? Propulsion? And the weapon, is it energy-based? How did you achieve that sense of weight and balance with just lines? What hardness of graphite did you use for the darkest shadows versus the mid-tones? Did you use blending stumps? Or rely purely on hatching and layering? The questions came thick and fast, a torrent of technical and artistic inquiry that left Lloyd reeling slightly. She wasn't just impressed, she was dissecting it, analyzing it, her sharp mind instantly grappling with the implications. Okay, maybe too successful, he thought, starting to feel overwhelmed. Need to change the subject before she asks me to explain the theoretical principles behind phased plasma conduits. He held up a hand, stalling the barrage. Whoa, Lady Faria, one question at a time. He needed to regain control of the conversation, steer it away from his impossible drawing skills. Suddenly, a different question surfaced, one that had been nagging at him since she first appeared. Actually, he interjected, seizing the momentary pause in her interrogation, deliberately shifting the focus entirely. Speaking of unexpected appearances, if I might be so bold, Lady Faria, what brings you here, to the capital? And, he added, gesturing vaguely at the rough surroundings of the guild hall, to this particular establishment, it seems rather far afield from the usual social circles of the Southern Marquisate. The abrupt change of topic clearly caught Faria off guard. She blinked, the intense artistic analysis momentarily short-circuiting that a flicker of something else. Reservation? Purpose? Crossed her features before she composed herself, straightening up, the confident noblewoman replacing the excited art critic. My presence here is necessary, Lord Ferrum, she replied, her tone becoming slightly more guarded, though still colored by the lingering excitement of the art discussion. I am on a quest of sorts. A quest. Lloyd raised an eyebrow. Adventuring? It seems unlike your usual pursuits, if memory serves. Which it didn't, but he figured it was a safe assumption for a marquis's daughter known for her artistic inclinations. A faint sigh escaped Faria's lips, a hint of frustration entering her voice. Not by choice, precisely I seek a specific ingredient for my mother's alchemist, a rare bloom, the midnight serenity flower. Her expression tightened slightly. It is said to possess unique restorative properties, potentially beneficial for certain persistent ailments. There was a subtle undertone there, a hint of worry beneath the aristocratic reserve. Unfortunately, she continued, her voice regaining its crispness, it grows only in one location. And that location is... Lloyd prompted gently. Deep within the forest of Gala, Faria stated, her amethyst eyes holding a flicker of grim determination. Lloyd felt a sudden chill, unrelated to the guild hall's drafty atmosphere. The forest of Gala, he knew that name. Not just a forest, but a vast, ancient, and notoriously dangerous expanse of shadowed woods several days' ride east of the capital. Whispers and legends clung to it like the perpetual mist said to shroud its depths. Dangerous beasts, illusions, areas where compasses spun uselessly. And darker things. Gala Forest? Lloyd repeated slowly, the implications sinking in. Lady Faria, that place has a reputation. It's not merely difficult terrain. It's considered one of the most hazardous regions in the entire duchy, perhaps the nation. Travelers go missing. Experienced adventurers turn back. They say, he lowered his voice slightly, they say there's a reason the trees grow so thick, why the shadows linger, even at noon. He remembered the fragmented lore. They whisper of a hidden nexus point, a place where the veil between worlds is thin. Some even claim, he met her gaze seriously, there's a dungeon entrance hidden deep within its heart. Faria nodded grimly, acknowledging the danger without flinching. I am aware of the legends, Lord Ferrum, and the documented disappearances. A stubborn resolve hardened her features. But the flower is vital. Its potential benefit outweighs the risk. My father has provided me with guards. She gestured vaguely towards the guild hall entrance, implying they waited outside, and I possess some small skill in defensive measures myself. She touched a small, intricately carved amulet hanging at her neck. But the specific location requires navigating the deeper, more treacherous sections. Hence my presence here, seeking reliable guides, local knowledge, perhaps even reinforcing my escort, if necessary. Lloyd processed this that a dangerous quest for a rare flower in a cursed forest rumored to hide a dungeon entrance. undertaken by a marquis's daughter known for art, not adventuring. Driven by concern for someone's health, likely her mother's, judging by the subtle emotion. It was noble, reckless, and potentially suicidal. I see, he said quietly, the words feeling inadequate. That is indeed a tough job, Lady Faria, extremely tough. The path of duty often is, Faria replied simply, a flicker of weariness briefly touching her eyes before being masked by determination again. Needs must. A moment of silence stretched between them, the earlier tension of the art contest replaced by the heavier weight of her perilous undertaking. Lloyd found himself feeling a grudging respect for her courage, however reckless it might seem. Then, another connection sparked in his mind, triggered by the mention of duty, choices, and perhaps difficult decisions made for family. His thoughts flashed back to the confrontation with Rubel, his own impossible knowledge surfacing, but he looked at Faria, her fierce independence, her willingness to brave danger for her goal, an impulse, driven by curiosity and perhaps a desire to further gauge her character, and maybe distract from his own artistic inconsistencies, made him ask the question that had lingered since yesterday. Speaking of choices, Lady Faria, he began, his tone shifting again, becoming carefully neutral, almost academic. Yesterday, during certain family discussions, a piece of historical context arose. He watched her closely for any reaction. Mention was made, purely hypothetically of course, regarding past political maneuvers. Specifically, he paused, dropping the bombshell casually, rumors of a potential marriage proposal, year ago, between the Altamira royal house and the Krutz Marquis, for your hand, specifically, offered to the Eldorian crown prince. He saw her stiffen almost imperceptibly. Her eyes widened slightly, not with shock this time, but with sharp, sudden wariness. Her hand instinctively went to the amulet at her neck again. The topic was clearly sensitive, unexpected. Such rumors are often baseless court gossip. Lord Ferrum. She deflected coolly, her voice regaining its icy edge, erecting defenses instantly. Perhaps, Lloyd conceded mildly, refusing to let her shut down the inquiry. Yet, the persistence of this particular rumor suggests significance, and its conclusion, the proposal being definitively rejected by her father, Marquis Krutz, raises questions. He leaned in slightly, pitching his voice lower, for her ears only amidst the Guildhall buzz. Forgive my presumption, Lady Faria, but aligning with the powerful Altamira dynasty, it would have offered significant political and strategic advantages to the Southern Marquis. Why refuse such an alliance? Especially, he added, playing his final card based on pure speculation and a hunch about her character, when the decision likely rested heavily on your own preference. He held her gaze, watching the play of emotions behind her suddenly guarded amethyst eyes, surprise at his knowledge, annoyance at his prying, and perhaps something else. Chapter 114. Faria stared back at him for a long moment, the silence stretching, charged with unspoken political history. He had cornered her again, not with art this time, but with knowledge he shouldn't possess. Finally, a small, almost imperceptible, wry smile touched her lips, devoid of warmth but carrying a hint of defiant pride. She tilted her chin up fractionally. Why? She repeated his question softly, her voice regaining its cool confidence, laced now with a dismissive elegance. She met his gaze squarely, offering no political justification, no strategic rationale, just a simple, absolute statement of personal preference. He's not my type. The familiar, lumpy contours of the sofa molded themselves around Lloyd Ferrum, a constant, unwelcome reminder of his current domestic reality. The heavy tome propped open on his lap, advanced principles of guild taxation and tariff loopholes. A thrilling page-turner guaranteed to induce narcolepsy in lesser mortals remained stubbornly unread. Sunlight, now softened by the approach of late afternoon, streamed through the tall windows of the suite, illuminating dust motes dancing in the shafts of light. Like tiny, indifferent diamonds, they seemed freer than he felt, trapped in this gilded cage of silk sheets he couldn't use, and popery he actively despised. Lloyd stared unseeingly at the dense script, his mind miles away, replaying the bizarre, unexpected encounter in the Guildhall earlier that day. The art competition, a challenge born of Faria Krutz's indignation and his own mortifying memory lapse. His gamble with the battlesuit drawing, a desperate pivot from artistic pretense to technical precision. The crowd's stunned silence. A reaction far more satisfying than predictable applause would have been Faria's subsequent bewildered fascination, her barrage of technical questions he'd barely managed to deflect. It had. been a whirlwind, a tightrope walk over a chasm of public humiliation. He'd survived, even thrived in the confusion. But the end of their conversation kept looping persistently, annoyingly, in his thoughts, like a catchy tavern tune you couldn't shake. He's not my type, Dafaria's cool dismissal of the Altamira crown prince echoed, clear as a struck bell. Simple. Absolute. Unexpectedly personal for such a politically charged question that he remembered the follow-up question tumbling out of his own mouth. Fueled by a curiosity that momentarily overrode caution that if a crown prince isn't your type, what is? And her answer, delivered with that unwavering amethyst gaze, that almost clinical seriousness. Someone like you, Lord Ferrum. Me. The internal echo still felt jarring. Flattering? Insulting? Some elaborate form of sarcasm he was too dense to grasp? He replayed her clarification. A man whose soul isn't also stirred by beauty, by creation, cannot be a truly ideal partner. Oh, not him, Lloyd Ferrum, the awkward 19-year-old with the 80-year-old brain and the inconvenient wife. But the idea of him she'd perceived through the drawing. The idea of someone possessing hidden depths, an appreciation for artistry and engineering, lurking beneath a seemingly unremarkable surface that IT was still unexpected and strangely validating. After a lifetime or three of feeling inadequate by Ferrum standards, of being the drab duckling, having someone like Faria, sharp, talented, fiercely independent, implicitly acknowledge a potential for depth, even based on a misunderstanding of technical drawing. It was a novel sensation. Pleasant, almost out of slow, involuntary smile touched Lloyd's own lips as he sat there on the sofa, the dusty tome forgotten. The sheer absurdity of it all, impressing a marquis's daughter with a schematic, being lauded for artistic depth based on engineering precision, the memory lapse that started the whole chaotic exchange. It was objectively funny, in a deeply strange, only in reincarnated life kind of way. He chuckled softly to himself, a low rumble of amusement in the quiet room, picturing the look on his old engineering professor's face if he knew his technical drawing. Lectures had accidentally paved the way for being considered an ideal man archetype in a pseudo-medieval magical world. Is something amusing, Lloyd? The voice, cool and crisp as Arctic air, shattered his pleasant reverie instantly. Lloyd jumped slightly, startled, the book sliding unnoticed from his lap onto the unforgiving velvet cushion that he hadn't realized again, where his gaze had drifted while lost in memory. Not towards the ceiling, not out the window, but inadvertently, unconsciously, towards the other occupant of the room, towards Rosa. She was seated at the small, elegant writing desk near the window, a ledger open before her, quill, poised but not moving. Her head was turned slightly, those unnerving, obsidian eyes fixed directly on him. Her expression was, as usual, unreadable, a perfect mask of indifference. But the question hung in the air, sharp and demanding an explanation for his solitary, undirected amusement, and worse for the fact that his vaguely sweet, smiling gaze had apparently landed squarely on her toe. Hell and damnation. Lloyd scrambled internally, feeling his cheeks flush hot with pure, unadulterated embarrassment. She saw me smiling. While looking at her, after morning's cow-dung spectacle. She must think I'm completely unhinged. Or worse, maybe she thinks no, impossible. She doesn't think in those terms. Still, the awkwardness was monumental. No, nothing, he stammered, hastily wiping the smile off his face, as if erasing incriminating evidence. He sat up straighter on the sofa, snatching the fallen book back into his lap, trying desperately to project nonchalant studiousness. Just thinking about guild regulations, he finished lamely, gesturing vaguely towards the dense text. Fascinating stuff. Really makes you chuckle internally, you know? Wow, Lloyd. You sound like a complete idiot. She's definitely not buying that. Rosa's gaze didn't waver. She observed the faint smile playing on Lloyd's lips, the slight upward quirk that seemed directed, inexplicably, towards her. Then came his hasty denial, the flush rising on his neck, the stammered, nonsensical excuse about guild regulations being amusing. His explanation lacks coherence, she noted internally, her mind automatically dissecting the interaction. The physiological signs suggest discomfort or embarrassment, contradicting the initial positive expression. The stated reason, finding guild rules humorous, is illogical. She considered possibilities. Was he simply lost in an unrelated pleasant thought and startled when caught? Was it a deliberate, albeit clumsy, attempt at initiating some kind of interaction? Or was there truth to his earlier bizarre claim about slime mold affecting his cognition? The latter seemed improbable, Yet his recent behavior consistently defied simple explanation. She remained silent, allowing the awkwardness to hang, observing his reaction to the lack of response. Silence was often more revealing than pointed questions. He felt the familiar urge to shrink, to mumble an excuse about needing fresh air and bolt from the room. And oh, the 80-year-old pragmatist asserted itself, wrestling control back from the flustered teenager. Don't retreat. You look guilty when you retreat. Pivot. Change the subject. Seize the initiative. He had planned to do this. Later, perhaps tomorrow, allow more time for the dust and dung smell from a morning's demonstration to settle. Give her space to process the existence of the first dispenser bottle he'd left for his father's assessment. But this excruciating awkwardness, it was an opportunity, an uncomfortable one, granted, but an opening nonetheless that he had her undivided, analytical attention. Might as well deploy Phase 2 of Operation. Thaw the Ice Queen, or at least lower the ambient room temperature by a degree or two. He pushed himself off the sofa decisively, ignoring the slight protest from his back as he stood. The movement was deliberate, reclaiming control of the interaction. Actually, he began, his voice regaining its steadiness, adopting a tone of casual purpose that hopefully masked his earlier fluster. Since I have your attention, there is something. He walked over to the large, ornate wardrobe near his side of the room. A piece of furniture whose dark, polished depths he rarely explored. Given his established sofa territory, he opened it. The hinges sighing softly, he rummaged briefly within a sturdy leather travel bag tucked away on the bottom shelf. A bag containing essentials he kept separate, just in case, a habit formed perhaps in his military life on Earth. Or perhaps just a subconscious acknowledgement of the impermanence of his position within this suite. Inside, carefully wrapped in clean, soft linen, was the second dispenser bottle that a perfect twin to the one currently undergoing assessment in his father's study. Crafted with the same painstaking precision, the same fusion of warm oak and cool steel. From Rosa's perspective, sitting at her desk, quill still poised, she watched a move that he abandons the poor attempt at deflection. She observed coolly. Now retrieves a concealed object, given the timing and his earlier presentation. It's highly probable this is related. Her gaze remained fixed, watchful, missing no detail of his posture or expression as he turned back toward her. Chapter 116. Lloyd turned back towards her, holding the linen-wrapped object carefully, respectfully. He walked towards her desk, the polished floorboards cool beneath his feet. He stopped a respectful distance away, consciously honoring the invisible boundary, the demarcation line between his sofa zone and her territory encompassing the bed, the armchair, the writing desk. The geography of their Cold War. He held out the object, slowly unwrapping the linen to reveal the bottle within. It gleamed softly in the afternoon light streaming through the window. The polished oak seemed to glow warmly, contrasting beautifully with the precise, silvery sheen of the steel pump mechanism. It looked even more striking here, in the relative elegance of the suite, than it had in the dusty gloom of the smokehouse, a small beacon of functional art. This, Lloyd said, his voice calm now, carefully modulated, sincere, devoid of the earlier awkwardness or the forced nonchalance. He met her questioning obsidian gaze directly, holding the bottle out as an offering across the no-man's land between them. I wish to give this to you, Rosa. Rosa stared at the bottle, then up at him. Her expression remained carefully neutral, a lifetime of practice control, keeping any flicker of surprise or confusion from showing. Yet internally, her sharp mind processed the unexpected development that he duplicated the object and offers this one to me. The word gift resonated oddly. A gift? Between us. This contradicts all established patterns of interaction. There was no political necessity, no social obligation dictating such a gesture. It was personal, unprompted, illogical, based on their relationship thus far. A gift? She echoed, her voice perfectly flat, betraying none of the slight internal dissonance she felt. She wasn't suspicious in the emotional sense, but rather, her logical framework required understanding the motive behind this deviation. Why? The question was direct, seeking the underlying reason for this unexpected action. What is his objective? Lloyd took a shallow breath that he needed to frame this carefully. Appeal to her known preferences. Sentimental appeals would be ineffective, likely even counterproductive. Consider it, he began, searching for the right angle, a practical improvement that a logical extension of the prototype demonstrated this morning. He kept his tone level, mirroring her own preference for factual delivery, an offering towards enhanced personal comfort and efficiency within our shared. The words still felt awkward, inaccurate, living space. He gestured towards the bottle, highlighting its practical merits. Morning's experimentation yielded a functional, cleansing agent superior to existing options. This delivery system, he tapped the steel pump gently with a knuckle, the faint metallic sound sharp in the quiet room, optimizes its application to IT, ensures hygienic dispensing, minimizes waste, and possesses, he added, shifting subtly towards aesthetics, appealing to her likely appreciation for quality and design, a degree of engineered elegance. He took a small, tentative step closer, holding the bottle out slightly further, bridging the invisible divide by mere inches, and offering a gesture that felt strangely significant in the context of their usual distance. I recognize, he continued, his voice dropping slightly, becoming more direct, acknowledging the cold reality of their arrangement, that the circumstances of our cohabitation are suboptimal. A significant understatement, her mind dryly noted. Interaction is minimal, personal spheres are maintained. He met her eyes again, his expression earnest now, shedding the analytical tone for something closer to simple sincerity, a shift she registered with detached interest. But perhaps small considerations, improvements to the shared environment, however minor, can mitigate the inherent awkwardness, reduce friction points. He offered a small, almost shy smile, an expression so rarely directed her way that it felt like another anomaly to be filed away. You value logic, efficiency, Rosa, I have observed that much. He paused, then added, perhaps sensing her potential dismissal of purely practical reasoning. And, if I may observe objectively, you also possess a discernible appreciation for aesthetic quality, for things well made. He nodded towards the bottle again. This object aligns with those principles that IT is functional art, designed to make a simple daily task easier, cleaner, more orderly. He held her gaze, his earnestness seeming genuine, though she reserved final judgment. Consider it a tool, then an efficiency upgrade for your personal ablutions. He added, almost as an afterthought, returning to a pragmatic justification. And, practically speaking, maintaining the quality of one's appearance is a logical component of upholding status and influence within noble society. This aids in that. He presents multiple justifications, Rosa analyzed, practicality, efficiency, aesthetics, even social strategy, a multi-pronged appeal designed to overcome potential objections based on lack of personal connection. He held his breath again, the bottle extended, waiting. The silence stretched, filled only by the dancing dust motes and the distant ticking clock. Rejection was her typical response to his attempts at interaction. Suspicion regarding his motives was logical. Dismissal was efficient. Yet, the object itself possessed an undeniable appeal. The design was clean, intelligent. The implied function, improved hygiene and comfort, was logically desirable. And the gesture, however unexpected, however potentially calculated, represented a shift, a deviation that warranted further consideration, if only to gather more data on his evolving behavior. Accepting held minimal risk and offered potential utility. Refusing offered nothing but maintenance of the status quo. The logical choice, however, emotionally neutral she remained, was clear. She waited, balanced on the edge of her decision. Observing him, observing the beautifully crafted object offered across the divide, the first pale fingers of dawn had barely begun to caress the sky when Lloyd, true to his word, slipped from the shared suite, leaving behind the familiar, lumpy contours of the sofa and the silent, enigmatic presence of his wife. The weight of the previous day's demonstration, the dung, the bottle, the astonished faces, still resonated, a strange mix of theatrical absurdity and triumphant innovation. Left alone in the opulent quiet, Rosa Siddick remained motionless for a long while, a porcelain figure draped in shadow. The air still held the faintest, lingering trace of rosemary, a clean counterpoint to the memory of other, less pleasant aromas. Finally, with the fluid, precise grace that characterized her every movement, she rose. The bed, a vast expanse of silk and down, remained untouched, a testament to the chasm that still defined their cohabitation. Her path led her, as it often did in these early hours, towards the adjoining washroom, that a sanctuary of marble and polished silver. It was a space for quiet ritual, for the necessary maintenance of an appearance that projected flawless, icy control. Yes, she reached for the usual harsh block of household soap resting by the basin, a substance she tolerated rather than appreciated, its lie-heavy composition a daily affront to her skin. Her gaze fell upon it, the bottle, oak and steel. Simple, elegant, undeniably intelligent. It sat on a small carved side table where Lloyd had presumably placed it for her after his own messy demonstration yesterday, an unspoken offering. She hadn't acknowledged it then, her mind too busy processing the dung incident and the Archduke's surprising reactions. But now, in the solitude of the morning, it commanded her attention. She paused, hand hovering over the familiar, rough bar of lye soap. Her mind, an engine of relentless logic, replayed Lloyd's claims, his mother Milady's astonished delight, the clean scent of rosemary, atypical behaviors, unorthodox activities. This bottle was a product of those, a tangible result of the perplexing, almost manic energy her husband had displayed recently at a flicker of something akin to curiosity, a sensation Rosa rarely indulged, stirred within her. Curiosity, or perhaps merely the logical imperative to assess a variable that had been introduced into her environment. She remembered Lloyd's hands, caked in filth, then moments later, immaculate. She remembered the Duchess's exclamation about the softness of her own skin after using it. With a decisive, almost imperceptible shift in her resolve, she bypassed the lye block and reached for the oak dispenser. Her fingers, long and pale, closed around the smooth, cool wood. It felt substantial, well-crafted. She examined the steel pump mechanism, noting the precision, the clean lines that it was not the crude work of a common artisan. Her internal monologue, usually a quiet stream of analytical data, offered a rare, almost hesitant observation. The design possesses a certain functional elegance. Unexpected. She positioned her other hand beneath the gleaming nozzle. For a fraction of a second, she hesitated to use something he had not only made, but gifted. It felt strangely intimate, a departure from their established, frigid protocols. But the practical need for cleansing, coupled with the unexpected aesthetic and the lingering memory of the Duchess's reaction, overrode her usual reserve. She pressed down on the steel pump head. Click hiss. The sound was identical to yesterday's demonstration. Clean, precise, a measured dollop of the creamy, pale beige liquid landed softly on her palm. The scent of rosemary, subtle but distinct, rose to meet her. It was cleaner, less cloying than the heavy perfumes favored by most noble women. Scent profile. Herbaceous, clean, texture, smooth, viscous. Her mind cataloged the data points. She rubbed her hands together. The lather bloomed instantly, rich and dense, far more luxurious than the thin, reluctant foam of the lye soap. It felt different, softer, less aggressive. She added a splash of cool water from the ewer, the lather expanding further, enveloping her hands in a creamy caress. Lather quality, superior. Emulsification, rapid and complete. As she rinsed, the soap washed away cleanly, leaving no residue, no tightness. Her skin, usually left feeling slightly stripped and parched by the harsh household soap, felt surprisingly comfortable. She dried her hands on a soft linen towel, then brought them closer, examining them in the soft morning light. They were clean, yes, but more than that, they felt smooth, velvety, as the Duchess had exclaimed. The skin retained a suppleness, a moisture it usually lacked after washing. The faint scent of rosemary was a pleasant, lingering whisper. Post-use dermal assessment. Significantly reduced desiccation. Increased tactile softness, residual fragrance. Unobtrusive. Chapter 118. Rosa lowered her hands, her expression, as always, a mask of cool indifference. Yet within the silent chambers of her mind, a single, uncharacteristically understated verdict formed. Not bad, she murmured aloud, the words barely audible in the quiet washroom. For Rosa Siddick, it was the highest form of praise, a concession of efficacy that bordered on astonished approval. This soap, Lloyd's creation, it was undeniably superior to logical, efficient, even aesthetically pleasing improvement. The anomaly that was Lloyd Ferrum continued to generate perplexing, yet increasingly compelling. Meanwhile, in another wing of the vast Ferrum estate, Lloyd stood before his father, Archduke Roy Ferrum. The atmosphere in the study was thick with anticipation, a stark contrast to the pungent chaos of yesterday's dung-filled presentation. The offending pile was gone, thankfully, though a faint, rebellious ghost of its aroma seemed to linger, defiantly battling the study's usual scent of old parchment and beeswax. Two other figures were present, their expressions a mixture of professional curiosity and barely concealed bewilderment. Master Elmsworth, Lloyd's economics tutor, looking slightly less flustered than after their previous intellectual skirmishes, fiddled with his spectacles, his gaze darting between Lloyd and the polished oak and steel dispenser bottle resting on the arch. Duke's desk, beside him, radiating an aura of quiet, scholarly intensity, was a man Lloyd recognized instantly, alchemist Grand Master Grimaldi. Renowned throughout the duchy for his encyclopedic knowledge of reagents, his skill in complex distillations, and his notoriously discerning palate for anything remotely alchemical. Grimaldi was the ultimate authority on magical and mundane concoctions. His presence signaled the seriousness with which Roy was treating Lloyd's soap enterprise. The dispenser bottle sat like a silent, elegant witness. Beside it, on a clean linen cloth, rested one of the hard soap bars Lloyd and Jasmine had poured 2 nights prior, now partially cured but still representative. "Gentlemen," Roy Ferrum began, his voice the usual flat, authoritative tone, gesturing towards the items. "My son, Lloyd, has presented these innovations that he claims they represent a significant advancement in personal cleansing and possess considerable market potential." He looked at Grimaldi. "Master Grimaldi, your assessment of the product's composition, if you please, safety, efficacy, novelty." Grandmaster Grimaldi, a man whose silver beard flowed almost to his waist and whose eyes held the accumulated wisdom of centuries of alchemical lore, or so it seemed, leaned forward. His attention went directly to the elegant oak and steel dispenser that he gestured, and the attendant, Jasmine, looking terrified but proud, had been summoned again for this specific task, then quickly dismissed. Carefully pumped a small amount of the creamy, rosemary-scented soft soap onto Grimaldi's outstretched, callous palm. The Grand Master brought the soft soap to his nose first. Inhaling deeply, his expression thoughtful, analytical, he rubbed the smooth, viscous liquid between his fingertips, assessing its texture, its consistency. Then, with a splash of water provided from a nearby ewer, he worked it into a lather. "Remarkable," Grimaldi murmured after a long moment, his voice a low rumble as he observed the rich, dense foam and the clean scent. He rinsed his hands, dried them, and then examined his skin with a keen, appraising eye. "Yes," he declared finally, his eyes gleaming with professional interest. "Truly remarkable." He turned to Roy, then to Lloyd. "Your Grace, young lord, the formulation of this unguent, this cleansing cream, is elegant in its simplicity." "Yes," Grimaldi declared finally, his eyes gleaming with professional interest as he wiped his hands clean. "Truly remarkable." He turned to Roy, then to Lloyd. "Your Grace, young lord, the formulation, from what I can discern through preliminary sensory analysis, is elegant in its simplicity." He stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Many alchemists, myself included, have dabbled in saponification, primarily for creating specialized cleaning agents for laboratory equipment or for the initial processing of certain raw reagents. Our methods are often crude, prioritizing sheer, stripping power over gentleness. What Lord Lloyd has achieved here," he gestured to the soap, "is different. The balance is exquisite. The alkali," Grimaldi continued, "appears to have been perfectly neutralized by the fats. There's no residual causticity I can detect, which is a common failing in household soap production. This means it will be gentle on the skin, non-irritating." He looked directly at Lloyd. "You use tallow primarily for the hard bar, I presume, and perhaps a similar base for this softer unguent." Lloyd nodded. "Primarily beef tallow for these initial prototypes, Master Grimaldi, with a refined lye derived from hardwood ash." He deliberately kept his explanation simple, avoiding complex chemical terms that might seem out of place for a 19-year-old. Grimaldi's eyes widened slightly. "Hardwood ash lye, truly. And you achieve this level of saponification, this clearness of scent without harsh chemical masking agents. Remarkable." He shook his head, a look of genuine admiration on his face. "There is no trace of spirit energy manipulation, no arcane reagents forced into unnatural combination. This feels pure, not a natural process, expertly guided. The infusion of rosemary is clean, well-balanced, not overpowering. IT speaks of a skilled hand in basic distillation as well." He turned back to Roy. "Your Grace, from an alchemical perspective, this is a triumph of mundane chemistry. IT is safe, effective, and significantly superior to any common cleansing agent currently available. The potential for irritation is minimal. The cleansing properties excellent. IT is, in its own way, a perfect creation." Lloyd internally smirked. Mundane chemistry. Perfect creation. He'd be horrified if he knew I was aiming for something that comes in a plastic bottle with a picture of a waterfall on it. Roy absorbed Grimaldi's assessment with a slight nod, then turned his gaze to the economics tutor. "Master Elmsworth, your evaluation of the market viability, the economic implications of such a product, and this dispenser." He tapped the oak and steel bottle. Master Elmsworth, who had been observing Grimaldi's analysis with rapt attention, cleared his throat, his eyes shining with an almost fervent light that Lloyd had never witnessed before. The usually dry, pedantic tutor seemed visibly excited. "Your Grace, young lord, Elmsworth began, his voice higher pitched than usual, trembling slightly with suppressed enthusiasm. This is not merely viable. It is potentially transformative. He leaned forward, gesturing animatedly. Consider the current market: crude, harsh soaps, sold by the block, often by weight, undifferentiated. This product, he pointed to the bar, then the dispenser, introduces the concept of luxury, of refinement, into a basic necessity. The perceived value, your grace. Elmsworth continued, practically bouncing in his seat. A gentler formulation, a pleasant natural scent, packaged in such an elegant and, dare I say, ingenious dispensing mechanism. This elevates the act of washing from a mere chore to an experience. Nobles will clamor for it. Wealthy merchants will see it as a status symbol. The potential for premium pricing is immense. He grabbed a piece of parchment from a nearby stack, seemingly forgetting his usual deference, and began scribbling furiously with a charcoal stick. Production costs, if based on readily available tallow and carefully managed lye extraction, still significantly lower than imported perfumes or exotic spices, yet the perceived value could rival them. The profit margins. Your grace, the profit margins could be extraordinary. Master Elm looked up, his face flushed, eyes gleaming. In the dispenser, this pump, it's not just a container. It's a feature, a selling point. It encourages portion control, reduces waste, adds an element of mechanical novelty. It creates a desire not just for the soap, but for the entire system. He was almost breathless. If this can be produced consistently, marketed effectively, your grace, this is not just a new product. This is the creation of an entirely new market segment, an economic revolution in personal care. The Ferrum name would be synonymous with refinement, with innovation, with unparalleled cleanliness. He finally seemed to run out of steam, slumping back slightly, looking at Roy with wide, expectant eyes, still clutching his charcoal-covered parchment. Lloyd watched the display, trying very hard to maintain a solemn, humble expression, while internally his 80-year-old self was rolling on the floor laughing. Revolutionary. Guys, it's soap. Basic, bog-standard soap, the kind you get for 99 cents a bar on Earth. The dispenser is a standard pump bottle mechanism I remembered from, like, every bathroom I've ever been in. He sobered quickly. Of course, here, there's nothing like IT and O competition to SO yes, in this context. IS revolutionary. The realization was a potent reminder of the strange, asymmetrical advantages his past life knowledge afforded him. What was mundane on Earth was groundbreaking on Riverio. Archduke Roy Ferrum listened to both assessments in silence. His expression unreadable. He looked from the excited Master Elmsworth to the impressed Grand Master Grimaldi, then to the elegantly crafted dispenser bottle, and finally, to his son. Lloyd met his father's gaze, calm, steady, waiting. The experts had spoken. The potential was undeniable. The ball was now firmly in the Archduke's court. Chapter 120. The Archduke's study hummed with a strange, almost electric tension, a cocktail of residual expert enthusiasm, paternal scrutiny, and Lloyd's own simmering ambition. Master Elmsworth, still clutching his charcoal-stained parchment like a sacred text, seemed to be mentally calculating compound interest on imaginary soap sales. His lips moving silently. Grand Master Grimaldi, a beatific smile playing beneath his impressive silver beard, regarded Lloyd with an expression usually reserved for perfectly synthesized philosopher's stones or exceptionally rare moon herbs. The scent of rosemary, a subtle victor over yesterday's bovine assault, lent an air of surprisingly clean professionalism to the proceedings. Roy Ferrum let the charged silence stretch, his gaze a heavy weight on his son. The dispenser bottle, an elegant sentinel of oak and steel, sat on the polished desk between them, a tangible symbol of this bizarre, unexpected turn of events. He'd listened, absorbed, analyzed. The experts, men whose opinions he valued, whose skepticism was legendary, were practically vibrating with excitement. You heard them, Lloyd, Roy stated finally, his voice a flat, unwavering baritone that cut through the lingering academic buzz. That IT was the voice he used when assessing battle plans or listening to envoys from rival kingdoms. Devoid of emotion, razor-sharp in its focus. Potential, revolutionary, extraordinary profit margins. He paused, the silence amplifying the weight of his next words, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. The initial request, as I recall, was for 1,000 gold coins, that a sum for experimentation, for prototype, for establishing a fledgling workshop. He leaned forward, the movement minimal but commanding every ounce of attention in the room. But now, Roy continued, his voice dropping almost imperceptibly, yet gaining intensity. Considering the, shall we say, unbridled enthusiasm of these learned gentlemen, a flicker of dry amusement in his eyes acknowledged the near hysteria of his advisors. Let us speak not of cautious beginnings, but of true scale, of dominance, of maximizing this economic revolution. Master Elmsworth so vividly, if somewhat breathlessly, describes. His gaze sharpened further, pinning Lloyd like a specimen under glass. If you were to aim for the highest conceivable profit, Lloyd, to utterly saturate this untapped market you claim to have discovered, to build an enterprise that would not merely add to the Ferrum coffers, but significantly reshape our financial landscape, what level of investment would that ambition require from this duchy? This was it, the gauntlet thrown down. Not a test of a single product, but a test of vision, of ambition, of the capacity to think on a ducal scale. Lloyd didn't flinch. He'd anticipated this pivot, or at least hoped for it. The numbers had been churning in his mind for days, a silent spreadsheet running parallel to lie calculations and wolf training. "Father," Lloyd replied, his voice steady, devoid of hesitation, ringing with a confidence that felt utterly natural now. "If we are to pursue this venture not as a provincial curiosity, but as a flagship Ferrum industry, designed for enduring profit and widespread influence, then the initial seed capital must reflect that ambition." He met his father's unwavering gaze, a spark of his own formidable while answering the challenge. To establish true market dominance, to build an infrastructure capable of meeting projected demand and maintaining unparalleled quality, I would estimate an initial capitalization of at least 5,000 gold coins. A sharp intake of breath from Master Elmsworth was audible. He dropped his charcoal stick with a clatter, his eyes bulging slightly. 5,000. The sum was staggering, enough to fund a border fortress refurbishment or acquire a controlling interest in a major shipping guild. Grandmaster Grimaldi merely stroked his beard faster, his ancient eyes gleaming with what looked suspiciously like delighted anticipation. This was alchemy on a grand scale, transforming base ingredients not just into soap, but into empire. Lloyd Ferrum's expression remained an unreadable granite slab. 5,000, he repeated, the words falling like lead weights into the suddenly hushed room. A considerable sum, Lloyd, for soap. The last word was delivered with a deliberate, almost dismissive flatness, a final test of his son's conviction. "For an industry, father," Lloyd countered instantly, his tone respectful but unyielding. "An industry built on innovation, quality, and meeting a fundamental, unmet need. The 5,000 gold coins would not be idly spent. They would be strategically allocated to build a self-sustaining, highly profitable enterprise from the ground up." He began to tick off the points, his voice gaining momentum, the meticulous planning evident in every word. "Firstly," Lloyd declared, "a dedicated place for the factory. The old smokehouse was functional for a prototype, but wholly inadequate for production. That we require a purpose-built facility. Not just a workshop, father, but a true manufactory. Ideally, situated with access to clean water, good drainage, and discreet transport routes for raw materials and finished goods. Perhaps a disused estate building further from the main residence, or even acquiring a suitable plot on the city's outskirts. This building must accommodate separate, specialized areas, a secure, fireproof zone for live production and storage. The most hazardous element, a dedicated boiling and mixing hall with multiple, large-capacity, heavy-duty cauldrons. Copper, perhaps, for better heat distribution if the budget allows. Temperature control will be paramount. Vast, airy, well-ventilated drying and curing rooms, with racks designed for optimal airflow to ensure the hard bars cure properly and the soft soap stabilizes. Without spoilage. Scent infusion and blending laboratory. A clean room, almost for someone like Master Grimaldi's potential input and our own experimentation with delicate botanicals. And of course, secure storage for valuable raw ingredients like imported oils and finished products awaiting distribution. This isn't just about space. It's about process control, hygiene, yes, even for soap production, and security for our proprietary methods." He paused, letting the image of this sophisticated facility form in their minds before moving on. "Secondly, manpower. Jasmine has proven herself loyal and capable, a diamond in the rough." He offered a brief, sincere acknowledgement. "But she cannot churn out thousands of bars and bottles single-handedly. That we need a core team, father. Not just laborers, but skilled artisans meticulously trained. We need individuals with a careful hand for measurement, for maintaining precise temperatures during the long boiling process. Others with an eye for quality in molding the bars and filling the dispensers. Perhaps even someone with woodworking skills to craft the dispenser bodies initially, though mass production might require dedicated carpenters or even a contract with a local woodworking guild. overseen by us to maintain design integrity. They must be trained in our specific methods and hygiene in the careful handling of lye. Their loyalty must be absolute, ensured not just by good wages, which they will receive, but by fostering a sense of pride in creating a superior Ferrum product. Discretion will be paramount. Our methods, our formulations, are our advantage. Thirdly, Lloyd continued, his pace quickening, ingredients, the lifeblood of the enterprise, securing bulk supplies of high-quality fats is essential. Tallow is a good starting point, plentiful and relatively inexpensive from our own estate and local butchers. But for a true luxury line, Father, we must explore beyond tallow. Olive oil, as I mentioned, sourced from the southern provinces or even imported from across the Azure Strait. Its properties are renowned for gentler, more moisturizing. Soaps, perhaps almond oil, coconut oil, if we can establish reliable trade routes. These will command premium prices. Then the lye, consistent, high-quality hardwood ash for the hardfire lye, perhaps even establishing dedicated ash collection from specific estate forestry operations. And for the soft fire lye needed for true liquid soaps, we may need to experiment with potash sources or even controlled chemical synthesis, something Master Grimaldi could advise on. And the scents. Rosemary is a fine start, clean and invigorating. But imagine, Father, a whole line of Ferrum soaps, lavender from the high meadows, citrus zest from imported fruits, pine and cedar from our northern forests, perhaps even rare floral absolutes for an ultra-premium Duchess's blend. He shot a quick, charming glance at his mother, who looked undeniably intrigued by the prospect. Securing these botanicals, establishing our own small-scale distillation for essential oils where possible, or sourcing high-grade imported oils. This requires significant upfront capital for bulk purchasing, allowing us to negotiate favorable terms and ensure a consistent supply chain, insulating us from market fluctuations. Fourthly, Lloyd's voice took on an even more earnest, almost fervent tone, research and development, and rigorous quality control. He tapped the dispenser bottle. This first batch, the prototype, is promising that IT proves the concept, but it is far from perfect. The hard bars will need weeks to cure properly. We must test their mildness, their longevity, their lathering properties over time. The soft soap, it's a good start, but to achieve a truly clear, elegant liquid soap, we need to refine the formulation. Chapter 122 Different oil ratios, precise lye calculations, stabilization techniques. This requires ongoing, meticulous experimentation at a small, dedicated laboratory space within the factory, equipped for testing, for sample analysis. Every batch, Father, every single bar and bottle that bears the Ferrum mark must be flawless, consistent in quality, in scent, in performance, that we cannot afford to damage the Ferrum reputation with an inconsistent or inferior product. Our brand will be built on unwavering excellence. This means dedicated personnel for quality assurance at every stage, from raw material inspection to final packaging. He paused, taking a breath, his gaze sweeping across his father, then briefly to the engrossed scholars. 5,000 gold coins, Father, to IT sounds like a vast sum. But it is the necessary foundation to build not just a product, but a brand, a symbol of Ferrum innovation, Ferrum quality, Ferrum prosperity, an enterprise that will generate returns far exceeding this initial investment and enhance the prestige of our house across the duchy, perhaps even beyond. The study fell into a profound silence, broken only by the frantic scratching of Master Elmsworth's charcoal stick as he attempted to map out the complex supply chains and projected revenue streams Lloyd had just conjured. Grandmaster Grimaldi was nodding slowly, a deep, thoughtful frown etched on his face, but his eyes held a distinct spark of alchemical excitement. This wasn't just soap making. It was applied material science, complex organic chemistry, and artisanal perfumery all rolled into one. Roy Ferrum leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled, his gaze fixed on Lloyd, unwavering, intense. The initial shock of the dung demonstration, the surprise at the product's efficacy, the bewilderment at his son's sudden transformation. All these had been processed, filed away. Now, he was assessing not just the business plan, but the architect. The boy who had fumbled sword drills and yawned through economics lectures was gone. In his place stood a young man radiating quiet confidence, sharp intellect, and an ambition that was, frankly, breathtaking. He hadn't just thought a product. He'd envisioned an entire industry, complete with infrastructure, logistics, R&D, and branding. The sheer scope of it, the meticulous detail, it was the work of a seasoned strategist, not a naive youth. Where did this come from? Roy mused internally, the question a persistent echo. This sudden flowering, the marriage, yes, Rose's influence, perhaps a catalyst, but this depth of planning, this grasp of complex systems, this is not learned overnight. Has he been hiding this all along? Practicing in secret? Or is this truly new? The thought of the true Ferrum power, the steel and fire, flashed through his mind. Could unlocking that hidden potential have also unlocked these other faculties? It was a tantalizing, if unsettling, possibility that he looked at his son, truly seeing him perhaps for the first time. The quiet determination, the controlled ambition, the spark of ruthless pragmatism that reminded Roy, disconcertingly, of his younger self. This wasn't just about soap. This was about legacy, about the future of the Ferrum line. Finally, Roy spoke, his voice a low, powerful rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the study. You make a compelling case. Lloyd. He paused, the silence stretching, heavy with unspoken implications. So compelling, in fact, he continued, a rare, almost imperceptible glint of something. Pride? Calculated risk? Entering his dark eyes, that I believe your estimate of 5,000 gold coins is too conservative. Lloyd blinked, genuinely taken aback. His carefully constructed proposal, the sum he'd thought audacious, too conservative. Master Elmsworth's jaw dropped, his charcoal stick frozen mid-scribble. Grandmaster Grimaldi's eyebrows, already impressively elevated, threatened to disappear into his hairline. If this venture, Roy declared, his voice resonating with the full authority of the Archduke, possesses the potential you and these gentlemen so effusively suggest, then it deserves to be launched not with mere adequacy, but with overwhelming dominance. He tapped a decisive finger on the polished surface of his desk. I will grant you 10,000 gold coins. A collective gasp, quickly suppressed, rippled through the room. 10,000, an almost unimaginable sum. Enough to fund a small war or build a new wing on the ducal palace for soap. However, Roy added, his voice hardening instantly, the warmth, if any, vanishing, replaced by the cold steel of command. This is not a gift, Lloyd. This is an investment from the ducal treasury, and every Ferrum investment demands a return, or his gaze became flinty, a reckoning. He leaned forward, pinning Lloyd with an unyielding stare that brooked no argument, no excuses. Should this soap empire of yours fail to materialize, should it dissolve into nothing more than scented smoke and wasted capital, should it prove to be a flight of adolescent fancy or a costly misjudgment, then you, Lloyd Ferrum, as head of this venture, will be held personally, financially responsible. You will repay the full 10,000 gold coins to the ducal treasury, every last bronze piece, even if it takes you a lifetime. The condition hung in the air, stark, absolute, unforgiving. A chance at vast resources, a kingdom to build, but counterbalanced by the crushing weight of potentially ruinous personal debt if he failed. This wasn't just business. It was a trial by fire. This slow, wide grin spread across Lloyd Ferrum's face. That it wasn't a grin of relief, but of pure, unadulterated exhilaration, of a challenge not just accepted, but eagerly embraced. The pressure, the monumental stakes, they didn't daunt him, they ignited him. Father, he said, his voice ringing with a confidence that bordered on breathtaking audacity, a confidence that seemed to fill the grand study. You wound me with such talk. Repayment implies the possibility of failure. And failure, I assure you, is a concept that has been deliberately omitted from the foundational charter of this enterprise. He leaned forward himself, his eyes gleaming with an ambition that mirrored his father's own, yet hinted at a scope Roy was only just beginning to comprehend. This soap, Lloyd declared, gesturing towards the elegant dispenser, now a symbol of far more than mere cleanliness. This is merely the vanguard, Father. The first drop in a coming tide of Ferrum innovation. I have visions for revolutionizing our textile production, streamlining our agricultural yields through improved logistics and soil enrichment, optimizing resource management across all our holdings in ways that will dwarf the profits from this humble cleansing agent. He chuckled, a low, confident sound that held no trace of arrogance, only absolute certainty. 10,000 gold coins? Consider it the most prudent seed money you have ever sown. Father, seed money for the future prosperity of this entire duchy, that a future, I might add, his grin widened, that will smell considerably better and be far more efficiently managed. Grandmaster Grimaldi suddenly let out a booming, hearty laugh, a sound so unexpected and joyous it seemed to make the very tapestries on the walls tremble. He slapped his knee with a resounding thwack. By the 7 simmering stills of Zosimos of Panopolis, he roared, his ancient eyes twinkling with unrestrained delight. The boy has fire in his belly and a vision that could turn lead into, well, exceptionally profitable soap. Archduke Roy. He turned to his friend and patron, a wide, infectious grin splitting his venerable face. Forgive an old alchemist's sudden, unprofessional enthusiasm. But if you don't object strenuously, I should very much like to offer my meager talents, my centuries of accumulated knowledge, as an unofficial, unpaid, but exceptionally keen advisor to young Lord Lloyd in this delightfully fragrant and audaciously conceived enterprise, the sheer elegant simplicity of the chemistry, the potential for refinement. It's an alchemist's forgotten dream made manifest. Before Roy could even formulate a response to Grimaldi's passionate outburst, Master Elmsworth interjected, his face flushed with academic fervor, looking slightly affronted at the alchemist's encroachment, but also undeniably thrilled by the unfolding drama. Now, Grimaldi, esteemed colleague though you are, he sputtered, waving his charcoal-stained parchment indignantly. Let us not go poaching my most promising, if recently unorthodox, student. Young Lord Lloyd has already demonstrated a remarkable, nay, an unprecedented aptitude for economic theory, logistical optimization, and practical market application. His insights into sustainable forestry and inventory turnover alone were revolutionary. This venture, Your Grace, it requires sound financial stewardship, meticulous cost-benefit analysis, and strategic market penetration as much as, if not more than alchemical dabbling. Perhaps, he conceded, a crafty look entering his eye, a joint advisory committee, a synergy of disciplines, so to speak. Chapter 124. Roy Ferrum watched them, the two most respected and notoriously critical scholars in his duchy, practically vying for the opportunity to mentor his son. The son he had, until so recently, privately despaired of. He saw the genuine, almost boyish excitement in their aged eyes, the clear recognition of Lloyd's unexpected, multifaceted brilliance. That he saw Lloyd, standing there amidst the intellectual crossfire, not cowed, not arrogant, but radiating a quiet, potent confidence, and ambition tempered by clear-headed planning, an ambition that, however unconventional its current focus, was undeniably Ferrum in its scale and audacity. He would never admit it aloud. Not now. Perhaps not ever. Not even to Milady in the privacy of their chambers. It wasn't the Ferrum way to speak of such things. But deep within the Archduke's heavily guarded, often weary heart, a profound, almost painful wave of pride swelled, fierce and undeniable. This was his son, his heir, not a pale imitation, not a disappointment, but a true successor, forging his own path with intelligence, courage, and a vision that, however bizarrely centered on soap, was undeniably compelling. Roy cleared his throat, the sound sharp, instantly cutting through the scholar's enthusiastic, slightly competitive bickering. He fixed Lloyd with that stern, unwavering gaze, the pride ruthlessly locked away, the Archduke mask firmly back in place. 10,000 gold coins it is, he stated, the words final, irrevocable. Report to the ducal bursar at your earliest convenience. The funds will be allocated to a new venture account under your direct, signatory control. He paused, then added, his voice taking on that familiar, razor-sharp edge of command. And Lloyd? Yes, father. Lloyd replied, his own expression calm, respectful, yet unable to entirely conceal the triumphant gleam in his eyes. Don't make me regret this, Roy Ferrum said. The words were a command, a warning. And perhaps, just perhaps, hidden deep beneath the layers of ducal authority and paternal reserve, a sliver of profoundly hopeful trust. The 10,000 gold coins gleamed metaphorically in Lloyd's mental vault, a vast, almost intimidating sum. Yet the ducal bursar, a fussy man named Periwinkle with a permanent frown etched by fiscal responsibility, had made it abundantly clear that allocating to a new venture account was a process involving ledgers, triplicate forms, and a cooling-off period for prudent review, which apparently meant at least a week before Lloyd could actually touch a single bronze piece, that a week, 0.7 more days of scrounging for a single gold coin daily to feed the system's insatiable conversion appetite. The soap empire, however gloriously envisioned, was still in its larval stage, its profits hypothetical, its infrastructure non-existent. Lloyd needed immediate system coins, not just for the slow drip of daily conversions towards his maternal bloodline awakening, but for upgrades. Fawn's 1,000 chirp strike was potent, yes, but it was a manifestation-level skill. Truly contend with the threats he now sensed looming. Threats potentially backed by the Altamira dynasty. He needed ascension for both Fong and his own void powers. An ascension cost a hefty 500 SC per spirit. Right, Lloyd muttered to himself, pacing the familiar, lumpy confines of his sofa domain later that evening. Rosa was, as usual, a silent, statuesque presence across the room, engrossed in some dense tome that probably detailed ancient curse-breaking techniques or advanced frost magic etiquette. Periwinkle's bureaucratic bottleneck means the big bucks are on hold. The soap production line is weeks away from yielding actual profit. Allowance is a joke, which leaves the guild. He winced internally. The central guild hall got a pit of simmering resentment, petty jealousy, and questionable hygiene, but also a source of ready coin for those willing to risk life and limb for tasks ranging from the mundane to the suicidal. His last venture there, the Cursed Wool contract, had been profitable, eventually netting him a good 30 gold coins worth of quicksilver. But it had also been dangerous, messy, and attracted unwelcome attention that he needed something quicker this time. Less high profile. Something local, offering a decent silver payout he could immediately convert. Enough to tide him over until Periwinkle released the soap funds. The next morning, after the now routine ritual of feeding Fong, who seemed to crackle with barely contained lightning these days, his golden eyes holding an almost disconcerting level of self-awareness, and converting his daily gold coin, leaving him with a meager 3 SC from the allowance and a running total towards the bloodline awakening. Lloyd found himself once again navigating the chaotic, noisy thoroughfares towards the guild hall. Ken Park, under strict instructions for maximum discretion, observation only unless dire mortal peril is confirmed by an actual severed limb, was a ghost somewhere in his wake. The guild hall was its usual cacophony. The stairs were still there, the whispers still followed him. The drab duckling again? Heard he actually did bring back some cursed wool. Lucky fool. But Lloyd ignored them. His focus on the sprawling notice board, he scanned past the high-risk monster hunts. Griffin menacing the mountain passes. Reward. Duke's ransom and a very large feather, the tedious escort duties. Protect Mildred's prize-winning pig to the county fair. Reward. Questionable sausages and eternal gratitude. And the truly desperate pleas. Lost. One slightly singed familiar. Answers to. Sparky. Sentimental value only. His eyes caught on a newer parchment, pinned slightly off-center, written in neat, scholarly script. Urgent request. Ecological survey, Gala Forest Periphery, region, Sunken Fenmire, approximate 0.3 hours west, bordering Gala Forest. Objective. Investigate reports of unusual flora/fauna behavior and localized disappearances of small game. Collect samples if prudent. Document anomalies. Not enter Gala Forest proper. Reward. 50 silver coins upon detailed report submission. Hazard level. Moderate, difficult terrain, potential wildlife encounters, proximity to Gala Forest. Extreme caution advised regarding border zone. Lloyd reread it. Sunken Fenmire, bordering Gala. 50 silver. Half a gold coin. Enough for 5 SC, half his daily conversion needs. The task itself sounded vague. Ecological survey? Disappearances of small game? Moderate risk, seemed plausible for a swampy area near a notoriously cursed forest. The explicit warning about Gala itself was standard guild boilerplate. Is not exactly slay the dragon and rescue the princess, but 50 silver is 50 silver, Lloyd thought with a mental shrug, and investigating unusual flora sounds considerably less life-threatening than wrestling cursed sheep. Besides, the Gala Forest itself, while terrifying, held a certain grim fascination. He'd heard Faria Krut speak of seeking the midnight serenity flower within its depths. Perhaps this survey on its outskirts might offer some tangential insights. He detached the parchment. The same perpetually harassed clerk at the counter barely blinked this time when Lloyd presented it. Ecological survey. Sunken Fenmire, Lloyd Ferrum, acknowledged. The clerk stamped the form, his expression suggesting he'd seen stranger requests. Standard 1-week completion. May your observations be fruitful. They usually are, Lloyd replied cryptically, tucking the contract away. The journey to the Sunken Fenmire was uneventful, a 3-hour trek through increasingly damp, overgrown woodlands. The air grew heavy, humid, thick with the scent of decaying vegetation and the drone of unseen insects. Fong, his lightning aura carefully suppressed, padded silently beside him, a dark gray shadow against the mossy undergrowth. The mire itself was a treacherous expanse of stagnant black water, tangled roots, forming precarious islands, ancient trees draped in thick moss. The silence here was deeper, broken only by the croak of a bullfrog or the splash of something unseen slipping into the murky depths. The unusual flora was immediately apparent. Patches of fungi that pulsed with a faint, sickly green light, vines that seemed to writhe with unnatural life, flowers that bloomed in disturbingly vivid, almost violent colors. Lloyd moved cautiously, collecting samples, making notes, Fong sniffing the air warily. The reports of missing small game seemed accurate. The usual scurry of swamp rats or marsh birds was conspicuously absent. The place felt Wrong, an oppressive stillness lay over it, heavier than just the humid air. He was examining a particularly large, bioluminescent mushroom cluster, its sickly green glow casting eerie shadows on the gnarled roots surrounding it. When Fong suddenly stiffened, a low, guttural growl rumbled in the wolf's chest, a sound Lloyd hadn't heard since the encounter with the Ridge Runners. The fur along Fong's spine bristled. His normally suppressed lightning aura flickered to life, faint blue sparks dancing around his paws. His golden eyes, sharp and focused, stared intently into a dense thicket of blackthorn and tangled creepers a short distance away. "What is it, Fong?" Lloyd whispered, his own senses instantly on high alert. Hand drifting towards the hilt of his hunting knife, he extended his void sense. Probing the thicket, he felt nothing, an distinct life signature, an obvious threat. Just the usual damp earth, decaying wood, the subtle thrum of the mire's strange vegetation. Yet Fong remained tensed, a coiled spring of elemental fury, his gaze unwavering. The growl intensified, deeper now, laced with a primal warning. Then, the thicket moved, not a rustle of leaves in the wind. The entire mass of tangled branches and thorns seemed to heave, to ripple, as if something immense were stirring within, or perhaps was the thicket itself. The sickly green glow from the nearby fungi intensified, casting the scene in an even more unsettling light. Chapter 126. The air grew colder, the oppressive stillness becoming a suffocating pressure. The drone of insects ceased abruptly. A smell hit Lloyd then, overwhelming the scent of decay. A charnel house stench. The smell of old blood, rot, and something else, something ancient and utterly alien. With a sound like giant bones grinding together, like stone scraping stone, two huge, multi-jointed limbs, thicker than tree trunks, covered in what looked like blackened, chitinous plates interspersed with writhing patches of the mire's unnatural vegetation, punched out from the thicket. They weren't attacking, not yet, but anchoring themselves, digging deep into the soft earth with hooked, obsidian-black talons. The size of scythes, then, the rest of it began to emerge. Lloyd stared, a knot of ice forming in his stomach, his carefully cultivated composure shattering. This wasn't potential wildlife. This wasn't moderate risk. This was a nightmare given form. It was huge, easily 15 feet tall, even in its hunch posture, a grotesque fusion of insectoid horror and corrupted forest. Its body was a segmented carapace of the same blackened chitin, festooned with weeping sores from which grew clumps of the mire's pulsating fungi and thorny vines. More limbs, thinner but equally sharp, sprouted from its torso, ending in grasping claws or dripping mandibles. Its head was a nightmare of multifaceted eyes that glowed with an internal, malevolent red light, and a gaping maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth that clicked and gnashed at a low, guttural chittering. Like a million oversized cockroaches emanated from it, a sound that scraped along Lloyd's nerves. This creature had no business being here. This wasn't some oversized swamp beast. This felt ancient, powerful, utterly alien to the known ecology of the region's outskirts. This belonged deep within the cursed heart of Gala Forest itself, or perhaps in the darkest depths of some forgotten abyss. The guild hadn't just misjudged the risk. They'd sent him into the hunting ground of a Lovecraftian horror armed with a sample bag and a 50 silver contract. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," Lloyd's internal monologue screamed, raw panic momentarily overriding the 80-year-old pragmatist. "Ecological survey? I think I just found the apex predator that the ecology, the monster, for there was no other word for it, finished extricating itself from the thicket, its multifaceted red eyes fixing directly on Lloyd and Fong. It raised one of its massive forelimbs, the scythe-like talon glinting in the eerie green light, and let out a sound that wasn't a roar, but a high-pitched, mind-scraping shriek that vibrated the very air, promising pain and dissolution. "Fong, see your eye," Lloyd roared, raw survival instinct kicking in, his voice cracking with adrenaline. With an answering shriek of his own, the sound of 1,000 birds tearing through the swamp, Fong exploded forward. Azure lightning erupted around his foreleg, a brilliant flash of controlled fury against the grotesque darkness of the monster. He launched himself at one of the creature's anchored forelimbs, aiming for a joint in the chitinous armor that crackus. The 1,000 chirps strike connected, sparks flew, the acrid smell of ozone and something else, something like burning, corrupted insect shell, filled the air. Fong was thrown back by the impact, landing hard but rolling to his feet, the lightning around his legs sputtering, a shallow, Smoking gouge appeared on the monster's limb, but the blackened chitin barely seemed damaged. The creature didn't even flinch. Its multifaceted eyes still fixed on Lloyd with predatory focus. It was like throwing a firecracker at a fortress wall. Not even a scratch? Lloyd's mind reeled. Fong's strike, which had left smoking furrows on Reborn, had barely dented this thing. The power disparity was terrifyingly, hopelessly vast. He didn't hesitate. He drew on his void power, the familiar thrum of steel and fire answering his desperate call. Not fine wires this time, that he needed something substantial. A thick, gleaming cable of superheated steel, almost as thick as his arm, erupted from his outstretched hand, lashing towards the monster's head like a molten whip. The creature reacted with horrifying speed. One of its thinner, grasping claws shot out, intercepting the steel cable midair. The impact was immense. The superheated steel sizzled against the blackened chitin, but instead of slicing through, it bent, deflected, the monster's claw gripping it with impossible strength, the red glow from its eyes intensifying. With a contemptuous flick, it snapped the thick steel cable as if it were brittle twine. Lloyd felt the backlash, a jarring shock through his void. Connection, his primary offensive ability, the core of his Ferrum power, rendered useless, broken with casual ease. The monster shrieked again, that mind-flaying sound, and lunged. Not with speed, but with inexorable, crushing force. Its massive forelimbs swept forward, aiming to pulverize them. Scatter! Lloyd yelled, diving sideways, rolling desperately behind the trunk of a rotten, moss-covered cypress. Fong, agile and attuned, dodged in the opposite direction, a streak of dark gray against the gloom. The monster's blow impacted where they had been standing. The ground erupted. The cypress tree Lloyd hid behind splintered, then shattered under the force, throwing him clear, his ears ringing, his body aching from the shockwave. Dirt and rotten wood rained down. He scrambled to his feet, heart hammering, breath ragged. Fong was already moving, darting in, trying to distract it, launching weaker lightning bolts that sparked harmlessly against its armored hide. This was insane. Utterly, hopelessly insane. They couldn't hurt it. They couldn't even slow it down. Every instinct screamed for survival. Run. Fong, to me, retreat. Lloyd shouted, his voice hoarse. There was no shame in retreat when facing annihilation. Only fools died for pride against impossible odds. Fong, sensing the shift in his master's intent, disengaged with a final, frustrated snap of lightning-wreathed jaws and bolted towards Lloyd. The monster, momentarily confused by their evasive maneuvers, turned its grotesque head, multifaceted eyes scanning. Locking onto their fleeing forms, It shrieked again, a sound of pure, predatory hunger, and began to move after them, its heavy limbs shaking the very ground with each step, surprisingly fast for its bulk. They ran, blindly, desperately, crashing through the tangled undergrowth, splashing through murky water, the monster's ground-shaking pursuit thundering behind them, getting closer. The sunken Fenmire was a death trap, offering no real cover, no escape. Ahead, through a break in the gnarled trees, Lloyd saw it, a wall of deeper darkness, an impenetrable tangle of ancient, twisted trees, wreathed in perpetual shadow, the air around it pulsing with an even more profound sense of wrongness. Gala Forest, the cursed heart of the region, that a place where legends said the trees themselves were sentient and malevolent, where illusions led travelers to their doom, where ancient evils slumbered, the place no sane adventurer entered willingly. But behind them, the monster was gaining. Its horrifying shriek echoed. Closer now, a terrible choice formed in Lloyd's mind, born of sheer animal desperation. The mire was a killing field. The open grasslands beyond offered no escape from the monster's relentless pursuit. Gala Forest. Gala Forest was a gambled, a terrifying, potentially suicidal gamble. But it was their only chance. Its cursed reputation, its inherent dangers, might be enough to deter or slow down this abomination from the mire. Or it might simply be a different, slower way to die. Fong! Lloyd gasped, pointing towards the oppressive darkness. In there now! With a final, desperate burst of speed, Lloyd and Fong plunged headlong into the oppressive, shadow-choked embrace of Gala Forest, leaving the shrieking horror of the mire behind, only to find themselves caught between the immediate threat of pursuit and the ancient, insidious, unknown perils that lurked within the cursed woods. They were trapped, with survival as their only, rapidly diminishing hope. The oppressive darkness of Gala Forest swallowed them whole, twisted, ancient trees, clawed at a sky barely visible through their suffocating canopy, plunging the undergrowth into a perpetual, malevolent twilight. The air, thick and cloying, reeked of ancient rot, damp earth, and an indefinable wrongness that raised the hairs on Lloyd's arms and hackles on Fong's spine. Every rustle of unseen things in the leaf litter, every sharp snap of a twig underfoot, echoed with monstrous amplification in the eerie, watchful silence that Lloyd's mind shrieked, a frantic, silent scream. What is that thing? Where did it even come from? He could feel the primal terror coiling in his gut, a cold, greasy serpent. His carefully constructed composure, the cynical armor of an 80-year-old soul, was cracking under the sheer, monstrous impossibility of the creature emerging from the sunken mire. The guild said moderate risk. Moderate. Is this their idea of a slightly aggressive badger? They'll be getting a strongly worded letter, assuming I survive to write it, which at this precise moment seems statistically improbable. Behind them, the mire creature's mind-scraping shriek ripped through the trees again. Closer now. The ground trembled with its relentless, approaching footfalls, each impact a sickening thud that resonated deep in Lloyd's bones. They were running on pure, unadulterated terror, adrenaline afire in their veins, crashing through thorny tangles, stumbling over grasping roots. Fong, a dark gray blur beside him, occasionally let out a low, anxious whine, his suppressed lightning aura flickering erratically. Chapter 128. Fong, what do we do? Lloyd gasped, his voice barely a whisper. The wolf just whined again, pressing closer, a silent testament to shared dread. Right, stupid question. We run like our fancy noble trousers are on fire, and the only water source is guarded by that. Kin. The name was a desperate flare in the darkness of Lloyd's skull, a prayer to the stoic, terrifyingly efficient god of bodyguarding. His bodyguard's impassive face, the promise of Reborn's fiery, overwhelming intervention, flashed before his eyes. This abomination. It was beyond anything he could handle, beyond anything Fong, even with the 1,000 chirp strike, could significantly damage survival. That was the only imperative. The 50 silver, the guild contract, meaningless dust in the face. Of this grotesque, overwhelming power, he almost stumbled, his resolve faltering, ready to mentally reach out to send that desperate, world-shattering summons for aid. Ken would come. Ken would handle this. He'd probably just raise an eyebrow at the creature, utter a dry comment about pest control, and then Reborn would reduce it to a smoking crater. Yes, Ken was the answer. Sanity demanded it. Survival insisted upon it. Then, as if conjured by his desperation, the translucent blue screen of the system flared into existence, stark and demanding against the suffocating gloom. It wasn't Ken's reassuring presence, but a different, altogether more bizarre lifeline. New urgent task assigned. Task: retrieve the bloom of shadows, flower of dark vein. Lloyd's mind, already reeling from the pursuit, struggled to process the words that a flower. Seriously, the universe has a sixth sense of humor. A flower? He hissed under his breath, nearly tripping over a gnarled root. The system wants me to go flower picking while that thing is trying to turn us into an appetizer. Objective: locate and procure one intact bloom of the flower of dark vein, Lilium umbralis nox. This rare botanical specimen is known to emit potent negative spiritual energies that are food to creatures of corrupted nature or those drawn from abyssal mires. The monster's shriek, closer now, a deafening, mind-flaying screech, punctuated the system's explanation. It was practically on top of them. Lloyd could smell its charnel house breath, a wave of putrescence that made him gag. Effect upon retrieval. Possession of the bloom will create an aura highly repellent to the pursuing mire entity, forcing its retreat from the immediate vicinity. A way out? Not just brute force, but a specific counter? A magical off switch. Repellent aura. Lloyd muttered, hope, fragile and desperate, flickering within him. Okay, that's less insane. Marginally. Reward: 40 system coins SC. 40. The number seared itself into Lloyd's brain like a brand. His current SC balance, after the morning's conversion, stood at a frustrating 63.40 more. That would push him to 103. The awakening. My mother's bloodline. Finally, the thought was a jolt, a desperate spark against the overwhelming terror. The potential power-up, the unique synergies the system had hinted at. It could be a game-changer in his quest for strength for survival. Critical stipulation: should the user summon external aid, e.g., retainer Ken Park, prior to task completion, the task will be automatically voided and no reward will be issued. The system's cold logic was a hammer blow. No Ken, no reward. Lloyd breathed, disbelief warring with fury. You cosmic sadist, you set this up, didn't you? Lure me out here with a moderate risk bunny hunt, then spring this thing on me, and then dangle the solution tied to a no-help clause. Safety, Ken's almost certain victory, or this insane gamble. The power-up, the future of his abilities, hung in a balance, weighed against immediate, horrifying annihilation. It's extortion, magical, interdimensional extortion. The mire creature crashed through a copse of young trees just behind them, its guttural chittering a sickening counterpoint to its furious shrieks. Branches snapped like matchsticks. The ground shook. There was no time. The silent debate raging in Lloyd's head was a luxury he couldn't afford. Diemenitor. Lloyd snarled, a wild, desperate resolve hardening his features. The stubborn Ferrum core, forged anew by an 80-year-old survivor's pragmatism, ignited. He wouldn't call Ken. Not yet. The lure of those 40 coins, the promise of the bloodline awakening, was too potent, too vital to his long-term plans, to ignore. Fine, you win, system. Flower picking it is, but if this dark vein thing turns out to be a daisy, I'm filing a formal complaint. Fong, he yelled over the din of pursuit, his voice cracking with a mixture of terror and manic determination. A flower, dark vein. The system says it repels the beast. We have to find it. New plan. Operation Pedal Power. He veered sharply, plunging deeper into the tangled, treacherous heart of Gala, away from the perceived edge of the sunken fund. If they were going to do this, they needed to use Gala's infamous reputation to their advantage. The monster roared its fury at their change in direction, the sound of splintering ancient trees marking its undeterred, terrifyingly fast chase. Okay, think. Lloyd panted, dodging a low-hanging, thorny vine that snagged his tunic. If this flower repels it, it implies the flower is in Gala. The system wouldn't send me on a wild goose chase in a Narnia for it, right? Right? He glanced at Fong, whose ears were flat against his skull, every muscle coiled for speed. You smell anything floral, buddy, anything that screams abyss monster repellent? Fong just let out a desperate yelp, accelerating. Didn't think so. Wires, Fong. We need to buy time. Distraction, annoyance, anything. Lloyd gasped, drawing on his void power. The thrum of steel and fire a familiar, desperate ally. He couldn't afford massive cables. The creature had shrugged those off with contemptuous ease. But a web, a dense tangle of burning tripwires, something to make it stumble, to break its rhythm, as they hurtled through the gloom. Branches whipping at their faces, unseen roots trying to trip them. Lloyd flung his will behind him. Dozens, then hundreds of whisper-thin steel threads, glowing with internal heat, erupted from the air, weaving an intricate, almost invisible net through the trees in their wake. Tighter, he mentally commanded the threads. Hotter, make it regret every step. He imagined the creature blundering into the searing web, roaring in frustration, momentarily entangled, but a small, vicious part of him hoped it was allergic to superheated steel. That's for the moderate risk assessment, you oversized, multi-limbed freak. The forest grew darker, the ancient trees more gnarled and menacing, their branches like skeletal arms reaching down, seeming to twist and writhe in the periphery of his vision. Phosphorescent fungi pulsed with a sickly, unnatural light from rotting logs and damp earth, casting grotesque, dancing shadows. The silence, when a monster's pursuit was momentarily muffled by distance or Lloyd's desperate traps, was worse. A heavy, watchful stillness that felt alive, ancient, and profoundly hostile. Gala Forest was not a neutral ground. It felt like an entity in itself, observing their desperate flight with cold, alien amusement. Friendly place, Lloyd muttered, his breath catching in his throat. Great for picnics, if your idea of a picnic involves being eaten by the scenery. A chilling shriek, punctuated by a furious bellow and the sickening crunch of multiple trees giving way simultaneously, told him the wires had connected. They'd annoyed it. They'd bought seconds. But it wasn't enough. The sound was too close, the fury too palpable. He risked a fleeting glance over his shoulder, a cold dread coiling in his stomach. A monstrous silhouette, wreathed in smoking, broken strands of a steel web, was still barreling towards them, its multifaceted red eyes blazing with undiminished rage. It was tearing through his defenses as if they were cobwebs, scorched chitin flaking off, but its momentum barely impeded. Not strong enough, the desperate cry echoed in his mind. A bitter pill. His F-rank void power, versatile as it was, couldn't contend with this level of raw, corrupted power. Okay, new plan. Less annoying it, more tactical relocation, preferably to somewhere it isn't. A spray of viscous black liquid erupted from the monster, arcing through the air with terrifying speed. Fawn left dodged, Lloyd screamed, shoving the wolf hard with his shoulder. They both tumbled sideways, crashing through a thorny bush, the thorns ripping at Lloyd's clothes and skin as the corrosive ichor splattered against a massive, ancient oak just feet away. The bark sizzled, smoked, and dissolved with horrifying speed, revealing the bleached, dead wood beneath that a patch of moss instantly withered and turned black. Lloyd stared, his heart leaping into his throat. Range attacks too. Acid spit. What is this thing? Did the guild subcontract its risk assessment to a particularly optimistic squirrel? He scrambled to his feet, thorns tearing at him, the acrid smell of the dissolving tree burning his nostrils. Okay, new plan. Avoid the death spit and keep running. Chapter 130. Their lungs burned, legs screaming in protest, every muscle fiber protesting the abuse. But the image of those 40 coins, the tantalizing promise of the bloodline awakening, the sheer, stubborn refusal to die in this cursed, stinking forest, fueled Lloyd's desperate endurance. The terrain grew rockier, the trees even older, their twisted forms exuding an almost palpable aura of menace. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, metallic tang, overlaid with the scent of damp earth, and something else, a subtle, dark floral note, almost cloying, cutting through the stench of rot. Wait! Lloyd skidded to a halt, Fong nearly colliding with him. That smell. Fong, do you smell that? He sniffed the air, his senses straining to it was faint, almost lost beneath the forest miasma, but it was there, dark, sweet, heavy like night-blooming jasmine mixed with damp earth and something else, something cold. The flower? A jolt of desperate hope, sharp as a blade, shot through Lloyd. The system hadn't offered a map, just an objective. Could it be near? System, you useless pile of code, give me a hint. A blinking arrow. Something. Only silence answered from the interface. Right, helpful as ever. He pushed through a final, dense curtain of thorny vines, wincing as they scraped his face, Fong a low, guttural growl at his heels, and stumbled into a small, unnaturally clear, circular glade at a dim, purple-gray twilight, utterly alien to the oppressive gloom of the surrounding forest, filtered down from a small, jagged break in the canopy far above. The ground was a soft, sound-dampening carpet of black moss that seemed to drink the light and muffle their ragged breathing. And there, in the very heart of the glade, pulsing with a cold, dark luminescence that sent shivers down Lloyd's spine, was a single, breathtakingly beautiful, utterly alien flower. Midnight velvet petals, the size of his head, were traced with intricate, silver-gray veins that shimmered like captured starlight or delicate strands of moonlight woven into the fabric of night. It grew from a twisted mass of dark, vein-like roots that snaked across the mossy floor, resembling grasping, skeletal fingers, the flower of. Dark veined it pulsed with a silent, cold power, the source of that strange, alluring, yet unsettling scent. Is that it? Lloyd breathed, hope and dread warring within him. Dark vein? Gods, I hope so. It's beautiful and terrifying, perfect. It looked like something that could indeed repel a creature from the abyss. It also looked like something that might try to eat your soul if you got too close. But they weren't alone. Near the edge of the glade, their faces tight with strain and wary apprehension, their postures radiating a mixture of exhaustion and fierce determination, stood 5 figures, 3 men in dark, practical leather armor, swords drawn, scanning the forest perimeter with the alert, professional competence of seasoned veterans. 2 women, equally well-equipped, one with a healer's satchel slung across her chest, her hand resting on a long, silver-chased dagger, the other knocking a specialized, wicked-looking arrow to her bow. Her eyes narrowed, tracking something unseen in the deeper shadows, and at their center, her crimson-violet hair a stark, almost defiant slash of color against the eerie twilight of the glade, her fine riding leathers smudged with dirt and torn in several places, her usually haughty expression tight with strain and a fierce, focused intensity, her amethyst eyes wide and watchful, fixed not on Lloyd, but on the terrifying, crashing sounds rapidly approaching from. The Pathian Fong had just blazed, stood Lady Faria Krutz. She was here. They were all here, staring at the same legendary, deadly flower. And the Meyer monster, its mind-flaying shrieks now deafeningly close, promising imminent, brutal destruction, was about to join the party. Oh, for the love of... Lloyd's mind, already overloaded with terror, desperation, and system-induced avarice, threatened to short-circuit completely. Faria Krutz? Here. in the middle of Gala-freaking forest, staring at a soul-eating nightmare flower, with a transdimensional horror about to turn us all into paste. Of all the cursed, rotten luck in all the blasted realms, what is she even doing here? Did she take a wrong turn at sensible decisions and end up in certain Death Valley? His internal monologue had reached peak sarcasm, a sure sign of impending mental collapse. Great. Just great. Now we have an audience for our impending doom, and a very judgmental, very beautifully dressed audience at that. This moderate-risk, 50 silver ecological survey had officially gone off the rails, into a ravine, been set on fire, and was currently being devoured by transdimensional horror, while a marquis's daughter with ridiculously distracting hair watched. Perfect. Just bloody. Perfect. The sight of Faria Krutz, resplendent even when smudged with forest grime and radiating aristocratic annoyance, jolted Lloyd's already overloaded brain. Faria, of course, Gala Forest, the connection, tenuous but vital, sparked through the panic-induced fog. Her urgent quest, the one that had brought her to the guild hall, for her mother. The Midnight Serenity Flower, she called it, or was it? Wait a minute. Lloyd's internal monologue screeched, rewinding mental tapes at hyperspeed. She said her mother needed a rare bloom from Gala, restorative properties, persistent ailments, and her mother, isn't she some kind of legendary doctor? A master healer? The fragments coalesced. The dark vein flower, this terrifying, pulsating bloom of midnight velvet and captured starlight. It reeked of potent, probably dangerous, magical properties. Exactly the kind of thing a desperate family with a renowned but ailing physician matriarch might seek in a cursed forest. So, this isn't the Midnight Serenity? Or maybe Dark Vein is the Midnight Serenity, just with a much scarier name. He hazarded a guess. Either way, this ominous, glowing monstrosity is probably what Faria is after. The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity, but his system prompt was equally clear. 40 system coins. The gateway to his maternal bloodline, 0.40 coins. He desperately needed 0.40 coins he was not about to forfeit, not even for a marquis's daughter with distracting hair and a presumably noble cause. His own survival, his own power progression, took precedence. Especially when a creature that looked like it had crawled out of a cosmic horror story was currently using the surrounding forest as a chew toy and rapidly approaching their current coordinates. Sorry, Faria, Lloyd muttered internally, a spark of reckless, almost giddy determination igniting through the fear. Finders keepers, and right now, the system found it for me. His stubborn streak, a core component of both his 19-year-old self and the 80-year-old survivor inhabiting him, flared to life. He wasn't afraid of Faria. He wasn't even particularly afraid of her 3 heavily armed, professional-looking bodyguards who were currently radiating mess with the lady and die painfully vibes. Compared to the Meyer monster, they were practically kittens, fluffy, well-armed kittens. With a speed that belied the terror still thrumming in his veins, Lloyd acted. He didn't shout a warning, that he didn't negotiate, that he simply focused his will. The Ferrum power, the steel and fire, answering his call with a familiar, almost eager hum. The air around his outstretched hand shimmered, not with a grand display, but with a barely perceptible ripple, a single, whisper-thin filament of steel, finer than a human hair, but imbued with incandescent heat and impossible sharpness, shot out from his fingertips. It moved with the silent, invisible speed of thought, a deadly silver thread against the eerie, purple twilight of the glade, before anyone could react, before Faria could even open her mouth to demand an explanation for his sudden, dirt-streaked appearance. The superheated wire sliced cleanly through the thick, vein-like stem of the dark vein flower, inches above the grasping, skeletal roots. Snick. The sound was almost inaudible, lost beneath the approaching roars of the Meyer monster and the sudden, sharp intake of breath from Faria's entourage. The magnificent, terrifying bloom, severed from its anchor, tilted, then fell, but it didn't hit the mossy ground. Another almost invisible steel thread, cool this time, imbued with kinetic control, whipped out, coiled around the falling flower's remaining stem like a gentle lasso, and drew it back towards Lloyd's waiting hand with impossible speed and precision. He caught it. The dark vein flower, cool and surprisingly heavy, pulsed faintly in his grasp, its midnight velvet petals brushing against his skin, the strange, cloying floral scent intensifying, prickling at his senses. That it felt wrong. Powerful, yes, but deeply, fundamentally wrong, like holding a piece of solidified night. The entire sequence, the cut, the catch, took less than a second. Silence, a stunned, Disbelieving silence descended upon the small glade, broken only by the escalating, earth-shaking approach of the mire monster. Faria Krut stared, her amethyst eyes wide, her mouth slightly agape, her perfectly sculpted features, usually a mask of haughty composure or competitive fire, were now etched with sheer, unadulterated astonishment. Her three male guards, swords half-raised, looked equally dumbfounded, their professional training momentarily short-circuited by the sheer audacity of what they'd just witnessed. The two women, healer and archer, froze mid-motion, their own shock mirroring Faria's. "What?" Faria finally managed, her voice a strangled whisper, disbelief warring with burgeoning outrage. "What in the name of the blighted ancestors do you think you are doing?" Her voice rose sharply, regaining its familiar, imperious edge. "That flower, Ferrum, have you lost your mind?" Chapter 132, Debatable, Lady Faria, debatable, Lloyd replied, his voice surprisingly calm, almost conversational, though his eyes kept darting towards the crashing sounds from the forest. Now terrifyingly close, he held the pulsating dark vein flower firmly, a strange, dark jewel against his grimy tunic. "Just borrowing it. Urgent business, you see. Abyssal horror trying to play tag, and I believe this is the safe zone marker." Borrowing? One of Faria's guards, a burly man with a scar bisecting his eyebrow, snarled, taking an aggressive step forward, his sword glinting menacingly. "That bloom is vital. The Lady Faria requires, requirements, vital, yada yada." Lloyd cut him off, waving a dismissive hand, his gaze still fixed on the approaching terror. "Look, Scarface, no offense, but right now my primary requirement is not becoming Monster Chow. This flower, according to usually reliable, if incredibly annoying, sources," he mentally glared at the system interface, "is supposed to make big, ugly, and nasty over there take a permanent vacation to SO, if you'll excuse me." The mire monster burst into the glade. It was a horrifying avalanche of blackened chitin, writhing vegetative corruption, and multifaceted, malevolent red eyes. It filled the narrow entrance, its sheer bulk seeming to absorb the eerie twilight, its guttural chittering and mind-flaying shriek reaching a crescendo that made Lloyd's teeth ache. It paused for a fraction of a second, its glowing eyes sweeping the scene. Faria's terrified but defiant group, Lloyd and Fong, and the pulsating dark vein. Flower clutched in Lloyd's hand. Then it roared. A sound of pure, unadulterated hunger and rage, and fixed its gaze, its entire monstrous attention, solely on Lloyd and the flowered. "Oh, crap baskets." Lloyd's internal voice whimpered. "It really wants the flowered." Faria's guards instinctively moved to shield her, forming a defensive semicircle, their faces pale but grimly determined. The archer loosed a specialized arrow, a silver-tipped shaft trailing green fire, which struck the monster's carapace with a loud clang and bounced off harmlessly, leaving only a faint scorch mark. The healer was already muttering incantations, her hands glowing faintly. "Ferrum, you fool!" Faria screamed, her voice tight with terror and fury. "It's targeting you because of the bloom. Drop it. Give it here." The monster lunged, not at Faria's group, but directly at Lloyd, its massive, scythe-like talons raised, aiming to pulverize him and seize its prize. This was it. The moment of truth. Does the flower work? Does the aura repel? One of Faria's guards, the burly Scarface, yelled. "My Lord Ferrum, it's coming for us too. It was chasing us before you arrived. We think we let it out of the deeper woods." Lloyd's head snapped towards him, a horrifying realization dawning even as he braced for impact. "You what? You led this trans-dimensional catastrophe. Out here? Are you insane? You were the ones who misdirected it." The pieces slammed together. They weren't just also after the flower. They were the reason the monster was even in the sunken Fenmire in the first place. They had kites this monstrosity from the depths of Gala. The 50 silver ecological survey was looking more and more like bait in a trap set by Faria's desperate, reckless quest. The monster was almost upon him, its charnel breath a wave of suffocating heat. Fong, despite his fatigue, launched himself at its flank, thousand chirp strike, blazing a desperate, suicidal attempt to divert its attention. The strike connected with another sickening thud, eliciting an enraged shriek but barely slowing the behemoth. The flower pulsed in Lloyd's hand, cold and dark. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Possession of the bloom will create an aura highly repellent, forcing its retreat. "Oh, just hold it, right? That's the plan?" Then another thought, sharp, insistent, utterly illogical, sliced through the terror, a gut feeling, raw and undeniable. Or perhaps it was the system again, whispering its insane advice through the fog of adrenaline. "Throw it to the monster." "What?" Lloyd's internal voice shrieked in pure disbelief. Throw the 40 system coin, life-saving, monster-repellent flower to the monster. Is my gut feeling trying to get me killed in the stupidest way imaginable? This was beyond counterintuitive. It was certifiably insane. Every instinct screamed to hold onto the bloom, to let its promised aura work. But the feeling persisted, a cold, clear certainty amidst the chaos. Throw it. Faria was screaming something. Her guards were shouting. Fong was yelping as the monster swatted him aside like an annoying fly. The scythe-like talons were descending. Oh, for crying out loud! Lloyd yelled, exasperation momentarily overriding terror. Fine, if I die. I'm blaming my digestive system. With a desperate underhand toss, ignoring the horrified shouts from Faria's group, Lloyd Ferrum hurled the pulsating dark vein flower directly at the mire monster's gaping, chittering maw. Time seemed to slow. The flower, a dark jewel against the eerie light, tumbled through the air. The monster, momentarily confused by this unexpected offering, paused its attack, its multifaceted red eyes tracking the bloom. Its maw opened wider, rows of needle-sharp teeth gleaming. IT wanted the flower. IT was. Go and eat the flower. Well, that was monumentally stupid, Lloyd thought, bracing for immediate, painful evisceration. 40 coins down the drain, and now I'm monster food. Brilliant. Just as the mire monster lunged to snatch the dark vein flower from midair, just as its grotesque jaws were about to snap shut around the pulsating bloom, the ground beneath them erupted. Not with an explosion, but with a silent, terrifying upheaval. The black moss ripped apart, the earth heaved, and from the depths of Galaforest, something immense, something ancient and scaled, rose from the ground with breathtaking speed and power. It was a snake, a gigantic, nightmarish serpent, thicker than the oldest oaks in the forest, its scales the color of obsidian shimmering with captured moonlight, patterned with swirling lines of deepest amethyst. Its head, vast and triangular, rose high above them, easily dwarfing the mire monster. Its eyes twin pools of molten gold, ancient, cold, and utterly, terrifyingly intelligent. They weren't just eyes. They were abysses of primal power. A long, forked tongue, black as shadow, flickered out, tasting the air. The mire monster froze, its lunge aborted, its multifaceted eyes swiveling towards this new, even more formidable presence. Ikati let out a chittering sound that was less rage, more apprehension. Before anyone could react, before Lloyd could even process the sheer scale of this new horror, the gigantic snake struck, not at them, but at the mire monster. It moved with impossible speed for its size, a flowing mountain of obsidian and amethyst. Its massive coils, thick as siege towers, shot out, wrapping around the mire monster's chitinous body with crushing force. The sound of groaning, cracking carapace echoed through the glade. The mire monster shrieked, a sound of pure agony and surprise this time, as it was lifted bodily from the ground, ensnared in the serpent's inescapable embrace. The dark vein flower, forgotten in the sudden, titanic struggle, fell unheeded to the mossy ground near the serpent's writhing coils. The gigantic snake tightened its grip, its golden eyes fixed on the struggling mire monster with cold, implacable fury. It wasn't just a snake. It was a guardian. And the mire monster, Lloyd realized with a fresh wave of dawning horror, had just tried to eat its protected treasure. The fight began at a primeval battle between two colossal, terrifying entities, shaking the very foundations of Galaforest. Lloyd stared, utterly dumbfounded, the 40 system coins momentarily forgotten. Fong cowered beside him, whining pitifully. Faria Krutz and her entourage looked on in stunned, horrified silence. Okay, Lloyd's internal monologue managed weakly, surveying the apocalyptic scene of a giant abyss insect battling a guardian serpent the size of small mountain. The flower had a bodyguard, and a very big, very scaly, very possessive bodyguard. This was not in the guild contract's moderate risk assessment. He looked at the fallen dark vein flower, now dangerously close to the titanic, thrashing battle. The mire monster wanted it. Faria Krutz wanted it. And Lloyd Ferrum, for the sake of his maternal bloodline and his sanity, definitely still wanted those 40 system coins. This flower-picking expedition, he concluded with a sigh that felt like it came from the very depths of his 80-year-old soul, had just become significantly more complicated, and considerably more likely to involve being accidentally squashed. The glade had transformed into a maelstrom of primal fury, a canvas painted with shades of obsidian, corrupted green, and the terrifying, multifaceted red glow of the mire monster's eyes. The gigantic serpent and the chitinous horror were locked in a titanic, earth-shattering struggle, a battle that seemed to rip at the very fabric of Gala Forest. Trees, ancient sentinels that had stood for centuries, splintered and crashed around them like mere kindling. The ground buckled and heaved under the force of their monstrous impacts, and the air itself thrummed with the shockwaves of their blows, a visceral bass note of impending doom. The dark veined flower, the unsettlingly beautiful epicenter of this cataclysmic turf war, lay perilously close to the thrashing coils and flailing, scythe-like limbs, a dark jewel pulsing amidst apocalyptic chaos, seemingly oblivious to the chaos it had indirectly unleashed. Chapter 134. Lloyd stared, momentarily paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming scale of the conflict. "This is fine," his internal 80-year-old sarcastically drawled, even as his 19-year-old legs felt rooted to the spot. Just a casual Tuesday afternoon stroll interrupted by a minor disagreement between a demigod-level snake and whatever eldritch abomination crawled out of the local swamp. Perfectly normal. Nothing to see here, except for our imminent, gruesome deaths. His thoughts about system coins were now a secondary, albeit still nagging, concern. Survival was screaming for priority. "Okay, new plan," Lloyd finally yelled, his voice cracking slightly, but carrying a surprising amount of authority born of sheer, unadulterated terror mixed with a bizarre, almost giddy adrenaline rush. Strategic withdrawal, rapid tactical relocation, unscheduled, high-velocity departure. Pick your euphemism, people, but move, like your fancy silk undergarments are on fire and the only extinguisher is guarded by that. That thing's bigger, angrier cousin. He grabbed Fong by the scruff of his neck. The wolf spirit was currently attempting to dig a hole to the center of Riverio with his paws, and practically hauled the terrified animal to his feet. "Come on, buddy. Less cowering, more not being here. Your lightning claws are impressive, but I don't think they're rated for mountain-sized serpent or walking nightmare made of bad dreams and pointy bits." He spun towards Faria Krutz and her equally stunned, white-faced entourage. They were frozen, a tableau of aristocratic horror, transfixed by the horrifying spectacle unfolding before them. "Lady Faria," Lloyd barked, trying to cut through their shock-induced paralysis. "You in your heavily armed horticulture club. Unless you fancy being an accidental casualty in a kaiju wrestling match that makes bar brawls look like polite tea parties, I suggest we all vacate the premises, like 5 minutes ago, before we become a footnote in the stupid ways to die in Galafora's handbook." Faria, jolted from her horrified stupor by Lloyd's surprisingly commanding, if slightly hysterical, tone, blinked rapidly. Her amethyst eyes, wide with a mixture of raw terror and disbelief, flickered from the titanic battle that was currently leveling a significant portion of irreplaceable ancient woodland back to Lloyd. "Run," she managed, her voice a thin thread of sound. Then, the ingrained aristocratic disdain, a surprisingly resilient weed, attempted to reassert itself even in the face of annihilation. "With you, Ferrum?" The implication was clear. "You, the awkward, unimpressive lout. You think you can lead us?" She was still angry because I Lloyd steal the flower. "Look, your ladyship," Lloyd snapped, patience frayed beyond repair, the immediate threat of being crushed, eaten, or possibly just vibrated into component molecules overriding any pretense of noble courtesy. "I appreciate your commitment to social hierarchy. I really do. That it's charming. But the giant death snake and the walking nightmare bug currently engaged in what appears to be a very enthusiastic demolition derby probably don't give a single rat's backside about our respective noble standings. They just see squishy snacks with good marbling. So, unless you have a better idea, like, say, a conveniently pocket-sized teleportation scroll that works for 6 people and a moderately traumatized wolf, I strongly suggest we follow the universal rule of big monster fight. Small people run. Run fast. Run far. And try not to scream too much. It might attract their attention from the others screaming." The ground bucked violently beneath their feet as the obsidian serpent slammed the mire monster into a cluster of ancient oaks with a sound like the world cracking in half. The trees vaporized into a cloud of splinters and dust, a shower of debris. Bark, leaves, bits of what might have been unfortunate squirrels, rained down around them. That seemed to be the deciding factor for Faria's rapidly dwindling sense of decorum. He's right, my lady." Scarface, the burly guard whose earlier bravado had completely evaporated, yelled, his face the color of old parchment. He grabbed Faria's arm protectively, though Lloyd doubted he could do much against either of the colossal combatants. "We need to get clear, now, before they decide where the after-dinner mints." Faria hesitated for another fraction of a second, her pride warring a fierce but ultimately losing battle with the undeniable, terrifying reality of their situation. Then, with a sharp, frustrated nod that looked utterly out of place on her usually composed features, she conceded. "All right, Ferrum, lead the way." Her voice was tight, strained. "But if you get us eaten, I shall be extremely cross with your ghost. I'll find a necromancer just to tell you off properly." Duly noted, Lady Faria, ghostly displeasure is a powerful motivator. Right up there with not being turned into a meat smoothie. Lloyd shot back, already turning and scrambling away from the epicenter of the battle, Fong a gray streak at his heels, looking significantly less like a harbinger of doom and more like a very fast, very frightened dog. Everyone else, try to keep up, and for the love of all that's holy, try not to trip over any conveniently placed evil roots. Gala seems to specialize in those. They ran at a motley crew of terrified nobles, grim-faced guards whose professionalism was being severely tested by foes several orders of magnitude above their pay grade, and one extremely stressed Archduke's heir who was seriously reconsidering his career choices, fleeing for their lives through the treacherous, shadow-choked depths of Gala Forest. The cataclysmic sounds of the colossal battle, monstrous roars, sickening crunches, the shriek of stressed earth and tortured metal-like carapace, faded slowly, reluctantly, behind them, replaced by their own ragged, desperate breathing, the frantic pounding of their hearts, and the occasional yelp as someone inevitably stumbled. "Why me?" Lloyd's internal monologue wailed as he dodged a low-hanging branch that seemed to actively try and clothesline him. "That I just wanted a few easy coins. Enough to awaken a dormant bloodline. Maybe upgrade Fong from terrifying lightning wolf to slightly more terrifying lightning wolf with better dental insurance. I didn't sign up for Monster Island Survivor, Gala Forest Edition. And why, oh why, is Faria Krutz always involved when my life takes a sharp left turn into utter chaos? Is she some kind of walking disaster magnet? Does trouble follow her around like an overeager puppy with a penchant for property damage and existential threats? That flower, she called it Dark Vein too. Was it the midnight serenity she was after? The one for her mother's alchemist? Did that alchemist specify needing something that looks like it wants to suck your soul out through your eyeballs? Tasteful. They didn't stop, didn't dare to even slow down, until the sounds of the titanic struggle were a distant, muffled rumble, and they reached a small, relatively clear stream cutting a silver ribbon through the dense undergrowth. The sound of rushing water, clean and natural, was a blessed relief after the cacophony of monstrous rage. They collapsed onto the damp, mossy earth by the water's edge, chests heaving, limbs trembling, clothes torn and stained. Faria, her crimson-violet hair now thoroughly disheveled, matted with sweat and leaf litter, and clinging to her flushed brow in a way that was still somehow distractingly attractive, rounded on Lloyd the moment she could draw enough breath to speak. Her amethyst eyes, usually cool and assessing or blazing with competitive fire, were now wide with a potent cocktail of residual terror, simmering anger, and a grudging, almost bewildered curiosity. "Ferrum," she panted, jabbing a trembling but still imperious finger accusingly in his direction. Her usual aristocratic poise was in tatters, replaced by the raw, frayed nerves of someone who had just narrowly avoided becoming a smear on the forest floor. "What in the blighted, festering realms were you doing here? In the deepest, most cursed part of Gala Forest, a place sane people actively pay cartographers not to mark on their maps? And why?" Her voice rose, a tremor of its usual haughty command returning. "Did you snatch that flower? The Dark Vein? Don't you dare tell me you were after it for decorative purposes, or to press it in a book of bad poetry." Chapter 136. Lloyd, still trying to convince his lungs that they weren't, in fact, about to stage a hostile takeover of his ribcage, leaned heavily against a moss-covered rock. Fong, equally exhausted, collapsed at his feet, panting like a steam engine, his tongue lolling. "Decorative purposes," Lloyd managed, forcing a weak, slightly manic grin that probably looked more like a grimace of agony. "Lady Faria, with all due respect, which is currently quite a bit, considering you haven't tried to skewer me for leading you on this merry chase through Hell's back garden, my current aesthetic goal is primarily focused on not being a dismembered corpse. The flower," he gestured vaguely back towards the direction of the ongoing monster mash, "believe it or not, was supposed to be a get-out-of-being-eaten by the Meyer Monster-free card. A handy little buzz-off, you oversized bug token." He kept his true, now fulfilled objective for snatching the flower, the vital system reward, entirely to himself. The plan, and I use the term plan with the loosest possible definition encompassing wild, desperate gamble based on cryptic information from a source I'd rather not discuss, was that its aura would make Big Ugly, our charming friend from the mire, take a permanent vacation. Clearly, the plan had unforeseen complications. He shot a pointed look skyward, like a 50-foot-long, highly territorial, flower-loving snake with a serious anger management problem, deciding to join the party uninvited. So you weren't after it for its actual medicinal or alchemical properties? Faria pressed, her gaze sharp, analytical even through the layers of dishevelment and residual fear. The investigator in her, the seeker of knowledge, was reasserting itself. You don't need the dark vein for some nefarious Ferrum scheme. Need it? Lloyd snorted, a genuine laugh, albeit a slightly hysterical one, escaping him. Lady Faria, right now I need a stiff drink. Make that several stiff drinks. A very long nap, preferably in a bed not located in a cursed forest currently hosting a battle of titans, and possibly extensive therapy to deal with the sudden onset of giant monster-induced PTSD. That flower. It can stay with its oversized, scaly guardian and live happily ever after in their mutual, terrifying, probably quite damp ecosystem for all I care. Why primary objective? Once the mire monster decided my 50 silver ecological survey was an invitation to a buffet, was simply not becoming part of the local food chain. Preferably the top of it, not the bottom. Faria stared at him, processing his words, her expression slowly shifting. The anger seemed to drain away, replaced by a complex mixture of emotions. Her shoulders, which had been rigid with tension, slumped almost imperceptibly. Then, you truly don't require it. A note of raw, desperate hope, so incongruous with her usual icy composure, entered her voice, making it tremble slightly. Because I do, Ferrum. Gods, how I need that flower, urgently. One of her guards, the older, gray-bearded man who had exuded an air of calm competence even amidst the chaos, stepped forward respectfully, his breathing still heavy but his voice steady. He had a kind, weary face, the face of a man who had seen too much but still held onto his duty. My lady speaks the truth, Lord Ferrum, he said, his tone grave. He offered Lloyd a slight bow, a gesture of respect between warriors who had, however inadvertently, faced a common, overwhelming foe. We seek the dark vein, or the midnight serenity, as it is known in some older texts, from my lady's mother. Her alchemist believes its essence is key to combating a persistent ailment that drains her strength. This bloom, it is our last, slender hope. He looked directly at Lloyd, a profound gratitude softening the lines of worry around his eyes. And frankly, my lord, if you hadn't intervened as you did and provoked that colossal serpent by attempting to take the flower first, we likely would have tried to procure it ourselves moments later. And that guardian, it would have crushed us all without a second thought, without even registering our existence as anything more than bothersome insects. Your unorthodox actions, however reckless they may have appeared, he offered a slight, wry smile here, inadvertently saved us from far worse, far swifter fate, even if they did lead us into this current, rather unfortunate predicament of being hopelessly lost and hunted in gala. Lloyd blinked, processing this new, absurd twist. His reckless, system-reward-driven flower snatching had, in a bizarre, entirely unintentional, roundabout way, potentially saved their lives by triggering the guardian serpent before they could blunder into its path and become instant snake food. The universe, he decided, didn't just work in mysterious ways. It worked in ways that were actively, hilariously, terrifyingly stupid. Well, he managed, running a hand through his own dirt-streaked, sweat-matted hair. Glad my apparent innate talent for attracting oversized, homicidal flora and fauna and inadvertently starting interspecies monster brawls could be of some minor service. He paused, then a slow, almost mischievous grin spread across his face. The 80-year-old survivor, enjoying a moment of perfectly timed, dramatic reveal, it was a grin that held a hint of perfectly timed showmanship even in the depths of a cursed forest. And as for the flower, Lady Faria, he said, his voice regaining some of its earlier light, almost teasing quality, don't you worry your pretty, crimson-violet head about it. Faria looked at him, confusion warring instantly with a fresh surge of hope. Her hand instinctively went to her disheveled hair, a rare flicker of self-consciousness. What do you mean, don't worry? She demanded, her voice tight with suspense. It's back there, in the middle of that mythological mosh pit, guarded by a serpent that could probably swallow this entire forest for breakfast and still have room for a light snack of, say, us. Lloyd simply held up his right hand, palm conspicuously, dramatically empty. He waggled his fingers. Patience, your ladyship. Observe the master illusionist at work. Or, just a guy with a really weird bloodline power and a penchant for overly complicated solutions to simple problems. He then flexed his fingers, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement, like a puppeteer twitching an invisible string. For the first time, Faria and her entourage, their attention now laser-focused on his hand, noticed it, a glint impossibly fine, almost invisible in the dim, filtered light of the ancient forest, leading from his fingertips, taut and unerring, back into the oppressive gloom from whence they had so recently and so rapidly fled. A thread, finer than spider silk, almost intangible, yet humming with a faint, contained energy that resonated with the very air around them. It was there, yet barely there, a line of impossible steel defying the chaos. What? Faria breathed, her amethyst eyes widening as she finally registered the almost invisible filament, tracing its path back into the shadows. Her mind struggled to comprehend. That wire, it can't be. With a sharp, decisive tug, a motion as practiced and confident as a master fisherman setting a hook, Lloyd pulled. The steel wire, a testament to his hidden Ferrum power, his innate ability to manipulate refined metal with pinpoint precision and incredible, almost magical, tensile strength, sang almost inaudibly as it sliced back through the intervening undergrowth unseen, unheard by anyone not specifically attuned to its presence or currently staring at it with wide-eyed disbelief. That it was less. A retrieval. More summons. There was a faint rustling from the direction of the now distant, but still audible, chaotic battle, a brief flicker of movement in the deeper shadows, a dark shape detaching itself from the edge of the glade where the titanic struggle raged, and then, with startling, almost impossible speed, something dark and velvety shot out of the gloom, arcing through the air like a thrown spear, drawn by the rapidly retracting, near-invisible wire, with a final, smooth, almost theatrical motion, like a stage magician producing a rabbit from a hat. Lloyd caught it neatly in his outstretched hand. The dark vein flower, pulsating faintly with its cold, dark luminescence, its midnight velvet petals unblemished, its strange, cold, cloying floral scent filling the small clearing by the stream with an almost palpable aura of ancient power. He had never truly let go of the guiding wire. He'd simply allowed the flower to fall, seemingly abandoned amidst the chaos, while maintaining his silent, unbreakable connection. Like a master angler, he'd skillfully played his line, letting the currents of battle rage around his lure, waiting for the precise, opportune moment to reel in his precious, quest-fulfilling prize. Chapter 138. Faria Krutz and her entire team stared, utterly, completely, comprehensively speechless. Their mouths, which had been previously engaged in panicked gasping or horrified exclamations, now hung open in slack-jawed disbelief. Their eyes, moments before wide with terror, were now practically bulging saucers of incredulous astonishment. They had seen him seemingly discard the flower, seen the colossal guardian serpent emerge as if summoned from the very earth, witnessed the beginning of a battle that would likely reshape the local geography. And now, here it was, the flower in his hand, if conjured by sheer, impossible magic, if plucked from the heart of a maelstrom by an invisible hand. You had it all along. Faria finally choked out, her voice a ragged whisper, a bizarre cocktail of awe, bewilderment, and something that suspiciously resembled grudging, almost infuriated, admiration. That wire. Ferrum family specialty, Lloyd said with a nonchalant shrug that did absolutely nothing to diminish the sheer impossibility of what they had just witnessed. His heart was still pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs from the sheer audacity and risk of the maneuver, but his external expression was one of cool, almost smug competence. Basic iron manipulation, good for retrieving things from inconvenient locations, like, say, the middle of a giant monster deathmatch. Handy for fishing, too, though the bait tends to complain more. He held out the dark vein flower towards Faria, its cold, dark beauty a stark, almost profane contrast to the grime and sweat staining his hand. You said you needed it. For your mother? Some kind of persistent ailment? The alchemist reckons this is the key. He saw the desperate, almost painful hope flare anew in her amethyst eyes, momentarily eclipsing the shock. He remembered her previous plea for a flower, her mother's alchemist. This had to be it. Consider it a professional courtesy, he continued, a wry smile playing on his lips. Payment for services rendered in the field of leading giant horrors away from unsuspecting ecological surveyors. Or maybe just a thank you for inadvertently pointing me towards a quest item I didn't even know I needed to complete for personal reasons. He couldn't very well explain the system. One good turn deserves another, right? Besides, his grin widened, a flicker of something unreadable, perhaps the satisfaction of a task well and truly, if bizarrely completed. In his eyes, my business with that particular bloom is concluded. Its purpose, for me, has been served. And the 40 coins are safely logged in my mental account, he thought with a silent, deeply satisfying smirk that only he understood. Mission accomplished, even if it did involve nearly being eaten by two different mythological nightmares. He placed the pulsating, terrifyingly beautiful, legendarily rare dark vein flower into Faria Krutz's trembling, outstretched hands. The look of stunned, overwhelming gratitude on her face for that brief, unguarded moment, the sheer, raw relief that washed away the terror and the haughtiness, was noteworthy. Very noteworthy indeed. IT certainly beat getting paid in near-useless swamp samples or the dubious honor of having personally cataloged a new species of abyss-spawn horror for the guild's already overstuffed bestiary. The dark vein flower, a pulsating bloom of midnight velvet and captured starlight, felt cold and strangely heavy in Faria Krutz's trembling hands. The brief, almost manic exchange with Lloyd Ferrum, his impossible retrieval of the flower, his nonchalant gifting of it, his bizarrely confident pronouncements amidst the echoes of monstrous battle, had left her reeling, a whirlwind of disbelief, gratitude, and sheer, unadulterated bewilderment. For a fleeting, insane instant, there in the dim, moss-carpeted clearing by the rushing stream, surrounded by her exhausted but relieved guards, a fragile tendril of hope had dared to unfurl. They had the flower. They had survived. Lloyd, propped against a mossy boulder, was attempting to regulate his breathing, which still sounded suspiciously like a broken bellows. Fong, a magnificent but thoroughly drained wolf spirit, was a heap of storm gray fur at his feet, emitting soft, whimpering pants. The 80-year-old pragmatist in Lloyd was busy calculating the net gain of the Gala Forest excursion. One dangerously cursed flower successfully procured and gifted, zero monetary value, but high in potential future political IOUs, perhaps. 40 system coins secured. For a quest item he no longer possessed, excellent ROI, all things considered, and the acquisition of several new rips in his favorite practical tunic, plus a collection of scratches that would likely scarred and the lingering trauma of being hunted by two different mythological nightmares that had apparently decided to use Gala Forest as their personal Thunderdome. All in all, a mixed bag, his fleeting, insane backup plan for the Meyer monster, using the flower as a lightning rod via the steel wire for an internal electrocution surprise, still amused him in a dark, gallows humor sort of way. Thank the ancestors for giant, territorial guardian snakes, he mused, otherwise I might have actually tried that, and the resulting explosion would probably have taken out half the forest. And us, still, would have been a heck of a light show, probably would have confused the system too. Task, retrieve flower. User, atomize flower, monster, and self. Reward. The momentary, almost giddy relief, however, was as fragile and ephemeral as a soap bubble in a hurricane. A shadow fell. IT wasn't the dappled gloom of the ancient forest canopy reasserting itself as the sun dipped lower. This was a shadow vast, absolute, and bone-chillingly cold, swallowing the pale, filtered light of the clearing hole, plunging them into an abyssal twilight. The gentle murmur of the stream seemed to curdle. The cheerful chirping of unseen birds choked into terrified silence. The very air grew heavy, pressing down with the weight of a collapsing mountain, thick with the primal scent of deep earth, ancient stone, and something else, something akin to raw, elemental power and the cold, metallic tang of shed reptilian skin on a colossal scale. The distant, muffled rumbles of the titanic battle had ceased entirely that a winner had been decided, and it had come back for its prize, with a slithering, earth-shuddering sound that vibrated up through the soles of their boots and into the very marrow of their bones. The gigantic obsidian serpent flowed back into the clearing. IT moved not with the frenetic rage of its earlier battle, but with a slow, deliberate, terrifyingly regal grace, like a river of molten night pouring through the ancient trees, its colossal body displacing tons of earth and undergrowth as if they were mere ripples on water. Its scales, each the size of a feasting platter, shimmered with those disturbing captured starlights and deep amethyst veins. Utterly unmarred, seemingly untouched by its monumental struggle with the mire monster. That chitinous abomination, that grotesque horror from the swamp, was gone. vanquished, consumed, erased from existence, leaving only the victorious, silent dreadnought of a serpent. Its enormous, triangular head, a thing of nightmare geometry easily capable of swallowing a small house without unhinging its jaw, rose high above them, swaying gently, a dark mountain peak against the bruised sky, its forked black tongue, long as a man, flickered out with hypnotic slowness, tasting the air, tasting their fear, which now hung thick and cloying as the forest's own miasma. In its eyes, those twin pools of molten gold, ancient, cold, and radiating an intelligence that was utterly, terrifyingly alien, were no longer fixed on some distant, vanquished foe. They were fixed with a chilling, possessive, almost languid intensity directly, unequivocally on Lady Faria Krutz, or, more precisely, on the dark veined flower, pulsating faintly with its cold, dark luminescence, clutched forgotten in her trembling, white-knuckled hands. The lure, the treasure, the thing it had just waged a battle of seemingly geological proportions to protect, or perhaps reclaim. And now, these small, soft, insignificant bipedal morsels were holding it, oh, for the love of all that is holy, unholy, and vaguely squishy in between. Lloyd's internal monologue, which had been attempting a brief, celebratory jig over the 40 system coins, tripped, fell flat on its face, and then curled up into a whimpering ball of pure, unadulterated despair. T1. The 50-foot-long, armor-plated super snake with eyes like dying suns actually won. And now it's back. For its glowy, probably cursed, definitely not good housekeeping approved potpourri. We are so unbelievably, monumentally, royally, categorically, comprehensively screwed. I should have stayed on the DMN's sofa. Yes, the lumps were atrocious, the potpourri an affront to olfactory sanity, and Rose's icy glares could probably freeze hell over. But at least the furniture wasn't actively trying to devour me, with ITS flower-obsessed, mountain-sized body. Chapter 140. Faria let out a small, choked sound, a whimper that was swallowed instantly by the heavy, predatory silence. The dark, veined flower, moments before a symbol of desperate hope, now felt like a burning coal, a cursed artifact, a death sentence clutched in her hand. Her face, already pale from exhaustion and residual terror, drained of all remaining color, becoming a stark, chalky white mask against the crimson-violet chaos of her hair. Her guards blessed their brave, stupid, hopelessly outmatched hearts, instinctively, suicidally, moved to shield her again, their swords, poor, inadequate slivers of steel that looked like children's toys against the backdrop of the serpent's colossal scale, raised in a gesture of defiance, so futile it was almost heartbreaking. The healer had resumed her prayers, her voice a frantic, desperate litany, barely audible above the frantic thumping of Lloyd's own heart. The archer, her hand shaking so violently she could barely hold her bow steady, fumbled with another specialized arrow, her eyes wide and glassy with a terror that bordered on catatonia. Nope, absolutely not. No way, Jose. Not today, Slinky McScaleface. Lloyd yelled, his voice cracking with a desperation that bordered on the hysterical. Pure, primal survival instinct, honed over 3 lifetimes of narrowly avoiding becoming footnotes in various historical and/or interdimensional cataclysms, surged through him, momentarily overriding the profound exhaustion, the screaming protest of his abused muscles, and a lingering ache in his very soul. Not after all that. We are not becoming gourmet snake snacks. I refuse. I have soap to make, an empire to build, questionable life choices to regret at a later, more convenient date. You are not on the itinerary, you oversized, flower-fetishizing reptile. He was running on fumes. His spirit power reserves a pathetic, sputtering candle flame in the face of this elemental hurricane. His void power scraped nearly dry from the earlier encounters, the desperate wire manipulations, the impromptu bullet flinging. Fong, a crumpled heap of weary fur beside him, managed a low, exhausted growl, a brave but ultimately symbolic gesture of defiance. The vibrant lightning aura that usually crackled around him was now a mere whisper, a faint, apologetic shimmer. But doing nothing was not an option. Doing nothing was an engraved invitation to immediate, probably quite messy, reptilian ingestion. His stubborn Ferrum core, the one that refused to yield, the one that had faced down his father's wrath and Rubel's machinations, flared with a last, desperate spark. Desperate times call for monumentally stupid, probably completely ineffective, but hey, at least we tried measures. Lloyd gasped, pushing his aching body, his protesting mind, his utterly depleted reserves, to one final, almost certainly futile, act of glorious, idiotic defiance. He wasn't afraid, not in the cowering sense he was terrified. Yes, but it was a focused terror, a terror that sharpened the senses and screamed for action. Any action, rather than passive annihilation. This wasn't a beast to be reasoned with, or a political opponent to be outmaneuvered. This was a force of nature, and sometimes the only thing to do when faced with a hurricane is to throw a very small, very shiny rock at it and hope it gets distracted. Fong, he roared, his voice raw, tried to inject a confidence he was several light years away from feeling. Buddy, pal, my furry, four-legged harbinger of occasional doom. I know you're running on empty. I know you'd rather be chasing squirrels or napping in a sunbeam, but I need everything you've got left. One last chirp, the biggest, loudest, most annoying chirp you can muster. Aim for its eyes, or its giant, terrifying, probably very sensitive, definitely unpleasantly moist nose holes. Anything that looks even remotely like a weak spot, or just make a really loud noise and hope it is sensitive. Hearing, simultaneously, with a grunt of sheer, teeth-gritting effort that made spots dance before his eyes, he poured the absolute dregs of his Ferrum power, the last sputtering embers of steel and fire, into his outstretched hands. He didn't have a reserve for precise, superheated filaments, nor the energy for dense, kinetic bullets. He needed area denial. He needed a net, a desperate, shimmering, probably entirely useless cage of last resort, a final, defiant gesture before the inevitable, with a strangled yell that was equal parts battle cry, terrified shriek, and profound exasperation at the universe's apparent vendetta against him. He flung his hands outwards. A shimmering, chaotic, almost pathetic explosion of steel wires erupted from him. Hundreds of them, thin and sharp, but lacking their usual incandescence, their usual tightly controlled menace. They wove themselves with desperate, frantic speed into a vast, tangled, haphazard net that stretched between them and the advancing, colossal head of the obsidian serpent. They weren't superheated, they weren't precisely controlled. They were just there at a sudden, unexpected, probably entirely inadequate barrier of gleaming, razor-edged steel, a last, defiant snare against the encroaching darkness. Now, Fong, Lloyd screamed, his voice hoarse, his vision blurring at the edges from the sheer effort of will. Hit the net. Light it up. Give it the full wattage. Let's see if this overgrown garden hose is afraid of sparks. He was hoping, with a desperation that bordered on lunacy, that the wolf understood the insane, improvised, almost certainly suicidal tactic. Fong, with a final, heroic surge of power that seemed to drain the very light from his golden eyes, launched himself forward. Not at the snake, not anymore, but the shimmering, newly formed, probably quite flimsy steel web. The last vestiges of his lightning power, dragged from the very depths of his depleted spirit core, coalesced around his leading foreleg. The thousand chirps strike formed, weaker now. The birdsong shriek thin, reedy, almost pathetic compared to its earlier glory, but still charged with a desperate, defiant, elemental fury that crackle, hiss, pop, fizzle, boom. Fong's lightning-infused paw slammed into the geometric center of Lloyd's desperate, tangled steel net. The effect was visually spectacular for about half a second, and then it was utterly, hopelessly, tragically, comically futile. The lightning, weak as it was, surged through the hastily constructed conductive steel wires for one glorious, heart-stopping, almost beautiful fraction of an instant. The entire haphazard net erupted, transformed into a crackling, spitting, incandescent cage of azure energy. Sparks, brilliant and blue, flew in every direction, momentarily illuminating the terrified faces of Faria's group, the grim set of Lloyd's jaw, the weary droop of Fong's ears. The air filled with the sharp, pungent scent of ozone, momentarily overpowering the cold, earthy smell of the serpent. The light show was for that brief, insane moment, almost impressive. It looked for one fleeting, desperate instant, like they had actually managed to momentarily trap, or at least startle, the colossal serpent in a web of pure, concentrated lightning. Then, reality, in the form of a 50-foot-long, nigh-invulnerable, probably quite cross, mythological guardian snake, reasserted itself with brutal, dismissive efficiency, with a sound like 1,000 brittle threads, snapping simultaneously under immense strain. The steel wires, already weakened by Lloyd's depleted void reserves, overloaded by Fong's desperate electrical surge, simply vaporized. They vanished into faint wisps of smoke and lingering ozone. The lightning, unable to penetrate the serpent's impossibly dense, magically resistant, obsidian-like scales, dissipated harmlessly against its shimmering, unblemished hide, causing nothing more than a faint, almost contemptuous static crackle that might have been the reptilian equivalent of a bored sigh. The gigantic obsidian serpent didn't even seem to notice the attack. IT didn't flinch, IT didn't recoil, that IT didn't even pause in its slow, inexorable, terrifying advance. IT blinked. Its vast, golden eyes, each larger than Lloyd's head, closed slowly, then opened again, with an expression that might have been interpreted had anyone been in a state to interpret anything other than raw, pants-wetting terror as mild, almost detached annoyance. If a particularly bothersome gnat had just buzzed vaguely near its snout before being casually ignored. Lloyd stared, his desperate, last-ditch hope crumbling into cold, gray ashes of despair. The net, gone. The lightning, useless. His most potent void manipulation, Fong's signature strike, their combined, desperate gambit, had amounted to less than a mild atmospheric disturbance for this creature. Fong, the last of his energy utterly spent, was thrown back by the uncontrolled, rebounding electrical discharge, landing in a whimpering, sparking heap at Lloyd's feet. His magnificent storm gray, first smoking slightly, his golden eyes dull with exhaustion. The momentary, defiant light show faded, leaving the clearing plunged back into the oppressive, cold twilight, now rendered even more menacing by the utter, comprehensive failure of their desperate, final stand. Chapter 142. The gigantic obsidian serpent continued its slow, unhurried, almost languid advance, its colossal head swaying gently from side to side, its golden eyes fixed with that chilling, possessive intensity on Faria Krutz and the dark veined flower she still clutched, forgotten, in her paralyzed grip. Its forked black tongue flickered out again, tasting the air, tasting their fear, tasting, perhaps, the imminent satisfaction of reclaiming its stolen treasure and dealing with the bothersome, insignificant insects who had dared to disturb its ancient slumber and pilfer its sacred bloom. They were out of tricks, out of power, out of options, out of time. This, Lloyd Ferrum thought with a sudden, profound, and surprisingly calm certainty that settled over him like a shroud, was very probably it. The end of the line, the final curtain that he really hoped the afterlife had better upholstery than the Ferrum Estate's guest's sweet sofa, and maybe, just maybe, fewer giant, flower-obsessed, nigh-invulnerable guardian snakes. Point one could only hope. The utter, comprehensive failure of their desperate, lightning-infused web trick hung in the air, thick and suffocating as the Galliforus' own miasma. The gigantic obsidian serpent, its golden eyes gleaming with ancient, cold indifference, continued its inexorable advance, a mountain of scaled, moon-dappled night flowing towards them. Its attention locked on Faria Krutz and the cursed bloom she still held like a talisman of impending doom. Fong lay whimpering at Lloyd's feet, a smoking, depleted bundle of fur and twitching lightning, his brave spirit utterly spent. Hope, Lloyd thought with a grim, almost detached clarity, had just packed its bags, left a sarcastic note, and caught the last stagecoach out of certain Deathville. Just as the serpent's colossal head, vast and terrifying as a looming thundercloud, began to dip lower, its forked black tongue flickering out to taste the air inches from Faria's petrified face, a new sound ripped through the terrified silence. IT wasn't a shriek of despair, nor a whimper of surrender. IT was a roar, a raw, defiant, utterly human roar, laced with the desperation of a cornered wolf and the unwavering courage of a soldier facing impossible odds. "Stand back, my lady." Captain Valerius, the older, gray-bearded guard who had earlier spoken with such quiet dignity, the veteran whose weary eyes held the weight of countless battles, exploded into action that he wasn't young. His face was etched with the harsh lines of a life spent on the blade's edge. But in that moment, he seemed to shed decades, his body thrumming with a sudden, astonishing surge of power. His well-worn leather armor, usually muted and practical, seemed to shimmer with an internal light, and his stance, legs braced wide, sword held high, radiated an aura of unbreakable resolve. "You will not touch her, foul beast." Valerius roared again, his voice echoing through the glade, a surprising thunder against the serpent's chilling silence. He poured his will, his very life force, into his spirit stone, which blazed with sudden, fierce intensity on the pommel of his longsword. "By the honor of the Krutz name, by the oath I swore, awaken, Stormwing, to me." The air around Captain Valerius didn't just shimmer, it tore. Reality itself seemed to fracture as a creature of myth and legend, a being of storm clouds and primal fury, burst forth into the dim twilight of the glade with a shriek that rivaled the mire monster's own in sheer, piercing intensity. That it was a griffin, a magnificent, terrifyingly beautiful creature, easily the size of 3 warhorses. Its plumage the color of a gathering thunderhead, storm gray feathers tipped with purest silver that glinted like captured lightning. Its powerful forelimbs, unlike the purely avian structure of lesser griffins, were thick, muscular, almost humanoid in their articulation, ending in razor-sharp talons that could disembowel a knight in full plate with a single swipe. Its hindquarters were those of a powerful lion, rippling with corded muscle, promising devastating speed and agility. Its great, eagle-like head, crowned with a crest of darker, storm-tossed feathers, held eyes like burning coals, blazing with fierce intelligence and unwavering loyalty. Its beak, hooked and wicked, looked capable of punching through castle walls. This was no mere manifestation-level spirit. This was an ascension-level powerhouse, a true lord of the skies, a living siege engine of beak and claw. Stormwing, Captain Valerius's bonded spirit, hadn't taken on a fully humanoid form, as some ascension-level spirits did. Instead, it retained its majestic, terrifying avian-leonine hybrid form, a testament, perhaps, to its primal nature or Valerius's own preference for its battlefield utility. It hovered for a fraction of a second above its master, its vast wings beating the air with thunderous downstrokes that sent leaves and debris swirling, its piercing shriek echoing through the trees, a direct challenge to the colossal serpent. Stormwing, engage! Valerius commanded, his voice hoarse but unwavering, pointing his sword directly at the obsidian serpent's looming head. For the Lady Faria, for the honor of the South. With another ear-splitting shriek that seemed to shake the very leaves from the trees, Stormwing dove, it wasn't a graceful flight. It was a terrifying, meteor-like plummet, a blur of storm-gray feathers and gleaming talons, aimed directly at the serpent's massive, golden eyes. Its beak, sharp as a spearhead, tore at the air, and its talons, extended like grappling hooks forged from tempered steel, raked across the serpent's obsidian scales. For one breathtaking, almost unbelievable moment it seemed to work. The attack was so sudden, so unexpected, so filled with desperate, concentrated fury, that the gigantic serpent actually recoiled slightly, its massive head jerking back as Stormwing's talons, sharp enough to shred solid oak, scored deep, screeching gouges across its seemingly impenetrable hide. Dark, viscous ichor, black as tar and smelling faintly of ozone and ancient decay, welled from the shallow wounds. The serpent let out a hiss, a sound like 1,000 furnaces igniting. Simultaneously, a sound that wasn't just anger, but surprise, and perhaps a flicker of actual pain. Stormwing shrieked again in triumph, pressing its attack, a whirlwind of tearing beak and slashing talons, its storm-gray feathers a stark contrast against the serpent's night-black scales. That it was a desperate, furious ballet of aerial assault against terrestrial might. A clash of primal powers that dwarfed anything Lloyd had witnessed before, save perhaps the mire monster's own initial, horrifying emergence. Faria gasped, her hand flying her mouth. A flicker of desperate hope, so quickly extinguished before, daring to reignite in her terrified eyes. Her guards, witnessing their captain and his legendary spirit engage such a terrifying foe, let out a ragged, involuntary cheer. Even Lloyd, despite the crushing weight of his own despair, felt a surge of reluctant admiration. Valerius and Stormwing were magnificent, a testament to courage in the face of impossible odds. Maybe, Lloyd's internal monologue whispered, daring to hope against all reason. Maybe they can actually do it. Maybe they can drive it back, or at least buy us enough time to do something other than become snake food. The hope, however, was as short-lived and fragile as a butterfly in a blizzard. The obsidian serpent, momentarily surprised, perhaps even slightly pained by Stormwing's furious, unexpected assault, recovered with terrifying speed. Its golden eyes, which had flickered with surprise, now narrowed into malevolent, incandescent slits, blazing with a cold, ancient, utterly implacable fury. The initial shock had passed. The annoyance had solidified into lethal intent. This insignificant, fluttering pest, this bothersome gnat with sharp claws and a loud screech, had dared to draw its blood. It had dared to interfere, with a movement so swift it was almost impossible to follow. Despite its colossal size, the serpent's massive head, which had recoiled, now lunged forward. Again, it wasn't an attack with fangs or venom. It was simpler, cruder, More contemptuous. It was a casual, almost dismissive flick, like a giant batting away an irritating fly. The serpent's vast, obsidian-scaled snout, easily as wide as a carriage, slammed into Stormwing's side with the force of a collapsing mountain. There was a sickening crunch of bone and feather, a strangled, agonized shriek from the magnificent griffin that was cut off mid-cry. Stormwing, moments before a whirlwind of storm gray fury, was sent tumbling through the air like a broken, feathered toy, its powerful wings bent at unnatural angles, its body a ragdoll in the grip of irresistible force. It crashed, with a sound like a falling tree, into a dense thicket of ancient, ironwood oaks several dozen yards away, the impact shaking the very ground, sending a shower of splintered wood and torn foliage into the air. At a final, broken, screeching whimper, laced with unbearable agony, echoed from the depths of the shattered thicket. Then, silenced. A terrible, profound silence. Chapter 144. Captain Valerius stumbled, his face ashen, his sword falling from his nerveless fingers to clatter uselessly on the mossy ground. A single, choked gasp escaped his lips. He clutched at his chest, his body spasming as the devastating backlash from his spirit's critical injury, its near destruction, surged through their bond. He collapsed to his knees, his eyes wide with a despair so profound it was almost physical, staring towards the spot where Stormwing had vanished, his spirit, his companion of decades, the embodiment of his strength and honor, swatted aside, broken, with a single, contemptuous gesture. The disparity in power was absolute, unfathomable. Crushing, terror, stark and undiluted, gripped the remaining members of Faria's group. Their last, best hope, their veteran captain and his ascension-level spirit, had been neutralized with an ease that bordered on the insulting. That if Stormwing, a creature of mythic power, was nothing more than a minor irritant to this colossal serpent, what chance did they, mere mortals armed with slivers of steel and fragile courage, possibly have? The gigantic obsidian serpent, its golden eyes now holding a chilling, almost smug satisfaction, turned its attention back to them. It loomed over the small, terrified knot of humans, its shadow falling like a death sentence, eclipsing the last vestiges of the eerie twilight. The glade, moments before a potential sanctuary, a place of desperate hope, was now confirmed, beyond any shadow of a doubt, as a death trap. They were trapped, with no escape, at the mercy of the forest's true, ancient, and utterly implacable guardian. Its forked black tongue flickered out again, tasting their despair, savoring the imminent, final act. Lloyd stared, his own carefully constructed facade of manic defiance crumbling under the sheer, overwhelming weight of this new, even more hopeless reality. He had seen power before. He had faced terrifying foes. But this was different. This was elemental, primal, unstoppable. Okay, his internal 80-year-old pragmatist whispered, a voice of cold, weary resignation amidst the screaming panic. It's so much for throwing rocks at the hurricane. Turns out, the hurricane eats rocks, and griffins, and probably overly sarcastic reincarnated archduke's heirs for dessert. This is genuinely, comprehensively, checkmate. The obsidian serpent loomed, a mountain of coiled night, its golden eyes burning with cold, possessive hunger. The dark vein flower, still clutched in Faria Krutz's paralyzed hand, pulsed with its eerie, dark luminescence, a beacon drawing the creature's inexorable attention. Captain Valerius lay broken, his spirit shattered, his hope extinguished. Faria's remaining guards were pale statues of terror, their swords useless trinkets against this primal force. Fong, whimpering at Lloyd's feet, was a spent shadow of his former power. Despair, absolute and suffocating, settled over the small clearing like a physical shroud. This was it. The end at a messy, probably quite painful, and utterly undignified demise in the cursed heart of Galaforest. All for a flower and 40 damned system coins. No, the word was a silent scream in Lloyd's mind, a defiant spark against the overwhelming darkness. Not like this, that he was Lloyd Ferrum, that he was Kim Evan, that he had survived death once. Twice he had faced down political assassins, corporate sharks, existential dread, and his wife's perpetually frosty disapproval. He was not going to be eaten by a giant, flower-obsessed snake with a bad attitude and questionable interior decorating choices. The glade was, frankly, a bit gloomy. He thought of Ken Park, the silent, stoic, terrifyingly competent bodyguard. The man whose loyalty was as unshakable as his deadpan expression. The man whose power, Lloyd instinctively knew, far exceeded the ascension-level displays he'd shown so far. The system's stipulation flashed in his mind. Summon external aid, task voided, no reward. 40 system coins. The maternal bloodline awakening. His carefully hoarded progress gone. His jaw tightened, a muscle spasming in his cheek. The coins, the power-up, they were vital. But survival? Survival was paramount. What good was a dormant bloodline if he was currently being digested in the belly of a mythological reptile? The 80-year-old pragmatist, the soldier who knew when to call in overwhelming air support, made the cold, hard calculation. Screw the 40 coins, Lloyd snarled aloud, the words ripping from his throat, raw with desperation and a sudden, reckless surge of defiance. He didn't have time for subtle mental summons. He needed help now. Ken Park, you overgrown, overpaid, overly stoic shadow. If you are out there, and I know you Democrat Minnesota well are, your young lord requires immediate, catastrophic, and possibly extremely loud assistance. Get your incredibly competent buttocks in here before this oversized garden snake turns US into a mid-afternoon snack. Code red, code black, code whatever color means giant monster is about to US. His voice, cracking with strain and adrenaline, echoed through the terrified silence of the glade. Faria stared at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of bewilderment and dawning, incredulous hope. Was he calling for help? From whom? For a heart-stopping, agonizing moment, there was nothing. Only the heavy, suffocating silence, the cold gleam in the serpent's golden eyes as it prepared to strike, its forked tongue tasting their imminent demise. Did it work? Lloyd's mind screamed, I see too far? Did my severed limb claws not cover imminent, whole-body ingestion by colossal mythological reptile? Gods, the fine print on these bodyguard contracts is always a killer. Then from the deepest, most impenetrable shadows at the edge of the glade, a darkness deeper than the forest's own gloom seemed to detach itself. It wasn't a sudden appearance. It was more like reality itself was reluctantly yielding, allowing something that had always been there, unseen, to finally step into the dim, eerie light. Ken Park, that he stood there, not as the impassive butler in dark livery, but as something more, something terrifying, something that radiated an aura of power so immense, so overwhelming, that it dwarfed even the colossal presence of the obsidian serpent. The air around him didn't just shimmer. It warped, crackling with an energy that was part raw void power, part something else, something fiery, primal, utterly untamed. His form seemed subtly altered, larger, broader. His dark, practical clothing had been consumed, replaced by, or perhaps transformed into, a suit of articulated armor that pulsed with a dull, internal crimson glow. Like cooling embers, it wasn't ornate, but stark, functional, radiating immense heat and power. And from his temples, two massive, wickedly curved horns, exactly like those of a spirit, Reborn, but far larger, far more menacing, now swept upwards, framing his face, which remained, almost incongruously, Ken Park's own. Impassive, stoic, utterly calm amidst the inferno of power that wreathed him. He looked, Lloyd thought with a sudden, bizarre flash of genre awareness from his Earth life, like some kind of incredibly handsome, terrifyingly powerful, impeccably dressed demon lord who had inexplicably decided to take up a career in high-end personal security. This wasn't manifestation. This wasn't even ascension. This, Lloyd realized with a jolt of pure, unadulterated awe that momentarily eclipsed his terror, was transcend. Ken Park, the quiet butler, the stoic bodyguard, was a transcend-level spirit user. He had merged with Reborn, becoming a single, devastating entity, wielding a power that was, as the system often dryly noted, at least 100 times greater than his already formidable ascension stage. Apologies for the delay, young lord. Ken Park's voice sounded, still his familiar flat baritone, yet now resonating with a deep, subterranean rumble, like tectonic plates shifting. The voice of the merged entity, the demon Lord Butler. The code whatever color means giant monster is about to eat us took a moment to process. Standard protocols are being updated. A flicker of something that might have been dry, almost imperceptible humor touched the corner of his lips, gone as quickly as it appeared. The gigantic obsidian serpent, which had been mere inches from striking Faria, froze. Its colossal head, which had seemed the apex of power moments before, now looked almost hesitant. Its golden eyes, fixed on Ken Park, no longer held cold, possessive hunger, but a flicker of something new, something alien to its primal nature. Surprise, caution, perhaps even a dawning awareness of profound, existential threat. It sensed the shift in power, the arrival of a predator far higher on the Galafor's food chain than itself. Ken Park, or rather, Ken Reborn, the merged entity, took a single deliberate step forward. The ground didn't tremble beneath his tread. It seemed to yield, to respectfully compact itself. He raised one crimson-armored hand, palm outwards, towards the colossal serpent. The air around his hand began to shimmer violently, not with void energy, but with pure, incandescent heat. A miniature sun seemed to coalesce in his palm, a sphere of swirling, white-hot flame that pulsed with unimaginable power, growing rapidly from the size of a fist to the size of a small boulder. Its heat so intense it made the very air around it waver and distort. The sickly green fungi on the forest floor near him withered and crisped instantly. The damp moss steamed. Foul beast of Gala, Ken Redborn's voice rumbled, no longer just human, but layered with the guttural roar of the ox spirit, the sound of grinding stone and erupting volcanoes. You have threatened the air of Ferrum. You have disturbed the balance. Your existence in this glade is no longer tolerated. Chapter 146. The Obsidian Serpent hissed, a sound like 1,000 steam vents rupturing, coiling back slightly, its golden eyes now wide with what looked suspiciously like reptilian panic. IT recognized true, overwhelming power. IT recognized its own imminent demise, that IT had picked a fight with something it could not possibly comprehend, let alone defeat. Ken Redborn didn't waste time on further pronouncements. He didn't engage in dramatic posturing. He simply acted. With a grunt of effort that was less strain, more focused application of unimaginable force, he launched the colossal fireball. IT didn't fly. It erupted from his hand, a searing, incandescent meteor of pure, destructive flame, trailing sparks and superheated air, moving with terrifying speed directly towards the obsidian serpent's massive, now recoiling head. The impact was not an explosion in the conventional sense. IT was an erasure. The white-hot sphere of flame slammed into the serpent's head, and for a fraction of a second, the world turned white, a blinding, searing incandescence that forced everyone, even Lloyd, to squeeze their eyes shut against the sheer, overwhelming intensity. The heat was a physical blow, washing over them in a searing wave, making their skin prickle, their hair singe. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the light subsided, leaving behind dancing afterimages on their retinas and the overwhelming, acrid smell of vaporized something, vaporized ancient evil, perhaps. When Lloyd could finally force his stinging, watering eyes open, blinking against the lingering glare, he stared, utterly, comprehensively speechless. The gigantic obsidian serpent was gone, not wounded, not driven back, not even a smoking corpse. The IT was simply gone, vanished, obliterated, utterly, completely, comprehensively vaporized from existence. Where the colossal head had been moments before, there was now only a vast, circular patch of scorched, blackened earth, glowing faintly with residual heat. The ancient trees behind it were flash-charred, their leaves instantly incinerated, their branches skeletal black claws against the bruised sky. The air itself still shimmered with heat distortion of the serpent, of its immense coils, its obsidian scales, its golden eyes. There was nothing. Not a trace, not a whisper, not even a lingering scent, save for that overwhelming, acrid smell of something vast and powerful reduced to its component atoms by unimaginable fire. Ken Redborn stood calmly in the center of the devastated patch, his crimson armor still glowing faintly, the horns on his head seeming to absorb the dim light. He lowered his hand. The miniature sun that had resided there extinguished, as if it had never been. He looked, for all the world, like a demon lord who had just casually swatted a particularly irritating, slightly oversized, interdimensional fly. The silence that descended upon the glade was absolute, profound, broken only by the faint, incredulous gasps of Faria's guards and the whimpering of Fong, who was now trying to burrow his way under Lloyd's boots, presumably convinced the apocalypse had arrived and Ken Park was its herald. Lloyd stared at his bodyguard, his butler, the man who usually brought him tea and occasionally offered dry, laconic advice on sword stances. Ken Park, that transcend-level spirit user, capable of casually vaporizing mythological monsters the size of small mountains. His mind, already reeling from the day's escalating chaos, finally, officially, short-circuited. Well, a small, dazed, utterly bewildered voice whispered from the depths of his 80-year-old soul that was certainly efficient. Note to self, never, ever under any circumstances, get on Ken Park's bad side, or forget to tip him properly at winter solstice, or ask him to do the washing up if he's feeling particularly fiery. He looked at the scorched earth, then back at Ken Reborn, who was now calmly brushing a speck of non-existent dust from his glowing crimson pauldron, as if he'd just finished a particularly vigorous round of spring cleaning rather than atomizing a creature of legend. The 50 silver ecological survey had, Lloyd concluded with a certainty that was almost zen-like in its absurdity, officially gone completely and utterly off the rails into a different dimension, and was currently being dissected by interdimensional beings with a penchant for irony. And he still needed 100 bloody system coins. Life, he decided, was just one damned flower after another. The silence in the glade was so profound it felt like a physical weight, broken only by the faint, incredulous whimpers still emanating from Fong, who was now attempting to fuse with the mossy earth beneath Lloyd's boots. The acrid smell of vaporized ancient serpent and flash-incinerated gala forest undergrowth hung heavy in the air, a bizarre, unsettling perfume of overwhelming power. Faria Krutz and her remaining entourage were statues carved from sheer, unadulterated shock, their faces pale, their eyes wide and glassy, fixed on the spot where a mythological horror had, mere moments before, ceased to exist with a casual, sun-like intensity. And in the center of it all, radiating a heat that still made the air shimmer, stood Ken Park, or rather, Ken Reborn, the demon Lord Butler, the walking, talking, impeccably mannered inferno. Lloyd stared, his mind still struggling to reconcile the image of the stoic, discreet retainer who fetched his books and announced his visitors with this crimson-armored, horned harbinger of elemental annihilation. Point 2. Transcended spirits? The knowledge, an echo from his previous, tragically curtailed life, resonated with fresh, mind-boggling clarity. In the Ferrum Duchy, after his father, Archduke Roy Ferrum, Ken Park was whispered to be the next strongest, a pillar of hidden might. But two spirits at transcend level. That was a secret known only to a vanishingly small, incredibly select few. Roy Ferrum knew, of course. And now Lloyd, thanks to the dubious gift of reincarnation and 80 years of accumulated, often useless, trivia, knew it too. This display, this casual erasure of a creature that had made Stormwing look like a startled pigeon, was just one of Ken's aspects. Reborn alone. The implications were staggering. The sheer depth of power Ken usually kept concealed, veiled beneath layers of Butler Ly discretion and stoic professionalism, was almost incomprehensible. And oh wonder father trusts him implicitly, Lloyd thought. A new level of respect, bordering on outright awe, dawning that he's not just a bodyguard. He's a walking strategic deterrent, a one-man Praetorian guard with a built-in incinerator. Just as Lloyd was trying to process the sheer, mind-bending scale of Ken's true capabilities, a familiar, almost smug chime echoed solely within his mind, cutting through the lingering shock. Urgent task. Retrieve the bloom of shadows, flower of dark vein. Objective achieved. Flower procured prior to external aid intervention. Threat neutralized, albeit by external aid after procurement. Satisfying the letter, if not the spirit, of the task parameters. System analysis. User demonstrated initiative, resourcefulness, and a commendable willingness to risk life, limb, and sanity for relatively minor system coin rewards. Flower successfully used as bait/temporary MacGuffin. Points for creativity, even if the primary threat resolution involved calling in the orbital death laser. Transcended bodyguard. Reward issued. 40 system coins SC. Current system coins, 63. Previous, plus 40. Reward, equals 103 SC. 103. Lloyd's mental jaw dropped. He'd actually done it. Despite the chaos, despite the near-death experiences, plural, despite having to sacrifice the flower itself, which technically he'd gifted it. A subtle but important distinction his internal lawyer was already preparing to argue with the system. He'd hit the magic number, the 100 fresh coins needed for the maternal bloodline awakening. Congratulations, user Lloyd Ferrum. Primary goal, awaken latent maternal bloodline. Funding threshold reached. 100 system coins successfully accumulated and designated for this purpose. Bloodline awakening ritual now available for initiation. Proceed. The mental prompt pulsed invitingly, a beacon of potential power amidst the lingering smell of ozone and vaporized snake. Lloyd felt a surge of fierce, triumphant elation, so potent it almost made him dizzy, momentarily eclipsing the lingering terror and the sheer, mind-numbing weirdness of the past hour. Yes, finally. He ruthlessly suppressed the urge to immediately initiate the awakening. Now was hardly the time or place. Surrounded by traumatized nobles, a smoking patch of ex-serpent. lingering possibility of other Galaforce horrors deciding to investigate the sudden, violent vacancy at the top of the local food chain. Later, he promised himself, mentally filing the notification away with a grim sense of satisfaction. Priorities. First, ensure we all get out of this cursed, monster-infested death trap in one piece. Then, power-ups. Chapter 148. His focus snapped back to the present, to the crimson-armored figure of Ken Reborn, who was now slowly, deliberately, allowing the incandescent power to recede. The fiery aura around him dimmed, the crimson armor seemed to flow, to retract, to solidify back into the familiar dark, practical livery of the Archduke's head butler. The menacing horns dissolved, sinking back into his temples, as if they had never been. Within moments, he was once again Ken Park, impassive, stoic, radiating quiet competence rather than apocalyptic flame. He adjusted his perfectly knotted cravat, a gesture so incongruously normal, it was almost surreal given what had just transpired, if it weren't for the still smoldering patch of earth and the lingering scent of cosmic barbecue. One might almost believe the past few minutes had been a particularly vivid, stress-induced hallucination. Ken Park met Lloyd's gaze, a silent question in his eyes, threat neutralized. Young Lord. Further instructions? Or shall I just go back to polishing the family silver and pretending I don't occasionally moonlight as a mythological creature exterminator? Thank you, Ken. Lloyd managed, his voice still slightly hoarse, but filled with a profound, heartfelt gratitude that went far beyond mere employer-employee appreciation. That was exceptionally timely and remarkably thorough. He gestured vaguely towards the smoking patch of nothingness. Considerably more thorough than my 50 Silver Guild contract implied was necessary for an ecological survey. Ken inclined his head, fractionally, the barest acknowledgement. My apologies for exceeding the mission parameters. Young Lord. The threat assessment indicated a significant deviation from expected resistance levels. Understatement of the millennium. Standard containment protocols were deemed insufficient. Insufficient, Lloyd echoed, a dry, slightly hysterical chuckle escaping him. Yes, I'd say a creature that makes an Ascension-level griffin look like a startled sparrow qualifies as significant deviation. He shook his head, still trying to process the sheer scale of the power he'd just witnessed. Right, well, best you resume Shadow Protocol, Ken, before someone, say, the local Galaforce Conservation Society, shows up and starts asking awkward questions about the sudden, inexplicable disappearance of a legendary, possibly endangered, definitely quite large, guardian serpent. Ken nodded once. Then, with that disconcerting fluidity that always made Lloyd wonder if he was part solid, part actual shadow, he simply wasn't there anymore. He melted back into the deep, oppressive gloom at the edge of the glade, vanishing as completely and silently as mist and sunlight, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the faint, almost subliminal hum of immense, carefully releashed power. The departure of the overwhelming, supernatural presence seemed to allow air and a semblance of terrified sanity to flow back into the clearing. Faria Krutz, her face still ashen, but her eyes now fixed on Lloyd with a new, profoundly bewildered intensity, finally found her voice that it was shaky, stripped of its usual imperious cadence, raw with the aftermath of abject terror. Ferrum, she began, then stopped, swallowing hard, as if the name itself tasted strange, unfamiliar, associated now with events that defied all rational explanation. She gestured vaguely towards the smoking patch of earth, then back at Lloyd. That man, you're your butler. The words sounded utterly inadequate, almost comical, in the face of what they had just witnessed. She couldn't seem to finish the sentence, her mind clearly struggling to reconcile the image of a discreet household servant with the reality of a being capable of casually atomizing mythological horrors. Ken Park, Lloyd supplied helpfully, his own composure slowly, shakily, reasserting itself. He offered what he hoped was a reassuring, if slightly strained, smile. Head butler of the Ferrum estate, excellent at polishing silver, ensuring the wine is properly chilled, and, as you've just witnessed, occasionally engaging in advanced pest control, very advanced. Top tier, really 0.5 stars. Would definitely hire again for any future giant monster-related emergencies, though I sincerely hope this doesn't become a recurring theme in my life. He was babbling, he knew, the adrenaline demanding an outlet, but the sheer absurdity of it all was almost intoxicating. Faria stared at him, then at the empty space where Ken had stood, then back at Lloyd, her expression a battleground of conflicting emotions, residual terror, dawning awe, profound confusion, and a grudging, almost infuriated respect. "Your butler," she repeated slowly, as if trying to convince herself the word still held meaning, "is capable of that." "Ken has many talents," Lloyd said with a masterfully understated shrug that he hoped conveyed, "Oh, standard archducal household staff capabilities, nothing to see here. Loyalty, discretion, an impressive ability to remove stubborn wine stains, and a rather energetic approach to conflict resolution when pressed. You should see him deal with mildew in the lower cellars. Terrifying." One of Faria's remaining guards, the healer, a small, bird-like woman who looked as if she might faint from sheer accumulated stress, finally managed a choked sound. "My lady Faria," she whispered, her voice trembling, "the flower. You still have it." She gestured towards the dark vein bloom, which Faria was still clutching, its cold, dark beauty a stark, almost profane contrast to the smoldering devastation around them. We should leave. Now, before anything else in this cursed, blighted forest decides to investigate the sudden loud noises and the distinct lack of giant snake that seemed to snap Faria back to the immediate, pressing reality of their situation. She looked down at the flower in her hands, as if seeing it for the first time. Then her gaze flew back to Lloyd, her eyes wide, a complex emotion swirling in their amethyst depths. "Ferrum," she said, her voice stronger now, though still laced with a tremor of shock, and something else, something that might have been genuine, almost overwhelming gratitude. "You gave this to me. After everything, after retrieving it with that impossible wire trick, after your butler." She shook her head, clearly still struggling to process the full, insane scope of what had just happened. "Why? You said your business with it was concluded, but why risk so much for it in the first place, only to hand it over?" "Professional courtesy, Lady Faria, as I said," Lloyd replied, leaning back against the boulder again, suddenly feeling the bone-deep exhaustion hit him with the force of a physical blow. Fong, sensing his master's weariness, nudged his hand with a wet nose, offering silent, depleted comfort. "Let's just say I had a vested interest in ensuring that particular bloom was successfully removed from its original location, for reasons that are, frankly, far too complicated and probably involve several levels of interdimensional bureaucracy that would bore you to tears." He waved a dismissive hand. "You needed it for your mother. Your cause seemed noble, and frankly, after everything we've just been through together, near death by Meyer monster, near incineration by giant snake, near cardiac arrest by superpowered butler, it seemed like the polite thing to do. Besides," genuine, weary smile touched his lips. "After all that, I think we can agree the universe probably owes you a win." Faria continued to stare at him, the gratitude in her eyes deepening, warring now with a profound, almost reluctant respect. "If it wasn't for you, Ferrum," she said softly, her voice losing all traces of its usual haughtiness, filled instead with a quiet, almost astonished sincerity. "If you hadn't been here, if you hadn't called for that force of nature you call a butler, we would all be dead, or worse." She shuddered, the memory of the Meyer monster's charnel breath, the serpent's cold, golden eyes, still terrifyingly vivid. "You saved our lives, despite the chaos. Despite the terror. You saved us." Lloyd just shrugged again, pushing himself tiredly to his feet. "Team effort, Lady Faria. Mostly Ken's effort, for being honest. I just provided the desperate screaming and the occasional, largely ineffective distraction." He looked around the scorched, devastated glade, then towards the oppressive, shadow-choked depths of Gala forest that still surrounded them. "Now, if no one objects, I believe the primary agenda item should be strategic relocation to somewhere significantly less likely to contain mythological creatures with anger management issues or overpowered household staff. Preferably somewhere with strong walls, a distinct lack of cursed flora, and perhaps a very, very large mug of AL.MY treat. Assuming, of course," he added with a wry glance at the smoking patch of X-Serpent, "Ken didn't accidentally vaporize all the local taverns along with our reptilian friend." The thought of returning to his own duchy, to the relative sanity of his soap-making plans, suddenly felt like the most appealing prospect in the entire, multi-layered universe. Chapter 150. The journey back from the blighted, monster-infested, now significantly less serpent-occupied clearing in Gala Forest was a blur of bone-deep exhaustion, lingering adrenaline jitters, and a profound, almost spiritual craving for a very long, very hot bath, preferably one not located in a cursed forest. Lloyd, Faria, and her battered but miraculously intact entourage had stumbled out of Gala's oppressive shadows just as the last, bruised fingers of twilight were relinquishing their hold to a star-dusted, indifferent night. They had parted ways at the forest edge with a minimum of formality, Faria clutching the dark vein flower like a sacred relic, her usual icy composure still thoroughly thawed by gratitude and sheer, overwhelming shock. Her parting words to Lloyd had been surprisingly devoid of their usual acerbic edge, consisting mostly of a slightly dazed, Ferrum, thank you, truly, which Lloyd privately conceded was probably the closest he'd ever get to a heartfelt declaration of friendship from the formidable Marquis's daughter. He'd just nodded, too tired for witty rejoinders, and watched them disappear towards the south, presumably to find the nearest alchemist capable of handling a flower that looked like it ate souls for breakfast. Ken Park, who had materialized silently from the shadows the moment they were clear of Gala's immediate influence, had arranged for discreet, if somewhat bumpy, transport back to the Ferrum estate. Lloyd had slept most of the way, slumped against the carriage wall, falling a warm, equally exhausted weight at his feet, dreaming of giant snakes, exploding butlers, and 40 system coins doing a cheerful, jiggly dance. He'd stumbled back into a shared suite sometime in the small, desolate hours of the morning, bypassing the eternally lumpy sofa without a second thought, and collapsing face first onto the plush, unforgiving rug. Too tired to even attempt the pretense of social distancing from the bed, he was asleep before his head even fully registered the impact with the expensive floor covering. When consciousness, reluctant and groggy, finally clawed its way back, the room was filled with the soft, gray light of a new day. Sunlight, blessedly normal and serpent-free, streamed through the tall windows. Lloyd pushed himself up, his body protesting with a symphony of creaks, groans, and the distinct feeling that he'd been used as a practice dummy by a particularly enthusiastic, if somewhat clumsy, troll. Every muscle ached, his tunic was ripped, stained, and smelled faintly of ozone, vaporized reptile, and existential dread. He probably looked like he'd wrestled a badger in a mud pit and lost, badly, and then he smelled it, cutting through the usual cloying lavender citrus miasma of the room, sharp, clean, invigorating. Rosemary, he froze, sniffing the air like a bloodhound, his tired brain struggling to place the sudden, incongruous scent that it wasn't just a faint trace. It was a distinct, almost personal aroma. He looked around the opulent room, his gaze sweeping past the untouched sofa. Thank the ancestors. The heavy velvet drapes, the ornate dressing table and landing, with a jolt of pure, unadulterated surprise on the figure seated not in her usual armchair, but at the small, elegant writing desk near the window. Rosa. She was dressed in a simple but impeccably tailored morning gown of pale blue silk, her dark hair partially swept up, revealing the elegant line of her neck. Sunlight caught the subtle sheen of it, and for a moment, she looked less like an ice queen and more like, well, like a surprisingly beautiful young woman enjoying a moment of quiet contemplation. But it wasn't her unexpected location or the uncharacteristic softness of her appearance that made Lloyd stare. It was the scent. The clean, sharp, unmistakable fragrance of rosemary emanated directly from her. From her skin, from her hair, it was the scent of his soap, the soft soap, the one they had infused with rosemary oil in the dusty smokehouse. She actually used it? Lloyd's mind, still foggy with sleep and the lingering trauma of yesterday's Gala Forest death match, struggled to comprehend. Rosa Siddick, the ice princess who probably considered smiling a sign of profound moral weakness. She had voluntarily applied a product he had made, a product gifted to her in a bizarre, dung-fueled demonstration to her own aristocratic person. The thought was so unexpected, so utterly out of character based on his previous interactions with her, that it bordered on the surreal. He almost wondered if he was still dreaming, perhaps a particularly weird stress-induced hallucination involving rosemary-scented wives and significantly less giant snake. He must have made some sound, a grunt of surprise, or perhaps just the creak of abused floorboards beneath his feet, because her head turned slowly, those unnerving obsidian eyes fixing on him. Her expression was, as usual, a perfect mask of cool indifference. But there was no denying it. The scent of rosemary, clean and distinct, clung to her like a subtle, almost defiant statement. You smell like a herb garden, Lloyd managed the words out before he could stop them. Smooth, Lloyd. Real smooth. Top-tier conversational skills right there. Probably why he was still sleeping on the sofa. Or, the rug at Rosa's eyebrow. That perfectly sculpted arch of disdain rose a fraction of a millimeter. An astute olfactory observation, Lloyd, she replied, her voice the usual cool, crisp monotone. Perhaps your time spent communing with nature in questionable locales has sharpened your senses. The faintest, almost imperceptible emphasis on questionable locales was the only hint that she was aware of his Gala forest escapade, or perhaps just disapproving of his current, rather disreputable appearance. Lloyd chose to ignore the implied critique. He was too focused on a rosemary. So, the soap, he pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. The dispenser, you tried it? The cleansing agent provided appeared adequate for its intended purpose, Rosa stated, her gaze returning to the window, dismissing the topic with her usual infuriatingly detached efficiency. Adequate. That was it. After everything, the dung, the pump, the rich lather, the Duchess's near swoon of delight, her verdict was adequate. Lloyd almost laughed. It was so perfectly, frustratingly, Rosa, but he saw it. The slight flush on her cheeks, perhaps from the warmth of the morning sun, or perhaps from the uncharacteristic admission, however understated, and the scent, the undeniable, lingering scent of rosemary. She hadn't just used it. She was wearing it, a small, almost invisible victory, but a victory nonetheless. The Ice Princess had, however reluctantly, embraced the Ferrum family finest, prototype, cleansing elixir. His soap empire had claimed its first, most formidable convert. Buoyed by this unexpected, if subtle, triumph, Lloyd's thoughts immediately, eagerly, turned to the other, more pressing victory. The system coins point 103 of them, burning a metaphorical hole in his mental pocket. The maternal bloodline awakening, power, progress. Right? He muttered to himself, already turning away from Rosa, the scent of rosemary now a pleasant, almost triumphant backdrop. System, show me the goods. Time to cash in those well-earned. Nearly got me eaten by a pantheon of mythological nightmares, trauma-inducing reward points. He closed his eyes, focusing inwards, ready to access the pulsating notification, to finally initiate the awakening ritual, to feel the surge of new, untapped power coursing through his veins. Knock, knock, knock. The sound, sharp and insistent, cut through his anticipation like a well-aimed dagger that Lloyd's eyes snapped open, a groan of pure frustration escaping him. Seriously? Now, could he not get 5 minutes of peace to engage in a bit of clandestine, system-fueled, bloodline-enhancing self-improvement? Was that too much to ask? Young Lord Ferrum, a timid voice called from beyond the heavy oak door on a maid. Apologies for the disturbance, young lord, but the Archduke that he requests your immediate presence in his study. Lloyd stared at the door, then glanced towards Rosa, who was now observing him with that unervingly calm, analytical gaze, as if cataloging his reaction to this new interruption. His father? Summoning him. Again, this was unusual. Roy Ferrum was not a man given to casual chats or frequent, impromptu meetings. His summons were usually reserved for matters of state, significant transgressions, or the thrice-daily ritual of family dining, which often felt like a combination of the first two. Tob. Called to the study twice in such short succession, especially after the dramatic events of the Gala Forest incident, which Ken had undoubtedly reported in excruciating, deadpan detail by now, felt ominous, or perhaps just deeply inconvenient. Of course, Lloyd called back, forcing a calmness he didn't feel into his voice. Inform His Grace, I will attend him presently. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, his plans for immediate power-ups dissolving like mist. Well, so much for a quiet morning of mystical bloodline awakenings and existential contemplation. He muttered under his breath, shooting a wry, exasperated look towards Rosa, who merely blinked, her expression unchanging. Duty calls. Or, paternal interrogation, probably the latter. He quickly splashed some water on his face in the washroom, pointedly not using the rosemary soap this time. The irony would be too much, and changed into a slightly less battle-scarred, more presentable tunic that he needed to look like the responsible, if somewhat adventurous, heir, not like someone who had recently been using giant mythological creatures for target practice. Chapter 152. The walk to his father's study felt longer, heavier than usual. His mind raced, replaying the events in Gala Forest. Ken's intervention. The sheer, overwhelming power. His father knew everything by now. What would the verdict be? Approval for his initiative. Fury at his recklessness. A lecture on the proper protocols for engaging, or more accurately, fleeing from creatures that could level small towns. He reached the familiar, imposing oak door and knocked, bracing himself. Enter. Lloyd pushed the door open and stepped inside. The study was its usual bastion of ordered, intimidating power. Archduke Roy Ferrum sat behind his massive mahogany desk, quill poised over a stack of documents, his face an unreadable mask of stern authority. But it was the other figure in the room that made Lloyd pause, a flicker of surprise, quickly suppressed, running through him. Ken Park, standing silently, impeccably, near the bookshelves, his presence a subtle counterpoint to Roy's overt authority. Ken, not in his battle-merged, demon Lord Butler glory, but in his usual discreet, dark livery, radiating quiet competence and the faint, lingering scent of, well, nothing. Ken always smelled of nothing, which Lloyd supposed was a talent in itself. His presence here in the study during a summons that clearly pertained to Lloyd was significant. Witness, corroborator, or simply reinforcement? Father, Ken, Lloyd greeted, bowing respectfully, his gaze steady. Lloyd, Roy acknowledged, his voice flat, devoid of inflection. He set his quill down with deliberate precision, the small sound echoing in the sudden silence. He didn't invite Lloyd to sit. This wasn't a discussion. It was a judgment. I have received Colonel Park's report. Colonel was Ken's official military rank within the Ferrum household guard, a title rarely used in daily interactions, but invoked now to lend weight to his testimony. A comprehensive account of your recent unsanctioned expedition to the periphery of Gala Forest, and your subsequent, rather dramatic, incursion into its depths. Roy's dark eyes, sharp and penetrating, fixed on Lloyd. He detailed the ecological survey, the unexpected and uncatalogued hostile entity encountered in the sunken Fenmire. Your commendable, if ultimately futile, attempts to engage it. Your strategic, if desperate, retreat into Gala proper. The subsequent encounter with the indigenous Serpentine Guardian, and, his voice dropped almost imperceptibly, a dangerous quiet. Colonel Park's necessary, decisive intervention to ensure your survival and that of Lady Faria Krutz and her retinue. He paused, letting the summary, stripped of all its terrifying, chaotic emotion and reduced to a series of cold, tactical facts, hang heavy in the air. Colonel Park also informs me, Roy continued, his gaze unwavering, that the initial guild assessment of the region was catastrophically inaccurate, that the creature encountered in the mire was far beyond the parameters of a moderate risk assignment, that its presence so close to the forest edge, barely a kilometer from established pathways, is a severe anomaly, indicative of either gross incompetence on the part of the guild scriveners or, his eyes narrowed slightly, something more. Deliberate that an investigation into the guild's intelligence gathering and contract vetting protocol for that sector has already commenced. Heads, I assure you, will roll if negligence or malfeasance is discovered. Lloyd nodded slowly, appreciating the thoroughness, the immediate action. His father, whatever his faults, was a ruthlessly efficient ruler when roused. That is reassuring, father. Reassuring is not the point, Lloyd. Roy cut in sharply, his voice losing its flat neutrality, gaining an edge of steel. The point is your conduct. He leaned forward, his gaze hardening, the full weight of his ducal authority pressing down. Venturing into known hazardous territories, even on a guild-sanctioned task, is one thing that IT demonstrates a certain initiative, that a willingness to engage with the world beyond these estate walls, which, I will concede, a flicker of something unreadable, perhaps grudging approval, crossed his face for a fraction of a second, is a recent development I find noteworthy, if occasionally perplexing. The perplexing was undoubtedly a nod to the soap, the dung, and his son's generally bizarre recent behavior. However, Roy's voice rose again, sharp, commanding, to do so without prior consultation, without seeking permission, without informing your commanding officer, myself, of your intentions, your destination. The potential risks involved. That, Lloyd, is not initiative. That is recklessness. That is insubordination. That is a dereliction of your duty as heir to this house. A house that relies on your continued existence and sound judgment for its future stability. The Archduke mask was firmly in place now, stern, unyielding, radiating paternal fury and ducal displeasure in equal, overwhelming measure. You are not some common hedge knight, Lloyd, free to chase adventure and risk your neck for a few paltry silver coins. You are a Ferrum, the future Archduke. Your life is not solely your own to gamble with. Every decision you make, every risk you take, has implications far beyond your own person. Implications for this family, for this duchy, for the thousands of souls who depend upon our strength, our stability, our leadership. He slammed a fist onto the desk, the sound a sharp crack in the tense silence, making the inkwell jump. What if Colonel Park hadn't been there? What if his considerable abilities had not been sufficient? What if that serpent had decided you were a more appealing appetizer than the mire creature? You would be dead, Lloyd. Dead. For what? A misguided ecological survey, a handful of silver, the thrill of facing down monsters you are clearly ill-equipped to handle on your own. His voice was a low, dangerous growl now, the controlled fury of a man pushed to his limit. You will not do this again. Lloyd, you will not engage in any activity outside these estate walls, be it guild contract or personal whim, that carries even a moderate risk without my express prior permission. You will not place yourself in unnecessary jeopardy. You will not act like a common thrill seeker. You are the heir. You will behave as such a is that understood. The silence in the study was absolute, broken only by Lloyd's own steady breathing. He met his father's furious gaze, not with fear, not with defiance, but with a quiet, unwavering understanding. He saw the anger, yes, but beneath it, raw and undeniable, he saw something else. Fear, his father's fear. Fear for his son, for his heir, for the future of their line. It was the same fear he'd recognized before. The fear that had driven Roy to push him towards business studies. The fear that now manifested as this thunderous, almost desperate assertion of authority. And in that moment, Lloyd didn't feel chastised, he didn't feel resentful, and he felt a strange, unexpected warmth spread through his chest. This wasn't just the Archduke reprimanding a reckless subordinate. This was a father terrified of losing his son, expressing that terror in the only way he knew how, through anger, through commands, through the assertion of control. That a small, almost imperceptible smile touched Lloyd's lips, a smile of genuine, quiet affection that his father, in his righteous fury, probably missed entirely. He's worried, Lloyd thought, the realization surprisingly heartwarming, but he's actually, genuinely, fatherly concerned about my well-being. Worried. Even if he sounds like he's about to have me clapped in irons and fed bread and water for a month. If you ever, Roy Ferrum continued, his voice dropping again, laced with a threat that was both terrifying and, in its own twisted way, deeply paternal. Pull a stunt like this again, Lloyd, if you so much as think about setting foot in a place like Gala Forest without my knowledge and a full contingent of the ducal guard armed to the teeth, I swear by the bones of every Ferrum ancestor, I will personally break both your legs. And then, he added, his eyes blazing, I will have Ken chain you to that ridiculous sofa in your suite until you develop some semblance of common sense. Are we absolutely, unequivocally, crystal clear on this point? Lloyd looked at his furious, powerful, secretly terrified father, but he looked at Ken Park, standing silently by the bookshelves, his face an impassive mask that probably hid a universe of butlerly exasperation and demon lord amusement. He thought of the 40 system coins, the promise of his awakened bloodline, the burgeoning soap empire, the giant snake that had almost eaten him. Life, he decided, was certainly never dull. Crystal clear, father, Lloyd replied, his voice calm, respectful, and holding absolutely no trace of the internal amusement bubbling just beneath the surface. My apologies for the unsanctioned field work. It will not happen again. Without proper authorization, of course. He even managed to inject a note of sincere contrition into his tone. The break his legs threat was a classic Roy Ferrum rhetorical flourish, usually reserved for particularly incompetent stable masters or tax collectors caught with their hands in the ducal have it directed at him. The air was almost endearing in a terrifying, slightly dysfunctional, aristocratic family sort of way that he was pretty sure he wouldn't get his legs broken, probably. But he also knew he'd just been given a very clear, very loud, and surprisingly touching demonstration of paternal concern. The Ferrum Way. Chapter 154. The thunderous echoes of Roy Ferrum's leg-breaking pronouncements slowly faded, leaving behind a heavy, charged silence in the study. The paternal fury, having vented its immediate pressure, began to recede, replaced by a different kind of intensity, a keen, probing scrutiny that made Lloyd feel as if his very soul were being dissected under a powerful, analytical lens. His father, having established the absolute, non-negotiable boundaries regarding future unsanctioned, potentially suicidal, adventuring, now shifted his focus. Now Lloyd, Roy began again, his voice regaining its flat, almost judicial tone, though the underlying tension remained palpable. That he steepled his fingers, his gaze fixed on his son with unnerving precision. Your recent activities have brought several matters to my attention. Matters beyond mere youthful recklessness or a sudden, inexplicable aptitude for soap-making. He paused, the silence stretching, heavy with unspoken questions. It is about DMN time, I believe, that we speak plainly about your abilities. Lloyd's internal alarms, already jangling from the near-death experiences and the paternal dressing down, went into overdrive. Abilities? Plural. Daddy's not just talking about my surprisingly adequate soap chemistry, is he? He kept his external expression carefully neutral, projecting polite, slightly chastened attentiveness. My abilities, father? He prompted, feigning mild confusion. Do not play the fool with me, Lloyd. Roy's voice sharpened instantly, cutting through the pretense. I am not Master Elmsworth, to be distracted by feigned ignorance or clever deflections. His eyes narrowed. Colonel Park's reports have been detailed. Illuminating, he described your encounter with those street thugs, the ones loyal to your uncle. A flicker of renewed displeasure crossed Roy's face at the mention of Ruble. Not just the initial slap, but the subsequent incapacitation, heat, precision, injuries consistent with something far beyond a simple brawl or basic void manipulation. He leaned forward, his gaze intense. Then, the incident in Gala Forest, the mire creature. Colonel Park described you attempting to engage it with manifestations of what appeared to be metallic cables, superheated, and then his voice dropped, acquiring a new note of gravity. Your engagement with the scavengers, the Ridge Runners, as they pathetically styled themselves, the initial, non-lethal takedown using unseen forces, and then the subsequent display against their summoned spirits. Wires of gleaming steel, not iron. And finally, Roy's eyes bored into Lloyd, the projection of solid, heated, metallic spheres from your bare hands, with considerable force. He paused, letting the litany of observed powers hang in the air. These are not the actions of someone with merely mediocre iron body capabilities, Lloyd. This is something else entirely. Something potent, something you have kept remarkably well hidden. He looked towards Ken Park, who stood as impassive and silent as a stone gargoyle. Colonel Park confirms my assessment. The power signatures were not consistent with publicly known Ferrum abilities, nor with any rudimentary spirit power you might possess. Lloyd's mind raced. Okay, this is it. The big reveal, or, the carefully curated, partial reveal that doesn't involve interdimensional travel, 80 years of accumulated life experience, or a cosmic shopping catalog that runs on magic money. He couldn't tell them the truth. The whole truth that IT was too fantastical, too unbelievable that IT would mark him as a lunatic, or worse. Something to be feared, controlled, perhaps even dissected, that he needed a plausible explanation, something that fit within the known parameters of their world, even if it stretched them. Father, Lloyd began, choosing his words with extreme care. It is true to my abilities, they have been developing. Unexpectedly, perhaps, more rapidly than I anticipated. He focused on the Ferrum power, the one Roy had directly observed. The metal manipulation that IT is stronger, more refined than I previously demonstrated. IT feels less like crude iron, more like true steel, and there's an affinity for heat, for fire, that I'm only just beginning to understand and control. He deliberately omitted any mention of the system, Fong's true nature beyond developing, or the source of his knowledge. Stick to what they've seen, what they can potentially verify or understand within their own framework. Roy listened, his expression unreadable, absorbing the partial admission. Steel, he repeated, the word resonating with a strange, almost ancient significance. And fire. His gaze became distant, thoughtful, as if accessing a deep, seldom visited archive of memory. The old tales, the whispers, the true Ferrum legacy, before the dilutions, before the public facade of mere iron blood was established for security, for survival. He looked back at Lloyd, a new, almost startling intensity in his eyes. How, Lloyd? How did you come by this knowledge? This control? The Book of Ferrum, true lineage, the one detailing the path to awakening the steel blood, to undoing the ancestral curse that binds our true power. That book is sealed. Known only to the Archduke, that I have not yet shown it to you, that I deemed you unready. The unspoken implication. How do you wield a power you should not yet comprehend, let alone master? A trapped at a direct, pointed question designed to expose any deception, any hidden source of knowledge. Lloyd felt a bead of sweat trickle down his spine, that he couldn't admit to finding the book in his previous life, that he couldn't reveal the system's potential for buying void powers, though he hadn't yet. That he needed a different explanation, point one, that played into their existing understanding, yet allowed for his. Unexpected development. He feigned confusion, a look of genuine bewilderment crossing his face. Steel blood, father, an ancestral curse, the Book of Ferrum. He shook his head slowly, as if trying to process unfamiliar, almost mythical concepts. I confess I know nothing of these things, that I have merely focused, meditated, tried to understand the power that flows within me. The Ferrum blood, it just responded differently this time. The steel, the fire, it felt natural, that innate, that Yes, if it were always there, just waiting to be properly grasped. He looked down at his hands, as if marveling at some newfound, inexplicable talent. I simply willed it, and it obeyed. He looked back up at his father, projecting an air of earnest, slightly dazed discovery. Let him think I'm some kind of prodigy, Lloyd strategized wildly, a once-in-a-generation talent who stumbled into awakening the true power through sheer instinct and dumb luck. Bypassing the need for ancient texts and forgotten rituals, it's more palatable than I died. Went to another planet. Came back with a magic shopping list and a serious case of déjà vu. Roy Ferrum stared at his son, his mind clearly grappling with this new, even more perplexing possibility. Lloyd, using the steel blood without the book, without the knowledge, without the ritual to break the curse. It was theoretically impossible. The curse, a self-imposed limitation from generations past, designed to shield the true Ferrum power from those who would misuse it, was supposed to bind the full potential until specific rites, detailed only in the sealed book, were performed. For Lloyd to have bypassed it, to have awakened the true steel and fire through sheer innate talent and willpower, it was unheard of. It would make him not just powerful, but a genius of a caliber not seen in the Ferrum line for centuries, that a true, unadulterated expression of their most ancient, most potent bloodline. That a slow, almost stunned expression began to dawn on Roy Ferrum's face. It wasn't disbelief, but a dawning, almost fearful awe. You undid the curse? He murmured, more to himself than to Lloyd. On your own, without the truths, simply by instinct. He looked at Lloyd again, a profound, almost unsettling reassessment occurring. The boy he had deemed mediocre, average was he, in fact, a diamond of unparalleled brilliance, merely hidden beneath layers of youthful insecurity and a lack of proper guidance. Had Roy himself misjudged, underestimated, failed to see the true potential lurking within his own son? The thought was both exhilarating and deeply humbling. It would seem, Roy concluded, his voice regaining some of its usual gravitas, though now tinged with this new, almost reverent understanding, that you possess a level of innate talent, Lloyd, a connection to the core Ferrum lineage, that surpasses even my most optimistic, if previously unvoiced, hopes. He paused, a flicker of something that might have been paternal pride, fierce, unexpected, almost painful in its intensity, crossing his stern features before being ruthlessly suppressed. You are a true Ferrum, it appears, perhaps more so than many who have borne the name. Lloyd merely inclined his head, accepting the pronouncement with feigned humility, while internally, his 80-year-old self was doing a frantic victory lap. That he bought it. He actually bought the accidental prodigy routine. Gods, the man wants to believe in me so badly. He'll accept almost any explanation, however far-fetched, as long as it doesn't involve interdimensional shopping sprees for superpowers. Chapter 156. Roy Ferrum seemed to gather himself, the ruler reasserting control over the momentarily stunned father. This changes things, Lloyd, significantly. He tapped his fingers on the desk, his mind clearly racing, reassessing strategies, recalibrating expectations. Your development, your true capabilities, they must be carefully managed, discreetly nurtured. The world is not yet ready to know the full extent of the Ferrum power, especially if it manifests so unexpectedly in the air. He fixed Lloyd with a look of utmost seriousness. Which brings me to the final, most pressing matter. The Ferrum Family Annual Summit, is scheduled to convene the day after tomorrow. He paused, letting the weight of the announcement sink in. The summit was a rare gathering of the heads of all major and minor Ferrum branch families, a council designed to discuss policy, settle disputes, and reaffirm the strength and unity of the house. It was usually a tense, politically charged affair, with simmering rivalries and veiled ambitions often bubbling just beneath the surface of familial cordiality. However, Roy continued, his voice taking on a new, graver tone. This summit will be different. For the first time in generations, outsiders will be present. Representatives from several key allied noble houses, perhaps even an observer from the royal court itself. His eyes narrowed. The recent events involving your uncle, Viscount Rubel, the name was still spoken with a distinct chill, have sent ripples through the duchy. There are questions, concerns, whispers about instability within our house. This summit is intended to be a demonstration of Ferrum strength, Ferrum unity, Ferrum resolve, to silence the doubters, to reassure our allies, and to send a clear message to our rivals. He let the last word hang, the unspoken implication of Altamira and others clear. You, Lloyd, Roy declared, his gaze unwavering, will attend. not as a silent observer as in previous years, but as the recognized heir standing beside me. Your presence, your composure, your newly apparent capabilities, they will be scrutinized by our kin, by our allies, by our enemies. You must be prepared, mentally, physically, politically. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, intense command. There is no room for error, no room for weakness, no room for mediocrity. You will represent the future of this house, and you will not fail me. The weight of the expectation, the sudden thrust onto a political stage far larger and more dangerous than any he had faced before, settled onto Lloyd's shoulders. The family summit. Outsiders present, him, the accidental prodigy, the true Ferrum, suddenly on display. This wasn't just about soap anymore. This was about power, perception, and the very future of the Ferrum Duchy. And he had less than 48 hours to prepare. Well, Lloyd thought, a grim, determined smile touching his lips. So much for a quiet life of alchemical experimentation and avoiding giant snakes. Looks like the drab duckling is about to be thrown into the piranha tank. Good thing, he mused, feeling the faint thrum of steel and fire deep within his blood, and the promise of an awakened maternal bloodline pulsing in his system. I'm starting to grow some rather sharp teeth. The weight of his father's pronouncements, the Ferrum family summit, the presence of outsiders, the sudden, immense expectations resting squarely on his 19-year-old, yet 80-year-old shoulders settled around Lloyd like a heavy, invisible cloak. The study, moments before a stage for paternal fury and surprising revelations, now felt confining. The air thick with unspoken political pressures. He needed space, that he needed to think, that he needed to process the dizzying shift in his perceived status, from mediocre heir to accidental prodigy, capable of instinctively undoing ancestral curses. It was a promotion he hadn't applied for, with a job description that probably included not getting assassinated by jealous relatives or opportunistic foreign powers. He excused himself from his father's presence with a respectful bow, his mind already churning, and headed, not towards the dusty confines of Master Elmsworth's lecture hall. Duty could wait an hour. The fate of the duchy and his own sanity took precedence. But towards the familiar solace of the Ferrum estate gardens, the scent of damp earth, blooming roses, and freshly cut grass was a welcome antidote to the recycled air and simmering tensions of the ducal study. He found a secluded bench beneath the shade of a sprawling, ancient willow tree, its tendrils trailing like green lace, creating a private, sun-dappled sanctuary. Fong, who had been patiently waiting near the estate entrance, having presumably communicated his master's temporary reprieve from academic torture, padded silently to lie at his feet, a comforting, solid presence, his golden eyes watchful. Right, system, Lloyd murmured, closing his own eyes, sinking into the relative quiet. The bloodline awakening. That let's see what maternal grandmother Austin decided to pass down, shall we? He focused on the pulsing notification in his mental interface, the one that had gleamed with promise amidst the chaos of Gala Forest. Bloodline awakening ritual, now available for initiation. Proceed? With a silent, mental affirmation, Lloyd triggered the process. Yes, perceived. He braced himself for something. A surge of power, a blinding flash of light, perhaps a choir of spectral ancestors singing slightly off-key praises to his newfound genetic potential. Come on, Great Aunt Mildred from the Austin side, he muttered under his breath. Don't let it be something lame like enhanced embroidery skills or the ability to perfectly fold a fitted sheet. I need something that screams, don't mess with me, or I'll turn your internal organs into a charming wind chime display. Instead, there was nothing. Immediate sensory overload, dramatic transformation. Just a subtle, almost imperceptible shift deep within him, like tumblers clicking into place in a complex, ancient lock. That IT wasn't a rush of raw energy, but a quiet awakening, a gentle unfolding. Lloyd mused. Underwhelming, or maybe just fashionably late to the power-up party. Why Ferrum Steel was all hello. I'm here to slice and dice. This is more like, excuse me, would you mind awfully if I subtly reconfigured your molecular structure? Polite, yet potentially terrifying. I can work with polite terror. Then he felt it. A new sensation behind his eyes. Not pain, but a strange cool pressure, subtle reordering of perception. IT was as if a filter he hadn't known existed had just been removed, or perhaps replaced with something far more sophisticated. Okay, eyes are tingling. That's new. Please don't let me shoot lasers. Lasers are so last century on Earth, unless they're really good lasers, like vaporize a small moon good. Maternal bloodline, Austin family, enhanced sensory and void manipulation. Awakening protocol complete. Unique bloodline trait manifested. Black ring eyes. No system coins deducted. This is a free power addition to the user, as per System Protocol 7.3. Initial bloodline manifestations are inherent rights, not purchasable commodities. Subsequent enhancements or related ability acquisitions may incur costs. Black ring eyes, Lloyd thought, intrigued. Sounds dramatic and slightly ominous, like something a villain in a badly written fantasy novel would have. Behold, Lord Gloom's shadow and his terrifying black ring eyes. Hopefully, they come with an instruction manual or at least a decent optometrist recommendation. Protocol 7.3. Good to know there are some freebies in this cosmic capitalist nightmare. He wondered what other inherent rights he might be entitled to. A lifetime supply of decent coffee, perhaps? Unlikely. Probably more like the inherent right to be perpetually broke and chased by mythological nightmares. Thanks, system. You're a real pal. He slowly opened his eyes. The world looked different, sharper, more defined. Colors seemed richer, textures more pronounced. Well, it's like someone cranked up the saturation and resolution on reality. The leaves on that willow tree. I can almost see the individual cells, or maybe just the aphids. Either way, impressive and slightly unsettling. Am I going to start seeing dust mites in HD now? Because that's a horror show I don't need. But the most startling change was internal. He could feel a new kind of energy resonating within him, distinct from the fiery thrum of his Ferrum steel power, different from the faint, buzzing potential of his sluggish spirit core. This was cooler, more controlled, almost ethereal. It felt like focused thought given tangible form. Okay, this new energy, it doesn't feel like Hulk smash. It feels more like Jedi mind trick with a side of existential dread. I like it. Subtle, understated, until it crushes your windpipe with an invisible energy hula hoop, presumably. He needed a mirror. He glanced around the secluded garden. Convenient reflective surfaces. Of course not, he grumbled. This estate is all ancient tapestries and disapproving ancestral portraits. One ever consider the practical needs of a newly awakened, potentially demonic-eyed heir needing a quick vanity check. Typical. He tentatively raised a hand, focusing his will, try to access this new power to understand its nature. All right, new power thingy. Show me what you got. Don't just sit there looking spooky. The system, ever helpful when it wasn't being cryptic or extortionate, provided a pop-up. Black ring eyes, basic abilities unlocked, visual manifestation. Scara, white of the eye, transforms to pitch black. Iris and pupil are replaced by a single, luminous bluish-white ring. Pupil function, light regulation, is maintained through subtle ring diameter adjustments, imperceptible to casual observation. Chapter 158, pitch black Scara, bluish-white ring. Lloyd whistled softly. Okay. So less Lord Gloom's shadow, and more interdimensional owl who moonlights as a goth rock star. That's a look, definitely a conversation starter at the summit. Good morrow, Duke Snodgrass, lovely weather we're having. Don't mind my soul-piercing abyss eyes. They're just a family trait from the, really distant side of the family. The one that vacations and voids. Primary power, ring projection and constriction. User can project rings of cohesive, bluish-white energy from their gaze or hands. These rings can encircle any targeted object or being within line of sight. Once formed, the rings can be mentally commanded to tighten, constrict, or bind with considerable force, effective as a restraining tool or a focus-crushing attack. Strength and duration of constriction dependent on user's focus and void energy reserves. Multiple rings can be projected and controlled simultaneously with practice. Energy rope that chokes things, got it. Lloyd nodded slowly. Simple, elegant, brutally effective, like a metaphysical boa constrictor. I could see the applications. Excuse me, Viscount Grumblegrumps, your tedious monologue on turnip tariffs is becoming unbearable. Would you mind if I just wring your neck for a moment? Metaphorically, of course, mostly. He grinned. Okay, maybe not out loud, but the internal monologue potential is fantastic. Advanced potential, further abilities related to spatial manipulation, energy absorption/redirection, and enhanced sensory perception may unlock with increased mastery and understanding of the Austin bloodline. Further information available via dedicated bloodline skill tree. Access cost, 50 SC. Just kidding for now. Lloyd almost snorted at the system's dry humor. Always a catch. Or a future paywall. 50 SC for a skill tree, for my own bloodline. You're a cruel mistress, system. A cruel, sarcastic, coin-grubbing mistress. But spatial manipulation? Energy absorption/redirection? Okay, now we're talking. That sounds less goth owl and more reality-bending badass. I am so grinding for those 50 coins. Assuming I don't get eaten by another giant snake first, or my father doesn't actually break my legs. He focused on the immediate. Pitch black scara, bluish-white ring for an iris. He was going to look like something out of a particularly disturbing ghost story. Good thing he didn't have any important social engagements lined up where demonic entity chic wasn't the desired aesthetic. Oh wait, the Ferrum family summit. With outsiders, brilliant. He could just picture the whispers. Is that the Ferrum heir? Or did they accidentally invite a minor deity of despair and misplaced eyeliner? Perhaps he's just really committed to the brooding nobleman aesthetic this year. I hear abyss black is the new black for spring summitteering. He tried to visualize the change, focusing on his reflection in the still, dark surface of a nearby ornamental birdbath. The water was murky, the light dappled, but he could just make out the transformation. His scara, the whites of his eyes, were indeed a deep, unnerving black, absorbing the light. And where his irises and pupils should have been, there was now a single, luminous ring of pale, bluish-white light, glowing faintly, almost ethereally. There was no distinct pupil visible within the ring, yet he could see perfectly, his vision sharper than ever. It was strikingly alien and undeniably cool, in a terrifying, don't mess with this guy, he might turn your soul into a pretzel sort of way. Okay, Valerius had his storm wing, he muttered, examining his reflection. Ken has his inner demon Lord Butler of Doom. I guess I'm going with creepy allied void constrictor guy. It has a certain ring to it, and oh pun intended. Mostly, ring projection, he murmured, intrigued. He focused on a low-hanging willow branch swaying gently in the breeze. About 10 feet away, he extended his hand, pictured a ring of that bluish-white energy forming around it. All right, willow branch, that you've been chosen for a great honor. The honor of being my first, vaguely menacing energy ring victim. Try not to scream. With a faint, almost inaudible hum, a perfect circle of glowing, ethereal energy snapped into existence around the willow branch. It wasn't solid, yet it possessed a tangible presence, a visible boundary of contained force. Ooh, neat trick, Lloyd commented, impressed by the visual. Very minimalist. Very less is more, especially when more involves crushing your opponent's internal organs. He willed it to tighten. The ring constricted smoothly, silently. The willow branch, thick as his wrist, audibly creaked, then snapped with a sharp crack, the severed end falling to the grass. Lloyd stared. Whoa, that was surprisingly effective and remarkably precise. An overt force, no flashy explosions, just silent, focused, irresistible pressure. This was different from the Ferrum steel. Steel was about shaping, about heat, about tangible metallic force. This felt more like pure will-given form, a tool of subtle, inescapable control. That it was an entirely new dimension to his capabilities. Okay, that's more than vaguely menacing, that's quietly terrifying. The Austen family clearly didn't mess around when it came to ancestral eye powers. I wonder if Great Aunt Mildred used this to win arguments at tea parties. Oh, Beatrice, you think my scones are dry? Ring. How about now, Beatrice? Still think they're dry when your teacup is slowly imploding? Restrain, constrict, crush. The possibilities were intriguing and potentially quite useful for dealing with overly enthusiastic assassins, aggressive mythological creatures, or perhaps even just particularly annoying political opponents during a tedious debate. That a well-aimed energy ring around the throat could certainly curtail a long-winded speech. He made a mental note to practice discretion with that particular application. Definitely need to work on the control, though. I don't want to accidentally give someone metaphysical tracheotomy when I just meant to, strongly encourage them to shut up. 103 system coins that he still had them. The Bloodline Awakening, as promised, had been a freebie. A very cool, slightly demonic-looking freebie. But the shop. He still needed to access the main shop interface, which would cost 10 SC. He had more than enough now, but a familiar caution, the ingrained frugality of someone who had scraped by on a meager allowance and then faced interdimensional resource scarcity, held him back. What if the first items offered were useless? What if he needed those 10 coins for something more immediately pressing? 10 coins for shop access, he mused, tapping his chin. It's like a cover charge for the Cosmic Superpower nightclub. And what if the bouncer looks at my 3 remaining coins and says, sorry, pal, that's not enough for a single watered-down void power, let alone the VIP spirit section? The indignity. Patience, the 80-year-old pragmatist advised. You have 103 coins. You need the shop, but you also need a buffer. Another 7 coins just to be safe. Max out 1 more day of gold coin conversion. Then, when you have 110, spend the 10 to open the shop. That leaves 100 a nice round number. Sound fiscal strategy, even in a world of magic and monsters. 7 more coins, he sighed. That's almost another full day of not being eaten by something terrifying. Or, 70% of a day. The life of an interdimensional power gamer is fraught with tedious financial planning. Who knew? He nodded to himself. The decision made. The shop could wait one more day. His new, slightly terrifying, black ring eyes, however, were here to stay. He wondered if Rosa would notice, or if she'd just file it under Lloyd's ongoing descent into increasingly bizarre and visually alarming personal aesthetics. Probably the latter, he conceded. She's probably got a whole spreadsheet dedicated to my atypical behaviors. Column G, subheading questionable eye fashion choices. He deactivated the eye effect with a thought, feeling the familiar sensation of his normal vision return, the world looking slightly less sharp, less defined, but also less intense that he needed to practice controlling the visual manifestation. Turning up to the family summit looking like a summoned demon probably wasn't the best way to inspire confidence in the future stability of the Ferrum line. Note to self, practice subtle demonic stare versus full-blown abyss gazer. There's a fine line between intriguingly powerful and please call an exorcist, preferably one with a very large stick. He glanced towards the main estate. A new thought, lighter, almost whimsical, surfacing amidst the strategic calculations and power assessments. The rosemary scent. Rosa. She had used as soap. The ice princess had thawed. Just a fraction. Just enough to smell like a well-maintained herb garden. That IT was a small thing. Almost insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Certainly less dramatic than vaporizing giant snakes or awakening ancestral eye powers. But it brought a strange, unexpected warmth. To his chest, a flicker of something. Connection. Amusement. The faint, ridiculous hope that maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't be sleeping on the sofa or the rug forever. Okay, maybe not thawed, he corrected himself. More like ambient temperature, slightly less subarctic. Progress is progress, however glacial. And she smells nice. That's definitely an improvement over essence of perpetual disapproval and expensive potpourri. Chapter 160. He pushed himself up from the bench, Fong rising silently beside him. The gardens felt peaceful, the sun warm on his face. The weight of the upcoming summit, the pressure of his father's expectations, the looming threat of unknown enemies. They were all still there. But for now, in this quiet moment, with new power thrumming faintly within him and the memory of a rosemary-scented ice queen surprisingly fresh in his mind, Lloyd Ferrum felt almost optimistic. All right, world, he declared under his breath, a spark of his old humor returning. You've thrown giant snakes, abyss monsters, family drama, and questionable interior decorating choices at me. And I'm still here, still vaguely solvent in the system coin department, still smelling faintly of success and experimental rosemary soap. Bring on the Ferrum family summit. I've got new eyes, a slightly less pathetic wolf, and a business plan that might just make us all stink less. What could possibly go wrong? He paused. Don't answer that, Fong, just don't. He decided to take a stroll. Past the rose bushes, towards the wing of the estate where his suite, their suite, was located. Not to confront Rosa, not to discuss demonic eyes or impending political doom. Just to walk to breathe, and maybe, just maybe, to catch another faint, intriguing whiff of rosemary on the afternoon breeze. The small victories he was learning were sometimes the most satisfying, especially when they smelled this good. The morning of the Ferrum family summit dawned with an air of palpable tension, a low hum of anticipation and anxiety that seemed to permeate the very stones of the estate. Sunlight, usually a cheerful intruder, felt sharp, almost accusatory, as it slanted through the high arched windows, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, nervous sprites. Lloyd, having foregone his usual lumpy sofa purgatory for a restless night, pacing the confines of his side of the suite. Rosa, a silent statue of icy composure on her distant bed, had offered no comment on his nocturnal wanderings. Felt the weight of expectation pressing down like a physical burden. Today, the accidental prodigy, the true Ferrum, the heir who might not actually be a complete disappointment after all, was on display. In pressure, he dressed with meticulous care, not in ostentatious finery, but in a dark, impeccably tailored tunic of the finest Ferrum wool, cinched with a simple leather belt. His only adornment, the small, discreetly polished steel signet ring of his house that he needed to project quiet. Confidence, sober authority, a stark contrast to the flamboyant arrogance favored by some of the more colorful branch family members. His new black ring eyes were carefully suppressed, his gaze normal, if perhaps a little more intense, a little more focused than usual that he'd practiced in the birdbath reflection again. Subtle intensity was the goal, not. I just stared into the abyss, and the abyss politely offered me tea and existential dread. As he was making his way from his suite towards the grand hall where the summit would convene, a familiar, yet strangely distant, figure caught his eye. She was descending the main staircase, her movements fluid and graceful, her dark hair, so like his own, adorned with simple silver clasps. Jyothi, his younger sister, had a pang, sharp and unexpected, shot through Lloyd's chest, a complex cocktail of emotions that had been brewing for 83 years, the lifetime he'd lived on Earth, plus the 3 years after she died on his first life. That 83 years since he'd last seen her as this vibrant 16-year-old girl, full of youthful fire and a fierce Ferrum pride that had, in his first life, often made him feel even more inadequate. In these past 2 years, since his inexplicable reawakening, Jyothi had become distant. He remembered her as a child, bright, curious, perhaps a little awed by her older brother. But that Jyothi was gone, replaced by a young woman who viewed him with a cool, almost appraising detachment. Her interactions with him brief, formal, tinged with a subtle undercurrent of disappointment he couldn't quite decipher, but suspected was linked to his own less than stellar reputation. She spoke to him, yes, when protocol demanded, but the warmth, the easy camaraderie of their early childhood had vanished, leaving behind a polite, almost brittle distance. "Jyothi," he called out, his voice perhaps a fraction louder, a touch more eager than he intended. The sound echoed slightly in the cavernous hallway. She paused at the foot of the stairs, turning towards him. Her face, so achingly familiar, yet subtly different from the Jyothi he remembered from his Earth-life memories of her childhood, was a perfect oval. Her dark eyes, so like their father's, holding a spark of intelligence and a hint of that fierce Ferrum spirit. But as they settled on him, the spark seemed to dim slightly, replaced by a cool, almost guarded neutrality. "Brother," she acknowledged, her voice polite, perfectly modulated, yet carrying an unmistakable edge of something that felt like impatience, or perhaps just weary resignation. "You called." There was a subtle emphasis on the you, as if his addressing her directly was an unexpected, perhaps even slightly unwelcome, event. The rudeness, though veiled in aristocratic courtesy, was palpable, a tiny, sharp icicle pricking at the 83 years of misconnection. Lloyd felt a familiar ache, the ghost of old insecurities. But the 80-year-old survivor within him pushed it aside. He couldn't let her current teenage coolness, however much it stung, deter him. This was Jyothi, his sister, alive, here, not a fading memory, not a name etched on a memorial stone as she had become so tragically, so violently, in his first life's brutal aftermath. "I did," he replied, forcing a warmth he didn't entirely feel reciprocated into his tone. Deliberately ignoring the subtle barb, he walked towards her, stopping a respectful distance away. He offered a small, tentative smile. It's good to see you, Jyothi. That it feels like it's been a while since we properly spoke." Understatement of several lifetimes, his internal monologue quipped dryly. Jyothi's perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched slightly, a gesture so reminiscent of Rosa it was almost comical. "Has it, brother?" she inquired, her tone flat, implying his perception of a while might differ significantly from hers. "We last spoke at your wedding reception, did we not? A mere fortnight past. You inquired as to my comfort after the journey from Bethlehem, and I believe I offered the customary congratulations. Standard pleasantries were exchanged." Her precision was almost surgical, designed, perhaps, to highlight the superficiality of their recent interactions. Lloyd winced internally. "Okay, so customary congratulations after a journey doesn't count as properly speaking. Fair enough. Why bad," that he pressed on, determined not to be derailed by her cool deflection. "Perhaps, but formal pleasantries are hardly a conversation." He tried again, shifting to safer, more neutral ground. I was wondering, how are you, Jyothi? How are your studies progressing at the academy?" He knew, from his first life, that Jyothi had followed him to the prestigious Bethlehem Royal Academy, the premier institution for noble science in the duchy, a place where academic rigor and martial prowess were equally valued. But he also knew, with a fresh pang of shame that 80 years hadn't entirely erased, that his own tenure there had been less than distinguished. A flicker of genuine surprise, quickly masked, crossed Jyothi's face. Her dark eyes widened almost imperceptibly before her usual cool composure snapped back into place. "You are asking about my studies, Lloyd?" The question wasn't accusatory, but filled with a genuine, almost bewildered curiosity. If the concept of him expressing interest in her academic life was so alien, so unexpected, it required careful analysis. Subject Lloyd Ferrum exhibiting uncharacteristic fraternal concern. Data point anomalous. Requires further processing. He could almost hear her internal monologue, a disturbingly familiar echo of his wife's. Were all the women in his life programmed with the same analytical, slightly disdainful operating system? Is that so surprising? Lloyd asked, trying for a light, teasing tone, though the surprise in her eyes stung more than he cared to admit. Am I not allowed to inquire after my own sister's well-being and academic endeavors? Jyothi tilted her head, her gaze sharp, assessing. It is atypical, she stated finally, with the blunt honesty that was another Ferrum trait, albeit one usually wielded with more subtlety by their father. Your usual inquiries, whenever you have graced the estate with your presence previously, tended to revolve more around the availability of Cook's honey-glazed sausages or the precise location of your misplaced riding crop. Ouch! Lloyd felt the barb land. A direct hit. That was his reputation. Was it? The slightly dim, sausage-obsessed older brother with a penchant for losing things. Charming, he supposed, from her perspective, given his past lack of engagement. Her assessment wasn't entirely unfair. He'd been a ghost in his own life, drifting, disconnected. Why should she expect anything different now? He chose to ignore the jibe, focusing on the question. Well, perhaps my interests are broadening. He offered another small, hopeful smile. So, the academy. Are you finding it stimulating? Challenging? Chapter 162. Jyothi's expression shifted then. The cool neutrality, the faint surprise, coalesced into something else, something harder, a flash of that fierce Ferrum pride. Yes, but also something that looked disconcertingly like contempt, directed squarely at him. She straightened to her full, surprisingly imposing height, her chin lifting fractionally. My studies at Bethlehem, brother, she replied, her voice losing its earlier, almost hesitant curiosity, becoming crisp, precise, and undeniably cold. Are proceeding exceptionally well. Thank you for your sudden, if rather belated, inquiry. She paused, letting the implied rebuke hang in the air before delivering the final, devastating blow, her words sharp as honed steel, each one a perfectly aimed dart. The honor that you so spectacularly managed to forfeit for the Ferrum name during your own rather brief and ignominious tenure at the Academy. Her lip curled almost imperceptibly. Rest assured, Lloyd, I have been diligently, and I might add, quite successfully, endeavoring to restore demonstrate that not all of Archduke Roy Ferrum's offspring are disappointments. The words, delivered with a cool, precise cruelty only a younger sibling truly secure in their own superiority can muster, struck Lloyd with the force of a physical blow. Disappointments. The word echoed in the sudden, ringing silence, a brutal, unvarnished assessment of his past self, a judgment he knew, deep down, he had probably deserved, that he remembered, with a fresh, vivid wave of shame that felt as raw as if it had happened yesterday, not 83 years ago. Bethlehem, the hopes his father had placed in him, the tutors, the expectations, and his own miserable failure. He hadn't been stupid, not exactly. But he'd been unfocused, unmotivated, lost in a haze of adolescent awkwardness and a profound, gnawing sense of inadequacy. His spirit power had been weak, his void control clumsy, that he'd struggled with the complex theories of magic, found the martial drills exhausting and pointless, that he hadn't been a troublemaker, just mediocre, averaged at a pale shadow against the brilliance of his peers, a constant, quiet embarrassment to the proud Ferrum name he'd eventually, inevitably, been asked to withdraw. Politely, of course. Nobles weren't expelled. They were encouraged to pursue alternative paths more suited to their unique talents, which, in his case, had meant returning to the estate in disgrace, to be quietly tutored in economics and estate management. The traditional consolation prize for heirs who couldn't cut it in the more glamorous arenas of magic or war. Jyothi, on the other hand, had apparently thrived, excelled, restored the family honor he had so carelessly tarnished. The pride in her voice was unmistakable, but so was the underlying accusation, the lingering resentment of a younger sibling forced to clean up her older brother's mess, to carry the weight of his failures. That he looked at her, seeing not just the confident, accomplished young woman before him, but also the ghost of the small, adoring girl he vaguely remembered, the one whose bright eyes had once looked up to him. What had happened to that girl? Had his own failures, his own detachment, slowly eroded that childish admiration, replacing it with this cool, almost pitying contempt? The thought was a cold stone in his chest. He didn't try to defend himself. He didn't offer excuses. What could he say? Actually, I died, got reincarnated on another planet, lived a full life as a brilliant engineer and military strategist, then came back with a magic shopping list and a plan to revolutionize the soap industry.so. Cut me some slack on the whole academy dropout thing. Yeah, that would go over well to SO. He just stood there, absorbing the blow, the shame a bitter taste in his mouth. He saw the flicker of something in Jyothi's eyes then. Not triumph, perhaps, but a kind of weary confirmation, if she had expected nothing less than his silent acceptance of her judgment. If his lack of defense simply proved her point. If that is all, brother, Jyothi said, her voice cool once more. The moment of overt condemnation passed, replaced by a brisk, dismissive efficiency. She clearly considered the conversation, such as it was, concluded. The summit will be commencing shortly. I wouldn't wish to be late. Point one of us, at least, she added. The parting shot, delivered with exquisite, almost casual precision, should endeavor to represent the Ferrum name with appropriate dignity and preparedness. Without waiting for a reply, without another glance, she turned, her dark hair swirling with the movement, and began to walk away, her stride confident, purposeful, leaving Lloyd standing alone in the echoing hallway. The weight of her words, the ghost of his past failures, settling around him like a shroud. He watched her go, the proud, straight set of her shoulders, the undeniable aura of competence and ambition she radiated at a fierce, complicated mix of emotions churned within him. Shame, yes, deep and bitter. Regret for the lost years, the broken connection. But also, strangely, a flicker of pride. She was a true Ferrum, this sister of his, strong, intelligent, fiercely determined. She was everything he hadn't been in his first life, and a small, weary part of him, the part that still remembered the crushing weight of responsibility he'd failed to carry, was almost grateful. Grateful that she was here, capable, ready to bear the burden he had so spectacularly fumbled. But that was the past Lloyd. This Lloyd was different. He had 80 years of experience, hidden powers, a cosmic shopping list, and a burgeoning soap empire to build. He wasn't that lost, mediocre boy anymore. And he would prove it. Not just his father, not just to the skeptical branch families, but to Jyothi.to himself. He took a deep breath, pushing down the lingering sting of her words, the heavy cloak of past shame. The summit awaited. Time to show them all, Jyothi included, that the disappointment of Bethlehem Royal Academy might just have a few surprising tricks left up his impeccably tailored, if slightly soap-scented, sleeve. The drab duckling was about to attempt flight, and he had a feeling the landing, one way or another, was going to be spectacular. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate, a cavernous space usually reserved for state banquets, formal investitures, or the occasional, very ostentatious wedding reception, like his own, Lloyd recalled with an internal grimace, was today a seething cauldron of hushed conversations, rustling silks, and simmering familial tension. Sunlight, streaming through the impossibly high, stained-glass windows depicting heroic Ferrum ancestors vanquishing improbable beasts, mostly dragons, with a sprinkling of suspiciously well-groomed griffins, did little to dispel the underlying chill of political maneuvering. The Ferrum family annual summit was in full swing, or rather, the pre-swing. The awkward, milling about phase where distant cousins eyed each other with suspicion. Uncles offered platitudes, laced with veiled threats, and everyone tried to subtly assess who was currently in favor with the Archduke and who was about to be metaphorically, or perhaps, given his father's mood yesterday, literally, thrown to the wolves. Lloyd Ferrum, an island of feigned calm in this turbulent sea of relatives, sat at a small, slightly isolated table near a potted fern that looked as if it had seen better millennia. He was nursing a cup of lukewarm, disappointingly bitter tea, a beverage that, in his 80-year-old earth-honed opinion, was a profound insult to the noble leaf. Seriously, his internal monologue grumbled, swirling the murky liquid in his cup. Who decided that boiling leaves in water and then drinking it straight was a good idea? No milk, no sugar, not even a hint of lemon or a despairing biscuit. These people have mastered intricate void magic, summoned spirits that could level cities, and built empires that span continents. But they haven't figured out how to make a decent cuppa. Priorities, people, priorities. He made a mental note to add revolutionize Riverian tea drinking habits to his already lengthy to-do list, somewhere between build soap empire and avoid being eaten by mythological creatures. It was probably less dangerous than the other two. He scanned the hall, his gaze carefully calibrated to normal human air mode. No black ring eyes today. Thank you very much. The ensuing panic would probably derail the entire summit. sweeping over the assembled Ferrum clan. 12 branch families, his father had said, and their associated offspring. It looked like a veritable army of cousins, second cousins, cousins thrice removed, and a bewildering array of aunts, uncles, and assorted great whatevers, all dressed in their finest, all radiating varying degrees of ambition, resentment, or sheer, unadulterated boredom. 60+ use. His father had estimated 60 potential rivals, 60 potential allies, 60 potential sources of future headaches. That IT was like a high school reunion. If your high school specialized in political intrigue, inherited magical powers, and passive-aggressive commentary about your choice of cravat. Chapter 164, he took another sip of the offensive tea, wincing internally. His presence, he noted, with a familiar, detached amusement, was being treated with the kind of enthusiastic avoidance usually reserved for tax collectors or individuals with highly contagious, socially unacceptable diseases. The younger generation, the 60+ gaggle of Ferrum youths who were ostensibly his peers, were giving him a collective cold shoulder so frigid it could probably flash freeze his already lukewarm tea. They clustered in animated groups, laughing, whispering, pointedly not looking in his direction. Their body language screaming irrelevant, disappointment. The drab duckling who somehow landed the ice princess, he saw the familiar flickers of disdain, the contemptuous smirks he'd witnessed in the guild hall, amplified now by the shared blood and simmering familial rivalries. Charming, he thought. Nothing like a bit of good old-fashioned intra-family scorn to start the day at a few of the older generation, the geezers. As his internal, earthling vocabulary uncharitably supplied, did deign to acknowledge his existence. Uncle Tiberius from the Blackwood Ferrums, a portly man with a booming laugh and eyes that missed nothing, offered a jovial, if slightly too hearty, clap on the shoulder and some vague pronouncements about the strength of the main line. Great Aunt Esmeralda from the Silverstream Ferrums, a terrifyingly ancient matriarch who looked like she'd personally wrestled dragons in her youth, and probably won, gave him a sharp, appraising stare that lasted several uncomfortable seconds before she sniffed dismissively and turned back to her embroidery. They weren't being friendly. They were being pragmatic. He was, after all, still the Archduke's heir, the future patriarch. Even if he was currently viewed as a particularly unpromising specimen of fair manhood, his position, his potential future authority, held value. Political insurance. Lloyd recognized a wise investment in case the drab duckling somehow managed not to drown in the ducal pond. Even his own sister, Jothi, now seated across the hall with a group of equally polished and alarmingly competent-looking young noble women from allied houses, was pointedly ignoring him. Her earlier, cutting remarks about his Bethlehem disgrace still stung, a fresh wound layered over 80 years of phantom aches. She hadn't glanced his way once, her attention fully absorbed by her animated conversation, her posture radiating a confidence and poise that only highlighted his own perceived inadequacies in the eyes of the assembled clan. Well, can't say I blame her, Lloyd conceded internally, sipping his dreadful tea. From her perspective, I'm probably still the embarrassing older brother who flunked out of magic school and spends too much time thinking about soap. Not exactly prime summit mingling material. And Rosa, Rosa. She had arrived a few moments after him, a vision in a gown of deep sapphire silk that shimmered like captured twilight, her movements fluid, regal, commanding attention without a single word or gesture. But it was her face, or rather, the lack thereof, that drew every eye in the hall, including Lloyd's. She wore a veil that a delicate, almost translucent confection of silver-threaded lace. It obscured her features from the nose down, leaving only her high cheekbones, the elegant sweep of her dark brows, and those unnerving, obsidian eyes visible. The effect was breathtaking. It didn't hide her beauty. It amplified it, transforming her from merely stunning into something ethereal, mysterious, almost untouchable, a true ice princess, shrouded in mist and moonlight. Lloyd remembered, with a jolt that was part memory, part dream, part longing, the veil of course, in his first life. Rosa had always worn a veil in public, especially at formal gatherings, in the presence of outsiders, those not considered immediate family. It was a Sidic tradition, perhaps, or a personal preference, a shield against the unwanted scrutiny her almost supernatural beauty inevitably attracted. He hadn't thought about it in years, not in this life, where their interactions had been confined to the shared suite, where veils were unnecessary. But seeing her now, shrouded, enigmatic, moving through the crowded hall like a silent sapphire wraith, it was like a ghost from his past stepping into his present, a vivid, poignant reminder of the woman he had been married to, The woman he had barely known. The woman who now, inexplicably, smelled faintly of rosemary. He watched as a hush fell over the clusters of young Ferrum men as she passed, their conversations faltering, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe, longing, and bitter, burning envy. Tracking her every movement, he saw the way their jaws tightened, the way their hands clenched, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. Her? With him? The injustice of it in their eyes was a palpable force. Lloyd felt a strange, unexpected surge of something. Not jealousy, not quite pride, but a sort of detached, almost clinical appreciation for the sheer, objective power of her beauty, even when partially concealed. It was a weapon, whether she intended it to be or not, capable of silencing rooms and igniting hopeless passions with a mere rustle of silk and a glimpse of obsidian-eyes. He remembered the whispers from his first life, the flowery odes composed by smitten young nobles, the duels fought over a single, rumored glance from behind her veil. Lady Rosa Siddick, the ice flower of the South, the unattainable sapphire. Her beauty had been legendary, a thing of songs and sighs, and she was his wife. His wife who slept on the other side of the room and communicated primarily through icy glares and the occasional, cryptic, one-word pronouncement. The irony was almost physically painful. He took another sip of the terrible tea, his gaze lingering on her as she found a seat near his mother, Milady, the two of them forming an island of formidable, if very different, feminine power in the testosterone-heavy hall. Rosa inclined her head politely to his mother, a subtle gesture of respect, but her veiled face remained turned away from the rest of the room, projecting an aura of serene, untouchable indifference. She is beautiful, Lloyd thought, the observation, less a husband's appreciation and more an objective, almost scientific assessment. Even with half her face hidden, even radiating an ambient temperature that could probably sustain a small colony of penguins, there's no denying it. The bone structure, the eyes, the way she carries herself. It's like looking at a perfectly sculpted statue carved from moonlight and glacier ice. He remembered the almost painful intensity of her beauty when he'd first seen her unveiled on their disastrous wedding night, her eyes wide with fear and fury. It had been overwhelming then, terrifying even to his 19-year-old self. Now, filtered through the lens of 80 years of experience and a lifetime of seeing other beauties, other wonders, it was still overwhelming, but in a different way, less intimidating, more intriguing. A complex, beautiful, incredibly frustrating puzzle he was only just beginning to comprehend. And she smelled of rosemary, his rosemary, that he decided, as he finally set down his cup of truly abominable tea, was perhaps the most intriguing, most perplexing, most unexpectedly hopeful piece of the entire, chaotic, wonderful, terrifying puzzle. The Archduke was about to enter. The summit was about to begin, and Lloyd Ferrum, armed with hidden powers, a burgeoning soap empire, a surprisingly fragrant wife, and a profound distaste for poorly brewed tea, was, for better or worse, ready. Or at least, as ready as a man who had recently been chased by two different mythological nightmares and threatened with leg breakage by his own father could reasonably be expected to be. This, he thought with a grim, almost cheerful, sense of impending doom, was going to be interesting. The low hum of conversations in the grand hall abruptly ceased. A wave of anticipatory silence washing over the assembled Ferrum clan as the massive, heraldic emblazoned double doors at the far end of the chamber were swung open by two stoic, impeccably uniformed household guards. Every head turned, every eye fixed on the entrance. The air crackled with a new kind of tension, not just familial politicking, but the added weight of external scrutiny. Archduke Roy Ferrum entered. His presence, as always, commanded the room, his stern features an unreadable mask of ducal authority, his dark eyes sweeping over the assembly with an intensity that seemed to miss nothing. But he moved with a measured, powerful stride, radiating an aura of absolute, unwavering control. But he was not alone. Flanking him, and walking with an easy confidence that spoke of equal, if different, status, were four individuals who clearly did not belong to the Ferrum clan. Their attire, while noble and expensive, bore different sigils, different styles, hinting at allegiances beyond the duchy's borders. Their presence instantly amplified the existing tension, transforming the annual Ferrum family summit from an internal affair into something far more significant, far more public. Lloyd, still nursing his now cold, still offensive tea, felt his senses sharpen, his internal 80-year-old strategist instantly on alert. Outsiders, just as father said. But who? And why? Chapter 166. His gaze swept over the newcomers. The first, a man of roughly his father's age, with shrewd, intelligent eyes, a neatly trimmed gray beard, and an air of quiet, pragmatic authority, was instantly recognizable. Jason Siddick, Viscount Siddick de Rosa's father. His presence wasn't entirely unexpected. As the father of the Archduke's new daughter-in-law, his attendance, while perhaps not standard, was understandable, a gesture of strengthening familial ties that he offered Roy a respectful, almost familial nod as they walked. The other three, however, were ciphers, their faces unfamiliar, their allegiances unreadable from this distance. Point one was a stout, florid-faced man with a booming laugh that seemed perpetually on the verge of erupting, dressed in rich velvets that strained slightly at the seams, his eyes quick and assessing. Another was older, leaner, with a scholar's stoop and eyes that held a lifetime of patient observation, his robes simple but of exquisite quality. The fourth man was different, that he was younger, perhaps in his late 30s, with an easy, almost deceptively casual grace, his attire understated yet impeccably tailored, his features handsome but unremarkable, almost forgettable. Yet there was something about his eyes, a keen, penetrating intelligence, a subtle aura of command that seemed to hum just beneath his unassuming surface, that made Lloyd's internal alarms prickle faintly. This man, Lloyd sensed, was more than he appeared. Roy Ferrum and his distinguished guests made their way towards the raised dais at the head of the hall, where the Archduke would preside. Another, smaller drama unfolded. Viscount Rubel Ferrum, Lloyd's ambitious, recently chastened uncle, practically sprinted from his position amongst the branch family heads, his face wreathed in a sycophantic, almost desperate smile. He intercepted the Archduke's party near the center of the hall, bowing deeply, his voice, when he spoke, dripping with a honeyed deference that Lloyd found physically nauseating. "Your Grace, esteemed guests, a most auspicious occasion." Rubel gushed, attempting to insinuate himself into the procession, to be seen publicly welcoming these important visitors, to subtly reassert his own diminished standing. "Allow me to personally extend the warmest greetings of the entire Ferrum." Roy Ferrum didn't even break stride. He didn't glance at his brother. He simply walked past him, his gaze fixed straight ahead, his silence a dismissal more profound, more cutting, than any verbal rebuke could ever have been. Jason Siddick and the other guests followed suit, their expressions carefully neutral, though Lloyd fancied he saw a flicker of amusement in the stout man's eyes and a hint of disdain in the scholars. Rubel was left standing alone in the middle of the hall, his fawning smile frozen on his face, the color slowly draining from his cheeks as the full, public weight of the Archduke's continued displeasure landed like a physical blow. He looked, for a moment, like a man who had just been slapped with a very large, very invisible fish. "Serves you right, you scheming toad," Lloyd thought with a grim, satisfying smirk, taking another sip of his now truly vile tea. The Archduke and his guests ascended the dais. Roy took his seat in the ornate, high-backed chair carved with the roaring Ferrum lion. Still looking constipated, Lloyd noted. The visitors were seated in chairs of slightly lesser, but still significant, dignity on either side. The summit was about to officially commence, but before Roy could even clear his throat to deliver the opening address, one of the previously unrecognized VIPs, the older, leaner man with the scholar's bearing and the patient eyes, rose from his seat on the dais. Instead of addressing the hall, however, he descended the steps and, to the surprise of everyone, Lloyd included, walked directly towards Lloyd's slightly isolated table near the disgruntled potted fern. "Oh, here we go," Lloyd thought, hastily setting down his teacup, his mind racing. Who is this guy, and why is he making a beeline for the resident family disappointment? Does he want to borrow sugar, complain about the tea quality, offer unsolicited advice on fern care? The man stopped before Lloyd's table, his expression a mixture of grave dignity and something else, something that looked surprisingly like gratitude. He offered Lloyd a slight, respectful bow, a gesture usually reserved for equals, not for a 19-year-old heir with a questionable academic record. "Young Lord Ferrum," the man began, his voice quiet but carrying a surprising resonance, a scholar's well-modulated tones. "Forgive this informal intrusion, but I felt I could not let this moment pass without expressing my profound, my deepest, personal gratitude." Lloyd stared, utterly bewildered. Gratitude? For what? Had he accidentally donated to this man's favorite charity in a past life? Return a lost library book? "My lord," Lloyd managed, genuinely at a loss. "You have me at a disadvantage. I do not believe we have had the honor." The man's eyes, clear and intelligent, held a flicker of deep emotion. Indeed, we have not formally met, young lord. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tiberius Crutz, Marquis of the Southern Reaches. Crutz? Lloyd's mind jolted. Faria's father? He looked at the man again, seeing now the subtle resemblance around the eyes, the same underlying steel beneath the scholarly demeanor. This was the man whose daughter he had, however inadvertently and chaotically, assisted in Galaforest. The man whose son was ailing. The man whose desperate hope now rested, in part, on the terrifying, soul-sucking dark vein flower Lloyd had so casually, and then so dramatically, retrieved. Marquis Crutz, Lloyd acknowledged, rising respectfully, offering a slight bow of his own. The honor is mine. Okay, so this isn't about the tea. This is about the flower, and possibly the giant snake, and Kin's rather dramatic intervention. The honor, young lord, is entirely mine, Marquis Crutz insisted, his voice thick with emotion. My daughter, Faria, she is related to me the full, harrowing account of her recent misadventure in Galaforest. His gaze swept briefly towards Lloyd, then to Fong, who was now sitting alertly at Lloyd's feet, his golden eyes watchful. She spoke of your courage, young lord. Your unexpected intervention. Your rather unorthodox, but ultimately effective, methods. A faint, wry smile touched the Marquis's lips, and she spoke, with particular emphasis, of your invaluable assistance in securing the very bloom she so desperately sought, the bloom that may yet prove the salvation of my beloved son. He bowed his head again, lower this time, a gesture of profound, heartfelt thanks. You saved my daughter's life, Lord Ferrum, and you may have saved my son's. There are no words, no deeds, that can adequately express the debt I, and my entire house, now owe to you. Lloyd felt a flush creep up his neck, uncomfortable under the weight of such effusive, public gratitude. Marquis Crutz, please, he demurred, waving a dismissive hand. It was not entirely intentional, I assure you. Mostly a case of being in the wrong forest at the wrong time with the wrong mythological creature with a flower fetish. And as for your daughter, he offered a genuine, if slightly sheepish smile. She and her guards demonstrated considerable courage themselves. That I merely provided some unexpected and frankly quite terrifying distractions, and called in a rather overpowered butler with a penchant for pyrotechnics. Most of the credit, I assure you, belongs to him. Nevertheless, the Marquis insisted, his eyes shining with sincerity, your actions were pivotal. Faria is safe, and we have the dark vein. For that, House Crutz is eternally in your debt. He straightened, his expression becoming more formal. Should you, or House Ferrum, ever require aid from the Southern Reaches, young lord, you need only ask. My resources, my armies, my very life, are yours to command. It was a solemn oath delivered before the entire Ferrum clan, a political declaration of alliance forged in the crucible of shared terror and unexpected salvation. Lloyd nodded, accepting the pledge with due gravity, while internally his 80-year-old strategist was already calculating the potential geopolitical advantages of having a powerful Southern Marquis as a staunch, indebted ally. Well, that Galaforest death trap field trip might just have paid off in ways beyond 40 system coins. After all, he mused, maybe I should add inadvertent geopolitical alliance brokering via monster evasion to my resume, before Lloyd could formulate a suitably humble and politically astute response. Another figure approached his table. This one even more surprising to IT was the fourth man from the Archduke's entourage, the younger one with the deceptively casual grace and the intelligent, almost forgettable, handsome features that he moved with an easy confidence, a subtle aura of command that seemed even more pronounced up close. He offered Lloyd a charming, disarming smile. Young Lord Ferrum, the man began, his voice smooth, cultured, with an undertone of amusement. Marquis Crutz speaks with the heartfelt gratitude of a father, and rightly so. But allow me to offer my own, perhaps more practical commendations. Lloyd looked at him, intrigued. My lord, and you are? The man's smile widened. Forgive my lack of formal introduction amidst these rather dramatic summit preliminaries. For now, let's just say I am an interested observer, an admirer of innovation. Particularly, his gaze flickered towards Roy, innovation that smells as pleasantly of rosemary as it does of profit. Chapter 168. Lloyd blinked. He knows about the soap? The dispenser? How? Had his father already been showcasing the prototype? Talking about it with these outsiders? The thought was both thrilling and slightly unnerving. Indeed, the man continued, his eyes twinkling. I had the distinct pleasure of sampling your remarkable cleansing elixir this morning, the one presented by your esteemed father. The liquid version, I believed in that most ingenious oak and steel dispensing contraption. He brought his fingertips to his nose, inhaling dramatically. Still a faint, delightful hint of rosemary. Quite revolutionary. Young Lord M.'s own household staff are already clamoring for a supply. They claim their hands have never felt so velvety. Lloyd stared, speechless for a moment. His father had not only taken the liquid soap prototype he and Jasmine had so frantically cobbled together just yesterday afternoon. The slightly imperfect, rosemary-infused soft soap he presented to Roy along with the hard bar and the first dispenser, but had apparently given a sample to this influential stranger. A stranger who was now praising it publicly, in front of the entire Ferrum clan and other noble guests. "Father, you sly old fox," Lloyd thought, a wave of surprised admiration washing over him. "You didn't just assess it, you market-tested it on a VIP. This summit wasn't just about silencing doubters. It was about showcasing Ferrum innovation, his innovation on a much grander stage than he'd anticipated. I am gratified that the product met with your approval. My lord," Lloyd managed, recovering his composure. "It is still in its developmental stages, of course. Many refinements are planned." Of course, the man agreed easily. "But the core concept, young lord, brilliant. The execution, inspired. The potential, vast. You have a keen mind for commerce, it seems, as well as for rather dramatic forest excursions." He chuckled, a warm, engaging sound. "I shall be watching your future ventures with great interest, Lord Ferrum. Great interest indeed." He gave Lloyd a final, conspiratorial wink, then turned and, with that same deceptively casual grace, made his way back towards the dais, leaving Lloyd feeling both flattered and intensely curious about the man's true identity and influence. He was still processing this unexpected endorsement when he felt a subtle pressure at his elbow that he turned to see his father, Archduke Roy Ferrum. Having descended from the dais while Lloyd was occupied, Roy's face was an unreadable mask, but his eyes held a flicker of something complex. "A word, Lloyd," Roy murmured, his voice so low only Lloyd could hear it, leaning in slightly as if sharing a state secret of profound import. "That last gentleman, the one so enthusiastic about your soap." "Yes, father," Lloyd prompted, his curiosity piqued even further. Roy's gaze flickered around the hall, ensuring no one else was within earshot. Then he leaned even closer, his voice a mere whisper, charged with a gravity that made the hairs on the back of Lloyd's neck stand on end. "Do not react, Lloyd. Not show surprise. Maintain your composure, but understand this." He paused, his dark eyes locking onto Lloyd's with an intensity that was almost physical. "That man is His Majesty Liam Bethlehem, King of our nation Bethlehem, here in disguise." Lloyd froze. The teacup, which he had unconsciously picked up again, slipped from his nerveless fingers, shattering on the stone floor with a loud, discordant crash that seemed to echo deafeningly in the suddenly too quiet grand hall. King Liam Bethlehem? The King of Bethlehem? Here, disguised as some interested soap enthusiast? His mind reeled, desperately trying to process this new, cataclysmic piece of information. The Bethlehem clan. The rulers of Bethlehem. Their king here, in his father's house that in disguise, praising his soap. What in the name of all the hells, heavens, and questionable interdimensional realms is going on? Lloyd's internal monologue, which had been attempting a slow, cautious recovery, promptly had a full-blown, screaming, table-flipping meltdown at a major, nation-altering event. "I don't remember anything like this. My first life's memories of this period are hazy, yes, filled with teenage angst and academic failure. But surely, I would remember something as monumental as the King of Bethlehem secretly attending a Ferrum family summit. This wasn't in the script. This is a whole new, terrifyingly unpredictable, probably incredibly dangerous act." He stared at his father, then towards the dais where the interested soap enthusiast, King Liam Bethlehem, by all the gods, was now calmly chatting with Jason Siddick, looking for all the world like just another visiting nobleman. The pieces slammed together with horrifying, undeniable clarity. The outsiders, the unusual nature of this summit. His father's grim intensity, the earlier assassination attempt by professionals. This wasn't just about Ferrum unity or Rubel's treachery. This was bigger. Far bigger. Something of immense geopolitical significance was unfolding, right here, right now. And Lloyd Ferrum, the accidental prodigy, the fledgling soap tycoon, the heir with the demonic eyes and the overpowered butler, was standing smack in the middle of it, holding a shattered teacup and a rapidly dawning sense of profound, existential dread. The loud, discordant crash of shattering porcelain ripped through the tense, rosemary and faintly dung-scented air of Archduke Lloyd Ferrum's study, a sound as shocking and out of place as a thunderclap in a library. Every head, already turned towards Lloyd after his father's hushed, momentous revelation, now stared with renewed, almost horrified intensity. Lloyd Ferrum stood frozen, his hands still hovering where the teacup had been, his face a mask of carefully controlled neutrality that did absolutely nothing to conceal the wild, screaming panic currently doing a frenetic tango with disbelief in his brain. King Liam Bethlehem? Here, disguised? Interested in my soap? My soap? The one made with cow fat and experimental lye in a dusty smokehouse. Is this a fever dream? Did one of those Galliforus spores finally take root in my cerebellum and decide to stage an avant-garde theatrical production starring royalty and questionable hygiene products? He could feel the heat rising in his cheeks, the sudden, prickling awareness of every eye in the room dissecting his clumsiness, his shock, his very existence. The king of Bethlehem, the man who had praised his cleansing elixir and ingenious dispensing contraption with such charming, almost conspiratorial enthusiasm, was not just some interested nobleman with a penchant for rosemary and a surprisingly astute understanding of market potential. He was Liam, freaking Bethlehem, ruler of a neighboring, often rival, kingdom. Roy Ferrum's gaze flickered towards the shattered remains of the teacup, then back to Lloyd, his expression unreadable, though a muscle twitched almost imperceptibly in his J-A-W-I-T might have been. Annoyance at the destruction of ducal crockery, or perhaps a flicker of understanding at his son's rather dramatic reaction to having a monarch casually dropped into conversation. Probably both. Lloyd's internal monologue was now a high-pitched, continuous scream. Okay, deep breaths that don't hyperventilate in front of royalty, even disguised royalty. Especially disguised royalty who just complimented your soap. Must maintain composure. Must not look like a gibbering imbecile who just discovered the sky is made of cheese. Or, that the random rich guy is actually the king. My apologies, father, Lloyd managed, his voice impressively steady despite the internal chaos. He bent down with what he hoped was dignified grace, though he felt about as graceful as a startled hippopotamus on roller skates, and began to gather the larger shards of porcelain. Clumsy of me. The news was rather unexpected. Unexpected? His brain shrieked. Unexpected as finding a gold coin in your laundry. This is discovering your pet hamster is secretly a transdimensional warlord level of unexpected. Indeed, Roy murmured, his voice a low rumble that brooked no further discussion on the matter of shattered teacups or royal revelations, that he gave a subtle, almost imperceptible nod towards the figure Lloyd now knew to be King Liam Bethlehem. A silent acknowledgement that the charade, at least between them, was momentarily suspended, or perhaps just profoundly complicated. My dear Lord Ferrum, the king began, his voice smooth, cultured, utterly devoid of any royal affectation, sounding for all the world like a genuinely concerned fellow nobleman. He subtly steered Lloyd away from the remaining porcelain debris, which a silent, suddenly appearing household attendant began to discreetly sweep away. No harm done, I trust. A mere accident. Easily remedied, though his eyes twinkled with that same roguish amusement Lloyd had noted earlier. I do hope it wasn't my rather enthusiastic praise for your cleansing elixir that caused such a start. Lloyd, still reeling, managed a weak smile. Not all, my lord, James, he stammered, remembering the name his father had whispered. Gods, calling a king James felt like addressing a thunderstorm by its first name. Just a momentary lapse in coordination, the perils of early mornings and complex family discussions. Lloyd stared, his brain struggling to keep up. The king was still talking about the soap? After everything. After the reveal, was this part of the disguise? Or was he genuinely, royally, obsessed with personal hygiene products? James leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a more confidential tone, though still carrying easily in the sudden, almost reverent hush that had fallen over the study since the teacup incident. Even Master Elmsworth and Grandmaster Grimaldi seemed to be holding their breath, sensing that this was no ordinary conversation. Jason Siddick watched with keen, narrowed eyes. Your father, the esteemed Archduke, James continued, gesturing vaguely towards Roy, who observed them with an expression that could only be described as intensely watchful granite, has already pledged a considerable, some 10,000 gold, I believe, a most generous, and I dare say, prudent investment. He paused, his gaze fixing on Lloyd with a new intensity. the earlier amusement overlaid with a sharp, shrewd assessment. And I, Lord Ferrum, as a humble admirer of innovation and an individual with certain disposable capital, find myself similarly inclined. Chapter 170. Lloyd's jaw, which had been slowly returning to its normal position, threatened to detach itself again. Inclined? Inclined to what? The king of Bethlehem wanted to invest in his soap, his tallow and ash water, rosemary-scented, smokehouse brewed soap. This day was officially sponsored by the letter W for what is even happening. You wish to invest, my lord. James, Lloyd managed, trying to keep the incredulity from his voice. And in my soap venture? Indeed, James declared, beaming as if this were the most natural, most exciting prospect in the world. I have a keen eye for potential, Lord Ferrum. And your product, coupled with that frankly ingenious dispenser, a work of art, truly, has resounding success written all over it. Positively screams future ducal revenue stream and delightfully soft hands for all. I confess, I am something of a connoisseur of creature comforts, and this, he tapped his nose conspiratorially. This is a comfort the world desperately needs, even if it doesn't know it yet. He clasped his hands behind his back, adopting the air of a magnanimous, slightly eccentric, but undeniably wealthy patron. Consider it a personal investment, of course, from one gentleman of means to another burgeoning entrepreneur. The small gesture of faith in your vision. Say, he waved a dismissive hand, as if plucking a figure from the air, another 5,000 gold coins to supplement your father's already generous contribution. Ensure you have ample resources for those delightful oil explorations and perhaps a slightly larger smokehouse, one with better ventilation, perhaps the current model, while charmingly rustic, does tend to impart a certain smoky je ne sais quoi to the surrounding atmosphere. 5,000 gold, from the king of Bethlehem. Lloyd felt a wave of dizziness. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. His soap empire, not yet possessing a single official employee beyond a terrified but loyal butcher girl, was attracting royal investment. He should be ecstatic. He should be calculating profit margins and interducal trade agreements. Instead, a small, cynical, 80-year-old voice in the back of his head whispered, "There's always a catch, especially with royalty. Even disguised, slightly manic, soap-obsessed royalty." "My Lord James," Lloyd began, choosing his words with extreme care, bowing slightly, "that is an extraordinarily generous offer. Truly, I am honored by your faith in my humble endeavor. Humble endeavor involving cow fat and potentially explosive lye reactions. But, if I may be so bold, such generosity from a new acquaintance often comes with certain expectations, or perhaps," he paused, "unique conditions." The king's smile didn't falter. In fact, it widened, acquiring a distinctly wolfish, almost predatory edge. The handsome, unassuming James' persona flickered for a fraction of a second, revealing a glimpse of the shrewd, powerful monarch beneath. "Astute, Lord Ferrum, very astute. I appreciate a man who understands the nuances of mutually beneficial arrangements." He chuckled again. "Indeed, I do have one small, rather idiosyncratic condition, that a personal foible, you might say. Nothing too burdensome, I assure you." He leaned closer again, his amethyst eyes. Wait, were they amethyst? Lloyd's brain struggled to recall Faria's eye color, then mentally slapped itself. "Focus, idiot, the king is talking," gleaming with that mischievous, almost challenging light. "So, my small condition, Lord Ferrum, for this modest 5,000 gold investment in your burgeoning empire of cleanliness, is simply this. For a period of, say, 5 years, you will ensure a continuous, complimentary supply of your finest Ferrum soap, both the delightful solid bars and, most especially, that divine liquid in those magnificent dispensers, to the royal household of Bethlehem. All of it, free of charge. Consider it an extended quality control assessment, conducted at the highest possible level. Why a very discerning, very appreciative, and potentially very influential clientele. 5 years, free supply. The entire Bethlehem royal household. Lloyd's mind, which had been briefly short-circuited by the sheer audacity of the king's initial offer, now rebooted with the speed and efficiency of a supercomputer calculating warp trajectories. Free, for 5 years, the cost and materials alone. But then, another calculation, sharper, more strategic, overrode the immediate financial concern. The Bethlehem royal household, using his soap, exclusively, for 5 years, the king, the queen, the princes and princesses, the courtiers, the visiting dignitaries, every noble, every servant, every influential guest within the walls of the Bethlehem royal palace, smelling faintly of Ferrum family finest rosemary-infused cleansing elixir. IT wasn't a cost, that IT was an advertisement in unparalleled 5-year long royal decree level marketing campaign. The ultimate product placement. The kind of endorsement that money, even 10,000 gold coins, couldn't possibly buy out. If the king of Bethlehem and his entire court were using Lloyd Ferrum's soap, every other noble house in Riverio, perhaps even beyond, would be clamoring for it. The prestige, the exclusivity, the sheer snob appeal. It was a marketing coup of epic, almost mythological, proportions. The 80-year-old capitalist inside Lloyd did a silent, joyful, fist-pumping jig. This wasn't a condition. It was a gift horse the size of a small battleship, practically begging him to look in the mouth, discover its teeth were made of solid gold, and then ride it all the way to the ducal bank. A slow, wide grin spread across Lloyd's face, a grin that mirrored the king's own in its sheer, unadulterated, slightly terrifying enthusiasm. He looked James directly in the eye, a spark of shared, audacious understanding passing between them. He extended his hand, not in supplication, but as an equal sealing a mutually incredibly beneficial pact. You have yourself a deal, my lord, at a most excellent, most fragrant deal. King Liam Bethlehem, the disguised monarch, the soap-obsessed investor, the master of understated geopolitical maneuvering, took Lloyd's hand. His grip was firm, strong, the grip of a ruler. His eyes, no longer just amused, but holding a spark of genuine respect, met Lloyd's. Excellent, Lord Ferrum, the king declared, his smile genuine now, the last vestiges of the James persona momentarily receding, allowing a glimpse of the true royal authority beneath. I foresee a long and remarkably clean partnership ahead. The deal was struck. Amidst the shattered remains of teacup, the lingering scent of rosemary and dung, and the silent, astonished observation of the Archduke of Ferrum, an empire of soap, funded by 2 kingdoms and built on audacious innovation, had just taken its first, fragrant, and incredibly high-stakes step, and Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling turned accidental prodigy turned fledgling soap tycoon, suddenly felt like he could conquer the world, or at least make it smell considerably better. One royal bathroom at a time. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate vibrated with a low hum of anticipation. The initial shock of King Liam Bethlehem's disguised presence, followed by the almost surreal negotiation over soap futures, had settled into a wary, watchful silence. Lloyd Ferrum, still feeling the phantom weight of a royal handshake and the exhilarating, terrifying burden of a 15,000 gold coin investment, 10 from his father, 5 from a monarch with a penchant for rosemary, stood near the shattered remains of his teacup, which an attendant was now diligently, almost reverently, sweeping into a silver dustpan as if collecting sacred relics. His mind, a chaotic whirlwind of soap formulations, system coin calculations, and a lingering image of Ken Park casually vaporizing mythological monsters, was struggling to process the sheer, unadulterated weirdness of the past 24 hours. King Liam. No, James, he had to remember the charade, was now animatedly discussing the potential for a pine-scented variant for the royal hunting lodges with a visibly intrigued Jason Siddick, who looked like a man trying to understand a particularly complex new board game while simultaneously juggling live badgers. Archduke Roy Ferrum observed the scene from his imposing chair on the dais, his face an unreadable granite slab. Lloyd suspected his father was mentally redrafting the entire duchy's 5-year economic plan to include a strategic soap reserve. Master Elmsworth was still scribbling furiously on his parchment, occasionally muttering things like economies of scale and monopolistic potential. Grandmaster Grimaldi, meanwhile, looked like he might spontaneously combust from sheer alchemical excitement, his beard practically vibrating, so a smooth, amused voice drawled from beside Lloyd, making him jump slightly. He turned to see James, King Liam, regarding him with that disconcerting twinkle in his eyes. The king had detached himself from Jason Siddick, who now looked faintly dazed. Lord Ferrum, that a most stimulating morning, wouldn't you agree? Full of unexpected opportunities and robust negotiations. Lloyd managed a weak smile. Stimulating is certainly one word for it, my lord. James, whirlwind of geopolitical, soap-related fiscal policy might be another. The king chuckled, a rich, genuine sound that made several nearby nobles flinch and edge away, clearly still unnerved by this overly familiar rich stranger. Indeed, but tell me, young innovator, he leaned closer, his voice dropping conspiratorially, this rather unique condition of mine, the 5 years of complimentary supply to the royal household. You agreed with remarkable alacrity. Most entrepreneurs, faced with such a seemingly disadvantageous term, would haggle, protest, perhaps even offer me a lifetime supply of slightly inferior, less fragrant soap as a counteroffer. His eyes narrowed playfully. You, however, seemed almost delighted. Why is that, Lord Ferrum? What grand, strategic calculation was whirring away behind those suddenly very astute Ferrum eyes? Lloyd felt a bead of sweat trickle down his spine. The king wasn't just a soap enthusiast. He was sharp. Razor sharp. He'd seen the calculation, the immediate recognition of advantage. There was no point trying to feign reluctance now. Honesty, or a carefully curated version of it, seemed the best approach. Chapter 172, My Lord James, Lloyd began, choosing his words with the precision of a bomb disposal expert. Your request, while unconventional, struck me not as a burden, but as an unparalleled opportunity. He met the king's gaze directly, a spark of his own newfound confidence, the confidence of a man who had stared down giant snakes and negotiated with monarchs, albeit disguised ones, igniting in his own eyes. Consider the implications. Oh, I am, Lord Ferrum, the king murmured, his smile widening. Believe me, I am. The royal household of Bethlehem, Lloyd continued, his voice gaining momentum, the strategic possibilities clear and compelling in his mind, is the very pinnacle of society in your esteemed kingdom. Its tastes, its preferences, its chosen cleansing agents, they set the standard. They become the aspiration. He allowed himself a small, almost wolfish grin. If the king, the queen, the entire Bethlehem court are known to favor Ferrum family finest rosemary-infused cleansing elixir, he rather liked the sound of that. He'd have to run it by Grimaldi. Then every noble house, every wealthy merchant, every individual with aspirations to refinement and status within Bethlehem, and indeed beyond its borders, will desire it. They will demand it. He gestured expansively, his earlier exhaustion momentarily forgotten, replaced by the thrill of strategic articulation. Your 5-year quality control assessment, my lord, is not a cost to my fledgling enterprise. IT is the most effective, most prestigious, most far-reaching advertising campaign imaginable. IT is an implicit royal endorsement. IT is word-of-mouth marketing amplified to the power of 1,000 town criers shouting from the palace ramparts. The value of that association, that unspoken seal of royal approval, it is worth far more, in the long term, than the mere cost of materials for 5 years of complementary supply. He paused, letting the implications sink in, then added, a touch of playful audacity in his tone. Frankly, my Lord James, if you hadn't suggested it, I might have been tempted to offer it myself, though perhaps not for quite so long a term or with quite so many enthusiastic recipients. He winked, a gesture so bold it momentarily startled even himself. King Liam Bethlehem threw back his head and laughed, a genuine, unrestrained peal of royal amusement that echoed through the suddenly silent grand hall, making Archduke Roy Ferrum's eyebrows twitch almost imperceptibly. The king clapped Lloyd heartily on the shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie that would have scandalized the court had they known his true identity. By the sainted grandmothers of Bethlehem, Ferrum, the king roared, wiping a tear of mirth from his eye. You are wasted on mere soap. You should be my royal treasurer, or perhaps my minister of propaganda. Such vision, such delightful, ruthless pragmatism. He shook his head, still chuckling. I knew I liked you, not just for your remarkable product, but for that keen, calculating mind lurking beneath that surprisingly well-tailored tunic. He sobered slightly, though the amusement still danced in his eyes. You are correct, of course. The association is beneficial. Mutually so, I trust. Bethlehem gets wonderfully clean hands and a delightful hint of rosemary, and House Ferrum gets, well, let us just say, the potential for significant market penetration. He grinned again. An excellent arrangement, for both of us. With a final, firm nod and a smile that promised both royal favor and rigorous quality control, King Liam Bethlehem turned and, with that same deceptively casual grace, rejoined the waiting Jason Siddick, leaving Lloyd Ferrum standing amidst the lingering scent of rosemary, the ghosts of vaporized snakes, the faint echo of royal laughter, and the dawning, exhilarating, slightly terrifying realization that his humble soap empire was about to go international. Royal International, he picked up. Another teacup, a fresh one, thankfully provided by a still slightly traumatized-looking attendant, and took a slow, deliberate sip. It still tasted like despair-steeped dishwater. But somehow today it didn't seem quite so bad. The future, it seemed, smelled surprisingly, wonderfully of success and rosemary, and perhaps, just perhaps, a hint of pine and sandalwood. The whirlwind of the Ferrum family summit, with its royal revelations and soap-fueled investment deals, had finally subsided, leaving Lloyd Ferrum in a state of buzzing, slightly bewildered productivity. The 10,000 gold coins from his father and the additional 5,000 from King Liam James Bethlehem, a sum that still made his internal accountant do a series of astonished backflips, were slowly, agonizingly, making their way through the ducal bursar Periwinkle's labyrinthine ledgers. Lloyd had spent the past few days in a frenzy of planning, sketching designs for a dedicated Ferrum family finest cleansing elixir manufactory. He was quite proud of that name. It had a certain ring of opulent hygiene, and fielding increasingly excited, if slightly unhinged, memoranda from both Grandmaster Grimaldi, proposing a new 7-stage distillation process for rosemary essence using only moonlight and ethically sourced unicorn tears, and Master Elmsworth, projecting global soap market dominance by Q3 and suggesting a hostile takeover of the entire olive oil industry that he was currently ensconced in his preferred garden sanctuary, the bench beneath the ancient willow, trying to make sense of a particularly dense alchemical treatise Grimaldi had optimistically lent him. The symbiotic potencies of volatile oils and saponified tallow, a beginner's guide to not accidentally creating sentient bath bombs, Fong, looking significantly less like a traumatized survivor of mythological monster battles and more like a magnificent, slightly bored, harbinger of lightning-infused doom, lay at his feet, occasionally snapping at a particularly audacious butterfly. "Okay, Fong," Lloyd muttered, squinting at a diagram that looked suspiciously like a plumbing schematic for a very small, very angry dragon. "According to Grimaldi, if I get the light-to-oil ratio wrong by more than 0.003 parts per million, I don't get soap, I get spontaneously combustible oleaginous plasma. Sounds messy, and probably not great for repeat business. Try Ferrum's finest exploding face wash, guaranteed to remove grime, skin, and possibly small buildings." Not the marketing angle I was going for. He was just contemplating the philosophical implications of whether oleaginous plasma could be weaponized, and if the system would offer coins for it, when a shadow fell over his alchemical text. Not the dappled shade of the willow. This was a more purposeful a shadow that smelled faintly of expensive southern silks and residual Gala Forest trail dust. Lloyd looked up, blinking, his mind still half immersed in the terrifying world of volatile triglycerides. Faria Krutz, standing before him, her crimson-violet hair a stark, beautiful slash of color against the placid green of the garden, her amethyst eyes holding an expression he couldn't quite decipher. A mixture of weariness, resolve, and something else, something surprisingly vulnerable. She was dressed in practical, if impeccably tailored, traveling clothes, suggesting she was either just arrived or about to depart. Her usual entourage of formidable guards was conspicuously absent. "Lady Faria," Lloyd greeted, a flicker of genuine surprise, quickly masked, running through him. He hadn't expected to see her again so soon, if ever. After their dramatic, serpent-interrupted parting at the edge of Gala, he pushed himself up from the bench, offering a slight, respectful bow. "An unexpected pleasure, T.O. What do I owe this honor? Did you misplace another soul-eating nightmare flower and require my patented, invisible wire retrieval service?" He couldn't resist the slight teasing, the memory of her stunned disbelief still a source of private amusement, a faint, almost imperceptible smile, more a shadow than a true expression, touched Faria's lips. "Hardly. Lord Ferrum, .1 encounter with a 50-foot guardian serpent with a flower fetish is quite sufficient for several lifetimes. Thank you." Her voice was lower today, less imperious, tinged with a fatigue that went bone deep. "And the dark vein bloom, thanks to your unorthodox assistance, is safely with my mother's alchemist." Faria's gaze sharpened slightly, a flicker of her usual analytical intensity returning. "You encountered similar issues with your soap, then?" "Let's just say my initial experiments with hidden fire and rendered fat were educational," Lloyd said dryly, "and occasionally involved small, unscheduled explosions. But we digress. You didn't seek me out to discuss the perils of amateur alchemy, I presume." He gestured towards the empty space on the bench beside him. "Please, if you're not in a hurry to wrestle any more mythological creatures." She hesitated for only a fraction of a second, then sank onto the bench with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of kingdoms. The movement lacked her usual fluid grace, betraying the deep weariness she clearly felt. She stared out at the tranquil garden for a long moment, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "Chapter 174 No," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper, her gaze distant. "No more monsters, thank the ancestors." She turned to him then, Her amethyst eyes, usually so bright with competitive fire or haughty disdain, now shadowed, haunted. I came, Lord Ferrum, because I felt I owed you an explanation. For the flower, for the danger, for everything. Lloyd leaned back, intrigued. An explanation? This was unexpected. Lady Faria, you owe me nothing. Yes, I recall. We were both spectacularly unprepared for the enthusiasm of Galaforest's local welcoming committee. And the flower, he shrugged. As I said, its purpose for me was served. 40 coins jingling merrily in his mental account. Best flower-picking trip ever. Despite the near-death experiences, perhaps, Faria conceded, her gaze dropping to her tightly clasped hands. But its purpose for me, it is far more than mere alchemy. Lord Ferrum, it is a matter of life and death. She took a deep, ragged breath, the carefully constructed walls of her aristocratic composure beginning to crumble, revealing the raw, desperate emotion beneath. It's for my brother Lloyd, she said, her voice so low he had to lean closer to hear it. The use of his first name, so unexpected, so intimate, sending a strange jolt through him. My younger brother, Elian. Lloyd frowned, trying to recall. Elian Krutz? He had a vague memory from his first life. A quiet, scholarly boy, always in Faria's shadow, not particularly robust. Your brother? He prompted gently, sensing the depth of her distress. Is he unwell? A single tear, bright and crystalline, escaped from the corner of Faria's eye and traced a shimmering path down her cheek. She didn't bother to wipe it away. The princess of the art competition, the fiery noblewoman who had faced down a mire monster, was gone. In her place was a frightened, grieving sister. Unwell is an understatement, Lloyd, she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears. He is dying, slowly, horribly, consumed from within by a curse. Lloyd stiffened. A curse. His mind flashed back to the whispers in Galaforest, the thin veil between worlds, the ancient evils. A curse? He repeated, the word tasting foul. From where? How? Faria's head snapped up, her amethyst eyes blazing now, not with competitive fire, but with a cold, venomous fury that made the air around her crackle. From Altamira, she spat, the name of viper on her tongue. From those treacherous, black-hearted snakes who rule Eldoria. Lloyd's blood ran cold. Altamira. Again, the name was becoming a persistent, ominous refrain in his new life. The Altamiras cursed your brother, he pressed, his voice hardening. Why? What possible reason could they have? Faria's lip curled into a sneer of pure contempt. Reason? They need no reason beyond their own twisted ambition and petty spite, Lloyd, but this was retaliation. Personal, vicious. She took another shuddering breath, her hands clenching so tightly her knuckles were white. Because I refused him. Refused who? Lloyd asked, though a sinking feeling in his gut already told him the answer. You already know. The crown prince of Altamira, Faria confirmed, her voice dripping with loathing. That arrogant, preening peacock. Our fathers, they entertained the notion of an alliance, a marriage, for political expediency, of course to secure trade routes, to ease border tensions. She made a sound of disgust. I met him. Once he was intolerable, smug, cruel. He spoke of art as if it were a commodity to be bought and sold, of people as if they were pawns on his private game board. She shuddered. I told my father, in no uncertain terms, that I would rather would a Gala forest mire monster than bind myself to such a creature. I made my displeasure known. Quite publicly, perhaps I may have inadvertently humiliated the crown prince at a rather tedious state banquet, suggested his taste in cravats was as questionable as his grasp of basic human decency. Lloyd almost choked. Knowing Faria's fiery temperament and sharp tongue, he could well imagine the scene. So, you turned him down, he said slowly. And the Altamiras, they took their revenge on your brother? Precisely, Faria confirmed, her voice tight with pain and fury. Weeks later, Elian fell ill, a strange, wasting sickness that baffled every healer, every physician in the southern reaches. He grew weaker, paler, his spirit fading. Conventional magic offered no solace, no cure. Then my mother's alchemist, a man of great learning, finally identified the true nature of his affliction. It was not a disease. Lloyd. It was a curse, a meticulously crafted, insidious curse of Altamaran origin, designed to, slowly, agonizingly drain his life force, leaving him a hollow shell. She closed her eyes for a moment, the pain etched on her face almost unbearable to witness. The Altamiras have experts in such dark arts, curse mages who delve into forbidden lore. They are renowned for their subtlety, their cruelty. This was their message to me, to my father, a warning. Defy Altamira. and suffer the consequences. The dark vein flower, Lloyd prompted gently, understanding dawning. The alchemist believes it can break the curse? It is our only hope, Fario whispered, opening her eyes, the despair in them raw, profound. The flower's essence, its unique resonant frequency, its inherent connection to the darker, more primal energies of the world, the alchemist believes it can disrupt the curse's matrix, unravel it, or at least provide the key ingredient for a counterspell potent enough to do so that he has searched for years. Through ancient texts, forbidden grimoires, the dark vein, the midnight serenity, it was a legend, a whisper, until his research finally pinpointed its likely location, deep within Gala, guarded. She looked at Lloyd, a new wave of gratitude, so potent it was almost painful, washing over her features. And you, Lloyd Ferrum, you with your impossible wires and your even more impossible butler. You retrieved it. You gave us that chance. Lloyd sat in silence, absorbing the full weight of her story. The political maneuvering, the petty vengeance, the dark magic, the desperate hope that it was a tale worthy of a tragic opera, and it painted the Altamira dynasty in even blacker, more ruthless colors than he had already suspected. They weren't just rivals. They were monsters, willing to inflict such suffering on an innocent boy to punish a perceived slight. He thought of his own fledgling powers, his hidden knowledge, his own desperate need to protect his family, his future. He looked at Faria, seeing not just the haughty Marquis's daughter, but a sister fighting for her brother's life, a young woman pushed to the brink by forces far beyond her control. Lady Faria, he said finally, his voice quiet but firm, a new resolve hardening his gaze. The Altamiras, they will answer for this, for what they did to your brother, for the threat they posed to us all. He wasn't just talking about soap anymore, that he was talking about justice. And perhaps, just perhaps, a reckoning. The game was far larger, far more dangerous than he had ever imagined, and he was, whether he liked it or not, a player. The shattered teacup had long since been swept away, its demise a minor, almost forgotten casualty in the wake of King Liam Bethlehem's disguised presence, and the subsequent, rather enthusiastic, royal investment in Ferrum family finest cleansing elixir, now with potential pine and sandalwood variants for the discerning monarch. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate, however, still buzzed with a low, simmering undercurrent of astonishment and speculation. Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling, the heir apparent who usually faded into the tapestries, was suddenly interesting. He'd humiliated Viscount Rubel, secured a massive investment from his own skeptical father, casually befriended a powerful southern marquis by apparently wrestling giant snakes and retrieving soul-eating flowers, and received a glowing, public endorsement for his bizarre soap venture from a mysterious, incredibly wealthy James who radiated an aura of quiet, almost terrifying authority. The Ferrum clan was confused, intrigued, and, in some quarters, particularly those inhabited by ambitious cousins and their equally ambitious parents, deeply, profoundly annoyed. Archduke Roy Ferrum, having observed the ripple effects of James's pronouncements and Marquis Crutz's heartfelt gratitude with a satisfaction so profound it was almost visible beneath his usual granite facade, finally rose from his high-back chair on the dais. He surveyed the assembled clan, his gaze sweeping over the expectant faces, lingering for a fraction of a second longer than usual on Lloyd, then on Jothi, then on the still fuming Viscount Rubel and his equally sullen son. Ryan, the hush fell over the hall. Esteemed kin, Roy began, his voice resonating with the full power of his ducal authority, instantly commanding every ounce of attention. We have addressed matters of commerce, of alliance, of unforeseen botanical expeditions. A flicker of dry amusement, so quick it was almost imaginary, touched his eyes as he said this, and Lloyd could have sworn he saw King James suppress a chuckle. We have demonstrated Ferrum innovation, Ferrum resolve. He paused, letting the words sink in. Then his tone shifted, becoming lighter, almost jovial. A truly alarming development. Chapter 176. But summit is not merely for grave pronouncements and strategic alliances. Roy continued, a rare, almost predatory smile touching his lips, a smile that sent a shiver of apprehension down Lloyd's spine. This was his father's. I'm about to do something completely unexpected and probably deeply inconvenient for someone. Most likely you, Lloyd smiled. It is also a time for celebration, for fostering camaraderie, for testing the mettle of our younger generation. Remind ourselves, and our honored guests, he nodded towards King James and the other visitors, of the enduring strength that flows through Ferrum veins. Oh no, Lloyd's internal monologue groaned. Oh no, no did I know that tone. This isn't going to be good. This is going to involve public humiliation, probably mine. Therefore, Roy declared, his voice booming now, full of false bonhomie. As is tradition, though perhaps one we have allowed to lapse in recent years, we shall conclude this summit with a display of Ferrum prowess, a friendly contest of arms, a tournament. A ripple of excited murmurs went through the younger Ferrums. A tournament, swords, magic, power of spirit, glory, a chance to impress their fathers, their rivals, the pretty daughters of allied houses. This was more like it. This contest, Roy continued, his smile widening, will be open to all Ferrum youths present who are below the age of 20, a test of skill, of courage, of resourcefulness. He glanced around the hall, his gaze seeming to linger on the eager faces of the younger generation. I believe we have approximately 60 such promising individuals among us today. Out of those, perhaps 40 meet the age requirement. A fine showing. 40? Lloyd did a quick mental calculation. His eyes scanned the clusters of his cousins, most of whom were now practically vibrating with anticipation, their earlier disdain for him momentarily forgotten in the thrill of potential combat. 40 potential opponents, most of whom probably still thought he was a sausage-obsessed weakling. This was going to be a bloodbath. Likely as blood. 32, Lloyd noted. Still a significant number, but he remembered, from his first life, that these friendly contests were often anything but bragging rights, political positioning, settling old scores. It all played out in the sparring circle under the guise of testing mettle. Jyothi, he recalled, had participated in one or two before his departure. She'd done rather well, her natural Ferrum aggression and surprising aptitude for void control making her a formidable opponent despite her youth. He watched as Jyothi, across the hall, straightened in her seat, a spark of familiar, fierce determination igniting in her dark eyes. She exchanged a quick, confident glance with one of her friends. She would enter it, of course she would, and she would probably demolish half the field. Lloyd, however, felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. 32 chosen by lot out of 40, the odds were in his favor. He could remain a spectator, offering polite, if slightly bewildered, applause from the sidelines, that he could focus on his soap, his system coins, his impending bloodline awakening that he could avoid. Public humiliation and the distinct possibility of being thrashed by a cousin with a grudge and overly enthusiastic void fists. Excellent. Then, Roy Ferrum's gaze, sharp as honed steel, landed directly, unequivocally on him. And the Archduke's next words shattered Lloyd's carefully constructed bubble of hopeful anonymity into a million jagged, terrifying pieces. My own children, of course, will set the example, Roy declared, his voice resonating with a paternal pride that felt suspiciously like a cleverly disguised death sentence. Jyothi, your prowess is known. You will participate, naturally. Jyothi inclined her head, a small, confident smile touching her lips, and oh surprise there. And Lloyd, Roy continued, his eyes still locked on his elder son, the earlier jovial tone vanishing, replaced by that familiar, unyielding command. After your recent displays of unexpected initiative and rather robust problem-solving skills, Lloyd winced. Was he referring to the Gala Forest incident, the soap demonstration, or just the general chaos that seemed to follow him like a particularly loyal, if slightly destructive, puppy? It is high time you also stepped into the circle. You, too, must participate in this contest. Silence. Absolute, stunned, echoing silence. Lloyd stared at his father, his mind a blank. Echoing void where his carefully constructed plans for a quiet, non-combat-related afternoon had just been brutally, comprehensively vaporized. Participate in a tournament against 31 other Ferrums, most of whom were probably stronger, faster, more skilled, and definitely holding a grudge against the drab duckling who'd somehow snagged the Ice Princess and the King's investment. But, Father, Lloyd began, his voice a weak croak, all thoughts of soap, system coins, and existential dread momentarily forgotten, replaced by the more immediate, pressing concern of imminent, public, and probably quite painful dismemberment. I haven't trained formally in quite some time. My skills are rusty at best. More like actively decomposing. Jyothi's head snapped around, her dark eyes wide with genuine, unadulterated shock. Her mouth fell slightly open. Lloyd? Participating? Her brother, who had practically fled the Bethlehem Academy's training yards, who viewed martial pursuits with an almost allergic aversion. The same Lloyd whose primary contribution to family sparring sessions had been to accidentally trip over his own feet and offer profuse apologies. This was inconceivable, illogical, utterly, bafflingly insane. across the hall. However, another reaction was far less surprised and infinitely more malicious. Ryan Ferrum, Viscount Rubel's arrogant, perpetually sneering son, who had been slumped his share looking like a thundercloud that had swallowed a particularly bitter lemon since his father's public humiliation, suddenly sat bolt upright at a slow, cruel, deeply unpleasant smile spread across his face. His eyes, fixed on Lloyd, glittered with a predatory light. This, Ryan Ferrum thought, his heart thumping with a surge of vicious, triumphant glee. Was it? This was his chance. The drab duckling, the accidental prodigy, the soap-making fool who had humiliated his father and stolen the spotlight. Forced into the circle. Forced to fight. Where his hidden tricks, his smooth words, his lucky encounters with royalty and powerful allies would mean nothing. Where only strength, skill, and Ferrum power mattered. Ryan's hand instinctively went to the hilt of the practice sword at his belt. He was over 20. Technically ineligible for the main contest. But surely, his father, the Archduke, wouldn't object to a pre-tournament demonstration. A friendly spar to test the heir's newfound mettle. He glanced at his own father, Rubel, whose face was still a mask of stony fury, but whose eyes, when they met Ryan's, held a flicker of understanding, of shared, vengeful anticipation. This was perfect. Ryan would expose Lloyd for the fraud he would break him. Humiliate him, in front of the entire clan. In front of that icy BTCH Rosa Siddick. He would restore his own honor, his father's honor. He would show them all who the true future of the Ferrum line should be. Lloyd Ferrum, oblivious to Ryan's murderous scheming, but acutely aware of the 31 other potential sources of pain and humiliation now eyeing him with renewed, predatory interest, felt a familiar, cold dread settle in the pit of his stomach. This was not going to end well. Not well at all. His soap empire, his system, coins, his very existence, suddenly felt very, very fragile. He really needed to work on his politely declining invitations to certain death skills. They were clearly lacking. The Grand Hall, moments before a simmering cauldron of familial tension and political maneuvering, had transformed into a buzzing arena of barely suppressed excitement. The news of the impromptu youth tournament, and more specifically, Archduke Roy Ferrum's unexpected decree that his notoriously unmartial elder son, Lloyd, must participate, had spread like wildfire. The 60-plus gaggle of Ferrum youths, previously engaged in polite disdain or strategic avoidance of Lloyd, were now practically vibrating with a mixture of disbelief, predatory anticipation, and in some surprisingly numerous quarters, sheer, unadulterated glee. Lloyd Ferrum? Fighting? The whisper was everywhere, laced with incredulity. The one who fainted during the basic sword drills at Bethlehem? The one whose spirit is rumored to be a slightly asthmatic field mouse. This is going to be hilarious, or tragic, probably hilarious. Lloyd, meanwhile, was trying very hard not to spontaneously combust from a combination of performance anxiety, existential dread, and a lingering aftertaste of his father's truly terrible tea. He stood near the edge of the hastily cleared sparring circle in the center of the hall, feeling like a particularly unpromising sacrificial offering about to be presented to a very large, very hungry pack of wolves. Or, in this case, 30 highly competitive, magically gifted cousins and one monster sister, most of whom probably held a PhD in how to make Lloyd Ferrum look like a complete idiot. And Rosa, still veiled, still an enigma of sapphire silk and icy composure, watched him with those unnerving, unreadable obsidian eyes. He couldn't decipher her expression, but imagined her internal monologue was something along the lines of, subject Lloyd Ferrum engaging in statistically improbable martial activity. Probability of success, negligible. Probability of tripping over own feet and accidentally setting fire to priceless ancestral tapestry, moderate to high. Commencing data acquisition. For future reference regarding optimal sofa placement to avoid stray void blasts. Chapter 178. Jyothi, his sister, looked genuinely, profoundly conflicted, a flicker of something. Pity, sibling concern, warred with the ingrained disappointment and the fierce Ferrum pride that demanded excellence. She clearly didn't expect him to last more than 10 seconds. The lots had been drawn with surprising, almost suspicious speed to 32 names pulled from a ceremonial Ferrum helmet that looked suspiciously like it had once belonged to Great-Uncle Forelag, the one with the perpetually disapproving portrait, and because the universe clearly had a vendetta against him and a deep appreciation for ironic cruelty, Lloyd's name had been drawn for the very first match that of course it had. Why prolong the agony? Get the public humiliation over with quickly. His opponent, a youth named Kenneth Ferrum from one of the minor branch families, was already stepping into the circle, a confident, almost predatory smirk plastered across his face. Kenneth was 17, athletic with a kind of easy arrogance that came from being reasonably talented and never having been chased through a cursed forest by a mythological horror. He was everything 19-year-old. First life Lloyd hadn't been. And he clearly saw Lloyd as an easy, almost guaranteed, first-round victory that'll warm up before the real fights began. Well, Cousin Lloyd, Kenneth called out, his voice dripping with mock cordiality that didn't quite conceal the underlying contempt. He executed a flourishing, overly dramatic bow. Honor to be your first and likely last opponent of the day. Try not to strain yourself. Wouldn't want you to miss the afternoon tea service. A ripple of snickering laughter went through the assembled younger Ferrums. Lloyd sighed internally. Right, let's get this over with. He stepped into the circle, trying to project an air of calm indifference. He was light years away from feeling. He didn't have a practice sword. He hadn't even considered needing one. His primary weapons were his wits, his hidden powers, and a burgeoning understanding of the surprisingly complex chemistry of soap, none of which were particularly useful in a formal sparring match. Combatants ready, a stern-faced household guard, acting as referee, called out, "Summon your spirits." Kenta grinned, clearly relishing the moment. With a dramatic flourish, he thrust his hand forward, his spirit stone embedded in the hilt of his practiced sword, flaring with orange light. "Come forth, Cinder Wing," he roared. Every eye in the hall now turned to Lloyd, expectant. What pathetic creature would the drab duckling summon? The rumored asthmatic field mouse? A slightly bewildered garden slug? The tension was palpable. "Fong," he said quietly, his voice calm amidst the expectant hush. "Let's try not to break anything too expensive this time." The air beside him didn't just shimmer. It crackled. Not with fire, but with a low, almost subliminal hum of contained elemental power. A ripple of surprise went through the crowd as Fong materialized. Not as the magnificent, storm-wreathed, lightning-infused demigod Lloyd knew him to be. He'd consciously suppressed that overt display for now, but as a large, powerfully built, dark gray wolf, his eyes a deep, intelligent brown, radiating an aura of quiet, predatory alertness. He looked formidable, solid, definitely not a field mouse. A murmur of surprise went through the hall. A wolf? Bigger than I expected. Still just a wolf. Though, Cinderwing will roast it. Kenta's smirk widened. A dog, Cousin Lloyd? How quaint. Cinderwing, burn that mutt to a crisp. Fiery Talon. The firehawk shrieked, diving from the air, its talons blazing with intensified orange flame, aiming to rake across Fong's back. Lloyd didn't even flinch. "Fong," he said, his voice still quiet, almost conversational. "Thousand chirp strike. Leg, keep it tidy." Before Kenta's Cinderwing had even covered half the distance, before the full impact of Lloyd's calm command had even registered with the stunned onlookers, it happened. The air ripped. Not with a hawk's shriek, but with that impossibly high-frequency, ear-splitting chorus of 1,000 frantic birds. Fong moved, a blur of dark gray, first so fast he seemed to teleport. His right foreleg erupted in a blinding nimbus of crackling. Azure lightning, sparks dancing, the sheer, unexpected intensity of the energy making several nobles gasp and recoil. The lightning-wreathed paw connected with the diving firehawk's exposed leg mid-flight, that crackle his squawk. The sound was less a glorious impact, more a deeply unsatisfying, slightly wet electrical short circuit. The firehawk, its fiery momentum instantly, catastrophically arrested, let out a single, choked, gurgling shriek, its flames sputtering erratically. Then, with a puff of acrid smoke and a shower of singed orange feathers, it simply vanished, dissipated, neutralized, sent back to whatever spirit realm it inhabited with a severe case of lightning-induced indigestion and probably a lifelong aversion to canines. The entire exchange from summon to dissipation had taken less than 20 seconds. Silence, absolute, stunned, jaw-dropping silence filled the grand hall. Kenneth stared at the empty air where his spirit had been, his mouth, agape, his confident smirk completely erased, replaced by an expression of utter, bewildered disbelief. The crowd stared. Jothi stared. Roy Ferrum's eyebrows had climbed halfway up his forehead. King James was actually leaning forward in his seat, a look of fascinated delight on his face. Rosa's veiled expression remained unreadable, but Lloyd fancied he saw the faintest tilt of her head, a subtle indication of analytical reassessment. Spirit defeated? The referee stammered, clearly as stunned as everyone else. Victor of the Spirit bout. Lord Lloyd Ferrum and Fong. This isn't over, cousin. Kenta snarled, his eyes blazing with fury. He still had his void power. He'd show this upstart, this lucky fool. Everyone knew Lloyd was a void dud, barely capable of the most rudimentary iron body techniques. You may have a fancy mutt, but you're still just a weakling. Prepare to taste Ferrum steel. Or, common iron. Given Kenta's branch family lineage, he drew his practice sword, a blunt-edged, heavy iron training weapon, and lunged, roaring, aiming a clumsy, overhead chop at Lloyd's head, relying on brute force and the assumption that Lloyd possessed no defensive void capabilities whatsoever. Lloyd watched the telegraphed attack approach with an almost bored sigh. Seriously? This is his grand counter-offensive. An overhead chop? Even his 80-year-old self, armed with nothing but a sturdy walking stick and a bad attitude, could have dodged this. That he didn't dodge, that he didn't even raise a hand to block. He simply shifted his weight fractionally, a subtle movement, and focused his will as Kenna's iron sword descended, as he committed his full weight to the clumsy strike. An invisible, whisper-thin filament of gleaming steel, true Ferrum steel, imbued with Lloyd's void power, snapped taut from the floor, coiling around Kenta's leading ankle with impossible speed and precision. Trip. Kenta, his forward momentum suddenly, inexplicably arrested at the ankle, yelped in surprise, his balance completely destroyed. He stumbled, windmilling his arms frantically, the heavy iron sword flying from his grasp to clatter uselessly on the stone floor. He crashed face first, with a distinct lack of dignity and a rather impressive series of grunts and flailing limbs, into the unforgiving stone of the sparring circle. Before he could even register what had happened, before he could push himself up from his humiliating, prone position, Fong was on him. Not with claws or teeth, but with a low, menacing growl, Fong simply placed one very large, very solid, now faintly crackling azure lightning-wreathed paw directly onto the center of Kenna's back, pinning him firmly to the floor. The message was clear. Stay down, or things get sparky. Lloyd walked over calmly, dusting off his pristine tunic. He looked down at his prone, sputtering, slightly electrified cousin. Well, Kenta, Lloyd said, his voice mild, almost sympathetic. That was invigorating. Though I believe the term you're looking for is checkmate, or perhaps. Would you like to reconsider your earlier pronouncements about my tea-drinking habits? He paused, then added, for good measure. And it's actually a wolf, not a dog. He gets quite offended by the misclassification, almost as much as I get offended by poorly brewed tea. He glanced at the stunned referee, who was still trying to process the speed, the efficiency, the sheer unexpectedness of it all. Time, Lloyd inquired politely. The referee fumbled with his water clock, then stared at it in disbelief. You under 1 minute, my lord, he stammered. Total elapsed time from spirit summon to this 57 seconds. Lloyd Ferrum nodded. 57 seconds, spirit bout 1. Opponent disarmed, humiliated, and currently being used as a very nervous lightning rod by a slightly smug-looking wolf. Not bad for a drab duckling with rusty skills. Not bad at all. He allowed himself a small, almost invisible smile. The soap empire was looking more secure by the minute. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate, still buzzing with the aftershocks of Lloyd's shockingly efficient, sub-1 minute demolition of Kenneth Ferrum and his unfortunate firehawk, had transitioned from stunned silence to a cacophony of excited chatter, bewildered speculation, and, in some quarters, grudging reappraisal. The drab duckling hadn't just avoided humiliation. He'd delivered a swift, almost contemptuously easy victory. His dog, now correctly identified by a few more astute observers as a remarkably powerful wolf spirit with a disturbing penchant for lightning, had vaporized an opponent's spirit in seconds, and Lloyd himself, the supposed void dud, had effortlessly, almost invisibly, disarmed and neutralized Kenta with a display of subtle control that hinted at a power far beyond the clumsy, iron body techniques everyone had assumed were his limit. Chapter 180. The tournament, however, waited for no man's existential crisis or sudden onset of competence. The brackets were drawn, the matches announced, and the sparring circle quickly became a stage for a dizzying array of Ferrum youths eager to showcase their prowess, settle old scores, or simply avoid being the next Kenta. Then, it was Jyothi's turn. His sister stepped into the circle with a quiet confidence that was far more intimidating than Ryan's boisterous arrogance. Her dark eyes, so like their father's, were focused, intense, her expression calm, almost serene. Her opponent, another Ferrum cousin, this one a girl slightly older than Jyothi with a reputation for fierce, if somewhat undisciplined, void power, looked nervous but determined. Jyothi, however, simply stood there, her hands clasped loosely before her. She didn't reach for a spirit stone. She didn't even seem to acknowledge the snarling snow leopard that was now circling her warily. A murmur of confusion went through the crowd. Was she forfeiting the spirit bout, or did she intend to fight the snow leopard herself? Then, Jyothi moved, or rather, the air around her opponent moved. With a subtle, almost imperceptible gesture of her hand, a graceful flick of her wrist, the floor beneath the snow leopard seemed to ripple. Not the stone itself, but the faint, almost invisible metallic dust that coated everything in the ancient hall, the residue of centuries of Ferrum power, of iron worked and wielded. The metallic particles rose, coalesced, forming thin, almost invisible tendrils that snaked around the snow leopards. Pause, binding them, anchoring the surprised spirit to the floor with impossible strength. The snow leopard yowled in surprise and frustration, struggling against the unseen bonds, its icy breath creating clouds of vapor, but the metallic dust tendrils held firm, tightening with every movement. Jyothi still hadn't moved from her spot. Her expression remained calm, almost detached. She raised her other hand, fingers splayed slightly. The practice sword her opponent held, a standard iron training weapon, suddenly vibrated, then, with a sharp metallic screech, twisted in the girl's grasp as if seized by an invisible vice. It contorted, bent, then snapped in two, the pieces clattering uselessly to the floor. The girl stared at her empty, tingling hands, then at Jyothi, her face a mask of stunned disbelief. She hadn't even seen Jyothi move. She hadn't felt a surge of void power. It was as if the very iron in the hall had turned against her, animated by Jyothi's silent, focused will. Opponent disarmed, Jyothi stated calmly, her voice carrying clearly in the sudden, shocked silence. Spirit immobilized. Do you concede, cousin Lyra? Lyra, her face pale, her confidence shattered, could only nod dumbly. She'd been defeated. Utterly, comprehensively, effortlessly, without Jyothi even summoning her own spirit, without Jyothi even taking a single step. The referee, after a moment of stunned hesitation, declared Jyothi the victor. At a ripple of awed, almost fearful, murmurs went through the hall. This wasn't just skill. This was a level of void power control, of precision, of sheer, understated dominance that was terrifyingly impressive. Iron manipulation, Lloyd breathed, setting down his teacup, genuine admiration shining in his eyes. His own Ferrum power, the true steel and fire, was potent, yes, versatile. But Jyothi's control over basic, unrefined iron, her ability to animate and manipulate it with such finesse, such effortless precision, without even manifesting her spirit as a conduit or an amplifier. That was a different kind of mastery altogether. She wasn't just strong. She was an artist, a conductor, making the very metal of their heritage dance to her silent tune. He remembered the whispers, the rumors that had circulated through the estate after last year's summit. That summit he hadn't attended, still mired in his own post-Bethlehem disgrace and general apathy. But the outcome had been a topic of hushed discussion. Lloyd Ferrum, barely 15 at the time, had fought her way through the youth tournament with a ferocity and skill that had stunned everyone. She had reached the final round, facing off against Ryan Ferrum, who was older, stronger, his obsidian bear spirit a seemingly unstoppable force. The battle, they said, had been legendary, a clash of raw power versus controlled precision. Ryan, it was whispered, had come close, pushing Jyothi to her limits. But in the end, Jyothi's superior control, her ability to outthink and outmaneuver her more powerful but less disciplined cousin, had won the day. She had emerged as the champion, the strongest of the Ferrum youth, a title Ryan had coveted, and lost by the narrowest, most infuriating of margins. Looking at Jyothi now, standing calmly in the center of the sparring circle, radiating an aura of quiet, absolute competence, Lloyd understood. She wasn't just trying to restore the family honor he had tarnished at Bethlehem. She was building her own legend, and it was a legend built on skill, discipline, and a mastery of Ferrum power that was, frankly, breathtaking. His own small victory against Kenta suddenly felt insignificant by comparison. He had surprised them with Fong's lightning. Yes, he had used a subtle trick with his hidden steel wire. But Jyothi had dominated. Effortlessly, without even breaking a sweat, without even needing to call upon her spirit companion, he felt a familiar pang, not of jealousy this time, but of something closer to aspiration, a grudging, almost reluctant respect. She was good, DMN good. And for the first time since his return, Lloyd felt a genuine spark of something akin to fraternal pride. His sister, the disappointment-turned-prodigy, was a force to be reckoned with. The Ferrum Family Summit, he realized with a dawning, slightly. Unsettling clarity was far from over, and the most interesting battles, it seemed, were yet to come. The Ferrum Family Summit Tournament had progressed with a relentless, almost brutal, efficiency. Matches were fought, victories declared, egos bruised, and the occasional piece of ancestral furniture inadvertently damaged by an overenthusiastic void blast. The initial shock of Lloyd's surprisingly competent takedown of Kenneth Ferrum had slowly given way to a grudging, if still somewhat bewildered, acceptance that the drab duckling just might, have a few unexpected feathers in his cap. He still wasn't considered a serious contender by most. Jyothi's effortless dominance and Ryan's simmering, aggressive power were clearly the main attractions. But he was no longer the guaranteed comedic relief everyone had anticipated. He was an anomaly, a weird, soap-making, lightning wolf-owning anomaly who occasionally tripped people with invisible wires. His tea remained untouched, a silent, bitter testament to Riverian culinary failings. After what felt like an eternity of watching cousins pummel each other with varying degrees of skill and enthusiasm, and one rather unfortunate incident involving a rogue flock of magically summoned, extremely aggressive pigeons, the herald finally called his name again. Next match, Lord Lloyd Ferrum versus Lord Mike Ferrum of the Stonemill Ferrums. Lloyd sighed internally, pushing himself up from the bench. Right. Round 2, time to shatter some more carefully constructed preconceptions, and hopefully avoid any more rogue avian attacks. Pigeons were surprisingly vicious. His opponent, Mike Ferrum, was a burly youth a year or so older than Lloyd, with a square jaw, fists the size of small hams, and an expression that suggested his primary mode of communication involved blunt force trauma. He wasn't known for his subtlety or his powerful spirit, but for his sheer, dogged, physical strength and a reckless disregard for his own safety. He was the kind of opponent who would charge headfirst into a brick wall, hoping the wall would fall down first through sheer surprise. He probably saw Lloyd's earlier victory over Kenta as a fluke, a lucky trick, and was now eager to correct the record with some good old-fashioned brawling. Mike stomped into the sparring circle, cracking his knuckles with an audible series of pops that sounded suspiciously like small bones breaking. He shot Lloyd a look that was pure, unadulterated disdain. Heard you got lucky with Kenta, cousin, Mike sneered, his voice a low rumble. Tricks won't work on me that I don't bother with fancy spirit dances, that I fight like a true Ferrum. With my fists. He pounded a massive fist in his open palm, the sound like a side of beef hitting a stone slab. A bold strategy, cousin Mike, Lloyd replied, his voice mild, almost academic. Let's see how it plays out. He didn't bother with a pre-match bow. Mike probably wouldn't appreciate the subtlety. Combatants ready, the referee called, looking slightly apprehensive, as if anticipating the imminent destruction of more ducal property. Begin. Mike didn't wait for a spirit summons. He didn't waste time on posturing. He simply roared, a sound like a hungry bear discovering its favorite honey tree was empty, and charged. He moved with surprising speed for his bulk, his massive fists raised, aiming to overwhelm Lloyd with a flurry of haymakers before Lloyd could even think about summoning that fancy mud of his. Lloyd watched the approaching avalanche of muscle and fury with a calm detachment that bordered on boredom. Seriously? A straight line charge. Does no one in this family study tactics? Or basic geometry? He didn't move, that he didn't summon Fong, that he simply waited. Chapter 182. Just as Mike was about to enter striking range, his face contorted in a grimace of anticipated impact. His knuckles white as he prepared to unleash his barrage, Lloyd acted. It was a repeat performance. Almost contemptuously casual, that a subtle shift of weight, but a flick of his will. The invisible, whisper-thin filament of gleaming Ferrum steel snapped taut from the floor, coiling around Mike's leading ankle with the silent, inescapable precision of a striking viper. Trip. The result was even more spectacular, and arguably more humiliating than Kenta's earlier faceplant. Mike, a charging bull suddenly, inexplicably, tethered by one leg, let out a bellow of surprised rage as his momentum carried him forward, his feet scrambling uselessly for purchase. That he didn't just stumble. He went airborne, executing a perfect, if entirely involuntary, somersault over his own entangled ankle, before crashing down onto the stone floor with a resounding, bone-jarring thud that probably registered on the ducal seismograph. The air rushed from his lungs in a whoosh. He lay there, stunned, winded, looking like a particularly large, angry turtle that had just been unceremoniously flipped onto its back, before Mike could even register what had happened, before he could even attempt to push his dazed, aching body upright. Lloyd was there. Not with a sword, not with a void blast, but with Fong. The wolf spirit materialized beside him in a silent shimmer. not with the overt crackle of lightning this time, but with a low, menacing growl rumbling deep in his chest, his golden eyes fixed on the prone, groaning form of Mike Ferrum. Fong didn't attack. He didn't need to. He simply stalked forward slowly, deliberately, and placed one very large, very solid paw directly onto Mike's chest, pinning him with a pressure that was both physically immobilizing and profoundly psychologically demoralizing. The message was clear, delivered without a single spark. Move, and you become a chew toy of very large, very surprised chew toy. Mike let out a strangled grunt, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain, disbelief, and dawning, horrified comprehension he'd been beaten. Again to be why the drab duckling. Without Lloyd even breaking a sweat. Without Lloyd even throwing a punch. Tripped by nothing, pinned by a dog. The humiliation was absolute. Mike stared up at Lloyd, then at the massive wolf paw pressing into his sternum. Then back at Lloyd's calm, almost smiling face. The fight was gone from him, replaced by a crushing, bitter defeat. He'd charged in like a raging bull and ended up looking like a clumsy calf that had tripped over its own hooves. "I concede," Mike mumbled, his voice muffled by the stone floor and his own bruised pride. "Excellent choice," Lloyd replied cheerfully. He nodded to Fong, who removed his paw with a final, disdainful sniff, then dissolved back in a shimmering motes of light. Lloyd offered a hand to his defeated cousin. "No hard feelings, Mike. Just a friendly contest after all." Mike ignored the offered hand, scrambling awkwardly to his feet. His face flushed a furious, mottled red. He shot Lloyd one last look of pure, impotent hatred, then turned and stomped out of the sparring circle, the sound of snickering laughter from the assembled youths following him like a swarm of angry bees. Lloyd watched him go, a faint, almost invisible smile playing on his lips. 2 down, 29 to go. This tournament might actually be amusing in a deeply strange, slightly sadistic, soap empire funding kind of way. He turned to acknowledge the referee, who was looking at him with an expression of profound, almost fearful respect. Before the referee could even declare him the victor, however, a voice, sharp and authoritative, cut through the lingering murmurs of the crowd. "That wire, just now, when young Mike fell." Every head turned, standing near the edge of the dais, his face a mask of stunned disbelief and dawning, almost horrified, recognition, was Lord Kyle Ferrum, head of the Ironwood branch family, a man known for his deep knowledge of Ferrum history, his traditionalist views, and his almost fanatical devotion to the true Ferrum ways. His eyes, wide and slightly wild, were fixed directly on Lloyd, not with anger, but with a kind of shocked, almost reverent awe. "Archduke Roy," Lord Kyle called out, his voice trembling slightly, turning towards the dais, his gaze never leaving Lloyd. That was not iron manipulation, not the crude, forceful binding of our common bloodline. That filament, it was too fine, too strong, too precise. It gleamed like true steel, tempered by fire, wielded with impossible finesse. He took a hesitant step closer to the sparring circle, his eyes still locked on Lloyd, who now felt a cold knot of apprehension forming in his stomach. This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. Lord Kyle's voice rose, filled with a mixture of disbelief and dawning, almost ecstatic certainty. "My Lord Archduke, the legends, the ancient texts, the whispers of the true blood. Can it be, after all these centuries? Does your son, Lord Lloyd, can he already wield the steel?" The question, sharp as a shard of freshly broken glass, hung in the suddenly silent, utterly electrified grand hall. Every eye, from the humblest branch family member to the king of Bethlehem himself, was now fixed with a new, profound, and potentially very dangerous intensity directly on Lloyd Ferrum. The drab duckling, it seemed, had just sprouted some very large, very shiny, and very, very problematic steel feathers, and everyone had noticed. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate, already a tinderbox of familial rivalries, political tensions, and now the lingering scent of electrified cousin, went utterly, deathly silent. Lord Kyle Ferrum's question, "Can he already wield the steel?" echoed off the ancient stone walls, not as a query, but as a pronouncement, a shattering revelation that resonated deep within the collective consciousness of every Ferrum present. Lord Kyle, his face flushed with a mixture of ecstatic discovery and fearful reverence, was still staring at him as if he'd just sprouted a second head that was reciting ancient Ferrum prophecies in flawless high Riverian. Several other older Ferrum lords, heads of prominent branch families, men who had spent lifetimes studying the nuances of their shared bloodline power, were now leaning forward in their seats, their expressions eerily similar to Kyle's, The subtle signs, the nuances Lloyd had hoped would pass unnoticed amidst the chaos of the tournament. The impossible fineness of the wire, its inherent strength, the almost contemptuous ease with which he manipulated it. They hadn't missed them. They had perhaps dismissed Kenta's defeat as a fluke, a lucky trick with a surprisingly potent spirit. But Mike's takedown, the effortless, invisible control, it had been too clean, too precise, too Ferrum, in a way that resonated with forgotten legends and closely guarded family secrets. They knew, or at least they suspected, the veil of mediocre air was not just torn. It was being systematically, publicly, shredded. Lloyd glanced towards the dais. His father, Archduke Roy Ferrum, sat ramrod straight, his face an unreadable granite mask, but his eyes, those dark, penetrating Ferrum eyes, held a flicker of something complex. Resignation? Calculated acceptance? Or perhaps, just perhaps, a sliver of grim, paternal pride that this moment, however unexpectedly, had finally arrived. Viscount Rubel Ferrum, Lloyd noted with a flicker of grim satisfaction, looked as if he'd just swallowed a particularly large, particularly venomous toad. His face, already pale from his earlier public humiliation, had drained of all remaining color. His eyes, fixed on Lloyd, were wide with a mixture of disbelief, fury, and dawning, horrified comprehension. Steel blood, in this soap-making art, critiquing, inexplicably competent nephew. The carefully constructed narrative of Lloyd's mediocrity, a narrative Rubel had subtly cultivated for years, was crumbling before his very eyes. His own ambitions, his son Ryan's future, it all felt suddenly, terrifyingly fragile. Roy Ferrum finally broke the suffocating silence. He rose slowly from his chair, his movements deliberate, commanding. Every eye in the hall snapped to him. He didn't look at Lord Kyle, nor at the other murmuring branch heads. His gaze was fixed with that unnerving, paternal intensity directly on Lloyd. Lord Kyle Ferrum of Ironwood. Roy began, his voice calm, steady, yet resonating with an authority that brooked no dissent. Your eyes, as always, are sharp. Your knowledge of our family's true heritage, commendable. He paused, letting the words hang, then turned his gaze briefly towards the assembled clan, a subtle challenge in his eyes. You ask if my son Lloyd can wield the steel. He let the silence stretch for another heartbeat, building the tension, then declared, his voice ringing with a quiet, almost understated, yet absolute certainty. Yes, he can. A collective gasp, quickly suppressed, rippled through the hall. Confirmation. From the Archduke himself, it was true. The legends were real, and the heir, the one they had dismissed, ridiculed, underestimated, he possessed it. Rubel Ferrum actually flinched, a visible tremor running through him. His face, if possible, grew even paler. Ryan, beside him, looked like he might spontaneously combust from sheer, impotent rage. Jothi, Lloyd noted with a pang, was staring at him, her earlier shock now, overlaid with a complex mixture of disbelief, dawning respect, and perhaps a flicker of something akin to sibling pride, or maybe just profound confusion. It was hard to tell with Ferrums. They were a complicated, emotionally constipated bunch. Chapter 184. King Liam Bethlehem's frown deepened. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Roy Ferrum now, no longer the jovial James, but the shrewd monarch, his voice, though still quiet, carrying an edge of steel that matched the topic at hand. Archduke Roy, the king murmured, his words clearly intended for Roy's ears alone, yet audible to Lloyd in the sudden, intense quiet. If this is true, if young Lord Lloyd indeed commands the steel blood, then you have been remarkably discreet regarding his development. The unspoken accusation was clear. You kept this hidden. Why? To think, the king continued, his eyes narrowed, that you would have passed down the truth of Ferrum, initiated him into the full rights of the true lineage at such a remarkably early stage in his training. He let the sentence hang, the implication heavy, the truth of Ferrum, the knowledge contained within the sealed book of Ferrum, the rituals required to break the ancestral curse and unlock the full potential of the steel blood. These were secrets guarded more closely than the ducal treasury, passed down only when an heir was deemed truly ready, truly worthy. For Roy to have done so for Lloyd, the supposedly mediocre Lloyd, was almost unthinkable. Roy Ferrum met the king's probing gaze without flinching. His expression remained impassive, but Lloyd saw the subtle, almost imperceptible tightening around his father's mouth, that he knew this question was coming, that he knew the king would see the implications. Your Majesty, Roy replied, his voice equally quiet, equally firm, subtly acknowledging the king's true status without breaking the charade for the wider assembly. You misunderstand. He paused, then delivered the statement that sent another, even more profound, shockwave through those few who understood its true weight. I have not passed down the truth of Ferrum to my son. I have not shown him the book. I have not initiated him into the rites. He turned his gaze back to Lloyd, and for the first time, Lloyd saw not just paternal authority, not just ducal scrutiny, but a flicker of something else in his father's eyes, something akin to bewildered awe, the same emotion he'd seen on Lord Kyle's face. "It would seem, Your Majesty," Lloyd Ferrum stated, his voice resonating with a quiet, almost stunned, respect that was utterly foreign to their usual dynamic, "that Lloyd, my son, has discovered this path on his own. He has awakened the steel blood, perhaps even begun to unravel the ancestral curse, through sheer, innate talent, through instinct, without guidance, without the truths." King Liam Bethlehem stared, his handsome face, for the first time since Lloyd had encountered him, utterly, completely, comprehensively devoid of its usual charming composure. His mouth fell slightly open. His eyes, usually so sharp, so calculating, were wide with sheer, unadulterated, royal disbelief. Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling, the soap-making heir, the boy who had stumbled into awakening ancient, legendary powers through what his father now apparently believed was sheer, dumb, accidental genius. The king looked from Roy Ferrum's grave, almost reverent face, to Lloyd Ferrum's carefully neutral, inwardly panicking expression that he looked at the stunned, disbelieving faces of the Ferrum clan. He looked back at Roy. The Ferrum family summit, Lloyd thought, as he felt the weight of the king's astonished, suddenly very focused gaze land back on him, had just taken another sharp, unexpected, and probably incredibly dangerous turn, and his soap sales projections were looking increasingly irrelevant in the face of impending inter-kingdom power reevaluations. This, he decided, was definitely going to require more than just good tea to get through. The Grand Hall remained suspended in a state of stunned, almost reverent, silence. King Liam Bethlehem was still processing the bombshell revelation of Lloyd's instinctive awakening of the steel blood, his handsome face a mask of profound, analytical disbelief. Archduke Roy Ferrum stood on the dais, radiating a grim, almost reluctant paternal pride. The Ferrum clan elders were muttering amongst themselves in hushed, awestruck tones, their earlier skepticism replaced by fearful respect. Viscount Rubel looked like he might actually be physically ill. Ryan was practically vibrating with a rage so potent it was a miracle his impeccably tailored tunic hadn't spontaneously combusted. Jothi stared at Lloyd with an expression that was an unreadable cocktail of shock, confusion, and something that might, just might, have been a grudging, almost pained, reassessment of her disappointing older brother. Lloyd, the epicenter of this sudden, chaotic storm of revelation and political recalibration, just wanted his terrible tea back, and maybe a very large, very soundproof hole to hide in for the next 50 years. Lloyd watched, a flicker of morbid curiosity overcoming his own desire for invisibility. Faria and Rosa, the fiery southern marquis's daughter and the icy northern ice princess. This should be interesting or possibly just very, very awkward. Like watching two glaciers attempt polite conversation. Lady Rosa, Faria began, her voice a low, conspiratorial murmur, yet carrying clearly enough for Lloyd, and probably half the hall, to overhear, thanks to the lingering, almost preternatural silence. Her tone was no longer challenging or haughty, but filled with a genuine, almost effusive admiration. "Forgive my intrusion, but I simply had to offer my congratulations." Rosa tilted her head slightly, a silent, questioning gesture. "Congratulations? For what? For successfully enduring a tedious family summit? For managing not to spontaneously freeze the potted fern with a disapproving glare?" Rosa remained silent, her veiled face giving nothing away. Lloyd cringed internally though. Here we go to Faria's about to sing my praises to my wife, who probably still thinks I'm a mildly perplexing, sofa-dwelling life form who occasionally smells of experimental soap. This is going to be a masterclass in awkward. Faria, however, was oblivious to Lloyd's internal discomfort, caught up in the thrill of the revelation. "He kept it so remarkably well hidden," she continued, her eyes shining. "That display in the guild hall, his drawing. I thought it merely unconventional, perhaps a touch eccentric, but now I see the depth, the power, the sheer, understated confidence of a man secure in his true abilities." She leaned closer to Rosa, her voice dropping again, becoming almost girlish in its enthusiasm. "You are a fortunate woman, Lady Rosa T. Oak be wed to such a man, so full of unexpected strengths, hidden depths, and, she added, a mischievous twinkle entering her amethyst eyes, a hint of her earlier competitive fire returning, but directed now in a surprisingly different, almost camaraderie-seeking way. Quite an artist, too, in his own unique, rather terrifyingly precise fashion. It makes one quite jealous, I confess. She laughed, a light, genuine sound that seemed utterly out of place in the usually frigid atmosphere surrounding Rosa Siddick. Throughout this effusive, almost gushing monologue, remained perfectly still. Her veiled face betrayed no emotion. Her obsidian eyes, fixed on Faria, held no flicker of surprise, no hint of pleasure, no trace of agreement. If Faria had been hoping for a shared moment of wifely pride, or perhaps even a flicker of female solidarity over the unexpected brilliance of their shared acquaintance, won by marriage, won by near-death monster battle and flower retrieval, she was to be sorely, comprehensively disappointed. Lloyd watched, a familiar sense of weary resignation settling over him. Rosa wasn't just an ice princess. She was an emotional black hole, absorbing praise, criticism, enthusiasm, and existential dread with equal, unnerving impassivity. He almost felt sorry for Faria. Almost, finally. After what felt like an eternity of Faria's enthusiastic pronouncements meeting Rosa's silent, veiled indifference, Rosa spoke. Her voice, when it came, was the usual cool, crisp monotone, utterly devoid of warmth or inflection. Translation: Lloyd's internal 80-year-old cynic supplied. Yeah, he's weird, I've noticed. Still trying to figure out if he's a harmless eccentric or a ticking time bomb of questionable life choices and alarming magical phenomena. Mostly, he just leaves soap residue in the washroom. Faria blinked, her enthusiastic smile faltering slightly at Rosa's clinical, almost detached response. This wasn't the reaction she'd expected. Oh, Faria managed, a hint of confusion entering her voice. So, you were also unaware of his full potential. Awareness of Lord Lloyd's potential, Lady Faria, Rosa replied, her voice as smooth and cold as glacier ice, is a fluctuating variable, subject to frequent, often bewildering, recalibration. She paused, then added, with a subtle emphasis that was, for Rosa, almost theatrical in its implications. His capacity for generating unforeseen outcomes appears to be considerable. Then, as if sensing Faria's lingering, perhaps even intensifying, interest in the Lloyd Ferrum anomaly, Rosa did something truly unexpected, a subtle shift in her posture, a fractional narrowing of her visible obsidian eyes, that a faint, almost imperceptible, line appeared between her dark brows, a tiny indentation in the smooth perfection of her forehead, a frown. Rosa Siddick, the Ice Princess, the queen of serene indifference, was actually frowning. Not a frown of anger, or annoyance, or even disapproval, but a frown of something else, something that looked suspiciously like territorial displeasure, directed not at Lloyd, but at Faria's enthusiastic, almost proprietary, interest in him. It was gone in an instant, smoothed away by her usual icy composure. So fleeting Lloyd almost convinced himself he'd imagined it. But he'd seen it, that tiny, almost invisible crack in the glacial facade. And it was baffling. Chapter 186. Rosa didn't care about him, but he knew that. She tolerated his presence as a political necessity, a contractual obligation. Their marriage was a sham, their cohabitation a cold war fought with silence and strategically placed popery. She had made it abundantly clear, through every gesture, every word, or lack thereof, that she felt nothing for him beyond a detached, almost clinical curiosity about his increasingly bizarre behavior. If he decided to run off and join a traveling circus or spontaneously combust in the middle of the grand hall, she would probably just make a dispassionate note in her internal logbook. Subject: Lloyd Ferrum. Exhibited terminal eccentricity / unfortunate incendiary event. Conclusion: sofa now available for more practical storage purposes. And then calmly returned to her advanced curse-breaking studies. The idea of her feeling anything remotely resembling jealousy, possessiveness, or even mild annoyance at another woman showing interest in him was ludicrous, hilarious, utterly, comprehensively impossible. Yet, he'd seen the frown. His internal monologue, usually so cynical, so pragmatic, suddenly found itself adrift in a sea of confused, almost hopeful, speculation. Was it possible? Could the Ice Princess actually possess human emotions beyond mild disdain and perpetual ennui? Could Faria's enthusiastic, almost fawning admiration for his hidden depths have actually pricked something, stirred some dormant, deeply buried, possibly even fossilized flicker of something. It was too absurd to contemplate. He dismissed it immediately. Probably just a trick of the light or a rogue eyebrow muscle twitching from excessive exposure to Faria's unbridled enthusiasm. Yes, that had to be it. Faria, however, seemed oblivious to the fleeting frown, or perhaps chose to ignore it, her own focus still firmly on the fascinating enigma that was Lloyd Ferrum. Well, she said, her voice regaining some of its earlier brightness, though now tinged with a thoughtful, almost speculative gleam. He is certainly a man of many surprises. Lady Rosa Point One might even say a diamond in the rough, requiring only the right polishing to reveal his true brilliance. She shot another appraising, almost predatory, glance towards Lloyd, who immediately pretended to be deeply engrossed in counting the threads in the fern's fronds that Rosa's lips, hidden beneath the veil, thinned almost imperceptibly. The temperature in their immediate vicinity seemed to drop another 5 degrees. The potted fern suddenly looked a lot less disgruntled and a lot more actively terrified. Faria, finally sensing the sudden, Arctic shift in the atmosphere, the unspoken warning beneath Rosa's polite, chilling words, blinked. Her enthusiastic smile faltered again. She looked from Rosa's veiled, unreadable face to Lloyd, who was now trying to blend in the fern with an intensity that suggested he was seriously considering photosynthesis as a viable escape strategy. Faria said, a flicker of understanding and perhaps a touch of amused surprise dawning in her amethyst eyes. She offered Rosa a small, knowing smile, a gesture of female solidarity that Rosa did not, in any way, reciprocate. Quite right, Lady Rosa. Abrasions are to be avoided, especially from particularly sharp diamonds. She inclined her head politely. A most illuminating summit. I shall leave you to your observations. With a final, enigmatic glance towards Lloyd, Faria Krutz turned and, with a graceful swirl of her southern silks, made her way back towards her father, leaving behind a very confused Lloyd, a suddenly very frosty Rosa, and a potted fern that was probably going to need therapy. Lloyd stared after her, then cautiously glanced at Rosa. Her face was still veiled, her expression still unreadable. But the air around her, it definitely felt colder, considerably colder, if someone had left the freezer. Door of her soul wide open, he had no idea what had just happened. But he had a sudden, sinking feeling that his soap empire, his system coins, and his general life expectancy had just become significantly more complicated, and it probably had nothing to do with giant snakes or exploding butlers this time. The Ferrum Family Summit Tournament, having weathered the initial shockwaves of Lloyd's unexpected competence and the even more unexpected Royal Soap investment, had settled into a grim, determined rhythm. The sparring circle, cleared of fallen cousins and the lingering scent of electrified ambition, became a stage for a relentless series of duels. Ferrum youths, eager to prove their worth, to settle old grudges, or simply to avoid the dubious honor of being the next to be effortlessly tripped by an invisible wire and then sat upon by a surprisingly judgmental wolf, clashed with a ferocity that made Lloyd's earlier encounters look like polite tea parties that he saw cousins he vaguely remembered from his first life. Now grown into surprisingly competent young warriors, their faces alight with fierce Ferrum pride that he saw others whose ambition clearly outstripped their actual skill, resulting in swift, often comical, defeats. He mentally cataloged strengths, weaknesses, spirit types, void power manifestations that IT was all data, and data, as his engineering background had taught him, was power, especially when that data involved a large number of heavily armed, magically gifted relatives who might, at some future point, decide that the accidental prodigy needed to be reevaluated permanently. Then, the herald announced a match that brought a sudden, expectant hush to the hall, a match that everyone, Lloyd included, had been anticipating with a mixture of eagerness and trepidation. Next combatants, from the main Ferrum line, Lady Jothi Ferrum, and from the Ashworth Ferrum branch, Lord Ryan Ferrum. A ripple of anticipation went through the crowd. This wasn't just another bout. This was a rematch, a grudge match. Jothi, the reigning champion from last year's summit, the quiet prodigy whose effortless control over iron had left everyone speechless, and Ryan, the arrogant, powerful scion of Viscount Rubel, his pride still smarting from his previous defeat, his eyes burning with a fierce, almost desperate, need for vindication. This was the true main event, the clash of titans everyone had been waiting for. Jothi stepped into the circle with her usual quiet, almost serene, confidence. Her dark eyes were focused, intense, her expression calm, betraying nothing of the pressure she must be feeling. She wore simple, practical training leathers, her movements fluid, economical. She looked, Lloyd thought with a flicker of familial pride he quickly suppressed. No need to get sentimental. This was a tactical assessment. Like a coiled spring, radiating contained power. Ryan, in stark contrast, strode into the circle like a conquering hero returning from a particularly successful war against a very small, very insignificant neighboring village. His handsome face was set in a sneer of arrogant disdain. His eyes, fixed on Jyothi, glittering with a predatory light, he exuded an aura of raw, barely controlled aggression. His muscles bunched. His practiced sword held in a white-knuckled grip that he clearly intended to overwhelm Jyothi with sheer, brutal force, to avenge last year's humiliation and reclaim his perceived rightful place as the strongest of the Ferrum youth. "Ready, little sister?" Ryan taunted, his voice dripping with condescension, deliberately emphasizing the familial diminutive, trying to get under her skin. "Or are you still tired from your diligent studies at Bethlehem? Wouldn't want you to overexert yourself." Jyothi's expression didn't flicker. She simply met his gaze, her dark eyes holding a cool, unwavering challenge. "Save your breath for the fight, Cousin Ryan," she replied, her voice calm, steady, devoid of emotion. "You'll need it." The referee, looking even more apprehensive than usual. These two had a history, and it wasn't a history involving polite handshakes and shared cups of terrible tea. Quickly called for the spirit summons. Ryan roared his challenge, his spirit stone blazing. "Come forth, Connor." With a ground-shaking crash, his spirit materialized. Connor, a monstrous, silverback gorilla, easily 10 feet tall, its fur the color of obsidian, its eyes burning with a savage, red-hot fury. Its massive fists, each the size of a small boulder, pounded its chest in a display of primal aggression. The sound echoing through the hall like thunder. It was a creature of pure, unadulterated brute strength. A living siege engine designed to smash, crush, and pulverize. Ascension level, Lloyd noted, though perhaps not as refined as Ken's Reborn. All power, little finesse. Jyothi, unlike in her previous match, didn't hesitate. She, too, reached for the spirit stone embedded in the hilt of her slender practice sword. "Seraphina," she murmured, her voice barely audible above Conger's intimidating roars. The air beside her shimmered, coalesced, and a creature of breathtaking, savage beauty materialized. Seraphina, a magnificent white tigress, larger than any natural feline, its fur pristine as freshly fallen snow, striped with intricate patterns of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and flow like liquid moonlight. Its eyes were a piercing, intelligent sapphire blue, holding a calm, watchful intensity that was a stark contrast to Conger's mindless fury. It moved with a fluid, predatory grace, every line of its powerful body speaking of speed, agility, and lethal precision. Manifestation level, Lloyd assessed, but clearly very close to ascension, radiating a potent, controlled energy. The two spirits faced each other, a study in contrasts. The embodiment of raw, brute force, roaring its challenge, Seraphina. The personification of elegant lethality, meeting its gaze with a calm, almost disdainful, silence. Then, the battle began. Chapter 188. Jyothi, however, was already moving. She didn't meet force with force, she danced. Her movements were fluid, precise, almost balletic as she and Seraphina wove around Conger's clumsy, telegraphed attacks. Seraphina, a blur of white and silver, darted in and out, raking at Conger's flanks with claws that left shallow, smoking furrows on its obsidian hide, then evading the gorilla's retaliatory swipes with contemptuous ease. Simultaneously, Jyothi herself engaged Ryan. Her control over her iron blood ability was, as before, breathtaking. She didn't need grand gestures, no overt displays of power. Subtle shifts in the metallic dust on the floor created invisible tripwires that hampered Ryan's aggressive lunges. The iron studs on his boots suddenly seemed to cling to the stone, throwing off his balance. His practiced sword felt heavier in his hand, its movements sluggish, as if fighting against an unseen resistance. Jyothi didn't attack directly. She controlled the battlefield, using her void power to disrupt, to unbalance, to frustrate her more physically powerful cousin. It was a masterclass in controlled, intelligent combat. Jyothi and Seraphina, working in perfect sync, were slowly, methodically dismantling Ryan and Conger's aggressive assault. Ryan grew increasingly frustrated, his roars of rage echoing through the hall, his attacks becoming wilder, more desperate, Conger bleeding from a dozen shallow cuts. Its fury mounting, but its movements becoming increasingly clumsy, was clearly outmatched in agility and precision. Then, something shifted. Jothi, after executing a particularly elegant evasion that left Ryan stumbling and Conger roaring in frustration, faltered. Just for a fraction of a second, a barely perceptible tremor ran through her. Her breath hitched almost inaudibly, and a fleeting shadow of weariness, of profound exhaustion, crossed her usually composed features. That it was gone in an instant, replaced by her usual focused intensity. But Lloyd, his senses honed by 80 years of observation and a lifetime of analyzing subtle tells, had seen it. She's tired, he realized with a jolt of surprise. Genuinely tired. Not just the normal fatigue of combat, but something deeper, a weariness that went bone deep. The battle continued, but the rhythm had changed. At Jothi's movements, while still precise, seemed a fraction slower. Seraphina's attacks, while still swift, lacked some of their earlier bite. Ryan, sensing a shift, perhaps mistaking her fatigue for weakness, redoubled his assault, his roars of rage now tinged with a desperate, almost feral, hope. Conger, battered but still immensely powerful, pressed its advantage, its blows landing with increasing frequency. The turning point came swiftly, brutally. Jothi, attempting to create another metallic dust snare, hesitated for a fatal fraction of a second. Her concentration wavered. Ryan, seizing the momentary opening, lunged, his practice sword a blur. Jothi tried to parry, but her movement was too slow, her block too weak. Ryan's sword slammed into hers, the impact jarring, sending a shockwave up her arm. Her sword flew from her grasp, clattering across the stone floor. Simultaneously, Conger, with a final, desperate roar, landed a crushing blow on Seraphina's flank. The white tigress shrieked in pain, its form flickering violently. Then, with a final, sorrowful glance towards Jothi, it dissolved into shimmering motes of light. Vanquished, Jothi stumbled back, disarmed, her spirit defeated, her face pale with shock and a dawning, horrified disbelief. She stared at Ryan, who stood panting, his obsidian bare spirit, Conger, roaring in triumph behind him, its chest still heaving, but victorious. The silence in the grand hall was absolute, stunned. Lloyd Ferrum defeated by Ryan. Impossible. Ryan himself looked almost as surprised as everyone else, his initial triumphant grin quickly morphing into an expression of dazed disbelief, then solidifying into a sneer of pure, unadulterated, gloating satisfaction. He had done it. He had actually done it. He had beaten Jothi. He had avenged last year's humiliation. Well, little sister, Ryan panted, leaning heavily on his sword, trying to project an arrogance he probably didn't entirely feel, his victory clearly as unexpected to him as it was to the crowd. It seems your diligent studies at Bethlehem have left you a little out of practice. Perhaps you should spend less time with dusty books and more time in the training yard, like a true Ferrum. He spat the last words, a final, contemptuous dismissal. Jothi didn't respond. She simply stood there, her face pale, her dark eyes wide with a mixture of shock, shame, and a profound, almost unbearable, weariness. She looked broken. Lloyd stared, his own earlier amusement, his strategic assessments, forgotten. He felt a surge of something unexpected, something fierce. The exhaustion he had seen flicker across Jothi's face. She hadn't lost because Ryan was better. She had lost because she was tired. Deeply, profoundly tired. Bethlehem Academy. Lloyd remembered his father's pronouncements, the rigorous training, the demanding curriculum. Jothi, striving to restore the family honor, pushing herself, perhaps too hard, the image of her earlier cool dismissal of him, her fierce pride in her own accomplishments, suddenly took on a different, more poignant light. That it wasn't just arrogance. It was the brittle defense of someone carrying an immense burden, someone perhaps stretched to their very limits. He looked at his sister, truly looked at her, for the first time in years. And he saw not the confident prodigy, not the dismissive younger sibling, but a tired, fiercely proud, incredibly lonely young woman who had just suffered a crushing public defeat. The summit, Lloyd realized with a sudden, chilling clarity, wasn't just a stage for his own unexpected rise. That it was a crucible, testing them all, exposing weaknesses, forging new strengths, and perhaps, just perhaps, offering a chance for connections, however unexpected, to be reforged. Even between a disappointing older brother and his fiercely proud, suddenly vulnerable, little sister. The Ferrum Family Summit Tournament, a chaotic tapestry woven from unexpected victories, bitter defeats, and enough simmering familial resentment to power a small siege engine, ground relentlessly onwards. The initial shock of Jyothi's defeat at the hands of a gloating, if slightly bewildered, Ryan Ferrum had slowly given way to a new, even more perplexing, focal point of discussion. Lloyd Ferrum. The drab duckling, the sausage-obsessed heir, the kid who probably still needed help tying his own bootlaces, was improbably, inexplicably, still in the tournament. Not just surviving, but winning. His matches after the initial, almost contemptuous dismissal of Kenta and the equally effortless takedown of the brawling Mike had followed a disturbingly similar pattern. Opponents, brimming with confidence, eager to expose the fluke, would charge in, spirits blazing, void powers flaring, and Lloyd would just stand there, looking vaguely bored, perhaps offer a dry comment about the weather or the questionable quality of the pre-tournament canapes. Then, with a subtle flick of his wrist, an invisible wire would snap taut, an opponent would execute an involuntary, undignified faceplant, and Fong, who was now radiating an aura of smug, lightning-infused wolfish superiority, would thoughtfully place a very large, very solid paw on their chest until they conceded. Or, if they were particularly stubborn, until they started smelling faintly of ozone and regret. He hadn't broken a sweat. He hadn't drawn a weapon. He hadn't even bothered to summon Fong for more than a few seconds in most matches, relying almost entirely on those impossibly fine, terrifyingly strong, unseen steel wires. The whispers in the Grand Hall had shifted from mockery to bewildered awe, then to a kind of fearful, almost superstitious, respect. They didn't understand it. They couldn't see it. But they could see the results. And the results were deeply unsettling. He's toying with them. Did you see that? Young Marcus just tripped over nothing. It's like he has invisible hands. The steel blood, it's more than just strong metal. It's something else. Lloyd, of course, was oblivious to the finer points of their fearful speculation, or perhaps just chose to ignore it. He was too busy calculating the optimal trajectory for a non-lethal ankle tripwire, while simultaneously trying to remember if he'd left the lye solution properly sealed back in the smokehouse. Priorities, and now, impossibly, almost ludicrously, he found himself in the semifinals. Lloyd Ferrum, the youth everyone, including probably himself, had expected to be the first casualty, the comedic warm-up. Act was one match away from the final. The Grand Hall buzzed with attention so thick you could spread it on toast. Though, given the quality of the ducal catering, Lloyd suspected the toast would probably taste better. His opponent for the semifinal bout was announced, and a new ripple of surprise, this one tinged with a different kind of anticipation, went through the crowd. Semifinal match, Lord Lloyd Ferrum versus Lady Riva Ferrum of the Silver Stream Ferrums. Riva Ferrum. Lloyd felt a flicker of genuine surprise, quickly followed by a strange, almost reluctant, warmth. Riva, he actually remembered Riva, not from his first life's hazy, disconnected memories, but from these past few weeks since his reawakening. She was a cousin, a few years younger than him, from one of the more distant, less politically ambitious branch families, and she was, as far as he could recall, the only Ferrum youth who hadn't treated him with either outright disdain, fearful avoidance, or that particularly grating brand of condescending pity reserved for hopeless cases. Chapter 190. She was nice, a genuinely pleasant, intelligent young woman with bright, curious eyes, a quick smile, and a refreshing lack of overt Ferrum ambition. She'd actually spoken to him, on several occasions, at meals or in the gardens, asking polite, if slightly bewildered, questions about his unusual interest. She'd listened, actually listened, without judgment, without mockery. She treated him like, well, like a person, a slightly odd, possibly demon-eyed person, perhaps, but a person nonetheless. That it was a novel experience. He watched as Riva stepped into the sparring circle. She was slender, almost willowy, with long, sun-streaked blonde hair tied back in a practical braid, her movements graceful, almost bird-like. She wore simple, well-maintained training leathers, and her expression, as she looked across the circle at him, was not one of fear, or arrogance, or predatory anticipation. It was a mixture of surprise, rueful amusement, and a hint of genuine, almost apologetic regret. "Well, Cousin Lloyd," Riva said, her voice clear, melodic, carrying easily across the suddenly quiet hall. She offered him a small, wry smile. "This is unexpected, I confess. When the lots were drawn, I never imagined I'd be facing you at this stage. Or," she added, her eyes twinkling with a humor that was refreshingly devoid of malice. At any stage, if I'm being perfectly honest, you've been rather full of surprises today. Lloyd felt a genuine smile touch his own lips, a rare occurrence in this den of vipers and simmering resentments. The sentiment is mutual. Cousin Riva, he replied, his voice warm. I believe full of surprises is rapidly becoming my new family motto. Right after questionable tea and a hereditary predisposition to brooding, a ripple of surprised laughter went through the crowd. Actual laughter. Not derisive snickers, but genuine amusement. The tension in the hall seemed to ease fractionally to Riva's open, friendly demeanor. Her lack of overt hostility towards Lloyd was a refreshing change. I've never fought you before, Lloyd, Riva continued, her smile fading slightly, replaced by a look of thoughtful assessment. I've seen your matches today. Your control. It's remarkable. Unlike anything I've witnessed. She paused, then added, her voice dropping slightly, a hint of genuine curiosity in her tone. You've hidden your strength well, cousin, for a very long time. Perhaps I was merely waiting for the right moment to unpack it, Lloyd replied cryptically, offering a slight shrug. Or maybe I just misplaced the instruction manual for a few decades. Riva chuckled again, a light, pleasant sound. Well, misplaced or not, you've certainly found it now. She drew her practice sword, a slender, well-balanced blade, its surface gleaming. I won't underestimate you, Lloyd. I may not possess the raw power of some of our cousins. A subtle, pointed glance towards the still fuming Ryan Ferrum did not go unnoticed. But I have a few surprises of my own. I would expect nothing less, Riva, Lloyd said, inclining his head respectfully. He liked her. Genuinely, he didn't want to humiliate her or trip her into an undignified faceplant. This match, this one felt different. Riva closed her eyes for a moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her spirit stone, a pale, almost translucent crystal embedded in the crossguard of her sword, pulsed with a soft, silvery light. Arya, she called, her voice clear, ringing, with a rush of wind and a piercing, melodic cry. Her spirit materialized. It was a magnificent eagle, its plumage the color of polished silver, its wingspan easily twice Riva's height. Its eyes were like molten gold, sharp, intelligent, and fiercely loyal. It circled once above Riva's head, its cry echoing through the hall, then settled onto her outstretched, gauntleted arm, its talons gripping lightly, its gaze fixed with unnerving intensity. On Lloyd, an ether spear eagle, Lloyd murmured, impressed. Manifestation level, but a powerful one. Known for their incredible eyesight, their speed, their aerial maneuverability, and their ability to channel and project blasts of concussive force, or ether bolts, a formidable opponent. He glanced at Fong, who was sitting patiently beside him, his tail thumping a slow, rhythmic beat on the stone floor, his golden eyes fixed on the ether spear eagle with a look of intense, almost professional curiosity, ready for another lightning-fast takedown. Lloyd? Fong seemed to be asking. Or, are we going to try something different this time? Lloyd considered he could win this quickly, easily. Focused thousand chirp strike. Fong's speed would overwhelm the eagle before it could even launch an ether bolt or another subtle steel wire trip, followed by the Paw of Doom maneuver. But against Riva, it felt wrong. Disrespectful. Somehow, she deserved better than a humiliating, sub-1-minute defeat. She deserved a proper fight. Or at least, the illusion of one. He made a decision. Immediate spirit takedown. Invisible tripwires. He would meet her on her own terms. At least initially, he would let her showcase her skills. He would give her the respect she had, uniquely, shown him. Fong, he said quietly. Engage. Defensive maneuvers only. Initially. Let's see what Arya can do. He didn't draw a weapon. He simply stood there, his hands clasped loosely behind his back, projecting an air of calm, watchful readiness. Riva looked surprised by his passive stance, by the lack of an immediate, overwhelming assault from Fong. But she didn't hesitate. She was a warrior, and an opportunity was an opportunity. Arya, ether bolt, hi, she commanded. The ether spear eagle shrieked. Launching itself into the air with a powerful beat of its silver wings, it circled once, gaining altitude. Then dove, its beak opening, a shimmering ball of concentrated, bluish-white energy forming with terrifying speed. Lloyd watched it approach, his new black ring eyes subtly active beneath his normal gaze, tracking the trajectory, calculating the speed, the energy signature. He could dodge it. Fong could intercept it, but that wasn't the plan. Just as the ether bolt was about to strike, Riva suddenly cried out, her voice sharp with warning, Lloyd, look out below. Simultaneously, she stamped her foot hard on the stone floor of the sparring circle. The ground beneath Lloyd's feet erupted. Not with an explosion, but with a series of sharp, metallic screeches as dozens of wicked-looking iron spikes, each as long as his forearm, thrust upwards from the stone, emerging from seemingly solid rock like the teeth of some subterranean metal beast. They shot up with incredible speed, aiming to impale his feet, to trap him, to create a deadly, impassable cage of sharpened iron spikes from the ground. Lloyd's mind registered the attack instantly. Her void power did a variation of earth manipulation. Perhaps, combined with iron control, clever, unexpected, using the ether bolt as a distraction for a ground-based ambush. Riva wasn't just a pleasant conversationalist, she was a cunning tactician. But Lloyd Ferrum, the man who had danced with giant snakes, outwitted abyss monsters, and possessed senses honed by 80 years of often lethal experience, was not easily surprised, and his feat, thanks to a lifetime of navigating treacherous terrain, both literal and political, were remarkably light. Even as the iron spikes erupted, even as the ether bolt screamed towards him, Lloyd moved. Not with a clumsy leap, not with a desperate dive, but with a smooth, almost effortless, sideways flow, like water parting around a stone. His body seemed to blur for a fraction of a second, his feet barely touching the ground as he glided a mere 6 inches to the left, the erupting iron spikes missing him by a hair's breadth, the ether bolt streaking past his shoulder to explode harmlessly against the far wall of the Grand Hall, leaving a smoking, fist-sized crater in a priceless ancestral tapestry depicting the heroic, and probably entirely fictional, subjugation of the Snugglepuff wombats of Upper Cruddington. He came to rest, perfectly balanced, his hands still clasped behind his back. A faint, almost invisible shimmer of displaced air, the only evidence of his impossible, instantaneous movement. He hadn't used wires, he hadn't used fond, he had simply moved with a speed, a grace, a preternatural awareness of his surroundings that defied conventional explanation. Riva stared, her attack thwarted, her mouth slightly open, her eyes wide with stunned disbelief. The other spear eagle circled overhead, screeching in confusion, its primary attack having missed its mark so spectacularly. The crowd, which had gasped in anticipation of Lloyd's impalement, was now utterly silent, trying to process what they had just witnessed. Lloyd offered Riva a small, polite smile. An excellent combination. Cousin Riva. Well executed. Why compliments on the aggressive landscaping? He paused, then added, his voice still mild, almost conversational. However, perhaps you should aim a little lower next time. Or, his smile widened fractionally, a hint of something dangerous flickering in his eyes. Perhaps you shouldn't aim at all. The semi-final, it seemed, was just getting started, and Lloyd Ferrum, the master of unexpected surprises, clearly had a few more up his deceptively plain, slightly soap-scented sleeve. The Grand Hall was a vortex of bewildered whispers and stunned silence. Riva Ferrum's combined aerial and subterranean assault, the ether bolt from her ether spear eagle, Aria, and the sudden eruption of iron spikes from the very stone beneath Lloyd's feet had been a masterful display of tactical cunning. An unexpected void power that IT should have been a checkmate, that IT should have left Lloyd Ferrum impaled, incinerated, or at the very least, deeply impressed and possibly slightly singed. Chapter 192 instead, he had simply sidestepped, glided, flowed, like smoke in a breeze, or water parting around a rock point. One moment he was there, the target of a seemingly inescapable pincer attack. The next, he was 6 inches to the left, perfectly balanced, hands still clasped behind his back, offering polite, almost academic, commentary on her aggressive landscaping. Riva stared, her initial shock morphing into a frustrated disbelief that was rapidly giving way to dawning, horrified awe. How had he moved so fast, so precisely, without a flicker of void energy, without a discernible spirit enhancement? It was as if he'd known exactly where the spikes would erupt, exactly where the ether bolt would strike, and had simply chosen not to be there. IT wasn't just skill, it was preternatural awareness, an almost insulting economy of motion. But how? She stammered, her voice barely a whisper, the question echoing the silent bewilderment of the entire hall. Her ether spear eagle, Aria, circled overhead, screeching in confusion, its attack having met nothing but empty air and a rather unfortunate ancestral tapestry. Lloyd offered another of those faint, infuriatingly calm smiles. Excellent reflexes. Cousin Riva. Years of avoiding poorly thrown objects. And, he added, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief, a profound appreciation for not having my feet turned into Ferrum kebab. He didn't give her time to process that he hadn't come this far, endured this much public scrutiny and questionable tea, just to engage in a prolonged, aesthetically pleasing, but ultimately inefficient aerial ballet. He needed to conserve energy, he needed to win. And he needed to do it in a way that was decisive, slightly terrifying, and ideally involved minimal personal exertion. Fong, Lloyd said quietly, his gaze flicking upwards towards the circling Etherspear eagle. That bird is becoming distracting, and it's probably shedding feathers all over Father's meticulously polished floor. Discourage it, would you? But try not to make too much of a mess. The cleaning staff have suffered enough today. Lloyd, simultaneously, focused his own will, not on fine, tripping wires this time, but on something he'd experimented with during the unfortunate Ridge Runner incident. Solid projectiles, refined, controlled. He cupped his hands loosely before him, and the air within them shimmered. Three small, dense spheres of gleaming steel, each no larger than a pigeon's egg, materialized from a void, spinning slowly, humming with contained kinetic energy and a faint, almost invisible, internal heat. Steel bullets, his improvised ammunition, now crafted with greater precision, greater control. Aria. Evasive maneuvers. Ether shield. Riva screamed, sensing the shift in Lloyd's intent, recognizing the dangerous, focused energy coalescing around him and his wolf. The Etherspear eagle shrieked, its silver wings beating frantically as it tried to gain altitude, a shimmering barrier of bluish-white ether energy beginning to form around it. Too slow? Fong, Lloyd murmured, suppressing fire. With a sound like a whip crack, Fong didn't launch a lightning bolt. Instead, a concentrated beam of pure, azure electrical energy, thin as a needle but crackling with terrifying intensity, shot from his snout, not at the eagle itself, but the nascent ether shield. The beam struck the shimmering barrier, and instead of deflecting, it seemed to stick.to spread.to overload the shield's matrix with a chaotic surge of raw power, causing it to flicker, sputter, and then collapse with a sound like shattering glass. The eagle shrieked in alarm, its primary defense gone. My turn, Lloyd said softly. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the three spinning steel bullets. They didn't fly with the arc of a thrown object. They shot upwards with the flat, lethal trajectory of projectiles fired from a high-powered rifle, propelled by his focused void power, spinning so rapidly they were almost invisible blurs. Thwack, thwack. Thwack. 3 distinct, sickening impacts. 1 bullet struck Aria's left wing, near the joint, shattering bone and sinew. The second slammed into its right leg, crippling it. The third, a devastating center mass shot, punched clean through the eagle's breast. The Etherspear eagle let out one final, agonized, broken cry, its silver plumage stained with dark, ethereal spirit dash blood. It tumbled from the sky like a stone, its magnificent wings useless, its form flickering violently before it dissolved into dissipating motes of silver light, just feet from the horrified Riva, leaving only a scattering of singed feathers and the faint scent of ozone and despair. Spirit defeated. Again, with a casual, almost contemptuous display of ranged, kinetic power that no one, not even his own father, had ever witnessed from him before. Riva stared at the spot where Aria had vanished, her face ashen, her body trembling. Her spirit, her companion, her friend, gone so quickly, so brutally. She looked at Lloyd, her eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief, dawning horror, and a profound, almost fearful, respect. This wasn't just hidden strength. This was terrifying. Before she could even process the loss, before she could rally her own void power for a desperate counterattack, Lloyd acted again. He didn't move, he didn't speak, that he simply willed it. The air around Riva shimmered almost invisibly. Dozens of whisper-thin steel wires, finer than spider silk, stronger than any chain, extruded themselves from the floor, from the air, from seemingly nowhere, and wrapped around her limbs, her torso, her sword arm, with inescapable precision. They tightened, not cutting, not burning, but binding her completely, immobilizing her as effectively as if she'd been encased in solid stone. She struggled, but the wires held firm, a silent, gleaming testament to Lloyd's absolute, terrifying control. She was trapped, that helpless, his mercy. Fong, who had been waiting patiently, padded forward, circling the ensnared Riva with a low, menacing growl, his golden eyes fixed on her, a faint crackle of azure lightning now playing around his paws. He wasn't attacking, he was just waiting for the word from his master, waiting to deliver the final, electrifying coup de grace. Riva looked at Lloyd, her earlier friendliness, her wry amusement, completely gone, replaced by a stark, undeniable understanding. She had underestimated him, grossly, Hilariously, fatally, he wasn't just full of surprises. He was a walking, talking, terrifyingly competent enigma, wrapped in layers of deceptive mediocrity and smelling faintly of rosemary. I can see, Cousin Lloyd, Riva said, her voice barely a whisper, her shoulders slumping in defeat. You win. The words were a bitter admission, but also, perhaps, a profound relief. She had no desire to discover the full extent of Fong's persuasive, lightning talents. Lloyd nodded. A faint, almost apologetic smile touching his lips, he flicked his wrist, and the steel wires vanished as silently and mysteriously as they had appeared, releasing Riva from her bonds. Fong, with a final, slightly disappointed-sounding huff, let the lightning around his paws dissipate. A well-fought match, Cousin Riva, Lloyd said, his voice genuinely respectful. Your tactics were inspired. The iron spikes were a particularly nice touch. He offered her a hand, mirroring her earlier gesture, helping her to her feet. You have considerable talent. Riva took his hand, her fingers still trembling slightly. She looked at him, her eyes searching his, trying to reconcile the polite, almost gentle young man before her with the terrifyingly efficient warrior who had just dismantled her and her spirit with such casual, almost contemptuous ease. Lloyd, she began, then trailed off, shaking her head, still unable to fully comprehend. You are not what you seem. Few of us are, Cousin Riva, Lloyd replied softly, his smile enigmatic. Few of us indeed. He turned, acknowledging the stunned silence of the hall, the wide, disbelieving eyes of his family, the thoughtful, almost predatory, gaze of King James Bethlehem. Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling, the soap-making heir, the master of invisible wires and lightning wolves, was in the final, against Ryan. This was going to be memorable. He leaned down, pitching his voice low, for her ears only, though the entire hall was probably straining to hear. Well, my lady wife, he murmured, a teasing, almost roguish glint in his eyes. 2 matches down, still standing, still apparently full of surprises. He paused, then delivered the line he'd been mentally composing for the past hour. The one that was probably going to get him exiled to the sofa for eternity, or possibly just electrocuted by an irate ice princess. Tell me honestly, Rosa, isn't your husband just a little bit cool? Behind him, Rosa Siddick, the ice princess, the queen of serene indifference, did not speak. But if one had been observing very, very closely, with senses perhaps as preternaturally sharp as Lloyd's own newly awakened black ring eyes, one might have seen a fractional tightening of the delicate silver threads in her veil, but a minute, almost imperceptible, clenching of her perfectly manicured fingers. And then, as Lloyd swaggered, yes, swaggered, Lloyd Ferrum, swaggering, away a subtle, almost infinitesimal, upward roll of her visible obsidian eyes. That it wasn't a frown, it wasn't a glare, that it was something far, far worse, that it was the ocular equivalent of a world-weary, exasperated sigh. The kind one reserves for particularly trying, inexplicably persistent, and surprisingly competent, if utterly infuriating, household pests or husbands. My dear Rosa, he purred, his voice a low, conspiratorial rumble that probably made the potted fern wilt with second-hand embarrassment. Is that rosemary I detect, a subtle, yet undeniably delightful fragrance. He beamed at her, his eyes sparkling with a mischief that was pure, unadulterated, 80-year-old troublemaker. It seems you finally understood the true value of my love, my lady to M.Y. deep, abiding, rosemary-scented love. Clearly, my soap has worked its magic, not just on your skin, but on your very soul. You are smitten, utterly, hopelessly, fragrantly smitten. Chapter 194. For the first time since Lloyd had known her, across 2 lifetimes and several near-death experiences, Rosa Siddick's carefully constructed mask of icy indifference didn't just crack, it shattered. Her veiled face, which usually betrayed nothing, seemed to contort. Her shoulders, usually so regally still, trembled almost imperceptibly. Her visible obsidian eyes, which had just executed a world-class eye roll, now widened, not with shock, not with anger, but with an expression of such profound, unadulterated, almost visceral disgust. It was a masterpiece of pure, unadulterated revulsion. It was the look one might reserve for discovering a particularly large, particularly sentient, slug attempting to propose marriage with a bouquet of wilted swamp gas. Then she rolled her eyes again. Not a subtle, infinitesimal roll this time, but a full, dramatic, almost theatrical, 360-degree ocular rotation that clearly communicated, in no uncertain terms, her utter, comprehensive, and deeply personal loathing for his current existence, his olfactory observations, his misguided romantic pronouncements, and quite possibly the entire concept of rosemary-scented love. Lloyd just grinned, utterly delighted. The Ice Princess had emotions after all, and they were apparently highly flammable when exposed to excessive levels of smug, soap-related affection. This, he decided, was even more entertaining than winning the tournament. Lloyd Ferrum versus Ryan Ferrum. The drab duckling turned accidental prodigy with a penchant for invisible wires and surprisingly effective soap versus the arrogant, powerful scion of the ambitious Ashworth branch, the youth who had, until recently, been considered the most likely, if not the most desirable, successor should Lloyd continue his trajectory of underwhelming mediocrity. It wasn't just a tournament final. It was a battle for perception, for pride, for the very future of the Ferrum airship, played out on a public stage under the watchful eyes of their entire clan, their allies, and, most significantly, a disguised king who seemed to find the whole spectacle vastly entertaining. He was just contemplating the strategic advantages of marketing a rosemary-infused aura of icy disapproval perfume, targeting discerning noble women with a penchant for silent judgment and really good skin, when a familiar, unwelcome voice cut through the pre-match buzz. Viscount Nobel Ferrum, his face a mask of forced cordiality that did little to conceal the furious ambition still simmering in his eyes, had approached the dais. He stood before his brother, Archduke Roy Ferrum, his posture one of deep, almost exaggerated, respect, yet his words, when they came, were laced with a subtle, reptilian challenge. Roy Ferrum's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. He knew that tone. Rubel wasn't just making polite pre-match conversation. He was maneuvering positioning, preparing to strike. Your intentions, Brother Rubel? Roy inquired, his voice flat, cold, giving nothing away. Speak plainly. The barb, though veiled in polite phrasing, was cleared at Lloyd's past mediocrity, his Bethlehem disgrace, his years of drifting, all subtly, poisonously invoked. Now, however, Rubel continued, his voice gaining a note of magnanimous, almost paternal, consideration. We see encouraging signs. Young Lord Lloyd has indeed displayed certain unexpected talents today, that a commendable spirit, a surprising aptitude for unconventional tactics. The way he said unconventional tactics made it sound suspiciously like questionable trickery and possibly witchcraft involving invisible wires and an overly aggressive dog. He has done well, better than many, myself included, might have anticipated. He paused again, his gaze sweeping towards his own son, Ryan, who stood near the edge of the sparring circle, practically vibrating with suppressed aggression and arrogant confidence, his obsidian bear spirit, Kunger, a hulking shadow of brute force beside him, but a look of fierce, almost desperate, paternal pride filled Rubel's eyes. But let us be honest, your grace, esteemed kin, Rubel declared, his voice ringing with a conviction that was both passionate and profoundly self-serving. While Lloyd has shown improvement, my own son, Ryan, has consistently demonstrated the raw power, the martial prowess, the unwavering Ferrum spirit that has always defined the true strength of our line. His victory over Lady Jothi, while perhaps unexpected by some, was a testament to his superior strength, his relentless determination. He conveniently omitted the fact that Jothi had been clearly exhausted and that Ryan's victory had been more about brute force opportunism than superior skill. Rubel straightened, drawing himself up to his full, if somewhat diminished height, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Therefore, your grace, he announced, his voice ringing with theatrical finality, as we stand on the cusp of this final, decisive match. A match that will pit these two promising young Ferrums against each other in a true test of their abilities. I humbly propose that the outcome of this contest carry significant weight, that it serve as a clear, undeniable demonstration that the victor, the one who proves himself the strongest, the most capable, be formally recognized here before our entire clan and our honored guests as the undisputed primary heir to the Ferrum Archduchy. He had said it. The words hung in the air, audacious, incendiary, a direct challenge to Roy's authority, a blatant attempt to leverage the tournament, and his son's perceived current superiority into a political coup. He was essentially demanding that Roy Ferrum set aside his firstborn, Lloyd, and declare Ryan the heir, based on the outcome of a single sparring match. Lloyd, however, felt a strange sense of calm settle over him, that he'd seen this coming, or something like it. Rubel was desperate. His earlier attempt to frame Lloyd had backfired spectacularly. This was his last, desperate gamble, A public power play designed to force Roy's hand, to exploit any lingering doubts about Lloyd's competence to watch his father. Roy Ferrum's face remained an unreadable mask, but his eyes, those dark, piercing Ferrum eyes, had gone cold. Utterly, terrifyingly cold. The temperature in the grand hall seemed to drop several degrees. Every Ferrum present, every guest, even the potted fern, which now looked positively catatonic with terror, knew that Viscount Rubel had just crossed a line at a very dangerous, very final line. They had all inwardly sneered at Rubel's blatant ambition, his transparent maneuvering. They had seen Lloyd's unexpected rise, his surprising competence, Jothi's fierce skill. They had witnessed Roy's subtle but undeniable shift in favor towards his elder son, his public endorsement of the soap venture, his almost reverent acknowledgement of Lloyd's instinctive awakening of the steel blood to Rubel's desperate, ill-timed power grab was not just audacious. It was foolish, suicidal, even. Roy Ferrum let the silence stretch, letting the full weight of his brother's treasonous proposal settle over the hall. Then he spoke, his voice deceptively quiet, yet carrying a resonance that made the very stones seem to tremble. "Brother Rubel," Roy began, his tone so calm it was infinitely more menacing than any roar of fury could ever be. "Your concern for the clarity of the Ferrum succession is noted." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Rubel with an expression that could peel paint from walls. "And your confidence in your son, Ryan, is commendable, if perhaps." A flicker of something cold and dangerous entered his eyes, slightly premature. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet every person in the hall strained to hear his words. "You propose that the outcome of this single match determine the heirship of this duchy." He let the question hang, heavy with unspoken contempt. "You suggest that generations of tradition, of primogeniture, of my own solemn judgment as Archduke, be swept aside by the fleeting victory of a youth in a sparring circle." He shook his head slowly, a gesture of profound, almost pitying dismissal. "No, Brother Rubel, that is not how the future of House Ferrum will be decided." He straightened, his gaze sweeping over the entire assembly, his voice regaining its full, ducal authority. "My son, Lloyd Ferrum, is my firstborn, that he is the heir apparent. That is the law. That is the tradition." That his eyes flickered briefly, almost imperceptibly, towards Lloyd, a silent acknowledgement of the steel blood, the royal investment, the unexpected potential, is my will. The pronouncement was absolute, unshakable, the door slammed shut in the face of Rubel's ambition. However, Roy continued, a new, almost predatory glint entering his eyes, and Lloyd felt a familiar knot of apprehension tighten in his stomach. "Oh no. Here comes the however is never good. Your enthusiasm for a clear demonstration of strength is not entirely without merit. And the outcome of this final match will indeed be instructive." He looked directly at Ryan, who was still smirking confidently, perhaps not yet fully grasping the extent of his father's public miscalculation. Then his gaze shifted to Lloyd, and his expression became unreadable, a complex mixture of challenge, expectation, and perhaps, just perhaps, a sliver of something that might have been hope. "If Ryan Ferrum wins this match," Roy declared, his voice ringing through the suddenly silent hall, "if he demonstrates a clear, undeniable superiority in skill, in power, in Ferrum spirit, then I will consider his future potential, that I will observe his development closely. I will perhaps grant him additional responsibilities, opportunities to prove his worth further." He paused, letting the carefully chosen, deliberately vague words hang in the air. "But," he added, his voice hardening, his gaze still locked on Lloyd, "that is not a promise of succession. Rubel IT is merely an acknowledgement of demonstrated strength. The final decision regarding the heirship and the timing of any formal declaration beyond what tradition already dictates remains mine, and mine alone." Chapter 196. He then turned his full attention to Lloyd, and the weight of his gaze was almost physical. "And you, Lloyd, you have shown glimmers, unexpected glimmers. Today, you will show us more. You will fight. You will demonstrate the full extent of this awakened talent. You will prove whether these recent displays are mere fleeting sparks or the first true flames of a worthy Ferrum heir." He leaned back in his chair, his expression once more an unreadable mask of ducal authority. "Let the final match commence, and let the outcome inform us all." He looked across the sparring circle at Ryan Ferrum, whose earlier confident smirk had been replaced by a look of furious, frustrated determination. Ryan hadn't gotten what he wanted, but he still had a chance to prove his superiority, to humiliate Lloyd, to perhaps still sway the Archduke's consideration. He would be fighting with the desperation of a cornered wolf. Lloyd took a deep breath. The potted ferns suddenly seemed like a very distant, very inadequate hiding place. This was it. Final in more tricks that in more subtle ankle trips. This would be a true test, and he had a feeling it was going to be a hell of a lot harder than making rosemary-scented soap. The weight of Archduke Roy Ferrum's pronouncements, his reassertion of Lloyd's heirship, his subtle but undeniable challenge to both Lloyd and Ryan, his cryptic allusions to future potential and instructive outcomes, had left the assembled Ferrum clan in a state of breathless anticipation. The final match wasn't just a contest of skill anymore. It was a high-stakes political drama, a public audition for the future of their house. Lloyd Ferrum stood near the edge of the sparring circle, trying to project an aura of calm, focused readiness while his internal monologue was currently cycling through various panic-induced scenarios, most of which involved him tripping over his own feet and accidentally setting fire to Ryan's remarkably flammable-looking hair with an ill-timed steel spark he could feel. Ryan's furious, predatory gaze burning into him from across the circle, a tangible pressure promising pain and humiliation. Ryan's obsidian bear spirit paced restlessly beside its master, its red eyes glowing with savage anticipation, its massive fists occasionally pounding its chest in a display of brute, impatient force. This is it, Lloyd thought, taking a slow, deliberate breath, trying to channel the 80-year-old pragmatist and push down the 19-year-old who was currently contemplating the strategic advantages of feigning a sudden, debilitating case of the sniffles in more easy wins, in more subtle tripwires. Ryan knew about the wires now. He'd be expecting them. He'd be prepared. This was going to be a real fight against a stronger, more aggressive opponent, fueled by years of resentment and a burning desire for vengeance. Fun times, he was just mentally reviewing the weak points of a silverback gorilla. Were there any, besides perhaps a sudden, inexplicable craving for bananas? When a figure approached him, moving with a quiet, determined grace that cut through the surrounding buzz, Jothi. His sister stopped a few paces away, her dark eyes, so like their father's, fixed on him with an expression he couldn't quite decipher. The earlier shock and shame of her own defeat had receded, replaced by a cool, almost analytical, intensity. She wasn't offering sympathy, nor was she radiating her usual dismissive disdain. She just observed him, like a particularly complex, potentially volatile, alchemical experiment she was trying to understand before it either exploded or turned lead into gold. Probably the former, in his case. Brother, Jothi began, her voice low, carefully neutral, devoid of the sharp, cutting edge it had held earlier that morning. There was a weariness in her tone, yes, but also a flicker of something else, something that might have been grudging respect, or perhaps just profound, almost weary, confusion. You are in the final. She stated it as a fact, a still baffling, almost unbelievable fact. Lloyd offered a small, wry smile. So it would seem, little sister. Apparently, my talent for tripping people with invisible things is more developed than previously anticipated. Who knew? Perhaps I should open a school. Ferrum's finishing school for graceful gravitational misunderstandings. Catchy, don't you think? Jothi did not smile. Her gaze remained fixed, probing. How, Lloyd? She asked, the question blunt, direct, cutting through his attempt at levity. How have you done this? Last time I saw you, you were as you always were. The unspoken disappointment hung heavy in the air between them. Today, you defeat Kinta, Mike others with an ease, a control. It is not the Lloyd I know, the steel blood. Father says you awakened it yourself. Without the truths, how is this possible? Lloyd sighed internally. The million gold coin question. The one he couldn't answer truthfully without sounding like he'd ingested one too many of Grimaldi's more experimental fungi. He settled for a vague, slightly mysterious, and hopefully not entirely unconvincing, deflection. Perhaps, Jothi, he said softly, his gaze meeting hers, the Lloyd you thought you knew was incomplete. Perhaps there were depths you hadn't yet perceived. He paused, then added, a hint of genuine vulnerability entering his tone. Perhaps even depths I myself am only just beginning to rediscover. That at least was true. Jothi considered his words, her dark eyes narrowed in thought. She wasn't buying the mysterious depths routine entirely. He could tell. She was too smart, too analytical. But the sincerity in his voice, the subtle shift in his demeanor from his usual awkwardness to this strange, quiet confidence, clearly gave her pause. Then, her expression shifted again, hardening slightly, the pragmatist, the fiercely proud Ferrum, reasserting itself. It matters not how, I suppose, she said, her voice regaining some of its earlier crispness. What matters is now, this final match. She looked towards Ryan, who was still pacing, radiating aggressive impatience, and a flicker of distaste crossed her features. Ryan is strong, Lloyd. Brutally so. His spirit, Kong, is a force of nature that he will not be easily tripped, he will not be easily deterred. He is fighting not just for victory, but for his father's ambition, for his own pride, that he will be relentless. She turned back to Lloyd, her gaze intense, almost pleading, though her voice remained carefully controlled. You understand, brother, what is at stake here? Do you not? Beyond mere tournament victory. Lloyd nodded slowly. He understood. This wasn't just about a sparring match. This was about perception, about the future of their house. The honor of the main family rests on your shoulders now, Lloyd, Jothi stated, her voice low, urgent. My own failure today. He saw the flicker of shame, of frustration, in her eyes again, quickly suppressed, has only amplified the whispers, the doubts that Rubel's ambition is plain, that Ryan's victory would lend it dangerous credence, regardless of father's pronouncements. Our allies, the king himself, they are watching, they are assessing. They need to see strength, Lloyd, unwavering strength from the true heir. She looked at him, her dark eyes blazing with a fierce, almost desperate intensity. The cool, dismissive younger sister was gone, replaced by a warrior, a Ferrum, demanding victory from her kin. She wasn't offering encouragement, not exactly. She was stating a non-negotiable imperative. The weight of her expectation, added to his father's, the king's, the entire clan's, felt immense. Lloyd looked at his sister, truly looked at her. He saw the fear beneath the fierceness, the worry beneath the pride. She wasn't just concerned about family honor. She was concerned about him, about their father, about the future they all faced. The earlier sting of her words, the memory of her disdain, faded, replaced by a different, stronger emotion, that a sense of shared burden, that a flicker of affection. Impulsively, without thinking, he reached out and gently, almost hesitantly, patted her on the shoulder, not a simple, awkward, older brotherly gesture of reassurance. Don't worry, Jothi, he said softly, his voice surprisingly steady. I understand that I won't let you down, that I won't let father down. Jothi flinched as if his touch had been a brand of hot iron. Her entire body went rigid. She recoiled instantly, snatching her shoulder away from his hand as if it had been stung by a particularly venomous wasp. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of shock, disbelief, and something that looked suspiciously like disgust, or perhaps just profound, ingrained discomfort at this unexpected, unwelcome physical contact from the brother she had held at arm's length for so long. Do not touch me, Lloyd, she hissed, her voice sharp, cutting, the earlier vulnerability vanishing in an instant, replaced by a resurgence of her familiar icy disdain. She took a hasty step back, her face flushed, her eyes narrowed. Your reassurances are unnecessary, and your familiarities unwelcome. Lloyd stared, his hand still hovering in midair. The warmth of his impulsive gesture instantly extinguished by the arctic blast of her rejection. He felt a familiar ache, a cold stone settling in his chest. Right, that of course that he'd forgotten. The distance between them wasn't just emotional. It was physical. Years of polite detachment, of unspoken disappointments, had built walls too high, too thick, for a simple pat on the shoulder to breach that he was still, in her eyes, the awkward, embarrassing older brother, the one who had failed, the one she had to compensate for. His recent, inexplicable successes hadn't erased that. They had, perhaps, only made him more perplexing, more alien. Chapter 198. He slowly lowered his hand, a wry, self-deprecating smile touching his lips. My apologies, little sister, he said quietly, his voice devoid of bitterness, only a weary acceptance. Old habits, from a different time, perhaps. He met her still frosty gaze, a hint of his own hidden strength, his own quiet resolve, flickering in his eyes. But the promise stands, Jothi, regardless of familiarities. He turned away then, towards the sparring circle, towards Ryan, towards the final, daunting challenge that he left Jothi standing there, her face a mask of conflicted emotions, shock, confusion, perhaps a flicker of regret, quickly suppressed, watching him go. The brief, almost imperceptible, thaw in their relationship had refrozen, harder than before. But Lloyd knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with soap or system coins, that this fight, this final match, was for more than just himself. It was for his father. It was for the Ferrum name. And perhaps, just perhaps, it was also for the little sister who still, somewhere deep down, might just be hoping her disappointing older brother wouldn't disappoint her again, that he couldn't. The stakes were far too high. The murmur of the crowd, a restless sea of silks and velvets, fell to a hush as the two finalists stepped into the cleared sparring circle. On one side, Ryan Ferrum, his handsome face a mask of arrogant disdain, his powerful frame radiating aggressive confidence. Conger, his obsidian bear spirit, a hulking shadow of brute force at his heels. On the other, Lloyd Ferrum, an enigma of quiet composure, his expression unreadable. Fong, his dark gray wolf spirit, a coiled spring of contained lightning beside him. The contrast was stark. Ryan, all overt power and belligerent pride. Lloyd, an unknown quantity, a sudden, inexplicable surge of competence and hidden depths that had left the entire clan bewildered and, in many cases, deeply unsettled. The drab duckling versus the heir presumptive, at least in his own mind, and his father Rubel's. This wasn't just a tournament final. It was a referendum on the future, a clash of expectations and shattered preconceptions. Well, Cousin Lloyd, Ryan sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Loud enough for the entire hall to hear, he paced a slow, deliberate circle, like a predator sizing up its prey, Conger mirroring his movements, its red eyes fixed on Fong with savage intensity. Look at you. Actually made it to the final. Surprised you didn't trip over your own feet on the way here, or perhaps your dog carried you? Lloyd met Ryan's taunt with a calm. Almost bored, gazed he didn't rise to the bait. He simply stood there, relaxed, yet radiating an aura of quiet, almost unnerving self-possession. The journey was uneventful. Cousin Ryan, Lloyd replied, his voice mild, almost conversational. Though I confess, the quality of the pre-match small talk seems to have declined rather sharply. Ryan's sneer widened. Still think you're clever, do you? Just because you learned a few parlor tricks with wires and managed to awaken a sliver of the steel blood. Probably by accident, knowing your usual level of competence. Doesn't make you the strongest, Lloyd at IT. Doesn't make you a leader. IT just makes you lucky and slightly less pathetic than usual. He spat onto the stone floor, a deliberate gesture of disrespect. Don't get any ideas. That smug, self-satisfied look on your face, it's going to be wiped off, permanently. Lloyd tilted his head, a faint, almost pitying smile touching his lips. Smug, Ryan? Is that what you see? He chuckled softly, a low, confident sound that seemed to grate on Ryan's already frayed nerves. Perhaps you mistake quiet confidence for smugness. Or perhaps, his smile widened fractionally, a hint of something sharp and dangerous flickering in his eyes. You're just projecting your own insecurities. Understandable, I suppose, given your rather limited tactical repertoire. He paused, letting the insult land, then added, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet carrying clearly in the sudden, tense silence. And as for wiping anything off my face, Cousin Ryan, I'd be more concerned about not accidentally soiling your own rather expensive trousers. When you finally witness the full extent of what this slightly less pathetic cousin can actually do. A collective gasp went through the crowd. The quiet, awkward Lloyd Ferrum, trading insults with a notoriously arrogant Ryan, offering veiled threats. This was a new Lloyd indeed. Jothi, watching from the sidelines, felt a strange mixture of shock and fun. Her brother, for all his earlier awkwardness, was not backing down. He was meeting Ryan's aggression head-on, with a cool, almost contemptuous confidence that was utterly baffling, yet undeniably compelling. Ryan's face contorted with fury. The polite veneer of aristocratic disdain vanished, replaced by raw, unadulterated rage. You insolent, he roared, his voice cracking. You think you can mock me? I am Ryan Ferrum. I will crush you. I will break you. I will show this entire clan who the true power in this family is. He didn't wait for the referee's signal. He didn't bother with formalities. He simply exploded into motion, his spirit stone blazing, Kong roaring in unison. Kong, pulverize him. The massive obsidian bear's spirit charge, a furry, 10-foot-tall avalanche of muscle and fury, its colossal fists raised, aiming to turn Lloyd and Fong into a pair of unfortunate floor stains. Ryan followed close behind, his practice sort of blur of aggressive, powerful strikes, his face a mask of murderous intent. The attack was swift, brutal, overwhelming to the display of raw, untamed Ferrum power, designed to shock, to awe, to utterly dominate. The crowd gasped, leaning forward, expecting a swift, decisive, and probably quite messy conclusion. But Lloyd Ferrum did not flinch, he did not retreat, he did not even seem surprised. Yes, the roaring behemoth that was Connor bore down on him. As Ryan's sword slashed towards his throat, Lloyd moved, and he moved with a speed, a precision, a terrifying, almost unnatural grace that stole the breath from every onlooker. Fong. Lloyd's voice was calm, almost serene, amidst the chaos. Pattern delta, evasive dispersal. Then, target prioritization. Limbs, keep Connor off balance. Simultaneously, Lloyd met Ryan's furious sword assault. Not with brute force, not with desperate parries, but with an almost contemptuous ease, a fluid dance of deflection and evasion that made Ryan's powerful strikes look clumsy, telegraphed, almost pathetically slow. That Lloyd's own hands were empty, yet he seemed to anticipate every move, every feint, every lunge. He wasn't just dodging. He was redirecting Ryan's momentum, using his cousin's own aggression against him, forcing Ryan to overextend, to stumble, to fight not just Lloyd, but his own increasingly frustrated rage. The onlookers stared, dumbfounded. This wasn't the match they had expected. This wasn't the easy victory for Ryan they had anticipated. This was something else entirely. Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling, was not just surviving. He was controlling the fight. Effortlessly, almost contemptuously. "Stand still and fight me, you coward," Ryan roared, his face flushed, sweat pouring down his temples, his attacks becoming wilder, more desperate, as Lloyd continued to evade him with that infuriating, almost insulting ease. "Fight you, Ryan?" Lloyd replied, his voice calm amidst the storm of Ryan's blows, sidestepping another furious slash that would have taken his head off. "But we are fighting, or rather," he added, a flicker of that dangerous, unsettling smile touching his lips. "I believe the more accurate term would be, I am leading, and you, my dear cousin, are rather enthusiastically, if somewhat clumsily, following. Perhaps a waltz next? Or do you prefer a brisk polka?" The sheer unadulterated audacity of the insult, delivered with such calm precision amidst a life-or-death struggle, seemed to make Ryan's brain short-circuit. He let out a strangled yell of pure, incoherent rage and lunged again, all pretense of skill or tactics abandoned, relying solely on brute, desperate force. This, Lloyd thought, his eyes narrowing, is the opening that he didn't need wires this time, that he didn't need Fong's lightning, that he simply focused his will, his Ferrum steel, his innate understanding of metal, of force, of balance. As Ryan's sword arced towards him, Lloyd didn't just dodge, he moved into the attack, his hand shooting out, not to block, but to meet the flat of Ryan's blade with his open palm. It looked like an act of suicidal madness. But the moment his palm connected with the steel, Ryan felt it, a shock. Not electrical, but kinetic, a jarring, irresistible force that traveled up his sword arm, making his bones ache, his muscles seize. That it felt as if he'd struck not flesh, but solid, unyielding Ferrum steel. And then, worse, the steel seemed to flow, adhere to control. With a subtle, almost imperceptible twist of his wrist, a precise application of his void power, Lloyd didn't just stop Ryan's blade. He seized control of it. He didn't disarm Ryan in the traditional sense, that he simply took the sword point. One moment Ryan was holding it. The next it was gone, Lloyd's fingers wrapped around the hilt. Ryan's own hand empty, tingling, numb. It was done so quickly, so smoothly, so utterly unexpectedly, that Ryan just stood there for a fraction of a second, staring at his empty hand, his brain struggling to process what had just happened. Chapter 200. The Grand Hall was a cathedral of stunned silence. Lloyd's quiet, cutting taunt echoing more profoundly than any shout. Ryan Ferrum stood frozen, the confident sneer on his face curdling into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. The crowd watched, breathless. The drab duckling hadn't just fought back. He had mocked the lion. Then, a sound ripped from Ryan's throat. It wasn't a roar of rage. It was a laugh, a sharp, ugly, almost unhinged bark of sound that was devoid of all humor. "A waltz, cousin?" he snarled, his eyes blazing with a wild, desperate light. "An excellent idea, but it will be my lead." He straightened up, his earlier frustration melting away, replaced by a chilling, absolute certainty. "You think you've won because you can disarm a man holding a practice sword. You think your little wire tricks and your surprisingly fast dog make you a warrior." He shook his head, the laugh turning into a sneer. "You are still just a bug, Lloyd, and you have just made the mistake of annoying a giant." Before he could even finish his word of humiliation, the practice sword flew through the air. Lloyd had tossed it, end over end, with casual, almost contemptuous disdain. It clattered to the stone floor at Ryan's feet. "Pick it up," Lloyd said, his voice quiet but carrying a chilling authority that cut through the murmurs of the crowd. He stood unarmed, his hands loose at his sides. Ryan's eyes blazed. The command, the sheer arrogance of it, was a physical blow. He stared at the sword on the ground, then at Lloyd's calm, Waiting expression. To refuse was to admit defeat. To obey was to accept the role of a chastened student being given a second chance by a vastly superior master. Gritting his teeth so hard his jaw ached, hate coiling in his gut, Ryan bent down and snatched the practice sword from the floor. His knuckles were white on the hilt, his entire body trembling with suppressed rage. He rose to his full height, ready to lunge, to wipe that infuriatingly calm look off Lloyd's face. But as he met Lloyd's gaze, he was met not with fear, but with a faint, pitying smile. "There you see," Lloyd said softly, his tone now laced with a kind of weary disappointment, as if explaining something to a slow child. "Even with steel back in your hand, you still look like you're about to lose. The weapon doesn't make the man. Ryan it only reveals his desperation." That was it, the final unbearable insult, the condescension, the psychoanalysis, the absolute dismissal of his strength. It was a humiliation too profound to bear. The strangled roar of pure, incoherent rage ripped from Ryan's throat. With a dramatic, almost theatrical flourish, he discarded the practice sword a second time, hurling it away as if it were venomous. He would not play this game anymore. He would not be toyed with. His hand went not to his empty hip, but to the scabbard on his back. A scabbard holding a weapon many had dismissed as a decorative dress sword, part of his formal attire for the summit. But it was no mere ornament. He drew another weapon. This was no blunt training tool. It was a true sword, a heavy, single-edged blade of dark, gleaming steel. Embedded in its crossguard, pulsing with a faint, angry red light, was a spirit stone. The air crackled as live steel was drawn in the sparring circle. A gasp swept through the nobles who recognized the difference. From the sidelines, Jyothi shot to her feet, her voice a sharp, furious cry. "That's a live blade. Father, he's cheating." All eyes snapped to the dais, expecting the Archduke to intervene, to stop this gross violation of the contest spirit. But Lloyd Ferrum did not move. He simply raised a single, commanding hand, a silent, absolute order for Jyothi and everyone else to be still. His eyes, cold and calculating, remained fixed not on Ryan's transgression, but on Lloyd's reaction that he knew that, of course, he knew an ornament, on his ambitious nephew. He had suspected it from the moment Ryan entered the hall. But this was the perfect test of a trial by fire, unscripted and real. "Show me, son." The unspoken command hung in the air. "Show me if this newfound power is truly enough. The time for games is over." Ryan snarled, his voice raw with hatred, emboldened by the Archduke's lack of intervention. He raised the live sword high, the spirit stone blazing with incandescent light. "Kong, ascend!" The air ripped apart. Konger, the massive obsidian gorilla spirit, let out a roar that was not just sound, but a concussive blast of raw power that shook the very foundations of the hall. The creature's form began to warp, to swell, its bestial shape contorted, growing taller, broader, shedding its fur-covered, animalistic form. In its place rose a new horror, a monolithic, humanoid figure easily 12 feet tall. Its body was no longer fur, but plates of what looked like rough, black iron, interlocking like crude, powerful armor. Its powerful arms and legs were thick as tree trunks, its fists the size of anvils, and atop its broad, powerful shoulders sat the same furious gorilla head, its eyes now burning with a malevolent, sentient red light. That it was Konger, but transformed, a terrifying, armored primate golem, a living siege engine of muscle and metal. This was its ascended form. A wave of awe and terror washed over the crowd. "Ascension," someone breathed. "He's reached the ascension stage. By the ancestors, no wonder he beat Jyothi." Another nobleman muttered to his neighbor, "Her spirit is still at manifestation. The power gap is immense." The mood in the hall shifted instantly. Lloyd's clever tricks, his surprising speed, his invisible wires, they all seemed like children's games now. Pathetic parlor tricks in the face of this overwhelming, raw power. Jyothi's victory last year, they now realized, had been against a mere baby Kung. This was a different beast entirely. "Now, cousin," Ryan hissed, a triumphant, almost mad grin twisting his face as he and his ascended spirit began to advance in perfect, terrifying sync. "Let's see you dance." Lloyd's could feel the crushing weight of Konger's spiritual pressure, a physical force that made the air thick and hard to breathe. He and Fawn together, at their peak, might have stood a chance. But they were both drained from the earlier fights. Konger charged, its iron-plated feet making the stone floor boom with each step. It swung, a fist the size of a boulder, not aiming for precision, but for utter obliteration. Lloyd moved, a blur of motion, diving sideways, the wind from the passing blow tugging at his tunic. He came up, already backpedaling, as Ryan slashed downwards with his live steel, the blade whistling through the air where Lloyd's head had been moments before. For a few desperate moments, he held them off. He was a shadow, a ghost, weaving between their clumsy, powerful attacks. His void sense screamed warnings, allowing him to anticipate their moves a fraction of a second before they happened. Fong darted in and out, a flash of gray, trying to harry Konger's legs, but the ascended spirit's iron-like hide deflected its claws with contemptuous ease. But they were relentless, a two-pronged assault of overwhelming force. Ryan herded him, his sword slashes forcing Lloyd into predictable paths, while Konger acted as a living battering ram, cutting off escape routes, its every stomp and swing designed to shatter, to pulverize. The end came swiftly. Konger slammed a fist into the floor, not at Lloyd, but beside him. The stone cracked, a shockwave erupting outwards. Lloyd stumbled, his balance broken for a fatal instant. IT was all they needed. Ryan was on him in a flash, the butt of his sword slamming brutally into Lloyd's ribs. Pain, sharp and blinding, exploded in his side. He gasped, the air driven from his lungs. As he staggered, Konger's massive, iron-plated hand came around in a sweeping backhand. IT wasn't a killing blow, just a contemptuous swat, like a giant batting away a fly. The impact sent Lloyd flying, tumbling bonelessly across the stone floor to land in a crumpled, broken heap. His vision swam, black spots dancing before his eyes. He heard a pained yelp as Fairy, caught in the backlash of the blow, was forcibly dismissed, her spiritual form shattering. He was alone. Broken, the taste of blood, coppery and sharp, filled his mouth. Through a haze of pain, he saw Ryan and the monolithic form of Konger stalking towards him, victorious, their shadows looming over him like twin death sentences. Ryan stood over him, panting slightly, his face flushed with triumph. "Not so smug now, are you, cousin?" he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "Where are your fancy wires? Where's your clever little mutt? Looks like true power, raw Ferrum might, always wins in the end." He raised his sword, Konger mirroring the movement with one of its colossal, rock-like fists, preparing for the final, crushing blow. Time to finish this. Time to show everyone who the real heir is. The grand hall of the Ferrum estate held its collective breath. A suffocating, palpable silence broken only by Ryan Ferrum's ragged, triumphant panting and the low, menacing growl of his ascended spirit. Lloyd lay broken on the stone floor, blood staining his lips, his vision blurring. The searing pain in his side a constant, agonizing reminder of his utter, comprehensive defeat. Fong, his loyal companion, was a crumpled, smoking heap near the far wall, whimpering softly, his vibrant lightning extinguished. Despair, cold and absolute, threatened to drown Lloyd in its icy embrace. This was it. The end of his improbable tournament run, the brutal affirmation of his perceived inadequacy. Ryan stalked towards him, the obsidian giant Konger, a terrifying shadow at his heels, a cruel, victorious sneer twisting his handsome features. "Not so smug now, are you, cousin?" he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "Where are your fancy wires? Where's your clever little mutt? Looks like true power, raw Ferrum might, always wins in the end." He raised his practice sword, Konger mirroring the movement with one of its colossal, rock-like fists, preparing for the final, crushing blow. Time to finish this. Time to show everyone who the real heir is. Then, something inside him snapped. Not a bone, though several felt perilously close, but something deeper at a core of stubborn, 80-year-old, thrice-lived defiance that refused, absolutely refused, to go down like this. Not to Ryan. Not after everything he had faced down mythological horrors, negotiated with disguised kings, started a soap empire from cow fat and existential dread. He was not going to be beaten by a glorified bully with an oversized gorilla and an ego the size of the Ferrum. Dutchy. No, the word was a silent, internal roar, a surge of pure, unadulterated willpower that momentarily drowned out the pain, the despair, the encroaching darkness. He didn't have the void power for steel wires. He didn't have the spirit energy for Fong. But he had something else, something new, something unexpected. The black ring eyes, with a grunt of sheer, teeth-gritting effort, fueled by a desperate, almost suicidal surge of adrenaline. Lloyd didn't try to get up that he couldn't, but he could. Moved that he dashed, not physically, not with his broken body, but with his will. With his gaze, he forced his swimming, blood-flecked eyes open and locked them, with a terrifying, preternatural intensity, directly onto Ryan Ferrum, who was just beginning his triumphant, final downward swing. Ryan met his gaze, and for a fraction of a second, he faltered. There was something in Lloyd's eyes, something that wasn't there before. Something cold, ancient, utterly alien. Something that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, a primal instinct screaming at him to look away, to run. But it was too late.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.